I'm keeping you here. What's good, neighborhood? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man Marq Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats, and you gonna love it. All right, it's the Friday night block party, man. We're gonna have a good time here. I got my sister Foodie with the beauty, badass blonde in the building. What up, Foodie?
What it do?
Man, got a lot to unpack on this episode, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm not running the long intro. I usually like to do that, let the room get populated and share the link out. I ain't even about to do all of that. We just gonna jump right in. All first verse, no rehearsal. We just gonna jump right into the content, and you guys can click rewind if you want to see where we go with it. I'm gonna run the short intro, not the 5-minute intro. This one is what, 30 seconds or less. So let's jump right into it. It's your man Martin has Breaking Beats. Got my sister Foodie with the beauty. Let's talk about it.
This that squad sound.
Yeah, man, I'm jumping right into it. No time to lollygag. How you doing tonight, sis? What's popping with you?
I'm good. How are you? How's everyone doing?
So far so good, man. So far so good. I mean, I was just minding my business today and hearing news breaking. News was breaking into YouTube streets.
What?
Yeah, man. Yeah. It blows my mind, man. Should be blowing my mind. But you can have that. That ain't even what we mad at.
Break it down. Break it down. What's going on?
Oh man. I heard Diddy settled.
I heard
Diddy
that's
settled.
breaking news. It's breaking news.
Oh man, he settled.
I'm
This
not
might have been one of the first. This might have been one of the fastest turnarounds I've ever seen in a legal case. What the hell is going on? Let me hit him with the drizzle. Hey, look, Cassie said she is not here to be played with.
All right.
They are here tonight
To get $30 million.
but he got to fix these holes.
Then you gotta fix them hoes. What's your take? Let me ask you this. Let's rewind a little bit. What was your first response when you heard Diddy was being sued by Cassie Ventura for rape, abuse? I mean, these allegations are salacious to say the least, but these are explosive and very damning. Rape, physical abuse. He said he got her hooked on dope. Had her having sex with male escorts while he sat there and watched. It's a lot. Foodie.
Mm-hmm.
What say you? To rewind, be clear, she was 19. He was 37 when they got together.
Yep. That's very telling in itself.
On both parts, right? Or just
mostly on his part.
Really?
I'm not saying that she wasn't an opportunist. I'm not saying that she may not have come from a background where she was groomed to be with an older man, a successful older man, but
right.
I always blame the older party.
Some of y'all old niggas in the chat, just to let you know, she ain't looking for y'all old niggas.
Older successful man, yeah.
There you go.
So I'm not saying that because that's how all women are ready to look for not just a rich man. But I'm just saying, women have the idea that we mature more faster than men, so it's better to be with an older man, yada yada yada, and then you get into the realm that she was in with the looks that she has. She's gorgeous, and to be able to be
She all right.
Well, I mean, by the standards, by industry standards.
No, she's a very attractive lady. I'm talking shit. She's very beautiful. Go ahead.
And to this day, but you have to look at all of the things we've been hearing decades of this shit by Diddy. All these allegations.
Right.
These, from this, that, and the third, all these different places. And then you have to look at the fact that she was like kept in the closet basically their whole relationship. He didn't even claim it. And then you have to look at the fact that she's got 11 years worth of receipts. So I'm not surprised.
Some of the stuff. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, there's no way that you can be with somebody for 11 years, or I think that was about how long they were together by the time she left. And then as soon as Kim Porter became unalived, I think she was unalived. She was like, I'm out of here because I'm not about to be the next one. I'm going to go marry me a white boy and we're going to have white kids on a ranch. I'm getting as far the fuck away from this lifestyle as I can. So.
Now, on the flip side of that coin, is it possible that was her plan all along?
Not likely.
I don't want to be with, I'm 19. I don't want to be with this 37-year-old nigga forever. Shit, I'm going to get in what I can get out.
I don't think she's that smart. If she were 25 getting into a relationship like that, maybe. But at 19, your brain is just, she was in love. Like, I've seen little videos, like when they were in the backstage of like the video awards, and she was like, remember that song she came out with, I'm tired of being your unofficial girl? She was in love.
Now, if she was in love with this guy, right? I ain't gonna say it because I don't want to come across as victim blaming, but she moved on. She did move on. Let's just start there. She did move on and created a whole family, got her own shit together, right? Shout out to Jerry, Lisa, Dub, right side. Against the Ropes with Dose, Pure Dose, Cooking with Sir Senior, and everybody else who's here early on this episode. Foodie, I'm gonna say this. Let me start with. Let me just keep it a buck. Okay, I think you're not giving 19-year-old girls enough credit. When I was in high school, I remember being in junior high, and the junior high girls was talking to the high school guys. I remember in high school, the high school girls were talking to niggas in the army and grown ass men. Had them picking them up and shit, hanging out. What's up, Roger's son? Shout out to my homie Roger's son. He said, peace to the channel. Never heard of it. Respect, bro. Salute.
Never heard of it.
But I seen, man, younger ladies date older guys all the time, and they start that very young. So I'm not surprised that 19, yeah, she might be looking at to see what she can get out of a relationship. And I like the fact we have a difference of opinion up here on this topic, because you had like women can't be conceived, what's the word? Deceiving, calculated at a very young age.
Agreed.
Man, they do be honky that monkey out there real early, Foogie. Let's just keep it a buck. Like, what about her? She's different.
No. I'm not saying that we have a difference of opinion. I'm saying this. This is the thing. When you're 19, you don't know what you're getting into. She didn't know what she was signing up for, because when you're 19, you think you're going to get over on somebody until they get over on you. You think you're the predator until you become the prey. You think that your good looks, you hear like young women, like for instance, like women my age, women of a mature age who have been 19 before and know what that's like.
Vintage, right?
We know if you're a woman my age and you are mature, you're not going to compete with a girl that age, because nobody wants to be fucking 19 figuring out the world, right? Just no life experience. Men who are that age looking for women that young, like for instance, there's a difference between being 30-year-old woman and you're dating a 40-year-old man. That's you have life experience. But when you're 19 dating a 37-year-old man, that man has a world of experience. He's tapped into a completely different world than any other man. Like you said, men who are in the military dating a woman who's that young, they ain't got that kind of money and experience that fucking Diddy has. That nigga and kinks. The nigga is kinky as fuck, right? Allegedly.
How do you know?
Allegedly.
Yeah, we gotta put a case on it. Go for it.
Because there's a lot of kinky cases that have been put on them. You know what I'm saying? Things, and they can't all be lying. And these are men and women. On top of the fact that, you know, he's a shyster. And, you know, you have to look at the fact that, like, he just released the publishing to all these people. And we know that he's known for making his building his empire off of holding on to the publishing. And he just lets that go. And then supposedly he made them sign an NDA. Why? Because they've seen too much. They know too much. And if it goes to a court of law, these people, if they don't have an NDA and they have no reason to not testify against them, they would. So it's a play.
Do you think those two things are connected? Because I saw the conspiracy theories going out there when he first started giving his publishing out. People were saying, "Yo, Diddy's doing that because something is about to happen," and a lot of people assumed it was the Tupac shit. A lot of people assumed it had something to do with that.
Is that true? Is that true?
Do you think this was coming down the line? Because this seems a little more damning than, you know, a dude like Keefe D, a known liar, to go out and say shit like, you know.
On the surface, but if you could connect the two and paint a picture of him connecting those two things, then how can you can imagine the damage they would do.
How long do you think? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, so he's smart enough to get ahead of the game a little bit.
How long you think Diddy knew about this lawsuit coming? Because he didn't hear about it when we first heard about it publicly. I'm sure he knew about it before.
Of course he did. You think we know more than he knows and his lawyers know? That's
right.
Crazy.
Yeah, he knew this was coming. How long do you think he knew this was coming down the pipeline?
I don't know. 48, 72, it doesn't matter. He has $1 million retainers.
Take a guess. Do you think it was a couple months? Do you think he knew about this when, you know, a few months back?
I don't know, because I'm just hearing about it within the last 24 hours. So I don't know how long he knew, because you know, like the lawyer that I sent to you, and she's talking about, she's like, there's a very telling side that he didn't want to take this to a jury trial. He put out a versus a bench trial where you would just have you and the judge and the plaintiff. You know, you get ahead of this and settle it right away. From what I'm hearing, I didn't know he had settled already. That's a legal move. That's what your team would tell you to do. Diddy ain't one of these motherfuckers to be on Last 48. He's a rich motherfucker who has a lot of intel. Or First 48, whatever it is.
Say that last part again. I had to grab this remote trying to cut this light.
No, I'm saying Diddy's a man of means. He's not one of these dudes who are on First 48 and be, you know, he knows. He has a legal team in place for people who, because, you know, they have frivolous lawsuits and all kind of shit. So he's ready at any moment's notice. Because
some lawyers definitely had to send his lawyers an attention, you know, send them a letter. I guess they say our intent to sue type shit.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, you sent me a clip from TikTok. I'm gonna play that over here. Set it up. Tell me, what is this?
So this is the woman who claims to be a lawyer, and she's kind of breaking down the lawsuit with that we're talking about, the subject that we're talking about with Cassie suing Diddy for $30 million, and some of the angles that may play in her favor as to why people might believe her over him.
And one second. Let me grab this hoodie. It's gonna got cold in here. 1 second. Talk.
So yeah, that's the clip he's about to set up for everybody. I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, a 36-year-old man has no business like that dealing with a 19-year-old woman on the same playing field, because me being a woman of a mature age, like I said, there are things I know that a 19-year-old man has no way of knowing, because he doesn't have enough life experience. Add to the fact that I have a lot of money and access to be able to manipulate people and then I have access to different social social circles and kinks and things that I know I can get away with because I've paid certain people. We're not talking about the regular schmegular dudes who I just like young women. We're talking about a man who is a man of means.
Okay, so let's play this right here. This is. Oh, is it gonna play? All right, bear with me. Let me share this other link. How did you find this clip? Somebody sent it to you, or you follow this lady?
My sister, she's like obsessed with all of this kind of stuff all of a sudden.
Okay, let's check it out.
As for the rest of us, go grab a cocktail because we need to talk.
I don't hear it. Can you hear it?
Cassie is suing Diddy.
Yeah, I hear it.
Whole 35-page lawsuit. And
I cannot hear her.
As an attorney, the first
you can hear her right now?
On the complaint is that it's asking for a
yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, I can't hear anything. Let me
Diddy,
stop and share the screen. Yeah, I can't hear anything on this end.
Did you pay your internet bill?
I couldn't talk to y'all if I didn't.
I know.
I don't know, huh? I be trying to steal my neighbor's Wi-Fi all the time. That nigga changed his password on me.
As an attorney, the first thing that I noticed
I don't hear nothing.
Asking for a jury trial.
Yeah, we hear it. I hear it.
People to decide her fate. This tells me that she believes she has a strong case.
Okay, let me see. You gotta figure out a way. You gotta find a way. Let me try to play it from my phone then. Let me play it from my phone.
It's Madeline Ulrich, not Madam Ulrich.
His
He said Madam. He said Madam. He didn't want to be part of Madam Ulrich's. She ain't a madam. She's a lawyer.
As for the rest of us, go grab a cocktail and some popcorn because we need to talk. Y'all, Cassie is suing Diddy, and I got the whole 35-page lawsuit, and we're going to get into it right now. As an attorney, the first thing that I noticed on the complaint is that it's asking for a...
Yeah, because I can't hear it. I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear the audio. I can show her on the screen, but it might not be.
Yeah, it's better to hear what she's saying. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Jury trial. She wants the people to decide her fate. This tells me that she believes she has a strong case because if you don't, you might want a bench trial because all you have to do is convince one person to see it your way, and that's the judge. When you're requesting a jury trial, you got to convince 12 people to see it your way. Now let's get into the contents of the document. Oh my, as soon as you open it up, look at the trigger warning. Let's start at paragraph 2 on the bottom of page 1. In 2022, Mr. Combs received the Lifetime Achievement Award at the BET Awards. During his acceptance speech, Mr. Combs stated, a special shout out. He named a number of people before adding, and also Cassie, for holding me down in my dark times. Love. The truth, however, is that Cassie, Miss Cassandra Ventura, was held down by Mr. Combs and endured over a decade of his violent behavior and disturbing demands. For Miss Ventura, the dark times were those spent trapped in Mr. Combs' cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking, and other violent, unlawful acts by Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs, Miss Ventura in her own home after she tried to leave him, often being punched, beat, kicked, and stumped on, resulting in bruises, bust lips, black eyes, and bleeding, blew up a man's car after he learned that he was romantically interested in Miss Ventura.
Nick, hold up. Diddy blew up the nigga car?
Wait till you hear who it was.
He blew up a nigga's car?
Wait till you hear who it was, allegedly.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Kid Cudi. I didn't even think he liked women. Kid Cudi, I thought that was Kanye's side piece. Allegedly.
Maybe he was. Maybe he go both ways. I don't know.
Oh my God, Al Money, what up? Shout out to Queen P in the building. Like that, what up? Lisa Bells, I see Certified Player. What up, fam? Champion Heart, Roguish Son, what up? Pittsburgh T, aka That's Not True. Dan 10, what up?
Forced Miss Ventura to engage in sexual acts with male sex workers while in filming the encounters. Demanded Miss Ventura to carry his firearm in her purse just to make her uncomfortable and demonstrate how dangerous he is. Introduced Miss Ventura to a lifestyle of excessive alcohol and substance abuse and required her to procure illicit prescriptions to satisfy his own addiction. Let's continue. Miss Ventura met Mr. Combs in 2005 when she was 19 years old and he was 37. I'm trying to give her worms. He signed her to his label, Bad Boy Records, and within a few years lured Miss Ventura into ostentatious, fast-paced, drug-fueled lifestyle and into a romantic relationship with him, her boss.
Yeah, that's a Me Too case. You got the Me Too going on right there too. Oh shit, this looking bad.
One of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry and a vicious, cruel, and controlling man nearly 2 decades her senior. Throughout their relationship, Mr. Combs was prone to uncontrollable rage and frequently beat Miss Ventura savagely. These beatings were witnessed by Mr. Combs' staff and employees of Bad Boys Entertainment and Mr. Combs' other related businesses, but no one dared to speak up against their frightening, ferocious boss. I like this attorney. Something about him just reminds me of myself, but let's keep going. Y'all, we only at the beginning of page 3. Following these episodes of horrific abuse, Mr. Combs would immediately attempt to hide Miss Ventura in the evidence of his violent rage.
Now, you can hide the person. I'm gonna come back to the clip, but you can hide the person, but you can't stop her from taking those pictures, right? So let's say you hid her while you waiting for the bruises or the marks to go away. Shoot, she could still take pictures and document that shit, right?
Unless he made her sign an NDA. Unless he made her sign legal documents.
Well, if he did, she got a lawsuit right now, but NDAs are null and void if you're asking people to conceal criminal activity.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
He often showered her with gifts following incidents of physical abuse, a typical pattern of serial abusers. Over the years, Mr. Combs abused Miss Ventura physically and sexually. She again and again tried to escape his tight hold over her life. Every time she hid from Mr. Combs, his vast network of corporations and affiliated entities found her, and those who worked for Mr. Combs' companies implored her to return to him. Many went as far as to explicitly state that her failure to return to Mr. Combs would hinder her success in the entertainment industry. Let's continue. She finally returned back to Mr. Combs and joined him for dinner, after which he forced her into her home while she repeatedly said no, and tried pushing him away. In one instance, after a party with Jay-Z, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura repeatedly in an Escalade, kicking and hitting her. He forced her out of the vehicle onto 5th Avenue in New York City. She was eventually able to hail a cab and get home to her apartment in Manhattan, where she cried in fear, realizing that there was no one she could tell about what had happened at the hands of an incredibly powerful man. She spent the next 3 days hiding in her apartment. In another instance, they were in the car leaving the club. Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle and stomping on her face. Mr. Combs' security staff, Roger Bonds, tried to stop the beating, but was unable to de-escalate the situation. When the car arrived to Mr. Combs' residence, Miss Ventura attempted to run away, but Mr. Combs followed her and proceeded to again kick her in the face. Miss Ventura was bleeding profusely and was ushered into Mr. Combs' home, where she began to throw up from the violent assault. Upon realizing the damage that he had done and the physical evidence of his abuse, Mr. Combs panicked and forced his staff to bring Miss Ventura to a hotel suite at the London Hotel in Los Angeles, where she was required to stay for a week. During her stay at the London, as her injuries began to heal, Miss Ventura began to realize that Mr. Combs' tremendously loyal network not only knew and witnessed his assault, but also these witnesses were not willing to do anything to stop Mr. Combs' behavior. She recognized that she was powerless and that reporting Mr. Combs to the authorities would not alter Mr. Combs' status or influence, but would merely give Mr. Combs another excuse to hurt her. Mr. Combs instructed his assistant to purchase excessive amount of gifts for Miss Ventura, which were delivered to the hotel where she remained trapped. Miss Ventura was terrified, isolated, and unable to see a pathway out of Mr. Combs' abusive hold on her life. Miss Ventura therefore seeks justice for the decade of her life that Mr. Combs took away from her, with threats of violence, excessive use of drugs, physical and psychological abuse, and sexual slavery. Miss Ventura has finally escaped Mr. Combs, thank God. But the harm of the assaults and sexual abuse he caused her to experience for nearly a decade will forever haunt her. She has required intensive medical and psychological care to recover from the trauma she has lived through. I'm speechless. We aren't even halfway through this lawsuit. I haven't even gotten to the part about the sex trafficking. let's just call it here, and let's discuss in the comments all of the allegations that we have heard thus far. I want to know in the comments, put a raised hand. Are you surprised by these allegations? Do you believe Cassie? What is the worst that you've heard so far? Because I think we're getting to more worse. Let's just share all our thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in part 2 for the sex trafficking portion.
If a man drank this
Okay. There you have it. That is damning. Hearing that lawsuit read like that. Woo.
That is what I'm saying.
That is the law statement. I just want to say this. I wouldn't want to have a jury or judge, jury, or any of this stuff to be out there in the public if I was Sean P. Diddy Combs, because, like I said, the allegations are just so damning, man. And if she asking for $30 million, nigga, you might be getting off a little cheap.
That is nothing. Exactly.
30, and let's just say some of this is true, not all of it. Let's just say 10% of it is true. This is bad. Even the fact that, okay, look, she was a young girl when you got with her. Let's just say everything's a lie except the fact that, yeah, I did used to get her high all the time. I did used to get her hooked on that cocaine. She was on that coke bad. I feel guilty. You get what I'm saying? I knew better. I was 37. She was 19. So that's just the allegations are damning alone. I would definitely try to get out a little bit cheaper. What's up, Rach? I'm sorry, before we go to Rachel, go ahead, Foodie. What was you about to say?
No, I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't understand. The average person listening to this, they liken themselves to like, oh, well, women lie, this, that, whatever. But you are not a man of means. Like you said, he had bodyguards, he had money, and then women who are in a cycle of abuse, that is the thing. Like, they take the gifts, they believe. Like I said, she was in love with him. She was scared, but she was in love with him. And you believe that he's going to change because the person that you met the first time he came to pick you up, in the limousine or whatever, and was really sweet to you, you're always trying to go back and trying to find that person when you've been abused. Like, you just go back to that person, but that person is gone. That person was not real. That person is now who he really is. He's showing his face. So go ahead.
What's up, Rich?
Is my mic okay?
So far, so good. It sounds good to me. I don't hear any echo. It said you was gonna have an echo, but I don't hear it.
Yeah, it's weird. Every time I go on StreamYard lately, it gives me this pop-up that says you're gonna have an echo. So
they have an issue going on with a bug they're trying to fix, because I believe they're moving towards an app that you can download, and they're basically trying to fix the iPhone issues. But in the process, yeah, it's been weird. I contacted technical support a few times, but sorry. Right. You're good so far. Talk to me. What do you think of this topic?
Well, I mean, I just walked into it, as you guys were playing it. So I didn't catch the beginning. I guess my question is, if he didn't have the money he did, would she have walked away sooner?
I don't know.
Because like Foodie said, sorry, I don't think Foodie said it, but the girl said it like that he would, whenever, when he sent her to London, it was like all gifts and, bought her a bunch of stuff, like pretty much says, I'm sorry. It's funny because when I met Nonito, there was a girl at the doctor's office that I was working at that was going through a divorce. And she was going through all her jewelry and stuff. And she's like, I'm keeping that, and I'm keeping that, and I'm keeping that. And I was like, oh, well, I mean, it seemed like he loved you, right? He gave you all those things. And she's like, oh, no, this is every single time he fucked up. And that was one of the things when me and Nonito got together. First of all, what is your love language? But also, what is your apology language? I don't want you to go and buy me something after you a really big argument, because when I look at that thing, it's going to remind me of what you did. Why I got this. It wasn't just because I love you. It was because I fucked up.
Right, but the
But
whole point is okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just go ahead.
The whole point is whether the reason she stayed or not has nothing to do with if he actually did these things. She's suing him for the things he did, not the reason she stayed.
So sorry because I'm not really. Like I said, I just kind of walked into it. Is this a criminal complaint or a civil complaint, a divorce, or what is this? Like,
So,
where's
where it's nothing now because he settled, but it was a civil complaint. He settled. She was
Right,
suing
he
for
settled.
30 million in about 24 hours.
interesting?
Mm-hmm. He didn't
And
want to take it to trial.
I mean, you would think like with the whole sex trafficking thing, that would be a more of a criminal complaint. Like, I mean, we
But
didn't hear that part, but
Well, they haven't gotten to that. Those are things that she brought up in a lawsuit that she could have gone to court with, but he didn't want to go there, so he settled.
I mean, technically, she could still go criminally. I mean, unless she signed
She
a.
sure could. She sure could.
Give me back
Yeah.
my money. If you do that, I want my money back.
It depends
Oh,
on
no,
the
no, it could be a
contract.
different. It could be a completely different lawsuit.
Nah, I want all of that shit in my settlement. You can't say
Yeah.
my name at all. Sean P. Diddy Combs, you can't even mention my name for a year. If so, I mean, for your life, for the rest of your life.
Like you said, yeah. Like she was.
So
I think they were saying,
if I get my money back and I get to sue you for some money you probably
Right.
ain't even got.
right. So that's what some people in the comment section are missing. People don't settle for something that they believe that they can beat.
I don't know about that. Sometimes people settle because of just they don't want certain things just put out there about their personal business.
But it's
They
out
say,
there.
No. Allegation is out there. No, we
Right.
don't have to. Hold up. Let me finish. Let me say this. An allegation is one thing. Having a trial and having people going on the stand and testify to affirm these allegations is a totally different thing. At this point, is she say, and he didn't say nothing. Is he say, she say. But once we go to court, she starts showing those pictures of her abuse, have the bodyguards testifying, have the staff that's testifying. Yeah, she got the receipt. Yeah, it looks bad, especially if she got documentation showing, hey, look, I stayed at this hotel. I got all these gifts delivered to the hotel, and you can check the metadata on the picture to see what day the picture was taken, and her face looking like Errol Spence Jr. at the fall Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh yeah, you probably that nigga did that shit. So you don't want that stuff out there. Also, another reason people settle is to protect other people who don't have nothing to do with this. These people don't want to be involved in this. You know, I don't need them involved in this. So it's a lot of different reasons.
You just proved my point. That's what I'm saying.
It might be cheaper. Also, it could be cheaper. No, that don't mean it's true. Just because somebody or don't mean you can beat it. It's just also you can go into a lawsuit and she could be saying I want $30 million. Somebody could hear all that shit and be like, I think she deserved $300 million. Here you go.
No, yeah. We're not, yeah. But not for a man who's worth $750 million. That's nothing. It's chump change to him.
We don't know how much they would have asked. They could have got just because she
Right,
asked for
so
$30 million. Don't
My
mean
whole point is like, you know,
give her $1 billion.
on a moral standpoint, if you believe that all this is lies, why wouldn't you take it to trial? Now I can understand somebody like you or me, who or even somebody who's of a lesser means, taking a plea bargain, you know, and not taking it to trial because they don't want to face what consequences there may be, because these are like fucking life sentence type of allegations. You know what I'm saying? So that's different. But he is I cannot emphasize enough. He is a man of means, not just by money, but by social stature. He has people on the payroll who know lots of things that can get him gone forever, unless he moves to Thailand like fucking Russell Simmons, who they're buddies, by the way. Who Kamora Simmons was best friends with Kim Porter, who just disappeared off the face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand the social. People don't understand. It's not just money; it's power. Money buys you power. Money buys you silence to certain people who know certain things. And also, what's his name? Gene, whatever is it? You know, the dude that's going around on the internet that who was Diddy's bodyguard. He kind of co-signed a lot of this shit that Diddy did.
I just honestly think like he doesn't want to go through discovery process, because anything in discovery like could be really damaging. Like even and that's how they play character, right? Like they'll go through your text messages, your emails, of course, only with the people who are within the scope of the deposition. So let's just say one of his security guards, right? And he's talking to his security guard, and they can pull anything Combs says about his wife, I guess, if that's who she is, and say like, oh, anything that they're discussing about her gets put into the open for court, and they can present it as character. So if he's texting his bodyguard, it's like, yeah, man, like she didn't want me to do her in the ass last night, but I still did it. And they're reading that in open court. You know what I mean? Like there's things that you would never think that people are ever going to have, or for the whole world to see, that might be telling that he doesn't want other people to know, that are very intimate and personal, and they'll use that against you.
I just want to add one point to that. Johnny Depp won that case, right?
Yeah.
But so much stuff still came out about his relationship with Amber Heard. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So it's a lot of stuff that can just be damning and embarrassing. And you just like, you know what? Like you said, 750 million. You know what? Lesson learned. You know what I mean? It's cheaper. It's cheaper to pay her and save yourself. Because at this point, this right here, believe it or not, I know it sounds fucked up, but we in the year 2023. Diddy's what, 54? People will start forgetting about this. I'm sorry. Some people will forget about this in less than 10 years, depending on the moves he makes. This will just be a blip that people like. Remember he had that, Diddy used rape bitch do that. People like, nah, man, that was just
publicity. Yeah, he'll have publicists get on it. Yeah,
right. They be like people, cause it will still just be a rumor. Rich people settle all the time, it will go away. But if we go through a trial and people they've reading transcripts, documents, don't let it be cases like this. They're usually these kind of cases. I don't know, depending on the state, depending on certain cases, it's public. But even if it ain't public, we saw through the Tory Lane trial. People was coming out with full transcripts. Megan Cuniff and all these kind of people were just.
Well, it's public because that lawyer just came out and read like just the tip of it.
No, that's not what I mean. That's the lawsuit. That's public record. I'm talking about the transcript from what is said. That's just the allegation. I'm talking about the affirmation and the testimony. Once we go through the legal process, shit, man, that shit is gonna be real hard to come back from, if ever. But this right here, you got sued for it on fucking what's today? Saturday. On Thursday, you settle on Friday. Thursday, Friday night, this shit is gone. It's over with. You can't talk no more. The news cycle is gonna start over on Monday. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Especially because they're talking about like Usher and Justin Bieber.
All kind of shit. I don't even know nothing about that. I'm gonna look that up. What's up, Roger, son?
Hey, what to do, Mark? Never hoid of it. Respect, huh?
Hoid of it.
Already. respect to the panel. Respect to the chat. Respect to the neighborhood. How much did she win?
It's private.
Okay,
and she didn't win. She wasn't awarded anything because it wasn't. They didn't go to trial. They didn't go to court. He settled. She was asking for $30 million, so they settled.
Okay.
So it's somewhere.
He got $30 million to give. I don't know. I think what it is part of that reckoning for Hollywood, because they've always operated in the alleged you know what I'm saying, way that they said that he treated old girl, right? Puff just trying to play reindeer games, cause you know what I'm saying, because that's how Hollywood works. I ask people this question when it comes to Puff. When it comes to think about the whole feud with him Big, or the alleged feud with him, Big, Pac, and Suge, right? They're playing the Hollywood game. How much ball, pause, do you think Puff would actually play? You know what I'm saying, when it comes to partaking of not only the lifestyle, but having to hold to a certain character ethos of like being a boss, or you know what I'm saying, mogul, CEO, and all that. How much of this got like that? You know what I'm saying, some Trump connected to it, and not just him, but you know what I'm saying, the whole ethos of him. You know what I'm saying, being too much of a boss with it or something. Especially based off of Hollywood. I mean, if she was as young as she was, she definitely came in connected to him, and you know, starstruck. I mean, one of the sisters mentioned earlier that sisters that are like 19 or whatever, you know what I'm saying, thinking that they can conquer with their looks and all that. I doubt that sister got into those circles at that young age that she was, because those are the direct power circles of this society. We think music, we think entertainment and stuff, but you know what I'm saying, it's a lot more pertinent than that. And I'll drop there.
For sure. Go ahead. Rachel, Foodie, anybody want to reply to that? I'm gonna open the phone line up too. And the link is pinned at the top if you want to join the conversation. Go ahead. Foodie, Rachel, y'all want to add to that, or y'all got anything else on any?
I'll pass it to Foodie.
I think I understand what you were saying, but I was the one who said I was speaking to the naivety of a young woman, whether she is in power circles or not. You think for whatever reason you have the upper hand when you're young, because society teaches young women to believe that, you know, you have leverage if you're young and good looking, especially if you have a music career. You believe that you have some type of leverage over these people until you get into the rooms or the back rooms of these people and see what's really going on. And they have a way of entangling you in a way that you were not ready for. You simply weren't ready for it.
Go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead. It's open, pass it around.
No, I remember listening to an interview with Paul Wall, the rapper, and he was saying that when he was 5 years old. I mean, this is maybe a little bit to the side, but I'm just saying you don't know what you're looking at when you're looking at it sometimes. When he used to go visit, he said he used to go visit his father, and his father, he didn't realize his father was a kidnapper, and that the girlfriend that he was with, his father was with, was 11 years old, and he had kidnapped that girl. He thought she was just young and cool. They play games together or whatever. And he didn't realize that his father was the person that he was. He was just going to visit his daddy. You don't know when you're young. What are we supposed to do? 5 years old, go call the police? I think there's something wrong. What do you do? There's no different than when you're 19 years old and you get with.
Wait, did his mama drop them off? Who dropped them off when he was that young?
I don't know. Someone did, clearly.
Okay.
I don't know. She says beep beep. Here you go. Here's your son. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the terms weren't as convenient.
I mean, because I'm just saying, if a girl who looked like she was 11 years old answering the door, and I know that he ain't got no other kids, I would be like, who the fuck is that? That's some weird shit. But I'm just saying, you don't know exactly what you're looking at until you're looking at it. Sometimes I don't know what Cassie's background was growing up. I don't know if there was a cycle of abuse established, because a lot of women, young women or men even, get into a situation. They're running from one bad situation to another bad situation. You don't even know. You don't even know what you're going into. Not saying that she's completely innocent, because she took the gifts and all that kind of stuff for her silence. But that's just in retrospect. You have to take into consideration how old you are and where your mind is, how undeveloped your mind is at a certain age. It doesn't matter if you were on the streets prostituting before that. You were still a child until the age of 25 years old. Scientifically, your brain is not fully formed to make executive decisions. That is a fact.
And it's facts. Okay, but at the age at which she signed the puff, she had known, she was of the age where she could be aware of, you know what I'm saying, his power, basically. Let's put it like that. You feel me? Puff ain't in no low position. He ain't really been too much in a low position when it comes to the power game of the industry and you know what I'm saying, otherwise. He's always been pushed to the forefront as someone to emulate for a lot of folks. So she had to know that, Eddie Murphy speaking. She had to know that going in, you know what I mean? and I think, I don't know, like you said, Marq, you said she kept receipts for 10 years. My thing is, if this is the way that Hollywood gets down, though, you know what I'm saying, Hollywood gets down foul, you know what I'm saying, casting couches for everybody, you know what I'm saying, they say. I think it's more of a sign of something having an effect on Hollywood, or either maybe within the cabal that he is a part of, it was, you know what I'm saying, this information was already known, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like with the whole Bill Cosby thing. He was just playing, he was trying to play reindeer games. He wasn't doing none that none of the rest of them wasn't doing. I mean, just a different style of, you know what I'm saying, trying to rock your Hollywood Boston's at that time. But, you know, Sammy Davis let it be known, like, yo, you know what I'm saying, they get down, they wilding out here. You know what I mean? So the thing is, for there to be, and I'll end with this, for there to be consequences, you know, at the end, it's either that, you know what I'm saying, the Rumpelstiltskin curse, that's what I call it, or perhaps maybe, you know what I'm saying, something is actually changing within, you know, the social environment of Hollywood.
No, well, what I think you're missing in my statements is there is a acceptable level of uncomfortableness that people are willing to deal with when they are dealing with somebody who has money.
Agreed.
Versus understanding the power that they hold in certain social circles. You have no idea. There's no way she could have known what politicians' pockets he's in, what NYPD cops he's paying off. There's just no way to know that. You could call the cops and they would be like, oh, this is nothing, because he's paying them more than they would get in 5 to 10 years. That's the kind of money Puff has. That's the kind of power. You look at the money when you're young, you don't think about the power and what that holds. Money makes power, but you don't think about that at 19 years old.
Right.
You don't think about that. So I'm not saying that she wasn't like in it, she wasn't a gold digger, or she wasn't thinking that this was gonna help her to advance in her career, but you don't know the whole rabbit hole that you're jumping into when you're jumping into someone like this. Someone like me, even at her age, because I had different life experiences and I look at things more analytically and logically, I would have been like, well, what do you want from me for the things that you're going to give me? But a lot of people don't think of things like that. At 19, okay. Yeah. Well, I had a kid at 19. You know, I was on my own in the world at 19. So maybe, I don't know, she was, you know, there's a rumor that she has a kid or something like that at 19, but I don't know. But I'm just saying, in the way that I was raised, in the way that I was taught to think critically about things. There's no such thing as a free meal. So what do people want from you, from what you are offering them? And what do you want from me that you couldn't get from someone in your own age group? Because don't they have more to offer as far as like, financially being paired, on your level and, power, like when you think that a 37-year-old woman would have more to offer than a 19-year-old woman who has nothing, as far as her connections and, if she was at the same financial status, I'm saying, like a Kamora Lee Simmons or something like that, who had their own business. I would think like, why would you not want to be with them versus me? I don't have anything else to offer you besides good looks and whatever,
Right.
I mean, don't underestimate the power of those good looks. I'm just saying, let's just keep it a buck. And that rubber band ain't been stretched out as much. If you know what I mean. That shit still got that elastic still. That shit tighter than a rubber band on Sunday newspaper, nigga. That shit just. So,
yeah, but they have surgeries for that shit now.
Nah, but right. Yeah, but and then the doctor playing around with it. I wonder the way God.
But you would know that like there are certain no. Listen, there are women from certain social economic statuses, like women feel. I mean, I don't want to single out a certain group, but there are like people who are like Arab. They only take it in the what because they want to keep their virginity for their husband. There are games that you can play, and obviously from what we've heard, Puffy likes it on the back end. So
allegedly.
There are ways, it doesn't matter like how tight and it's not whatever. There are surgeries. There's ways to circumvent that. So
Not at 19 though. I mean,
yeah, I'm dealing with that at 19. I'm just saying, like,
that's
but more
young.
importantly, right? Hey, Rogan, son, we had the same reaction. Like, I'm gonna be respectful that you talk, but at the end of the day, no, it's a big difference. But also too, that person, like you said, Kamora Lee Simmons, she has relationship. Like Cassie was an outsider. I think a lot of these guys, some dudes, like those insiders, like they pass around the same girls. You know what I'm saying? Some of the dudes, like it's like they be dating the same girls, and then every now and then you see some of these guys are like, yeah, I don't, or some of these ladies too say, no, I don't want an industry person. I don't want somebody that my coworker's been with. So.
Which speaks to her innocence. That's the reason why older men get with younger women, because they have less life experience. They don't want somebody who knows how the game is played.
Okay, but no, because the thing is with young chicks, you lose a lot of peace though. The younger the chick is, the more peace you lose. That's the differential. So, what I'm saying. But if you're dealing with women at your age, let's say Puff at the age of which he was, then it's more than likely you're going to be dealing with someone that's going to try to turn into a stepfather or a husband, and
unlikely.
He probably.
That's unlikely because a woman at my age has already been through all that shit. So she don't want no fucking bullshit either. Like men, you got to understand that young men get with older women because older women don't want to have kids. There's no fucking child support. They've already had their children, right? Some older women have decided, I don't want to get married. I'm not gonna press you for that shit. I just want the D, and that's all it needs to be. And I got my own money. Less stress, more peace.
Interesting. What is a woman's peace?
No, y'all the one running out here talking about. No, y'all the one out here talking about peace. I want a woman to give me my peace. Yeah. Well, if you want peace, you don't want a woman who.
No, not give. You just got to be able to hold it, baby. That's it. You ain't got to give it.
No. You need to be able to hold it. You need to be able to hold it and not invite people in that are going to disturb it. That's your job.
Well, the thing is, y'all likely to bring the Matrix into a motherfucker's peaceful domain because y'all let
That's
so
young
much
women.
of the system.
That's young women.
Huh?
Young women.
I thought it was all women. Excuse me.
No,
okay.
Well, you thought wrong. I just told you why.
I can dig it. Never heard of
I ain't saying nothing.
Never heard of it.
Well, you need to learn about it.
it.
I'm here to school you about it. Let me tell you.
Shit. Class in session. Teach us, oh
Hey,
wisely.
cuz I keep my pen in Pipette. You feel me?
Well, like I said, you know, if you get with a woman who is already established in the world and is not trying to go through the games of why doesn't he love me? Why is he cheating on me? Why does he want somebody? No, we don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Fuck all that. Just give me what I want. It's a peaceful transaction because I'm not looking for the things that a young woman. She's looking for a husband. She's looking for somebody who is going to be the father of her kids and the leader and all that other bullshit. That red pill, blue pill bullshit. We don't want none of that shit. You can take the red pill and the blue pill, make it a purple pill. We don't give a fuck. We are already established. We know who we are. You know, we know what we want, and we're very direct about it because we don't want the same things that a young woman is looking for naturally. There's nothing wrong with a young woman wanting somebody who's gonna give them, you know, social status or whatever, because that's what the patriarchy teaches them that they need to be looking for in exchange for their innocence and yada yada yada.
But if all you're looking for is dick, then what does that make you then?
That makes you a woman who wants dick just like a man who wants pussy.
Oh no, that's not just like no. There's no equals within it. These are different perspectives. Solely, objectively, within the woman's dynamic, what is that?
That's a social standpoint. What you're talking about is what society says women shouldn't want or go after. When you get to a certain age, nope. yeah. Well, there's nothing else to govern it, because otherwise it's just too. Women don't think like that unless they are of a certain mindset that they've been taught from the patriarchy. If you do this or do that, you get a certain label.
Well, what does the matriarchy tell the women? If the
patriarchy tells you, the matriarchy doesn't exist.
What?
We live in a world we live in a patriarchal society all over the world. We don't have.
Okay, no, y'all gotta have a matriarchy amongst yourself though. There's elements within y'all coagulation that y'all don't let men within, right?
There are conversations, but there's no governing of it.
Oh, y'all don't have a system set. Damn. So what's up with the sisterhood then? Y'all ain't got a system set up for the sisterhood.
Well, there's a sisterhood, but what the sisterhood is based on is not your sexual standing based on, you know, it doesn't dictate your social standing based on your sexual activity. That's the patriarchy.
No, the patriarchy don't base off your sexual activity. It bases off your power acquisition. It's your power acquisition.
Well, that's for men, but for women, it doesn't equate the same way.
Oh, that's the way y'all receive it. Okay, I can dig it. Different filters. That'd be very inciting.
Oh, y'all got quiet.
Oh no, it's not my show, okay?
No, I'm enjoying the conversation. Yeah, it's a conversation. What you think, Rachel? You agree? Disagree?
I don't know. There's a lot to unpack in that. That's why I didn't say anything. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna let them cook, and I'm gonna pour myself a glass of champagne while these two cook. So.
Well, no, okay. Well, this is the thing. Because no man only want just pussy. The cats who say that they do, they don't. It's that stereotypical shit. Because if once you get into a relationship, and then a marriage. I'm not gonna shame cats who ain't been married. You feel me? So because me in a relationship,
shame them. I want them all to sound like me. Fuck them.
Marriage is different, cuz you know what I'm saying? Like I'm in the black manosphere, right? And I'll be telling cats, like, look, you can't be putting marriage down. You know what I'm saying? The thing is specific low quality women that cats is toxically focused upon And it's like, well, we still got some winners out here. And if you've ever actually been married, then you definitely going through that bettering process that happens objectively and subjectively. You feel me? You become a better person, you know what I'm saying, in complimentary relationship with your wife, or your wives, you know what I'm saying, however, you know, folks might rock it.
Man. Put a case on you.
What?
About wives.
Yeah, wives, dog. What the fuck? Look, one woman is not gonna stay in pocket the way she supposed to, cuz.
Stay in pocket?
Stay in pocket, yep.
And there it is.
Pocket? Are you married, Roger's son?
No, I'm divorced.
I can tell.
And there it is.
I can tell.
No. I'm still good friends with my ex-wife. Get out of here. She just became a feminist. And so couldn't stay in a relationship.
Say what?
She became a feminist. She started doing yoga with white chicks, and you know what I'm saying, brought that ethos into the house.
With white people, she became a feminist.
I don't think yoga with white people make you feminist.
Come on, bro.
Well, no, I ain't said make you feminist. The thing is, we were actually part of the pro-black, you know what I'm saying, community activist sector. So we was actually within something where
you're supposed to hate white people. You can't do
not hate them.
No, yoga with white folks. We pro-black.
They don't hate them because I'm trying to get them to hate them.
Marq is
pro-black is not a black supremacist, man. I'm gonna let everybody know this. Pro-black is not black supremacy. Say what?
Rachel said Marq is on one with this. I think what he's saying is utterly ridiculous, and that's my man 50 grand, so I can just tell him straight like that.
No. It was just because the other night we were watching your thing with Jerry from Baltimore, and me and Nonita were cracking up at like 1 a.m. That's all.
Did you get to him with the when he talking about is the girl with the bump on her forehead?
No.
That nigga said, "Man, my wife, I love her now, but when we first met, man, one day she was giving me head, and I was feeling that bump, the big ass knot on her head, and I was like, what the fuck is that?"
Has he ever came back since that?
Man, Jerry, the homie, man, he was in the chat tonight.
Oh, I didn't see.
His wife don't watch the show, so he can get away with that shit. She knows he doing something on YouTube. But nah, man. I think what my boy is saying is utterly ridiculous. Like
ridiculous? Wait a minute. How's that ridiculous? Okay, now look.
I would say it slowly, but people are just chop me up saying that the middle part of ridiculous. But yeah, it's utterly ridiculous.
It's utterly ridiculous. Okay, so pose it like this.
Pro-black, so I can with white people. Oh, y'all was laughing at me trying to race bait Jerry on that episode. I was like, say nigga.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
What N-word?
The live N-word? Did you see the live video, or did you see the one how I chopped it up and made it a clip?
The one you chopped up. You sent it to me.
The one with the clip. That was dope.
Yeah, bro,
that was the best. Because all your edits and stuff, we were dying laughing.
I still laugh when I see that. Y'all should pass that around to racist friends. They love it too. I to one of my racist co-workers, I knew they would love it.
No, I want to hear more about this racist yoga.
Yeah. Let's hear more about black only yoga.
It's not black only yoga. All right, so she had already was a part of it, right? As one of the things that I saw her actually taking a real strict discipline with when we first got married, right? Well, before we got married, you know what I'm saying? And so it was something that I respected of her, of like a really strict discipline, almost like on the martial artist status, right? Because I've been a martial artist since I was a youngster. So I understand discipline.
What? Nigga, I want to hear that. Nigga, you ain't never told me. You ain't never told me you was Bruce Leroy with this shit.
The funny thing, he go with Bruce Leroy. Jeet Kune Do was actually my first thought. But I've since branched into other things, even created my own style. I call it No More Popo.
Oh my God.
Please believe.
Go ahead.
Please believe. Okay. It was on in the song, you feel me? Okay. But so when we moved to North Dallas, she went to this one place where they were doing I think it was acro yoga, and I went to a couple of sessions with her. and it was hella weird in the beginning, but it was kind of cool because you're doing couple shit, right? But then she branched off from that, and not just in the cool aspect, but the weird aspect that was there, and started, making friends here and there and being able to teach and all this other place. Next thing you know, she's taking ayahuasca. No issue with that, but I'm noticing that as she's progressing into now becoming, full-fledged instructor, I think she said like 4,400 hours or some particular hours she had to do. I'm noticing that there's certain inquiries and accusations being brought against me and her father, because we all live together, rest in peace, Pop. And, and it was strictly, against us being dudes and shit. It's like, all right, well, you gonna come at me for my maleness or something? For my manhood? What the fuck? You know what I mean? So she, Audre Lorde start coming up in conversations and all these other chicks, and she reading the books, and I'm like, where you getting this shit? And it was the white chicks who she was doing yoga with. They turned her into a feminist and made me the enemy and shit.
That's weird.
But y'all friends, though. That's crazy, though.
Well, hell yeah, we friends, because she kept growing and kept progressing, and I mean, it's fucked up, but it did make her, because it broke us apart, but it made her focus on herself positively in a way that that my support to her couldn't get her to do. So it's like, if it costs.
Hold on. Let me break. I got some more questions.
Yeah.
How long were y'all married? And how long did you
10
know?
years. Before we got married, I knew her 3 weeks.
Serious? Hold on, say that again.
I mean, no. We moved in after 3 weeks, but we got married after like a year and a half.
Hold on, nigga, what?
Yeah, we moved in after 3 weeks of knowing one another, but then got married like a year and a half after that.
Were y'all both homeless or something? Like, that sounds like some shit.
Nah, college kids, Kyle.
Okay. I'm gonna bring the beat back in. All right, so y'all was in college. Y'all moved into like a apartment together after 3 weeks.
Yeah, downtown Dallas. That shit was expensive.
How long were y'all roommates before y'all became a couple?
Like a year and a half. They can say roommates. What the fuck is a roommate?
No, because you said y'all just, when y'all moved in together, y'all was together, right? I didn't think y'all were girlfriend and boyfriend. I thought y'all were just, we met in college, we became roommates, and then I'm trying to understand.
Nah, bro, that sounds like the movies, cuz. Nah.
Hey, look, this whole shit sound like a movie to me. I'm trying to get the plot right. All right, so 10 years. So y'all from that point, from the point y'all met each other, y'all was together, became a couple. 3 weeks later, that shit lasted 10 years.
Yes, sir.
A year and a half after living with each other, y'all got married.
Right.
So that's 8.5 years. Yeah, and y'all didn't have no kids in 8.5 years. You didn't want children. She didn't want children. Why?
No. We did. We were plagued with ectopic pregnancy.
No, I'm not being judgmental. I'm asking a question. I didn't say.
No. That's a logical question.
What does that have to do with her being?
I'm asking questions. I'm asking things. Look, I'm anal retentive sometimes with these. Y'all seen how I do interviews? Y'all
let them cook. Y'all was his show.
I don't know. It's cool. She cool. She cool. Food it on me. I'm curious.
It's all good.
But,
okay.
No. The thing is, we were plagued with ectopic pregnancies.
That's what it is.
We had like one miscarriage. So there were about 5 children.
Years. What happened like during that time? Did y'all have any?
Can I just say
I think that's all beside the point, Marq.
Well, it's important to me. I just want to know. And obviously, he don't have a problem with answering it. He seemed like he was trying to answer it.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Robert-son.
Ectopic pregnancies.
We
were plagued with them. We had like 4 of those and one miscarriage.
My last question. 2 questions. Is she married now? And how long y'all been divorced?
Since 2020.
Oh,
actually, yeah, it was when everybody was getting divorced. Everybody was getting divorced during COVID.
All right, stay in the house too long. All right, go ahead. I've heard from thank y'all for indulging with me. Y'all know I like to ask those questions, man. I be be trying to try to see the large picture, like, because I'm still trying to figure out how am I with somebody for 10 years. She started doing yoga with some people for 10 weeks or 10 days, and now our whole shit is over.
No, well, maybe she had questions all along. I mean, because this is the thing. The difference between being with each other from age 30 to age 40 is much different. Like I said with Cassie, there's a difference between being together between the ages of 19 and 29 than the ages of 30 and 40 or 40 and 50 and 56 or whatever like that. There is a much higher chance that you're going to grow apart just naturally, organically, without any outside input during that time than if you were older. This is the reason why I teach my sons who are 23 and 25 that you have no business getting married before age 30. Because if you're going to get married, let's say you have a girlfriend today, fine. But don't get married until you're 30 years old because you don't know how it's going to play out. There's a lot of growth and change and, experiences that you're going to have in the world. So if you're going to get married, that's fine. You can stay with that person, but you don't have to get married right now. That's something that you should not get married to somebody unless you know for sure, or really believe that you guys have like-minded experiences, that you guys have both built yourselves individually as individuals, and you really have something to bring together to build an empire together with. And that doesn't really come from 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That comes after the age 30. So it may not have been feminism.
Some people still aren't where they're going to be in life at age 30.
Possibly, right. But I'm just saying you better your chances is all. And there's no guarantees in any way you look at it. But between being 19 and 30, I would say that you are much more mature. So if you're going to do it, then go ahead and do it at 30 or higher. You know what I'm saying? You could be with someone at 19, you don't get married till you're 34 years old, but a woman's biological clock is going to start thumping at you, and that should not be a reason to get married. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's a whole lot of different changes you're going to go through as individuals that play into a part of a union between those ages that may not make it the best. It may not make a viable relationship if you get married too young, because people just naturally, organically grow apart. So that's the reason why you shouldn't marry your high school sweetheart. Most of the time, that doesn't work out. Doesn't matter how well you were raised or whatever. Most of the time that doesn't work out simply because you guys just don't, have enough life experience. So.
Well, I think it's interesting because we were like, why is Marq asking all these questions that have nothing to do with what the story is? But the context of what Marq asked you could actually give a different perspective. I mean, the trials and tribulations and emotional roller coasters I'm sure you two were going through as a couple might have pushed her, not you, but the situation itself pushed her to pursue something that she felt was peace, right?
Okay.
Because that's what yoga is supposed to be. Before the pandemic, I was teaching at a studio, and I had my yoga license in addition to freaking boot camp, Pilates, you name it, right?
Totally.
So I could teach all the classes. And you do, a lot of the people, just at the end of the class, when you're laying there and they're speaking about gratitude and they're speaking about letting go of all the negativity, you do see several people just not completely out bawling, but just tearing up, or a little tear roll down their face because the internal practice.
Yeah. It's wellness. And I'm not blaming yoga now. Please don't get it twisted. No,
then you're just only blaming the white yoga. Got it.
The white people.
No,
I'm
not blaming white yoga.
bro, you started my G. You started off with, man, we were supposed to be in those pro-black circles around that time, and she out here doing yoga with the white women.
Well, no, because the sisters in the pro-black was doing yoga. It's yoga ain't a white thing, because in America they try to make it that way. Nah, that's not a pilgrim thing.
No,
you know what I mean? So
no. The premise though is the white people were poisoning her mind. You
What?
weren't there.
What? No. The thing is
weren't there in
okay.
14.
When you if you encounter this sister, you definitely going to see a light upon her. If y'all want to look her up, it's Simply Bree. You know what I'm saying, on Instagram or something. Give her a holler. You feel me? But if you're around her, you're going to see that light, right?
Why the hell would I want to talk to her? She nigga, she fucked up your marriage. I don't want to fuck up
Nah, I'm not talking about as part of a relationship. She a cool person, cause like she look, she a dope chick, as far as I'm concerned. You feel me? Still is,
Oh, you want her
even to
bad.
this day, to me.
Oh, that nigga want her bad. Oh,
Nah. I'm just congratulating her blossom, cause if it ain't with me, I would want her to have that motherfucker anyway, cuz.
shit, I'm gonna look her. She fine. What's up? Let me see what she look. Let me see what you was beating.
I mean, she got a regalness to her. So look up Simply Bree. I think that's what she is on Instagram.
Should I look her up? Y'all want me to look up? Should I look her up?
Go ahead.
No,
we
not
didn't
really,
dove
but-
this deep.
I mean, I believe
Might
him.
as well.
I believe him, and he's
I'm
entitled
gonna
to
hit
his
her up. I'm
opinion
like,
about
yo,
her.
you know this nigga named Roger's son? He said he used to beat you raw for 10 years, yo.
Oh, that's funny, cuz.
You let them white feminists ruin y'all happy home.
Right. That's the key word. Is what I was saying. Is like, I think when I've heard of the word feminist being thrown around, there are different ideals of what people believe is feminist, because sometimes it doesn't play to their advantage, and something that doesn't play to your advantage is not necessarily against you. So my question is, when she had these epiphanies or whatever she was going through, based on whatever, I don't know. I mean, you don't know who a person is before you marry them all the way
Right.
from their childhood. Did you ever try to say, did you try to like understand where she was coming from? Did you say like maybe we should go to therapy, or did you just go get on the defense and be like, no, you're just against all men right now, and I just
No,
don't.
not at all. Not at all. Okay, so I'm an Aquarius, she's a Cancer. And if y'all know anything about Aquarius, it's lightning strike. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck in the house if you don't want to deal with lightning.
Astrology, yeah, go ahead.
Right. And she was a Cancer. And I noticed that my lightning strikes was doing major damage in the early part of our relationship. So what I did was really try to understand her empathedness, her sensitivity. You know what I'm saying? I noticed that it was something different when the full moon was there, when the moons were going through whatever. I noticed that she was attached to that.
Yeah, that's a Cancer thing, because they're ruled by the moon. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So
excuses.
So I paid mad attention to that after that one like 1 year or something, because I got tired of having fights, and I noticed that, all right, well, we mainly having fights because perhaps maybe I'm more standoffish to her sensitivity, and we were 6 years apart, so I'm more standoffish to her sensitivity.
Damn, you was like Diddy with the flow, huh? That nigga
Nah,
cuz I'm fucking mine right off the tree, nigga. I don't want to.
She approached me though, cuz that's the thing. She approached me. You feel me?
Man, she sounds like she at college shit. So she was a freshman, and you was how the hell?
It was psychology class, man, and I was the cat that was asking all the questions. She dug me. That's what it is.
Professor, nigga, shit. Nigga, you the RA at the dorm.
Not at all, but
student A fucked up my room. I ain't got nowhere to stay. You can stay with me.
But no, I try to make sure my presence, my energy, whatever, no bulliness, not to be a toxic influence or nothing like that. I try to make it organic.
I believe you, because like you said, you're trying to understand her on the fundamental basics of who she was, and it just sounds to me like you guys just grew apart, and it was bound to happen one way or another, regardless of outside influences. But I do think that some of the things you guys went through in your relationship may have affected that. Like you said,
of course it did. I mean, it definitely did. But
and I'm not saying
I'm not looking at it as a detriment, because if I would have met her how she is now, I wouldn't have been surprised at what she developed into. You know what I'm saying? Be it, white chick yoga or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
So it had nothing to
White
do.
chick
The whole point is we're not. So it wasn't white chick yoga and it wasn't feminism. It
Oh
was
no,
just
that was the
evolved
catalyst
into it. Yeah.
because I wasn't the only one that felt the brunt of that. If her father was alive and I could call him, he'll be able to let y'all know as well. Like, yo, she tripping a little bit on that. You know what I'm saying? It was
Yeah,
so,
but to his advantage, and I don't know her father, but I'm just saying he grew up in a different generation where women didn't, speak how they felt, and maybe he didn't know how to handle how she was coming at him, and I don't know how she was coming at him, but
she always let her know.
he
She
may
a
have felt
Cancer.
attacked.
She always let it be known what she was feeling from day one. You had to get used to that. She ain't hide nothing. It's just that when it came to that which was enriching of herself, that's what she would hold back, and that's what I was trying to get her to bring forth more. It's like, yeah, we understand when you don't like them, when you're angry, when you're passionate, and all that. But what about that which is enriching you? And how do you share that? You know what I'm saying? First you glow, it ain't just in the words, it's also in the discipline. So let's say that it took a little bit of time for her to open up her stride in whatever discipline she selected. Again, I'm not blaming yoga or feminism or white chicks or anything like that. I'm just saying that was the catalyst.
That's how you came into it, though. You was
Okay, but that was the catalyst. That I didn't see no change in her until that. But I was, and I was one who was growing with and consciously making sure that I was attempting to adjust to the natural sensitivity, as opposed to just projecting that, you're just a baby or whatever the fuck. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Understand what it means for, a chick to be a Cancer. So, but again, she done blossomed like a mug now, so I'm cool with that. You feel me? If it's really, really love, if we really would have had children, let's say that we wouldn't have been together. Let's say that our children would have lived or whatever. Like, I'm not going to want to see her blossom or something, even if she with another motherfucker. If the love is real.
Well, also, you wouldn't have wanted her to just stay just because you had children. You would have wanted her to stay because she wanted to be with you.
Well, of course, but this is how I rock with it. I'm a superstar. You're a superstar. You know what I'm saying? I don't know everything that's connected to you. Before you interact with me, I have to respect that. I have to respect that you got a fan base. I got to respect that you know what I'm saying, you have a celebrity about yourself. I got to respect that you're going to move some element within society or whatever. I can't get jealous on that. I can't try, nor can I try to dim your light. You was a superstar before you met me. So I got to respect that. But also respect you connected to a motherfucking star.
My question is this. I noticed you said a lot about her. You said this term blossoming. You said that several times. Now, can you explain that though? Because you said it several times.
It's a discipline thing, like martial artists. When you take martial arts,
I'm sorry. When I asked the question, I meant a specific towards her. What was she doing before that she wasn't doing, and now that she has accomplished and she does now? So, specific.
When she first got into yoga, she used to try to sport that shit, as opposed to taking the time, really understanding the breaths, understanding the reason for the poses and shit. Like later on, she started.
Oh, okay. See, when you kept the way you kept saying she was blossoming, I thought you were talking about, okay, she didn't finish college when we were together. She went back and got a degree. She had lost weight. She bought a house. She's I'm thinking of personal growth and development.
Well, but not. I'm saying I was.
She's getting better at yoga.
It's not it's not just a better at yoga, because all of that is connected from her discipline, from the discipline that she poured into that. I can see it reverberating in all that other stuff that you talked about. So that's what I'm talking about. As far as
give me a specific, other than the poses and breathing in yoga. Give me some.
Okay, well, one. It's not just posing and breathing. It was difficult because the thing is, she was always stellar at it. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the physicality, it was the mental aspect of it. I was already familiar with yoga prior to her engagement with it. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, of what my background is. I've been in wellness for
Personal
well
growth and
over
development. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Personal growth and development. Can you give me some of that?
What you mean for her?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. For her.
So let's say that her temperament got better of things that that would cause her alarm unnecessarily. Like when we were, okay, put it like this: when every new crisis that comes up, your woman gets the willies as if you didn't handle the other crises, right? It's like you don't gain any equity in that connection. And it's like, all right, well, baby, what time are you going to trust that? You know, I'm the motherfucker. I can do this. I got this, right? No matter what crisis come up. Well, I noticed that within, her later years of her demeanor, and you come to know your wife, or she who was your wife, once was your wife or whatever. You see a growth in her that others don't know. It's the connection. It's like, the whole complementary of it. So that's why I don't have no hard feelings or whatever, and I would still wouldn't have no hard feelings even if things were better in the whole, child department or whatever. Even if she was with another cat, it was, if you want to see the woman that you with at her best, I think it's first to project that from day one as opposed to growing to that. Like I used to tell her all the time, like in year 2, I can't wait till you get 43. I used to tell her all the time, I can't wait till you're 43.
It's interesting that you say that. Because like I said before, if you go through these stages at a different time in your life, you've already dealt through all this. You've already gone through all of that. So you know yourself better. So the person that you pick is going to be based on the person that you are after all of these growth stages versus trying to go through these growth stages while you're with someone. That's the reason why I said being with a woman when you're old, an older woman has a lot of value because she's gone through all of these stages before.
Right.
My wife isn't going through any stages that I haven't gone through, in or out of yoga or whatever, just through life and trials and tribulations. I don't have any ill. I actually have good relationships with my exes as well. But we weren't
you have good relations.
Yeah, good relationships, not relationships.
Oh, I thought you said good relations.
I might have. I don't have any relations with them. I don't really even talk to them. But I have no. I've worked through any bad feelings I had. I've taken ownership for my part in any relationship, downfalls or whatever. But I've worked through it. I've forgiven myself and I've forgiven them. These are the things that happen when you get into your late 30s, 40s, 50s, or whatever, because you don't have time to carry this heavy baggage. It's a hindrance. So I say that because, when you're with a woman who's a little older, she's gone through all these different stages versus when you're trying to work through all these things and you're in a relationship with somebody else.
Okay.
I mean, that's facts, but I'm just. I noticed y'all took umbrage with me with my presenting or accusation of saying feminism and white chick yoga or whatever, and it's like, nah, that's just an identification of the catalyst.
Had you break it down, and I think you broke it down very well. I respect it. I believe that you did.
Muffled, Foodie, move the mic.
I'm sorry. I said we just asked you to break it down, and I think you broke it down well. I think you broke it down well. So.
Much respect.
Not me. Not me. But I about that personal growth.
Namaste. That's what you trying to say. This nigga trying to do shit on the side. You know what I'm saying? He trying to get in the fucking
I'm being very direct. You're right here. I'm not doing it behind your back.
You a hater, cuz. You ain't no yoga, dog. You ain't no yoga.
No, I mean, Marcus is not coming. Like, it's a spiritual thing, and I understand.
I didn't even get to say it. I didn't even get to say why.
The science of the God breath, dog.
I will tell you. I will tell you why. I promise. I will tell you why, and I want to tell you why. Some of what you described is because you said you guys been divorced for 5 years, right?
Since 2020.
2020. Okay. So almost 4 years, going into 4, right? 3 going into 4 years.
Yeah.
Some of that could just be she's happy without you. Like she
Okay.
don't have to be, so she's at peace right now. And she don't. So you know how you said normally she would get upset about stuff, and now she don't get upset because you're not her man. You're not her problem. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Or when she talking to you about stuff and y'all just talking, the way she goes about it, what she might be more. She might give you a more diet version of it because you're not her man, and it's not gonna be your problem. So.
Nah, this woman does not do diet.
Also,
I'm telling you, go to her page, look her up, cuz. Look her up. It's either.
I'm saying this is my opinion based on what you said.
Yeah.
Another thing I noticed was sometimes people just change in 3 to 5 years.
That's true. That is true.
Some of y'all since in the last 3 years lost weight, gained weight, had health scares, lost family members. Shit, like a lot of things can change in 3 to 4 years. You know what I'm saying? As you know, she could have just changed as a person regardless. Yeah. But all right.
I think I said that, Mark.
You think you said it? You trying to steal my talking point?
No, you trying to steal my talking point.
Yours? Nah, you ain't say that shit. You was all night.
Well, maybe we said it in different ways. I'm just saying, like I said, yeah.
Who was better?
I'm sorry.
Whose was better? Yours or mine?
Mine.
Fuck. Shit. I hate when that happens.
It will always be me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just saying, like, people grow apart. That's why I said that was the whole point I was making about not getting married until.
Oh, nah. See, that's the part I disagree
and
with.
also, like I said, like I know what it is to like go through different personal growth stages while you're with somebody versus in dealing with a person once you don't have the
But that's the beauty of the marriage, though.
Well, yeah. Well, but like you said,
over months, years, decades. That's the beauty of it.
If you can grow together and you're like-minded, if you're equally yoked all the way through, which is tougher in your 20s than it will be in your 30s or 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. All right, we can table it there. Let's go to this one. Will Smith former assistant says Will had sex with Dwayne Martin. I don't know if you guys familiar with this story. Jada Pinkett come out and she is standing up for Will Smith. She is riding with her guy, which is kind of like a regular, a little irregular. Most people are not used to seeing that, right? People say she always kicking his back in, but she riding for her guy. She said, "This is cap. Never heard of it."
Never heard of it.
She said, "We don't believe you." She said, "You don't believe you."
He lied. Y'all niggas worship him.
She said, "This did not happen.
We don't believe you. You need more people."
And Jada Pinkett Smith has gone on to threaten legal actions against Will Smith's former assistant, Brother Bilal. Brother Bilal recently claimed that he walked in on Will Smith having sex with Dwayne Martin in a dressing room years ago. He said hours after his claims made headlines, Jada Pinkett Smith went to TMZ Wednesday and said, "We suing." That ain't me saying it. That's a quote. "We suing." It's unclear if Jada Pinkett Smith was serious about consulting her lawyers, but a source has told TMZ that Will is actually weighing his legal options, so there could be some truth to Jada's response. Also, the source and the rep said this story is completely fabricated, and the claim is unequivocally false. As you know, this guy Bilal appeared on Unwind with Tasha K. Here we go.
He lied. Y'all niggas worship him.
He appeared on Unwind with Tasha K podcast and alleged that he opened the door to Dwayne's dressing room and saw Dwayne having anal sex with Will over a couch at the time. Ouch. All right. Martin has not yet addressed these claims. At the time, he was married to actress Tisha Campbell. Jaden Will, meanwhile, was married during that time as well. Boom, boom, boom. All right. When Today host Hodakova asked whether they were swingers. Okay, I wouldn't say none of it. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Basically, That's the gist of it. Do you guys believe it's true? This is Brother Bilal, and he looks moist as damn self. I ain't even gonna hold
Right?
you.
He look moist and bloated.
Facts.
I just like nigga look moist as a motherfucker.
Diddle
That
bag over there.
nigga got his shirt halfway unbuttoned like he Mia's son, like he built like Mia's son, nigga. You ain't
It's
Diesel.
too small. You see
Nigga.
how the sleeves are creeping up? It's too small.
Yeah, that shit too small. Yeah, that nigga got that nigga. Oh man, don't
He
get me.
got his breasts out,
Man, he trying to show that little cleave.
little cleavage.
I don't know what's up with this little black onyx necklace he
His
got
little
on.
halter top. It looked like a little halter top.
I don't know
Dude,
what.
look blousy as hell.
Look, he
That
got a
shit look
halter. Is
lousy.
that a halter top?
I don't know what this nigga doing
Probably a
with
tank top. Ooh,
go
look,
gadget sleeves.
he got the nips out.
Man, he got the chins out too. This nigga got a extended clip on that chin.
Oh my, he ain't got no chin.
Look at all that chin meat, that throat meat right there. This nigga got the throat meat.
Oh,
I gotta
Is he a throat goat?
Oh no, what this nigga doing? He doing something. Nigga sound like nigga sound jealous.
That was supposed to be me in Dwayne's dressing room. I don't know why I think he sounds like this, but that's how he sounds in my mind.
it looks like you might not be off, man. It might be quite accurate.
Fuck well. That was supposed to be- I was late. Will Smith took my seat.
No, Will Smith gave his seat, according to okay. But anyway, but he went in though. He was talking shit. He was like, man, it looked like a murder scene in there. I was like, damn, that nigga was bloody or some shit.
Oh man, that's fucking gross, cuz.
Nah, that's not.
Was murdering him. Like, I don't know if y'all heard the clip. I don't want to play no Tasha K shit over here because
Nah.
she get for her
I
lives.
saw a couple clips, but I don't want to watch the whole thing.
All right, yeah,
But
but
if it was a murder scene, that sounds embellished because that's more grape.
So the
not-
question
not
of the
every-
night is: do you believe, cap or not?
I've heard something like this in the past, though. This isn't the first time that this story that came up. What was it? It was I think it was Bobby Hemmett. I think it was it was either Bobby Hemmett, Bobby. He's a teacher who's very prominent in I guess Pan-African occult, pro-black sectors. Another is Steve Coakley. He rest in peace, Steve. He's a cat who used to always speak on Hollywood and, saying some of the rituals that they be doing and all that. So it's not my first time hearing about it. Very interesting. Okay. And okay, if it's Hollywood, it's Hollywood. My thing is, again, when things like this pop up, I think all the stuff is already known. I think that they just, okay, now's the green light to put it out there because we want, he's possibly gaining some element of power position within the industry. And this is how, billionaires play risk, if you will. You feel me? Yeah, because they all doing it. I mean, if that's the skull and bones of it all, you feel me? They all doing something, so it's like, all right, notice that they give it out to the public as if the public is going to do something that harms, the celebrity or the person in question or whatever. The public ain't got no power, but the power plays on the belief of the public. So if people believe it, they believe it, and it, does something to a stock or whatever, and they R. Kelly that cat. You know what I'm saying? You can't have your masters, you can't have your publishing and none of that. You feel me? This is how they play them games. So, because I think all of them is doing something, to a degree.
I don't know about all that, but I don't think what you're speaking on is maybe it's a power play that somebody released to hold some type of power over him. But I feel like this is just possibly it's a lifestyle. Didn't Dwayne Martin have a guest house on their property for years and years, like just the same as Johnny Gill and Eddie Murphy?
What?
I mean, hey, look, it's expensive to live in Hollywood, man. And y'all be thinking these dudes still got it, and they don't.
I need to
Okay, well then move
sublet
to the
to a
valley.
star.
You know, there are other places that are safe to
I'm
live that you ain't gotta live in a
right here
building.
where I'm at. And my boy I got millionaire friends. He got a big ass. Hey, look, that guest house ain't like everybody else house. I mean, that
Or
guest house.
maybe Eddie liked the way he rubbed him. He was rubbing him the right way, you know.
See.
You never heard of it.
And rub you the right way. Touch.
That shit ain't even that funny.
He got a lot of property. Maybe they was playing touch football back there. You know, he got a lot of kids and he was getting bored. You know, he got all kind of women. He got.
I'm ashamed of you, fool.
And rub you the right way.
Yo. But yeah, this shit weird though. But do y'all think anything is gonna come from this? Y'all think they're gonna sue? I mean, this happened on Tasha K's podcast. She has been
through the publication, but the rumors are gonna still be out there. We can think what we want to think, and at the end of the day, nobody really gives a fuck.
Actually, nah, this is Tasha K. I think this might bury her because she already got to pay Cardi back.
She keep on going. Like she knows
something we don't know. Fat meat ain't breathing to this bitch. So it's like, all right,
we don't know. Like, you know.
Well, what helps Tasha K a little bit in this moment is she didn't say it. Like before, she was saying all that stuff about Cardi. What helps out a little bit is somebody else saying it, and she was like, "Look, they said their accounts. These are their claims. You can sue them for saying this." You know what I'm saying? But even still, depending on, I don't know the I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on YouTube. I don't know all the legality of it. Love it. Shit, I can't even say it right, obviously. But they might send her a cease and desist and say, "Hey, look, take that down." Let's see what happens with that. Cardi B has spoken up though on Will Smith, spoken up for him, and she said this.
I don't like shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't like how I got food a couple of weeks ago. Was it a couple of weeks ago? I don't know. My time has been fucked up. I don't like how I was fooled a couple of weeks ago. Some people just never change. Never change. And you want to know something? I don't like that shit. I don't like what people be doing to Will Smith. I be feeling like Will Smith is very unproblematic. And I feel like he got like a nice heart. And that's the thing. I found out that Will Smith is a Libra. I always said this. Like Libras.
Oh my God.
We be getting tried. And then when we outburst so fucking heavy that we become the ones in the wrong. Because when we throw that outburst after we get so much, we go so crazy that people be like, "Oh my God, what the fuck? Oh, this bitch is really crazy. Oh, this nigga is fucking crazy for real." And I feel like y'all doing that to Will Smith. And I don't like that some people never fucking change. I'm so tired of people picking on that man. Dead ass. And like, I feel like it's not even your job as a journalist. You should like be able to detect whether somebody is bullshitting or not. Because anybody could say something about anybody. Look what happened to me in 2018 when a bitch that I didn't even know her fucking name was saying that she know me, that she went to my house. Anybody could say a fucking fake ass story about you and people gonna fucking fake ass believe it. So it should be your job to detect whether something is a lie or not, or like to have any type of proof, any type of evidence. And it's so fucked up that like somebody could put something so fucking salacious out and not think about like, oh, well.
Okay, well that's pretty much the gist of it.
Thank you for stopping it. She was just rambling.
Yeah.
But
all right, go ahead. Well, what you guys think though?
I kind of get what you're saying. I mean, but that just goes for anybody saying anything about anyone at any time. but it has nothing to do with anyone's astrological sign. But
aside from that, though, she said she was trying to make a truce with Tasha K, and she felt like she was tricked a few weeks ago trying to be cool with this lady and just trying to squash this shit. And she was like, "Yo, this lady ain't gonna never change. She's still doing the same shit, just not doing it to me, but it's still the same type of shit."
Well, what the fuck? That's her business. That's how her whole business is. That's her whole business model. So why would you think that she's gonna stop with you? She'll squash
that didn't used to be her business model, though. That didn't start out as her business model. She morphed it into that.
Right, because it's lucrative for her.
Yeah. I mean, well, obviously it's not.
Well, obviously it is, because, like I said, a lot of these people who be bitching and complaining, they are in cahoots with the people who are putting stories out against them.
No, I'm not that connected, so I wouldn't know.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Foodie?
Well, I'm saying that, it could all be a play to. It's just a publicity stunt, and we see that a lot. So, even when the legal system gets into it, the bottom line is, they could have squashed it. They may not have squashed it. They may be moving forward with this, but bottom line is, Cardi B ain't doing really shit in the industry right now. She needs as much help as she can get to keep that one album that she put out 5 years ago going. Like, what else does she have going for?
I don't foresee Cardi B standing in the unemployment line no time soon. I don't know what you talking about. Cardi B is very successful.
Really checking for her as far as an artist right now. So
I mean, she makes money outside of just doing music, though. She does a lot of things.
I don't know.
Even just doing a feature.
I don't know what her tax returns or her tax.
Well, you don't know. You don't know.
But bottom line is, and I don't know how much money she's making off of that. Some people are just famous in name only, and they use your image and likeness. I don't know. I don't know what kind of.
That's what you think Cardi B got going on right here?
I don't know. Maybe.
You brought it up though. You brought it up.
I'm saying maybe or maybe not. I don't know. Like I just said, you asked me to explain how some people are in cahoots. I don't know all of the details, but it is a possibility is all I'm saying. I don't know that it is, and I don't know that it's not. So I don't believe anything that any of these people say, because you may say, well, we did a truth. We did a truth, and it really isn't a truth.
For $4 million, she was part of, like, yo, and look, and after I do this, you sue me for $4 million.
Yeah, I don't know.
Come on, Cody, that's ridiculous.
I think they're all ridiculous people, and I think it's an industry that works together. So I don't believe anything that anybody says. Like, just because you file some papers and you say that this is what's going on, Tasha Kane missed a beat in all of that time and all those lawsuits. She continues, but she continues to make interviews and she keeps on exposing people.
Bankruptcy, Foodie.
Right, but that's fine. But she keeps on making interviews. She keeps going with the same stance that got her sued, so she ain't too worried about it, is she?
I mean, well, salaciousness is definitely always going to
gotta be a reason for it.
Foodie, just because she's making a bad decision doesn't mean Cardi B is in.
Is it a bad decision, or is it a lucrative decision for her?
If you're getting sued for $4 million, that can't be.
Maybe she don't give a fuck about that lawsuit.
Foodie, she cares. Like, that's why she went out there and asked Cardi, please let this shit go, take the settlement.
That could be but the thing is, Mark, sometimes you be easily fooled by some shit that you see. That might not be what's really going on. Cardi B could have paid her. I mean, it could all be a fucking exchange.
And maybe sometimes the truth is simpler than conspiracy theories too.
Okay, well, if that's the truth, she still ain't stopped doing what she's doing
in front of you, or more easier to put. For me, it might be easier to believe than.
But what I see is
legal documents.
What I see is a woman.
Judgment.
What I see is a woman that is still making money off the same thing that she's getting sued for. She ain't stopping. She ain't too worried about it. She ain't shut down nothing.
I don't hear her saying those things like that.
You just put up an interview that she had with that's going on with Diddy.
If you watch that interview, she didn't say any of that.
Right, but I'm saying she's still making money off the same thing.
But that's not the same thing of her getting on the screen saying it and being held liable.
Like, bottom line is that $5 million don't seem to be hitting too hard for her. She still has a platform.
because her defense for that case was,
and her platform is still growing.
Let me finish saying what I was saying. Her defense for that Cardi B case was, she was like, I was saying it because I believed it to be true because this person and this person told me, but those people didn't show up to court. In this situation, she got the person saying it on camera saying it.
Right, but
So
you keep
it's not
on
her
making
saying
mention.
it.
But you keep on making mentions of that $5 million lawsuit, and I'm saying that it ain't stopped shit. She still got a platform
Oh,
that's
it's not a
growing.
lie. You filed for bankruptcy. That's
Well,
stopping.
bankruptcy doesn't stop you from. It doesn't. Well, if you have an LLC, they're suing your LLC. They're not suing you.
They are. Did you look up
No,
the details?
it's not. That's the
They
reason
are
why you
suing
form an
Tasha K.
LLC.
I'm telling you, Tasha K is being sued. It's not just her suing her company.
But they're suing.
Yes,
They're suing her
personally.
LLC, so it does not
No,
personally.
it's not. It's
It is
not
not
just
touch.
her.
It,
Look it
it's
up.
impossible.
Are you guessing or
No.
do you know that for a fact?
That is the reason why you form an LLC.
No. I know the reason.
Limited liability
In
company.
this case right here, was Tasha K getting sued personally or not?
That I don't know.
Exactly.
But
She
the thing is, she had an LLC
She
in
is-
place, so I can't imagine she would be sued
She is
personally.
got
You don't
sued
touch your personal assets.
I'm telling
But
you
even
the
if they
truth.
were, Mark, even if they were,
Okay. I'll look
Even
it
if
up.
they
I'll look it
were.
up because I don't like to argue when we got Google right here.
right? Okay, so yeah, that's the reason why you form an LLC, is to protect your personal assets. It's a limited liability corporation, so you cannot
I ain't
sue
asking you
me
about that.
and
I'm
take my
asking-
house or anything. So the thing is, so people don't move different. If you can't touch my personal money in my personal bank accounts, then that's fine. Go ahead and sue my LLC because I've got insurance on that, and you're going to get the insurance payout. It's nothing. Just the same as having malpractice insurance. I pay $119 a month. I mean, $119 a year, and that covers me for $4 million worth of coverage. It ain't hard
That's
to
good.
circumvent that, huh?
That's good.
So that's how that works. So as long as you're not, I'm not going to be homeless. I'm not going to stop driving the cars I drive, or it's not going to affect the circles that I do business in or anything like that. Then go ahead and sue me. But I can make it seem like it's a big deal because to the average person, $5 million is a lot of money.
And all publicity is good publicity, even in negative. You know what I mean? So to a degree,
Exactly.
I can see some logic in that perspective that you're presenting. But particularly in this one, I don't think that it has much relevancy because I don't know. I mean, she could be feeding it, but the thing is, this is not a good look for her at all. That's the thing. How is she going to? It's like, okay, put it like this. Let's say she has all those precautions set up, right? The thing is, the block is hot, right? This is almost on some OJ if I did it type shit.
But that's
and it's like, wait,
in her industry.
Look
at Vlad and all the people that they say have gone to prison for him. He ain't stopped. He ain't missed a beat. Look at fucking.
Yeah, but Vlad is a whole pilgrim about this piece.
Okay.
That's totally different.
Look at all the other bloggers that are on his level. The Jason, whatever his name is, that little gay dude or whatever I used to watch. They don't miss a beat. They know how to play the game.
Vlad is a lawyer by trade. But talk about this too.
Vlad is not a lawyer by trade.
I didn't mean to say not Vlad. I'm talking about Harvey, like for TMZ. But also with Vlad, here's the
not
thing.
Weinstein,
Not Harvey Weinstein.
Levy or whatever it is. Yeah.
Let me say this though. The difference with Vlad too and what Tasha K was doing, Vlad is not up there on camera saying these things are true. He interviews somebody and just lets them talk. That's them talking. Selling their accounts and their versions of a story.
Right, that's true. Right, but the thing I know is, what I'm saying is that they could have settled out of court a long time ago, and we wouldn't know that.
Who?
Tasha K and Cardi B.
That's public record, ain't it? That you settled a lawsuit. I don't have to know the amount, but when you file a lawsuit publicly, the deposition of the case is public as well.
Possibly, but I'm saying there are ways to circumvent a story and make it work to your benefit for both of y'all. So everything that we see is not everything that we know. Is my whole point.
The lawsuit was filed against Tasha K and Kibi Studios LLC. It was both. This is a 2019 lawsuit filed in U.S. District Court, Northern District of Georgia.
The block is hot. The block is hot.
She sued them. She sued Tasha K as well as Kibi Studios LLC. This is according to CNN.
I believe you. I believe you.
It's not a good
I
look.
don't see the relevance
It's not
of
a
it.
good
Though.
look.
You said what? The relevance. The relevance. You was making it seem like she just can sue the LLC and not Tasha K. Tasha K got sued too.
Generally, that's how it works. Yeah, I didn't know that there was a
Yeah, but if you just sue
against
Tasha
her.
K,
Yeah,
company,
okay.
just close the company, be like, we bankrupt, we ain't got no money, and I just start a new company and I continue to do the same thing.
She can file personal bankruptcy.
She did, because she got sued as well. But it is what it is. She definitely made a mistake right there. And she apologized for it, but it is what it is. Some people don't want to hear it. I'm sorry, my bad. It's cool.
My whole point was like it hasn't stopped her in her climbing, the business stature that she's trying to climb. You know what I'm saying? She's still getting interviews. She still has a lot of public interest. We're still talking about Tasha K. It hasn't stifled her her trajectory out there. So it doesn't matter at the end of the day. That's all she really cares about. It's like she still keep on moving forward with her business.
How do we know what she care about? I think she cared about that $4 million.
Maybe she cares about it. Maybe she doesn't, but she hasn't stopped moving forward. Doesn't matter what she cares about. I don't care about her moral stance on anything.
Yeah, I'm just going by what she said publicly. She publicly has said, I'm sorry, can we let this go? She's publicly trying to settle with a couple with some quarterly payments, about 6 figures, not the 7 that she owes. 7 figures.
Maybe she cares, maybe she don't. Maybe they have a payment plan, maybe she don't. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the point that she's
No, they don't have a payment plan.
Forward.
She's trying to make a payment plan.
Right. Well, I don't see the relevance of any of that as far as her moving forward.
And
I said I don't care if she does or doesn't. I'm saying I'm not speaking on her moral standpoint of it, and you are. I don't care if she cares.
It sounds like you speaking on $4 million, not shaking her. Owing $4 million. Anybody owing $4 million?
Thank you.
That's gonna leave. It's at least gonna leave a crown on your jaw. Come on now, what the shit?
Right, but that's her business though. That's the bed she has to lie in. I don't care.
That bitch ain't never had to pay no motherfucking 4-time meal ticket. Come on now.
That's her business. I didn't tell her to say what she said.
I'm saying though, you acting like she ain't fresh.
I'm not acting.
And Foodie, that's not what we were saying. Your original point was she don't care. This ain't stopping nothing. Blah blah blah. This might.
It don't seem like she does.
Might be all set up. They might be in cahoots together.
It may be.
Like,
it may be.
I
still don't see any evidence that it does. But bottom line, whether she does care or does not care,
the fact that Cardi B sued her was my original thing. Was that should let you know they're not in cahoots. And then we start saying, well, how do we know this, that, and the third? It was like a lot of conspiracy theories.
Yeah, on your end and mine. None of us
know
what's
reading
really
the
going
news
on.
article. I can read the news article. I'm just going with the court documents.
Media can be manipulated.
Somebody for okay, Sudi. I'm saying Sudi. Foodie. You don't go through letting somebody sue you for $4 million if you in on it. Does that make sense?
I'm not talking about the lawsuit that she's in on. I'm just saying, outside of the lawsuit, they could say, okay, I'm going to pay you this money. I'm going to make these payment plans like you said. But in the meantime, our story brought a lot of interest to you and me. So we can move forward, not having any animosity towards each other. And I can continue to build my empire and you can continue to build yours. Because we work well with talking about each other. Because there's no such thing as bad publicity is what I'm saying.
But you still owe me $4 million. So we
Well,
can
then I
have a
hope she gets
partnership
it because
after
who
that.
gives a
This is
shit?
you paying. This is your investment paying into that partnership. Is
If
that
you
what it
feel like you
is?
can make more
Right.
money off of it, yeah. If you feel like you can make more money in the long term, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is big
Interesting.
business we're talking about. We're not talking about small
Interesting.
business and small potatoes because, like, I think Tasha K is at what a million on YouTube. She trying to get to 2 million, 3 million, 4 million,
I don't think
5
she's at a
million.
million
And the
yet.
more she get,
Yeah,
the
she's at
more
a million.
Cardi gonna get too. Cause like once you file for bankruptcy and all that stuff, you gotta that's a legal process. You can't just say, "Well, I'm gonna give you some money on the side and ain't nobody gotta know." It's a whole legal process.
Well, I'm
That's
not talking
involved.
about the money, and like I'm saying, like there's more
You
to
were just
gain
talking
from
about
it.
the money.
Well, we're talking about there's more to gain from it than the money that has
Yeah,
been paid out.
popularity, perhaps maybe it ease
Exactly.
into an algorithm, but they already
Exactly.
got that.
Cardi's already
Both of them
popular. She
already
don't need
got that.
Tasha K. She
But
was
she's not
popular.
getting any more popular. What is Cardi doing that's making her more popular?
Like you said about we talking about her
She's
right
being
now.
Cardi. She don't have to do music no more.
Right.
She could just be
We're talking about her and
herself.
Tasha K, right?
Talking about
Tasha K doing the same thing. Tasha
They're
K being
helping each other.
herself.
Is what
talk
I'm
about
saying.
Will Smith, but my thing is no, this does not. So she's suing her for $4 million. That's not helping her.
You're focusing on a lawsuit, and I'm talking about
Because
the
that's me letting
publicity.
you know. That's because that's important to the point of I'm not your fucking friend if I'm suing you for $4 million.
But what you got to understand, Mark, is that we are talking about them. We are talking about them, and that's all that matters.
No,
We are talking about them right now.
that's not all that matters.
To them, it does.
That I disagree with. If that was
That
the
is
case,
money in the bank.
if that's the case, why
We're focusing on that because we can't imagine being
Just
having to
talking
pay that
about
kind
her-
of money out.
Well, why would Cardi sue her? Then it's like, well, the bitch talking about, man, that's bringing me a lot. So why sue her for $4 million if her talking about her was so profitable?
They got to make it look good, man.
The lawsuit is the talking point.
She talked about it for years.
Yeah, the lawsuit is the talking point. No,
Yeah,
what she's being sued for, yeah, that was one. That was one. Yeah, that was like one. That was one statement that she made. I remember seeing that shit, and that's when I turned off of Tasha K. I'm like, oh shit, she getting into some territory that if she doesn't have any facts, that could be a lawsuit, and then boom, she gets the lawsuit. What you don't understand is like when these people are celebrities, as long as you're talking about them, there's no such thing as bad publicity. As long as we are having a conversation about them, no matter what brought on the conversation. Look at the Kardashians. Look at the people making sex tapes. They don't care about the fact that we all see what they pussy looks like and all that kind of shit. We're talking about them. That's all that matters. You're relevant because, well, as long as we talk about them.
Nobody sued Kim K. Didn't sue nobody for that sex tape. You know why? Because she was part of it. She was in on it. Cardi B was not in on this.
That's why about lawsuit and all that.
Because that's relevant. That's very relevant.
The relevance is the fact that we're talking about them.
The devil is in the details, and it's very important. Yeah. So you don't want to hear.
I don't think Tasha K's worried about that as much as she ain't talking about it as much as you talking about it right now.
Oh, she talked about it a lot. She did a whole press tour.
She ain't stopped doing what she doing still.
She went on, she did her whole press tour, and she appealed. So she cared. She didn't just say, "All right,
she's still doing what she's doing though. She's still making her money." So
I don't know. Is she making it like that? I don't know.
Maybe she is. Maybe she don't. Maybe tomorrow she'll fall off the face of the earth. I don't care. Who cares? Like I don't care that much. So.
You clearly care.
No, because I'm on your panel and we're talking about it.
That's real hard. You care.
You going hard. You looking at lawsuits and stuff, Mark?
Because because you was trying to tell me she didn't sue Tasha K. She sued the company and trying to say the whole point of the LLC you don't sue, you can't sue her.
In general, that's how it works. I didn't follow the lawsuit that close to say, oh yeah, she sued her and she's trying to. I don't. You know, it's not that serious to me. I didn't know. Generally, in business terms, when people are suing somebody because of something that they said on a platform, they go after that specific platform, not that person. But you proved me wrong. Okay, you got that. I'll give you that. You got that. You proved me wrong on that point. What I'm saying is that there's more to gain because we're sitting up here having a conversation about it. Just like Jada and Will or whatever, they're still going to be rich, or whether what they're saying is true or what we're talking about is true or not. We're talking about them, and that's how they make their money, is by people talking about it. That's how they stay popular. That's how they stay relevant. Whether Tasha K
Uh,
cares about it and she goes home and cries about the lawsuit at night, who gives a fuck? I don't care.
What's up, Rich?
I beg to differ. I
On what
think,
part?
like, well, I mean, if you're gonna make something up, right? Like, if we're gonna make it, like, okay, we're gonna keep each other relevant, right? I'm gonna boost you up, you're gonna boost me up. Like, the last thing, if I was in Cardi B's position and I'm making this deal with Tasha K, and just say, hey, just roll with it, I'll fund everything, we just go back and forth. The last thing I'm gonna have you do is fucking say I have STDs. Could we have made something else up? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, there
Right.
could have
Right.
been, like, I don't know, but Cardi B, like, got caught with 8 dudes at the same time and there's a tape or whatever bullshit. Like, at least that's a little bit different. And the thing is, us talking about it doesn't put money into their pockets. It's not like when Marq searched it on Google, they get money off of that. They only get money if she, like you said, if she's her CDs or whatever appearances she having. And if you're not going today to go and download her songs and purchase it, then she ain't getting money off of that.
Right, I got you.
Mhm.
I just think, like, there's certain things, like, I'll tell you right now, Nonito and I sued this one chick in the Philippines for fucking, I was pregnant. She was a extra on a movie Nonito did. And I was on set every single day. And she only was there for like 30 minutes. And then she was gone, never seen again. I didn't go back to the Philippines once. And it was when I was pregnant with my eldest. They told me I couldn't go because it was my first trimester. Dude, her and her manager took that and effing ran with it. They're like, Nonito came off the plane missing his wife. Is he coming home to warmer arms? Dude, we sued the shit out of her and her manager. That was more like, I wouldn't, like, as far as like good or bad press, like that would, I wouldn't trade that for fucking anything. We had to fight tooth and nail for that because our name is everything. Now, I agree that not everybody is, but once we start questioning, like, okay, well, you know, good press and bad press. Well, so was Tank really arrested for the right reasons? Was that all a setup? Because she retracted her story.
Yes, absolutely. I believe that was a publicity stunt that he was in on. It's the difference between working with people who no one has ever heard of in the Philippines versus someone who has American type of fame. I mean, I'm sure they move a little different over there. And there are always going to be low-lying snakes. I mean, you could just not even be a famous person, and you could be in a relationship with a regular person, and some girl says, "Yeah, your husband's been cheating with me." I mean, people make up lies all the time. You know what I'm saying? So, what I'm saying, as far as in the American press, no publicity is bad if you spin it the right way. I don't know that it is. I don't know that that's what they're playing on, but I'm just saying that there is a possibility. And just by me saying that, you could attack my
Chopping up, Foodie, a little bit. You chopping.
Yeah,
You
we
fix-
can't hear you. You're like in and out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, what I was saying is that in the American press, I don't know how it works in the Philippines. In my example, was like anybody could say anything. Like the regular fucking clerk at the 99-cent store could call you and say, "Hey, I don't know if you know this, but your husband's been flirting with me, and I'm pregnant with this baby." Or not even that, but just say women can say anything. People or men can say anything in just to try to disrupt a happy home. It happens all the time. People lie all the time, but what I'm saying with like celebrities in the American press and as far as like in the industry, a lot of times people are working with each other. Just for instance, like there was a rumor that some people believe that like Nicki Minaj was somehow paying Tasha K to go against Cardi B. Like, you know, there's all kind of schools of thought on this thing that, you know, like, I mean, you know, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of people who think that there are a lot of things going on. So it's not just me making stuff up. I'm just saying that we don't know that any of this is true or not. I've heard a lot of different angles on the so-called dispute between them. But as long as we are talking about them, then they feel, like they can get some type of advantage off of it. You have spin doctors, publicists that can spin any story in any direction that you want it to if you're paying them enough money.
Yeah, I mean, that's what your publicist is supposed to do. But I just look at it like, I mean, there's a certain cap, right? I feel like for every individual that they're going to be like, for example, the Will thing. Like, was that freaking planned for him to, be in there? And he agreed to pay his best friend assistant to go on and say, again, anal sex. Like, I don't think, I think there's tiers where people will be like, all right, well, yeah, go ahead, spread that rumor. But I think there's a cap for a lot of individuals. Where, like, if you're going to do a rumor mill on me, like, please don't make me look gay or have me STDs and all these other things that I can't come back from. You know what I mean?
Now, that's the
Like,
freedom of speech, because you got to understand, as far as we're talking about Cardi B. Cardi B has admitted to setting up, when she was a stripper, putting things in men's drink and setting them up and robbing them. You know what I'm saying? This is the woman we're talking about right now. That was her
no, I know,
lifestyle.
but
Don't
STDs
you
is
think that's a
like,
little
now,
worse than having an STD? I mean, because herpes, especially herpes, is a regular everyday thing in the industry. And not even just in the industry. As a nurse, I deal with people who fucking are on Valtrex on a regular basis because they've got herpes, and they just deal with the fact that they got herpes. Like, it's not a real big thing. People think it is, but it ain't.
I don't even know if they said what STD. I mean, STDs is a plethora. And so, I mean,
She specifically said
I'm just
herpes.
saying, like, I mean, I would think that would, again, if she wanted to have sex with other people in the future, like, why even mess with my sex life? You could have made anything else, any other claim, but that claim.
She's a stripper. She came to flame. Her claim to fame is being a stripper with a naughty mouth. Have you heard her raps?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she has
Have you heard wet ass
STDs.
pussy? I mean, well, that's not saying that she's a virgin and there's no way that could have happened. Like I said, like in the industry, like fucking Usher was in a situation because some girl said that she gave him herpes. Like, it's a regular everyday thing in the industry. I understand your standpoint as a woman of virtue, that I'm assuming, I'm not saying, you or me. I wouldn't want anybody to say that, but this is a different level is the whole thing I'm trying to say. These people are not playing on the same playing field that we are. Money-wise, publicity-wise, or whatever. I wouldn't want a sex tape being out there on me. But other people can become very famous and rich off of that, as we've seen many times over. Once upon a time, everybody was putting out a sex tape. We seen what everybody
I ain't
was
gonna lie
doing.
though, that Black China sex tape kind of dropped her stock to me. I was like, damn, Black China, that's what you doing?
That shit was dry as fuck, man.
I was like, oh man,
Super dry. Like,
oh my god. I was like,
well, now she's in court talking about she broke and all this other kind of stuff. So,
cause she can't suck dick worth nothing. She can't fuck. Man, that shit was
I
whack.
apparently did not watch this. There was a sex tape that came out like 3 weeks ago that someone sent me. It was I don't know if she was a rapper or something. I can't remember. But I was like, man, I don't need to see this. Why are you sending me this? I did, but then you know what I did? I sent him back Josue Vargas's sex tape, and I was like, there you go.
Nah,
Since you want to send me that.
Well, look, send me that video that they sent you, Rachel. I want to see it.
Josue Vargas?
Oh, the stop. I'm shut. No, the rapper.
You don't want to see that?
Rapper? You said it was a female rapper that he sent you?
Yeah, it was a female rapper. Yeah, I'll look for it.
Oh yeah,
somewhere.
please. Oh, is it one of my favorites?
I don't know.
I hope it's not Lady of Rage. I don't want to see her rock rough and stuff with an afro post.
Who's Jose Vargas? Josue Vargas.
It's a boxer. He got caught.
Puerto Rican boxer.
Got caught out there with a gay sex tape.
No, like I said, like we're not talking about that.
You remember him because he got knocked out like in kind of a funny way. We were just talking about
first round.
Yeah, but remember he was talking all that shit at the press conference, and then his dad.
Yeah.
Like, it was funny because
he sounds familiar. Yeah, he sounds familiar.
Look, during COVID, his dad was supposed to be his trainer, but he didn't follow the bubble protocol, so he couldn't be in the corner. Then his brother got into it with somebody at the press conference, so now he can't be in the corner. So he ended up with the man option in the corner and got knocked out in the first round and did all that talking shit.
It happens. We just saw it with Shakur and do it last night. So
good segue. I'm glad you brought that up.
What did we watch with Shakur last night?
I mean, a lot of shit talking, and you didn't deliver on the performance.
Oh yes,
according to what social media is criticizing, and how I nodded off like 3 times during the fight.
Okay, so
dude, I went directly to sleep. I was watching.
Let me cook on this. I'm gonna cook on this, man. I'm gonna start it off, and I want to set the table. Shakur Stevenson went into his fight Saturday against Edwin De Los Santos, right? Edwin De Los Santos was not the first option. Let's be fair, right? Nobody was calling for Shakur to fight Edwin De Los Santos. Nobody was asking of him. A lot of people, I asked them what they thought about the fight. They just picked Shakur because they knew Shakur. Edwin De Los Santos was never heard of it.
Small head.
They had never heard of this dude.
It never heard of it.
So you go in there with the 6th best option, right? Because you don't get Tank, right? Tank is not fighting him. You don't get Haney. Haney's going to 140. You don't get Loma. Loma said, I'm going to take a year off. You don't get Pitbull Cruz. He said, no, I'm waiting for my Tank Davis rematch. You don't get Frank Martin. Frank Martin says, hey, look, $1 million is not enough. And then you get number 6, Edwin De Los Santos. So that's how we got here. Let's start there, right? The first 5 guys, all of the first 5 guys pretty much said no. I think I'm missing somebody out of that.
I feel like you are too, but I don't know
me
who.
Too. I'm trying to think of who.
It was Loma, Pitbull,
Frank Martin.
Frank Martin.
No, I think that's it. I think Frank Martin was the last one.
Haney, Loma, Pitbull, Frank Martin. There's somebody missing, I think. But you guys get the gist of it, right? People, a lot of people said, nah, I'm good. I don't care about being a WBC world champion. You hear me? Let me say that again. A lot of people said, nah, I don't care about being the WBC world champion, fighting you. So the fight is going on. The fight is getting made. Everywhere you go, people asking him about the Haney taking the 25%. He's getting asked about Haney a lot by pro-Haney channels. Let's just keep it a buck. The guy was asking him what's a pro-Haney channel. I definitely looked them up. Looked at the content that they do over there. All right, so boom. He goes out there and says, fuck the boxing media. Y'all some of the fakest motherfuckers out here. Uh-oh. In my opinion, no matter what he did, the writing was on the wall, and I'll explain. If he went out there and knocked the kid out in the first round and sparked him, everybody would have said, he was a bum anyway. Yeah. If he knocked him out in the 12th round, man, it took you 12 rounds to knock out this guy we never heard of.
It never heard of it.
You go in there and you just get the job done. This ain't the guy who's supposed to fight. We can move forward. My issue is people forget so quick in boxing. And it was almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy that what happened to Shakur Stevenson happened and the kind of reaction the fans are having. Nope. Everybody forgets that, hey, look, last fight, he just knocked the guy out in 6 rounds. This year, just a few months ago, he had a 6-round knockout. People don't even care about that. They forgot about it. They forgot about the dominant performance he had with Roberson Conceição, and he was trying to get him out of there. Couldn't get him out of there, but he was beating the fuck out of him. But shit, Navarrete couldn't get him out of there neither. You get what I'm saying? Oscar Valdez gave us a great performance. He stopped Jamel Herring. He's been having great performances in a row for years, going back to 2020 and 2021. He was giving you great performances. You go in there on a Thursday, who's expecting that? They pushing Formula 51. You don't have a
Formula One.
What I say?
Formula 51, like it was Area 51.
Is that a movie? Ain't that a movie with like Samuel L. Jackson or some shit? Put a case on it. Okay, F1, right? What you say?
Yeah, Formula One.
Formula One.
You can tell I don't watch that shit, man.
Never heard of it.
Never watched it. Not one time. All right, so look. You go into this fight. This guy, De La Santos, let's just keep it a buck. If you watch the fight, you can tell he was a counterpuncher as well, but he was definitely in good shape. He was still fast. He was twitchy. And he was happy to just let it go the whole way. Shakur said no excuses. He said, I ain't feel good, but no excuses. I just want to focus on winning, and I look good on the next one. That's what we tell fighters too, right? Win this one, look good on the next one. But my whole point to saying all of this, the guy has given you great performances back to back to back to back to back to back. Then you get a free fight. Y'all act like y'all had to pay for this shit on HBO or some shit. I mean, pay-per-view, like $80. Shakur robbed me. I want my money back. Like, no, bro. Y'all bought fights that was worse than this. You get what I'm saying? You had some good fights on the card. We had another fight on the card that got some controversy going around right now because that wasn't as exciting either because of how much guys talked at the press conference. But to throw the guy away because you didn't like this performance, at the end of the day, when the guy goes into the Hall of Fame, and I think he's going to the Hall of Fame, he's tracking to go to the Hall of Fame. 3-division champion already, former unified champion at his last division. He's tracking at a very young age. In the grand scheme of his career, we're going to look back and we were like, damn, he won a WBC belt at what weight? Oh, who did he beat? Oh, he called De La Santos. Oh, yeah, I forgot all about that. You every performance ain't going to be Mike Tyson first round knockout, blowing niggas out the water type shit. He's a young fighter still. He did what he's supposed to do. He won the fight. Dominant fashion. Y'all, and keep in mind, it was up to Edwin De La Santos to push the fight too. He knows Shakur's the favorite. He know he the sixth option. Your name is smaller on the flyer. Isn't it up to him to push the action too? But I said all that to say this. When it comes down to the grand scheme of his career, he's a world champion. He fought for the title. So y'all mad at Boots for being the email champion, and y'all mad at Shakur for fighting for the title because you don't like his performance. This is part of the problem with boxing, man. We can't throw the guy away for one performance that we didn't like. And the guy was game. Edwin De La Santos was game. He didn't want to take a lot of chances, but he was definitely in shape like a motherfucker. He was still twitchy, and he was waiting for Shakur to try to lead the dance. But my whole point is you can't have every performance ain't gonna be stellar. My man 93 Octane said, great performances, hell yeah. Yoshino stopped him. Great performance. Robeson Conceição, great performance. Oscar Valdez, stellar performance. Beat the brakes off Oscar Valdez. Never seen him look like that. Jamel Herring said he was retiring after that shit. Yes. In a row. Those were great performances. So you didn't like this last performance. All right. Rough day at the office. But to throw niggas away like over one performance, like I'm like, damn, he won the fight. Y'all like he got beat up or it was a robbery. But I digress. Go ahead. Let's what do you guys got to say?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rachel.
I don't know if they're necessarily throwing him away. I mean, I haven't seen that as much. I mean, I know there's a lot of channels that go to extremes, right? And they're like, oh, you guys think he was all that and blah, 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 blah. I think Shakur has talent. I think that, honestly, the animosity or the flack that he's getting is just because he's talked too much in the last 2 months. I think that's where it's coming from. It's like, he talked himself into a corner. And if you're promising all these things and you don't do it, or you're talking crap about, for example, like I remember one of the clips they played right before when he was talking to Marq, and he was saying, well, the only reason Devin picked Regis is because he looked shitty his last fight. You know, the only reason he took this person is because they look shitty. Blah 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 blah. And so now you looked shitty. You know what I'm saying? It's like he just kept talking himself into this, I feel like, this predicament of where he is now, and he's going to have to take that fan backlash because he's talked so much on Twitter and on all these other interviews, every social media. So they're like, oh, so you were all talk, no bite, pretty much. And like I have no issue, like, you know, how Floyd fights, how Shakur fights, or how any of these boxers fight. It just, for me, it was more so, like I said, like I could literally count the punches. And when I can, that starts to become a problem. Like 40 punches in a 12-round fight landed, that's I don't know. Like this is boxing, it's not MMA. So we expect punches landed. Kind of the point of the game. That's all.
I agree. Well, the people who are really invested in believing that Shakur is part of the new group of fighters that we are looking to champion and carry on the sport of boxing, because that's what we need. We need it to grow. We're not looking at this because, like you said, he's had some great performances before, but they weren't at 135 in the competition. At 135, he hasn't had very much luck getting fights, and that's not his fault. I think he's wanted to fight everybody that he's propositioned for a fight. But like Rachel said, he backed himself into a corner because people are saying, well, you should have taken that 25%. Whatever that 25% consisted of, we don't know if it was 25% of 100,000 or 100. I don't know. Nobody knows, but you would have probably gotten more stature if you would have fought Devin Haney, who was, undisputed. And then if you beat him, you could have become undisputed. You would have had a lot more to gain instead of sitting there on the couch like he did after the fight, pouting like a grown jerk. But that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what he did. He looked like, he's an emotional dude, and to a large extent, I understand. You put a lot into your craft, and you want to see a large return. You want people to like you. You want to be able to move to pay-per-view and all that kind of stuff. But he ain't gonna be no pay-per-view fighter no time soon because of his performance. People were literally chanting Canelo. They were chanting Haney. They were walking out of the stadium. These are people who invested in their money in their Thursday night where they got to go to work tomorrow because he's such a great fighter, and they didn't get a great performance. Like, they saw him running the whole night, which what it looked like nobody was doing anything. It was boring as fuck, and that just is what it is. So people who have been listening to people like me at work talking about who's going to fight tonight, and I need to leave work early because I want to go and see this fight, and they tune in because I'm like, yeah, this is not a pay-per-view. You don't have to pay for this if you have ESPN. And they go and they see some shit like that. They're like, fuck that shit. I'm going back to MMA. I'm not going to do nothing. It just didn't look good for the sport. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, you're literally, I think they were trying to bank, right, on the F1 crowd, and you're literally, like, the F1 crowd is the fast sport. Even the way they change tires and all this madness, it's quick as shit.
Yes, that's
and then
that's not what Bob Arum said, though, right?
What?
About far as the why they was doing this with the F1 and stuff.
What did he say?
It wasn't boxing trying to, use F1 crowd. He's, according to Bob Arum, he said ESPN told us to do this for F1. Yes. He was
not for F1. Well, yeah, for F1 because
and then he went on to say
ESPN, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said they want us to do this for as far as all the stuff they got going on with Formula One, and he said and they pay a lot of our bills.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, so we're gonna do it, and then he said we're also gonna have Thursday. We're gonna have a fight on Thursday during the Super Bowl week. So he said because part of it is, they pay a lot of money for us. So this is why they're doing it. So this had nothing to do with Shakur, Bob, Top Rank, anybody saying, let's do this because this is going to be good for boxing or something with the Formula One crowd. No. Formula One is going down. Y'all, I need y'all to put a fight on that Thursday. Who you got? You can get Shakur Stevenson for the world title. I make that happen. And that's pretty much it.
Respectfully, because I've dealt with Top Rank, I don't take anything that Bob says with a grain of salt.
All right, well.
I think a lot of, I mean, like, I get what you're saying. Like, it possibly would have been ESPN telling them that they have to do it. But, I mean, at the end of the day, they're still going to, ESPN's paying for the fighters' purses, possibly the T-Mobile. You still have to put asses in seats. And the ticket sales weren't as what was supposed to be expected. They closed off a lot of the top of the arena. So I would probably think that unless ESPN was paying premium for them to put them on that night, I think I'm almost betting to say that they lost money that night.
Yeah.
And it was just, to shake hands with ESPN, like, fine, we'll do you this favor. But
not even do a favor. I'm doing what I'm told. It ain't no favor. I work for you. Like you said, they pay our bills.
Right.
They do a lot to pay our bills, so they ask us to do this. We're gonna do it. I think he spoke very candidly. I want you to see the interview.
He should.
Hold on.
My bad.
You say this last part. I'm disappointed in Shakur though, because I did say this about him. When he was doing the interview, to go back to your point, Rachel, he could have did more to sell this fight. Everywhere he went, he was talking about how he wanted the Tank fight. He was talking about Devin ducking him, talking about boxing media ain't shit, and he was talking about Frank Martin ducking him. You get what I'm saying? And somewhere in that interview, I think he was on the Pivot, somewhere where he was at. No, he was talking about getting a big fight. He was like, man, I promise, man. Yeah, one of them fights, man, I'm gonna sell the hell out of that shit. Yeah, when I get a big fight, I can sell it. Blah blah blah. Like, because they was asking the difference between the Pivot. It said Terrence Crawford told me to ask you, are you happy with your situation at Top Rank? He was like, well, I know how to sell myself. When I get a big fight, I'm like, no, nigga, you need to sell this one too. Yeah, sell all the fights, sell the big fights, the little fights, because the big fights got a dance partner. So even when you don't have a dance partner, sell the fight. Talk that shit, sell the fight.
Yeah.
You can sell with anybody, and then you can sell with everybody. But go ahead, Terrence Bailey. Welcome. How you doing?
Man, I'm good, man. Hey, Marq, happy belated Veterans Day, brother.
Salute.
And Mrs. Donaire, salute. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. And Miss Food Revolution, how you doing?
What up?
So, hey, I think, I think that Shakur really looked over this fight. I think he, man, you know what? It's hard to get in that young man's head because, well, for me, because he's talking about everybody but the guy he was fighting. Like he took this fight as if De Los Santos was an afterthought, to be honest. And then he got in there and fought the fight like he was scared to death. I'm actually glad that I didn't actually spend the energy on watching the fight. I actually took a load and went to work and was listening to the fight. One of the YouTube brothers commentating the fight live. I think it was Champ. I don't mean name drop on your page, but I think it was Champ. So I'll listen to him call the fight.
Doing. That nigga said I don't mean to name drop and then name drop the nigga.
You called that right.
I think it was Chump side.
You called that right. But yeah, man. I mean, the fight sounded really, really disappointing. And that's a prime example of focus on the guy you got, not the guy you want. You know what I mean? And from what I heard of the performance that he did with De Los Santos, he don't want no parts of Tank. Or if you do get Tank, it's going to be a boring ass fight because you're going to avoid him because Tank is popping way harder than De Los Santos, and he's way faster.
You're gonna have to go. So Tank got to go get him. But in the process, that makes a better fight because then Shakur can throw because he is a better. You had 2 counter punches in there, 2 southpaws.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a recipe for and it's a guy like you ever heard of fighters saying you get up for certain guys? You don't get up. You probably didn't get up for like De Los Santos like you would for anybody else.
It looked like a sword fight.
Man, the way De Los Santos was talking cold cash money towards that dude, if you can't get up for that, then who the hell you gonna get up for? I mean, you know what? You're probably right. He'll probably get up for Tank because of the money aspect. He'll probably get up for
he ain't gotta go looking for Tank neither in a boxing match. He ain't gotta go looking for Tank in that ring neither.
Well, he didn't have to go looking for De Los Santos. De Los Santos was the one that couldn't cut off the ring, from my understanding.
De Los Santos was just standing. De Los Santos was doing the same thing. He would double pump that jab, and by the time he got that second pump out, Shakur is already back 2 steps, and he had to reset it.
Yeah, I mean, De Los Santos had to go get him, and do something. And didn't like a fight with Ryan Garcia. Shakur needs a lucrative dance partner because he's not going to do it by himself.
But this
well, as far as I understand, Bob said he's not going to fight Tank. Like Bob doesn't want to deal with that.
Well, it's because Tank ain't putting up the money for the fight. They're not going to put the money up for it.
You know, Bob don't like Al Heyman though either. So
Bob spoke about that in the interview too. You talk about that in that same interview.
At the same interview that he said that there wasn't a proposal or a thing from Dev. Yeah.
No, not that one. I didn't.
Oh, that one was telling to me. When he said that, he was like, first of all, Shakur said that Bob offered him 25%, right? We don't know 25% of what the hell. And everyone readily assumed that Dev was the one that sent over the contract. But then Bob was saying that he didn't send over a proposal or whatever. And when he brought it up to Bill Haney, the Haneys, they didn't seem so keen on wanting the fight. So now I'm thinking, okay, so this is Bob's game where he fishes his fighter. He wants to see how much you're willing to get, pay the least amount of money you're willing to take. Then he goes over to Devin and tries to make a deal with Devin, brings that package over to ESPN and says, how much are you willing to pay for this? Can we make this deal happen? That's what happened.
Bob Arum is the biggest criminal who never wore bracelets. It's like that dude is the epitome of, and I mean this respectfully, a Jew lawyer.
He 100% is.
Can I ask you a question, Terrence?
What's that?
Were you a fan of Floyd Mayweather Jr.?
But yeah, I ain't gonna lie, yeah, I was.
Were you did you ever like Oscar De La Hoya?
Yeah, I did. Actually, yeah, I did.
Did you like the way that their careers were being built when they were on Top Rank? That launched them into superstardom?
I think Top Rank. Well, when it comes to
no, answer my question.
That's a yes and no, sir.
Actually, no, I did not. No.
Oh, okay. Because they wouldn't be where they are now if it weren't for Bob Arum and Top Rank.
I disagree.
Love it, and you can hate or love Bob Arum. He don't give a fuck for sure.
Okay, but let me get the context to that though.
But he does have a knack for taking motherfuckers who are Olympians and building their career. Lomachenko, the 2 men that I just mentioned. Did he have
Your argument is getting worse by the people you have.
Muhammad Ali.
Like, come There's on. No argument.
No. You can't even name Muhammad Ali. Come on, stop it. Bob Arum took over the organization that Muhammad Ali was one of the founding members of. He bought it from me. He basically paid off Muhammad Ali. And then all of these people that you're naming
Okay,
Their careers didn't really jump off until they got out of Top Rank. Top Rank is good at developing
Right, but I
amateur
didn't say
talent
he built their careers. I'm
into
saying he
pro
launched
talent,
them.
but they cannot flourish at they can black color people of color will not flourish
Here
at
we
Top
go.
Rank. You have
Oh
to
my
move on.
God.
Here we go.
They would not. Floyd Mayweather had to buy himself out of his contract for $700,000. Bob Arum said. Bob Arum said that Floyd Mayweather would never be a big attraction, and Floyd Mayweather had to prove him wrong. De La
Floyd
Hoya did the
Mayweather
same
wouldn't
thing.
be
Manny
alive
Pacquiao.
if Bob
Terrence, you
Arum
just
created
talking.
fucking.
You just talking though, bro.
Yeah.
Come on,
Like,
no,
hold on, no,
those ain't facts. Those ain't
You know what's
facts.
a fact? You know what's a fact?
Sure.
You know
The
what's a
fact
fact?
is he made $1 million paydays, so he was able to buy himself out for $700,000.
Okay,
You know
all right. So how big was his payday? How much was it worth? That Bob Arum saw his worth at
Didn't he
when he
have
could buy himself
35
out for
fights on Top Rank?
$700,000.
He had like 35
When
fights
he
or
ended up
something,
making
right?
$100,000 paydays that Bob Arum said he would never make.
But listen, but Floyd Mayweather is an anomaly. That doesn't work for everybody. Nobody's done it else since. You get what I'm saying?
But before Floyd, how about Oscar De La Hoya? Oscar De La Hoya had to get up out of that contract before Floyd.
You just talking, like I said. If
y'all full of shit.
The company been around since 1973. If what you said was that easy, what Floyd did, everybody would have done it.
Okay, De La Hoya was before Floyd. Like I said, he got up out of there and he started making more. De La Hoya said, De La Hoya called Bob Arum the devil. I mean, come on. They're good at cultivating talent from the amateurs into the pros.
That's what I said.
But
you jumped over and took it to another level. I said, do you like who they are? Because that's where they started. Because we're not gonna act like Floyd Mayweather. He had what, like 35 fights on Top Rank. I said he's good at taking people out of the Olympics and getting them a start that gets them to the point that they're gonna win.
Holmes. Like, come
but
on.
but on just to give you guys some insight, because I don't think this. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Bob isn't running Top Rank anymore, and he hasn't for quite a number of years. So the newer, so we almost, and other people in there. But so the years that he was more active, I think we have to compare to now. Is he doing what he should do for the guys now, as he's being, kind of pushed to retirement?
I don't, because we're talking about Bob Arum, the promoter in Top Rank, the promotional company. So I think hold on. I think that they're two different things. And this is the thing is that I was saying is that, well, first of all, you said something about Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather may not have been here if Bob Arum didn't pay fucking Jay Prince the money that he needed to get fucking out of the trunk, because like he might not be here on planet Earth. So he did him a fucking service by doing that, and that is a fact. That's a well-documented fact. But you can't make somebody out to be the devil simply because you don't like their race or their gender. And that's where you seem to be going with that, because no one else mentioned his race or his gender until you mentioned it on this panel.
I didn't mention his race or his gender.
No.
When I say being a Jew lawyer, that's a person of a certain of a certain religion who has a way of getting things done in the legal system. Now,
you're double talking here. I hope you know that.
Mrs.
Food Revolution. You do know that we're not on a private conversation and everyone can hear you.
No, right? I was talking to Rachel when I said Mrs.
She could hear you too.
Do what?
I'm here.
Oh, so ma'am, you and your husband have been in the game for a good 20 years. So y'all dealt with Top Rank and all that kind of stuff. Now, in your personal opinion, when it comes to like Floyd Mayweather's situation, Terrence Crawford's situation, Shakur's upcoming situation, that he's said he's not committed to re-signing, and a plethora of other people. Now, I said that they are good at developing talent, but the talent doesn't have. So only certain people get the top billing, i.e., like a Lomachenko, who Bob Arum is on record as saying is better than Muhammad Ali. But he said Floyd would never be a pay-per-view person. What is your opinion on that?
I'm actually going to refer my opinion to, because I'm not going to confirm nor deny. I would rather have someone else say it, and the someone else that had said, I think it was on Fred from whatever. I think it was a barbershop.
Yeah, man. What's up with y'all name dropping ass niggas tonight?
Oh my God, my bad. Well, no, because it's context. Okay, so
I don't give a fuck. I don't care that much.
References. You got to give references to your information.
He interviewed Cameron Duncan, and
but I don't care.
Yeah, okay. Well, because if you guys want to look this up, because I don't want to say like it didn't happen, right?
You'll never find it.
You'll find it.
Yeah.
Cameron Duncan.
He don't have a show no more.
The audio's there. I found it the other day because someone brought it up. So Cameron Duncan someone asked Cameron Duncan about that.
Oh,
and that there's a list.
The NBF.
No black fighter list.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm shrugging my shoulders. I'm just going to leave it there.
And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I ain't talking no crazy stuff. I mean, all this stuff is like it's out there. These people. I mean, like like Terrence Crawford. Most recently, Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford didn't get out there where he should have been until he got out of Top Rank and fought Errol Spence. He had to get out of Top Rank to do that.
That's not at the fault of Top Rank.
And that's not true. Terrence Crawford was already pound for pound the number one fighter in the world.
He was not well known throughout the world like he is now until he got out of Top Rank and had that fight with Errol Spence. What are you talking about?
People knew Terrence Crawford, bro.
And Errol Spence wasn't as popular as he is now. Errol Spence wasn't as popular as he is now until he fought Terrence Buddy Crawford.
And that fight helped both. Thank you, Food. And
both
that fight helped them both.
They both got their highest paydays fighting each other. So what is your point with that?
But also,
it was through who? What Top Rank? What are you talking about?
I think what Terrence Bailey is saying, like,
for him, if he went over there and fought.
Jesus fucking Christ!
If he went over, like if he would have left Top Rank, went to Golden Boy and fought Alexis Rocha, it would have been the same thing. No, the dance partner matters. Everything that's on the line.
And the promotion matters. The company matters, and it wasn't Top Rank.
What was it?
Well, it wasn't PBC either. It was fucking Showtime. PBC didn't.
But it wasn't Top Rank.
Well, you're saying that to say what?
You think he could have rolled out the bed, woke up in the morning, never signed a Top Rank? I
must be the fucking.
No, sir. Floyd got this dope metaphor. He was like, everybody act like my whole career bends on me fighting Manny Pacquiao. I could have just started my career off first fight Manny Pacquiao and just retire if that's the case. No, it's a process to get to that level. Everything, all those fights up to that point mattered.
Okay, all right. So the company and platform that you do it on don't matter. That's what you're saying.
No, but what we do know is Terrence Crawford negotiated that deal outside of any network. The deal was made because Terrence Crawford came to Errol Spence and they came to an understanding that this should happen, and then they went to whoever their financiers are.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm done talking to you. Okay, so Terrence Crawford came to Errol Spence.
Who are you talking to now?
And Errol Spence didn't take no tune-up fights, no nothing. Said he wouldn't fight nobody but Terrence, and Terrence took a fight in between. I'm a fan of both of them, and Terrence took a fight in between, and Terrence was the one that went to Earl, and Terrence was the one that said he don't need Earl, he ain't got to fight Earl, he ain't got to do none of that shit.
You know,
man, are you serious?
Errol Spence said that too. He said, "I don't need Terrence Crawford. I got options. I can fight Keith Thurman. I can fight."
Earl said he ain't never fighting Keith Thurman. What are you talking about?
Before he said that.
This was before he said that. He said it's on TV. He's on TV.
Mrs. Donaire, what's your take, please?
No. We can't do that. So look,
he loves doing that. He loves doing that.
No, but also what he
because
said,
she's in the business.
Okay, but this is what you said isn't even business related. It's what the guy said on camera. You don't have to be in the business to hear what the guy said on TV. And I can play you the clip. He said I can fight Canelo. He also went on Brian Custer's show.
Not for Undisputed.
No. But he said I don't need to fight him. That's what the argument was. You said he didn't say that.
Play that. Play that.
I can find it, bro. You keep cutting me off. Let me say this. Another thing he said, he was talking about being I can be in the Hall of Fame without Undisputed.
Who said that?
Errol Spence.
Well, I don't believe that, but
okay. You want to put some money on it?
No. I don't believe that's possible. I don't believe it's possible for him to go to Undisputed without the. I don't believe it's possible to go to the Hall of Fame without the Undisputed. Is what I'm saying.
There's a lot of people in the Hall of Fame without Undisputed.
Well, I don't believe Earl would go without the Undisputed. Is what I'm saying.
Undisputed. It's a lot of people in the Hall of Fame that wasn't Undisputed. I can keep naming them.
I'm saying at this point, I don't think that Earl will go with an Undisputed. Now, what he would do later is something different, but not at this point.
Sir, the argument was he dismissed the fight as well, as in he can do other things. He don't have to fight Terrence Crawford. That's all I'm saying.
You on the wrong side of the street.
And that's all I'm saying, man. He dismissed the fight as well. And it's documented.
Okay, he was on the wrong side of the street.
Yo, for you, if you want to put some bread on it.
Okay, so he was on the wrong side of the street. So he crossed. So that means he had to cross the street in order to make the fight. So where did he cross the street from?
What fight?
No, she said that Earl said that Terrence was on the wrong side of the street. So Terrence had to cross the street.
Earl Spence said that.
I know that. She said Earl Spence said that Terrence was on the wrong side of the street. So Terrence had to cross the street. So where did he cross the street from?
Tyrank.
Yes. I like a plethora of other fighters who had to leave there in order to make big stuff happen in their career.
Well, actually,
it's the point I'm making.
He wasn't signed to anybody. He wasn't signed to Top Rank when this fight was made.
You ever heard that? I heard.
Oh my God!
That's what he said.
Okay. He wasn't signed to Top Rank. He wasn't signed to Top Rank when this fight happened. So that means he had to not sign with Top Rank in order to make this fight happen.
That's what
he was. Yeah. Well, he had fought Avanesian also, and he wasn't.
On that other app, we're not going to name drop, but he had to not sign with Bob Arum in order to make this big fight happen. If he had signed with Bob Arum, this fight would not have happened.
But the problem with that, Terrence Bailey, is we've seen them do.
Oh my God! I feel like I'm getting fucking dumber.
No, I mean it's possible, but
but
that ain't got nothing to do with me. My thing is the problem with that what you're saying is. True or false? Has PBC and Top Rank collaborated? Have they sent guys over? Vice versa.
Yes, they have.
So there you have it. So he.
But they wouldn't for this fight.
They just did last night.
What did Terrence Crawford say?
Why does it change with Terrence Crawford?
What did Terrence Crawford say with his last fight with Top Rank? He said, "Well, Bob Arum couldn't secure me to fight with Errol Spencer. I don't see any reason why he could do it now." He basically put Bob on blast. What they did, trying to sue Bob, and which didn't go nowhere. Was come to find out, they said there was Hillerman or whatever the hell his name is, the one that spearheaded that lawsuit, and we see what happened with that shit. So the thing is that with Terrence, Floyd, De La Hoya, a whole lot of fighters. Even Pacquiao, at one point, Pacquiao had to leave in order to get the paydays that he wanted because he was getting capped. Bob don't like paying nobody. Bob offered Sean Porter $1 million, a two-time champ, $1 million for a fight. He lowballed Sean Porter.
Okay.
Bob don't like paying nobody.
Okay. Well, this is my question.
Sean Porter eventually got $4 million for that fight. So.
Right. This is my question.
Who did he get it from?
Terrence.
He got it from Bob Arum and Terrence and Top Rank. That was on Top Rank.
Terrence,
okay, well,
my question to you is this.
Bob told him go to hell. Sean told him go to hell at first. He's like, man, $1 million. Okay. So What happened with Keith Thurman?
We got to let some other people get in
yeah,
the conversation
okay,
too.
yeah. But my last question is this before we
going
do
back
that.
and forth. We ain't gonna let nobody
I don't
else.
want to go back and forth because he
Y'all
ain't talking to
talking
me. I'm gonna talk to him because he said he don't want to talk to me no more.
Right.
My question for you is, who's in business and who is not in business anymore? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Santos. Santos is here.
That's not even a question.
I was just gonna.
Who's in business? Who's not in business? You try to say PBC ain't in business no more?
Hold on, Terrence.
Hold on, Terrence.
Hold on, Terrence. With all due respect, we got these other people.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going on mute.
Thank you, brother. Go ahead.
That was funny.
Terrence, please.
Hey,
Santos, what up?
Yeah, what's up, everyone? What Terrence was trying to get everybody to understand is that most of the high-profile names of fighters that have been in the business of boxing for I say probably the past 20 years, they have made their highest purses and made the most of their revenues over the lifetime of their career after Top Rank. Which is factual. Now the older fighters like Ali, like Terrence was saying, Ali and his organization started Main Event, which was bought out by Bob Arum. Came in to partner up with them later and bought out when Ali's folks wanted to get out of the business, he bought it out and they turned it over to Top Rank. Sugar Ray had his own situation, him and his attorney, and they partnered up with the likes of Top Rank sometimes and the likes of Don King sometimes to make their fights, because you have to have a promoter to put these fights in place. Now, as far as what, in my opinion, would Floyd, Oscar De La Hoya, or some of these other high-profile fighters have had a blossoming career without Top Rank? Yes, they would have, because these are phenom fighters that have came through the ranks a few times. We only get so many of them every so often, and they could have. Don't forget, we had the Don Kings and all them out there. All these promoters are crooked. All of them are crooked to a certain extent, but there were other promotional companies outside of Top Rank. Those guys are going to be great regardless, because they were great before they got into the professional ranks from their amateur career, most of them. So we got to put things in perspective. That doesn't mean that Top Rank hasn't done a stellar job of promoting, but Terrence is absolutely right. Bob don't want anybody to get paid overly too much. He'll pay a few fighters, but not all of them. And he's not going to, he'll tell you real quick, he wanted too much money, certain fighters. And just like Rachel said, we got to also consider the fact that Bob hasn't been anything but a figurehead or talking, interviewer, a person that's been interviewed and speaking on what's going on with his business as well as the boxing. He hadn't been taking care of the day-to-day business and the contractual ins and outs of negotiating with these fights and stuff like that. But he may have some voice and some shots to call at the end, maybe. But he's been more of a figurehead more than anything, because his name does carry some weight, because he's been around since the days of Ali and so many others.
For sure. What's up, Clips?
What's happening? What's happening, Marq Nash, man? Shout out to Marq Nash and the whole neighborhood, and shout out to the lovely ladies on the panel first. I see my sister Food Revolution in here. I see the great Rachel Donaire in here. Oh my God, this panel is just so beautiful right now. I got my brother Unbiased Brim Reaper in the building, and Santos. Oh, Mr. Nasty Time. There's OG Mr. Nasty Time, Santos in the building. And my man, a.k.a. the White Devil Ain't Shit, motherfucking Terrence Bailey out here came right out from the depths of Mother Africa. He's got his dashiki on. He's got a motherfucking spear in one hand, an AK in the other, and he ain't playing with y'all motherfuckers. Tell him, man. It's a beautiful time. I hope everybody's good. I hope y'all feeling all right. And there is some, I see where you're going with it, but I'm going to keep it real. Hey, TB, get off the gas. I feel you, but sometimes we got to stop making these people more powerful than they really are. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, when you're dealing with business, yeah, he's done some fucked up things. But at the end of the day, he's also put some people in position to win. And you let any business person worth their salt, you give them enough time conducting their business, you're going to have mixed opinions and a diverse story about them. Some people are going to say, oh, he fucked me over. Some people are going to say he put me on. You're going to have fighters who sue them, or you're going to have clients and people they do business with who sued them, but they're still cool. I mean, segue and look at Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many artists have sued Diddy? And there was years where, oh man, Puff Daddy's the devil, he ain't shit. But you know what? That when it's time for that Bad Boy reunion, they black asses on the stage singing and whatever with Diddy because it was what it was. Sometimes business, you know, as Pittsburgh T always says, a good business deal, nobody walks away 100% satisfied.
All right, Unboxed fan, Burn Reaper, talk to me. Unmute your mic. There you go. What up, bro?
Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing?
Man, you sound far away from the phone. You sound like the phone's sitting on the floor and you standing up.
I know my mic is going back.
Are you hiding in the latrine?
Yes,
yeah. Are you in the bathroom?
In the latrine. Oh my God, we got military personnel.
Let me try to turn you up.
No, it's not you. It's my mic. I think I got a short mic.
There you go. We can hear you better now. You sound like
okay, cool. I don't even want to move my hand. I think I got a short mic.
All right, talk to me.
Okay, so we do understand that Bob Arum, Top Rank, has a system in place, and they have a cap with their system. We know that they're great for bringing upcoming fighters, getting them to a certain level of prominence, and then once you reach a certain level, you have to move on. The reason why is because Top Rank has a cap within their system. They don't overpay, and for most fighters, and that's fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, the fighters do what they have to do to get that next level of pay. But that's one of the reasons why Top Rank is still in business and still able to move around and cultivate new talent. Because if you notice, most people, the boxers, when they come out of the Olympics, 80% of them go to Top Rank. There's a reason for that, because they have a good system in place. So you got to understand the system as it is. But when it came to Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, we're like, oh, he made his most money, he left Top Rank. Yeah, that's true. But we can't condone what they did for that to end up being the case, because they could have easily made that fight with both promotional companies. It's just that they want to keep everything in house and keep all the money, and then hold the back fights for over marinate fights. So I'm not going to praise them for doing that, because that effectively hurts the sport, because those fights should happen sooner. So on one token, yes, Top Rank is cheaper. And part of that reason is because they have a system that they've been running with for years. And fighters move on, just like De La Hoya, Mayweather. At some point, they do move on. They'll get you to stardom, but superstardom is on you. But please, let's not applaud any promotional company keeping fights from happening just because they want to keep every single dollar. There's no excuse because I fight on this promotional banner and this other person fights on this promotional banner that a fight shouldn't be made, and we shouldn't be clapping our hands for any company doing that, keeping a fight from happening just because the other person's at a promotional company. We should want to see the best fight the best, and that's it. All the other stuff is nonsense.
Yeah, and let me piggyback on that. Like these promotional companies have gotten to the point where the fighter is an employee, whereas the promotional company should be working for the fighter. Like Bob Arum got that whole thing twisted. He's like these my fighters or whatnot. They work for me, and it shouldn't be that way. Like the fighter should be like when he wants to fight somebody, he should be hiring the promoter to promote the fight or whatnot. Like the whole game, for as far as I see, Mrs. Donaire, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the game is flipped because the fighter should be the one telling the promoter how he wants to promote it and what have you, and the venue they want and whatnot, and not the promoter treating the fighter as an employee and underpaying. That's my thing. I put on events for my family. I put on events, and I have people promote this or other. I pay them. I tell them what I want, and what we need, and whatnot. And to these promoters. We hire them, we pay them. They don't tell us what to do. We tell them what to do. So I don't understand how how somebody like Bob is treating fighters like employees.
But can't the same be said for PBC fighters? PBC fighters talk about you on the wrong side of the street.
It's across
We
the
don't want to
board.
make fights with you.
Wait.
Right. But you're talking about...
Well, PBC are promoters. Al Hammond is an advisor. He was sued and he won. He's an advisor. Let's get that right.
In name. Well, yeah, like you said, across the board. So, but you don't hear matchroom fighters saying that. You don't hear, what's Fisheye's name? Over there across the pond.
Queensbury.
Yeah, you don't hear. Queensbury. Yeah, you don't hear them saying that.
Who's the most notorious for it? Okay, like let's take
PBC.
Let's take for example when Teofimo wanted to fight. Well, he was supposed to fight with Devin, and he pulled Cambosos out his behind, and they tried to do the Triller deal. This and other. What did Bob Arum say in response to that? He basically was like, "You got to come back here. When you come back here, I got your ass." It's like, oh, they conspired together in order to get a bigger purse. What do you mean conspired? What do you mean conspired? Isn't there such thing as called the Ali Act, where fighters can negotiate for the biggest possible purse? Mr. Donaire, like I said, correct me again if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but the Muhammad Ali Act is bullshit.
It has no teeth.
It's. Let me just tell you, I don't know how many times I've seen fighters get slipped a page of paper, folded into 16ths, where it says your name and you're supposed to sign there. And they do this the day of the fight, 2 hours before you put on your gloves. Because, every fighter wants to look at numbers and, that they just got fucked, knowing that they negotiated without knowing what the numbers were coming in. Right? And they're going to remember those numbers, right? Because those numbers, first of all, doesn't show full ticket prices. It doesn't show if there's pay-per-view. That's not on there either. It has international TV rights and sponsorship. Big whoopee. So how are you supposed to know how much you're worth unless you go chase that Muhammad Ali act after? It's bullshit.
Hey, Mr. Donaire, I'm gonna tell you this. I think it was about 2 years ago. I was trying to work with Bill Haney and a couple other people, and it was a guy that my family was endorsing for Congress. One of the things we were pushing was the Ali Act because John McCain had passed away, and he was the only one that was actually championing the act, and he died. And Congress had admitted that nobody had picked up the work. So the guy that we were championing for Congress, we asked him to be for that to be one of his things. And I was trying to like get Bill Haney, there's a couple of people that, to try to get behind it. No support, none whatsoever. When John McCain passed away, all that enforcement went to shit, and there was nobody. There's actually nobody in Congress now that gives a damn about boxing. No, they don't. You have to pay lobbyists for all that crap, and no one's going to pay lobbyists for that. I mean, that's part of the reason why we also don't. Everyone's like, "Oh, we should have a fighter union." I'm like, yeah, sounds great. All of you guys, I'm sorry, most of the boxers that I've ever met have their nose so far in the air they don't care about the other boxers. They don't. No. So that's not going to happen. They all fight for themselves. And at the end of the day, do I agree with promotional contracts? No, because I mean, literally, they have you by the balls. Nonito can't do an ad. Like, let's say they're sponsoring my son's dental work, and he comes on camera and says, "I'm Nonito Donaire, and I love the way that Las Vegas Dental does my son's work." Yeah, bank, promotional company has part of that pie. All the sponsorships on your trunks, they own a part of that.
So they getting a piece of the fire damn near in perpetuity until they have to sue.
Name, likeness, everything.
Yeah,
They own
that's a 360
everything.
deal. Yeah.
I mean, and that's crazy because we all know with boxing, that's how it pretty much always was. If not, it was worse back then. And people give Dana White so much flack for, what he's doing. And that, not even trying to stick up for Dana White. I think that's some scumbag shit. But just when you look at it that way, that sounds like a template.
Yeah, and it's not like the promoters bring you endorsements. They don't bring you trunk sponsorship, but yet they get a piece of it. And you have to pay somebody else, right? Because I'm assuming either A, your manager, or B, you have an advisor or a PR person that'll go out and go get sponsorships and endorsements for you. Honestly, even if they open up a gym in their own name, you don't own your name. These boxers don't get it.
No. See, and that's the bullshit I was talking about. Just like being, like signing on, you basically employee and whatnot, and you sign yourself up to a promoter. You hire a promoter to get something done. You don't. A promoter don't own you. There's some messes only in boxing that I know of, and man, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Like you got people talking about legislation in order to ban boxing. No, you need legislation in order to protect boxers and their families. You know what I'm saying? Like all that shit that come out of a boxer's purse, some of that shit should be some money that protect a boxer after their career is over. Instead of frivolous shit that goes to the goddamn sanctioning bodies who don't do a goddamn thing. But look at Gerald McClellan. Like right now, what is the boxing commission doing for him right now?
Somebody need to mute. I hear that background. That's Brown. Go ahead, Terrence. My bad.
What is all those sanctioning fees that the G-Man paid? What are they doing for him right now? See, if you're gonna take money out of these boxers' purses, it should be for shit like that. It should be for stuff that when Nonito hangs it up forever and he's like, okay, I'm done. That when he hits 65, he ain't got to worry about just getting Social Security. You know what I'm saying? That he got, maybe a few $100,000 coming every year.
Well, I've mentioned
that sounds dope, but a lot of that comes with the fighter, their team, and how things are set up. Perfect example of that, even though it's a different sport. Allen Iverson wasn't thinking nothing of it, but who was it? Reebok? Yeah, it was Reebok when he got his Reebok deal. Saying the people at Reebok,
they put money away from him.
Thank you, because they gave a fuck about him, not his team, not even himself. They said, nah. He and everyone who knows the story knows he famously had a problem with it, but they were like, nah, this portion of your pay is going to account that's accruing interest, and you're not.
What? Here's the thing. In boxing, with the sanctioning bodies taking all that money out your check, some of that money should go for this stuff for these fighters. It shouldn't go to the sanctioning bodies that ain't doing shit.
I can agree with that.
Mrs. Donaire was about to comment on that, on what I said. Respectfully. Mr. Donaire
right, but respectfully, like you and Mrs. Donaire have been having a conversation for a while.
Right, bro.
She's been gracious.
Yeah,
everybody's involved in the conversation, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, to get some factual context to it.
Yeah, but man, stop that placating shit, man. Everybody involved in the conversation.
But I mean, here's the thing.
Oh shit, that's
but here's the thing. Like, you're talking about what it should be. And from what I'm hearing in this conversation, there's people like myself and Rachel who are just trying to get to the brass bones of this is a business, and what it should be is no more than hyperbole. Let's talk about what it is. What is the template, and how can we adjust the template moving forward, understanding that you cannot completely reinvent the machine or the mechanism that we're looking at and talking about. You can, at the most, you can do slight tweaks. But we can't just start talking about, in a perfect world, and like what she was saying, a boxers union. That's what made me chime in. A boxers union, we've been saying that for years, but realistically, it'll be boxers who will blow up the idea of a boxers union, because most Most are too self-interested. Most are so self-interested, they don't even make decisions that help out their career that aren't even in their self-interest. We talk about it at least once a month in this neighborhood.
Right, but Clips, would you agree that some of that has to do with overpayment of boxers for they're inactive, right? But they're getting paid way too much. So there needs to be a reset in the entire industry of boxing for a lot of boxers, not all boxers, because there are a lot of boxers that we don't see or hear of. We only talk about the superstars. But the superstars.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I agree with you. No, I agree with you 1,000%. And that's why I'm with Rachel that they will not unionize. Because if they unionize, then you have, say, standard wage rate, you have, say, prevailing wage, things that you see in unions, into where, yeah, you get that punk ass boxer who's sitting around, sitting on a belt for over a year.
But what I think is that we just need to wait for the current class of boxers to age out, and they are aging out. And then we can reset the market with the newer up and coming, the Abdullah Masons and all of the younger guys who are coming up, because they won't be used to getting those high paydays.
I agree.
The Boots Ennis's.
I agree.
Used to touching that money.
No, I agree with you.
Just let them age on out.
Actually, need these current executives of boxing to age out, not so much the fighters, because then just like with politics, you get some of these politicians out of office, been in there 30 years or so, you can get some changes made as far as things that are better for the majority instead of for
I agree.
That's something that needs to be.
I've spoken to that as well on the politics tip.
No, that's very true. But no, I agree with you, Foodie. But that goes back to what I was saying to Terrence about we can't talk these lofty ideas of what we would like. Let's just tweak. Let's make subtle adjustments to the mechanism, because this is a business. Okay, so nobody's turning off the money faucet. Okay, that's what's
a lofty idea?
I'm sorry.
I think he's talking about the lofty idea would be that the people are getting $1 million paydays would be taking less than what they are getting now. That would be the only way to change things. They're not going to take less.
Yeah, nobody's going to collect the bargain. Nobody's going to collect the bargain for a pay cut.
I don't get how what I said had anything to do with that. I said that what should happen is the money that these sanctioning bodies are already taking, instead of pocketing it, should go into some type of pension fund for the fighter who's holding the belt.
That's exactly what I meant right there. Hold on, stop right there. That's exactly what I meant. That's a lot. We are expecting these people.
That's not a pay cut.
We're expecting these corporations, out the goodness of their heart, they have been able to get over on boxers for how many years with sanctioning fees and fees that they're going to take out regardless. Okay. Now, nothing short of a union, which I already stated, I would love to see, but I know it's probably not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Could make them sacrifice that or say, hey, okay, well, if this 30% we're taking anyway, we're going to set aside 10% for your health care. Like, no, that's not going to happen. But realistically, well, like what Foodie's alluding to is we can slowly shift the culture with these new batch, with the new batch of boxers, where nobody's getting paid obscene amounts of money for doing a little bit of nothing. And on top of that, your contract is being negotiated by and with people who truly have your best long term. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on. Hey, look, if a dude has a belt, he's giving up, a certain percentage in order to be able to have that belt that he quote unquote earned, and he's giving the sanctioning body X amount of dollars in order to be able to fight a fight with this belt. And they tell who is mandatory is this and other and whatnot. And they take a percentage of everything in order for him to hold this belt. They should be putting money away. That's a no-brainer. They should be putting money away for this boxer for incidentals with like retirement or accidental death or whatever. If he becomes unified, that should be even more. If he becomes undisputed, that should be even more. That those things should be non-negotiable. It should be already within the parameters of holding a belt. The fact that it is not is criminal.
Yeah, well, we agree with you, but who's going to hold them accountable to that?
Okay, well,
outside of the
this is
union.
okay. I'm gonna say it again. When I said earlier that when John McCain died, there was nobody enforcing anything, any type of
But he's
standard
dead
on
though.
boxing. Okay, so when myself and my family tried to get that restarted, we got no help or no support from the boxing community.
That's what I'm saying. Who's going to hold them accountable? It's an idea that's great, but who's going to hold them accountable to it? Because they're not going to do it out of the goodness of their heart.
And you can't
got a
expect
question.
them to. And then back to what Rachel was saying, which made me chime in, unionizing of boxers, which could affect this change, is very unlikely because many boxers are
Selfish.
Thank you. And so at the end of the day, and I agree, and it's something that the brother 93 typed in the thing. So the top dogs who already went through the mud, who dealt with the bullshit, whether they, you know what I'm saying, whether they had to kiss ass and suck dick or whether they just got it out the mud that right way, they are in that position. If you collectively negotiate for the sake of these little bullshit boxers who are still making their bones, these top dogs are going to have to sacrifice a lot of the rights and benefits and privileges they're enjoying.
Hey,
They're not going to do that.
We got a fight.
Hey, look, I'm gonna go on the record. I'm gonna say this: if the Donaire family wants to see that get done, I myself and my family will back you up, and I hope everybody else on this panel will say the same thing. And
they do regardless.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and like Donito's one of the the ones that has always been talking about change, and that's kind of why I go on these panels to be able to talk about like, listen, like this is what's happening. Like a lot of people just see the fights getting made, they don't understand the contracts or what they're held to, and Nonito's always about like not it being about him. He's not that guy, so yeah, 100%. I'll take you up on that. When Nonito gets back from his birthday retreat, I'll talk to him about that because we're looking at how he can be more of an ambassador in the sport now, transitioning to whatever in his life. And I think that that's a advocacy that we would totally go for. But again, like that would be more of the political game, which is, I think, where you were trying to allude to, that if we can get that political backing again, to be able to push the Muhammad Ali Act to force the sanctioning bodies and or promoters to have to do this, to have to put aside stuff for the boxers, then I believe that's the only route, because I listen, I'm around all of them all the time, and a lot of them don't like hanging out with each other because there's so much damn ego in the room.
That's the room in the room.
Hey, Rachel, I got a question.
Yeah.
When it comes to the sanctioning bodies,
Mm-hmm.
how many fighters have to pay? Is it everybody that's ranked?
No. Well, if you have a sanctioned fight, so even if let's just say you're number 20 and you want a continental belt or whatever, right? Like those regional belts, then yes, you have to pay. But if you're not, just because you're ranked, you don't have to pay. It's just when you start moving up the ranks and you're trying to get those trinkets to get the bigger fight, and then that's when you start paying.
Okay, because I asked that question because the clip said something that I was going to say. So that basically means 95% to 98% of all fights that happen, the sanctioning bodies don't collect anything. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say so. But I don't know if I would say 98 though. That seems a really high to me.
90, maybe 90%, 90 to
I
95?
would say, honestly, I would say 60 to 70. I'd be more careful. I'd be more comfortable at 70 because I watched the Philippine move a lot, and it's always like these stupid little trinket belts. But I'm like, dude, that's not a world champion belt, but okay.
Oh, the step up belts to get you to the big belts. That's how they're able to collect money from the lower fighters.
Yes.
The reason why I said that is because I was thinking, in regards to a union, the first thing that's going to happen when in regards to a union is all the top fighters are going to have to take a little bit less money when it comes down to it, because one of the not to side with promotional companies, because I think a lot of them do fugazi stuff, but they are losing money usually with every fighter that comes into the game, because they have to invest money into the fighter to get to the point to get popular and to be able to recoup that money. Because I was listening to an interview with a smaller time promoter, and like 2 weeks ago he did an event and he lost 20,000 because he had to replace a fighter at the last second. That fighter he replaced, he had to spend an additional 3,000 because that fighter wanted more because it was last second. So a lot of the small promoters and the other promoters that are larger, what fighters are coming into the game, they're losing money on them at first. So I think that's part of the reason why some of the fighters are getting screwed, is because they're mitigating their risk because they're putting the money up front for you to advance your career. So it's a double-edged sword, I think, in regards to like unionizing, because the top is going to have to, take less so the bottom can be able to have those annuities and some of those benefits. And that's what I kind of see when I look at the dynamic of boxing as a totality. It's the have and have nots, and the haves are only 10% and maybe even less, and the have nots are the rest.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, and in addition to that, sorry, Foodie, let me just get this one off. In addition to the promoters, even the small-time promoters, like you were saying, or the big-time promoters, you're also looking at the managers. Managers, a lot of the time when they first sign you coming out of the gates, first 5, sometimes all the way to 10 fights, they're paying for you and your opponent. Because they are good with a promoter, and they're like, we have this slot, but we're not paying for your fight, your card. And so managers had to put out money, and that's a lot of the time why in the scale they take 30% of your purse because they have to recoup. They're paying for the freaking whole for your card for your fight to be able to go together with the flights and everything. And then usually if you have someone that has some type of humanity, when you start making that money and they've already recouped and had their return on investment, they'll start kicking it back. Okay, now we'll go down to 20%, 15, 10.
Exactly. Real quick before we do anything else, I didn't want to jump past the elephant in the room. Rachel, you said that Nonito is on his birthday retreat.
Yeah, I was going to say, everybody say happy birthday.
It just passed, or is it coming up?
Oh, it was Thursday. Well, today's still Friday? No, today's now Saturday. Thursday. It was Thursday.
Oh, so it's damn. Happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday, Nonito.
With your permission. Maybe not now, but we'll set it up. We got to do a birthday prank call. We're gonna prank call Nonito.
All right. Yeah, no, he went to, he actually, interestingly, so we had our wedding anniversary on the 11th. Then that Sunday, he fasted from Sunday all the way till, well, now he's at the retreat, because he wanted to do a very spiritual grounding over in Sedona. So
he's in Sedona with the Vortex. He's at the Vortex.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You guys have an 11/11 anniversary, huh?
Yeah. So we have our civil wedding was 8/8/8, and our Catholic wedding was 11/11/11.
That's what's up.
So he can't forget. Like, if he forgets, like, I'm just gonna smack him. Like, I couldn't have made it any easier for you.
You can't be violent. He's over there at the Vortex being peaceful, stacking rocks. You can't get on. He's trying to get his zen right. Let him stack his rocks.
No. We had our anniversary. We had our anniversary. He has not forgotten. Yeah, he has not forgotten. Interestingly, we did not do anything. We actually didn't do anything because he literally wanted to fast. Like, he wanted to just conserve his energy for the Vortex.
So, yeah, he's stacking his rocks right now.
What is the Vortex?
There's a vortex.
Is that a West Coast thing?
Well, no, it's all around the world, but the one in Sedona, Arizona is very powerful because it's like 3 or 4 ley lines intersect right there.
It's a masculine energy.
Yeah, ley lines. You understand the concept of ley lines in the earth, right? Come on, I know you got this. You're an intelligent man, Terrence.
Hey, look, I was educated by the American military system, so you got to educate me.
Well, sir, thank you for your service again. Belated Veterans Day.
Yes,
I forgot.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Always. But yeah, they told you about this. You didn't get it. Ley lines are like magnetic currents. There's like a highway, a web of lines that flow through this earth and through most things where there's like magnetic energy. And along these currents, it flows and it's very strong, and they flow through all the world. And that's why certain areas get charged, because you have certain nodes throughout this planet, basically where lines intercross, and the more lines that intersect, in these certain areas, it'll create.
Can I shoot through those for somebody I want to get? If that's a yes, I'm down for it.
You're looking like a fucking drunk. Look at you, man. Get out. You're out that man's army, man. Get off the shit, Bailey. Come on, man. Look at him.
Hey, look, the war ain't never.
He doesn't want to know nothing.
I'm a black man. The war ain't never over.
It's been over. You just don't want to let it go.
Come on home. Come on home.
Hey, look, I'd rather be a warrior in the garden than a gardener in a war.
Hey, Rachel Foodie, Terrence Bailey's like them old Japanese soldiers they found in the 70s and 80s on them islands in Southeast Asia who was still fighting World War II.
And you know what? I'm your best neighbor because when the shit get real, guess what? You coming to my house.
Not even that. I encounter people on a daily basis, like old people who are afraid that COVID is going to get them still. And I'm like, we way past that, man. Just take a pill and get over it. Like, you're going to be fine. Like, even 90-year-old people are doing just fine. Go take your vacation. Like, you're 90.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. My VA counselor said that if there's a zombie apocalypse happen, she's bringing her husband and her kids to my house because it's probably the safest place in town.
Zombie apocalypse. Okay. Well, anyway, like I was
gonna. A strange side note. Real strange side note. Do you know that zombies are real? There are two different. There are two different diseases that they let you know publicly about. That if you look at the symptoms of what it is, you basically are a zombie. The most common one is called NODS. NODS is very big in certain parts of Africa and Southeast Asia, and the only reason it hasn't spread globally is when there's an outbreak in villages, they just lock down that village and let everyone die. They literally send their army and circle that shit and just let that shit run its course so it can't spread to nobody else.
Most of the shit you see on TV in those movies and whatnot have some basis in truth because there's extensive research being done, especially the alien bullcrap. And then don't even get I'm not gonna bring up the Haitian stuff because they do that stuff.
What you talking about now?
You know why
they fucking with the island? Come on now. You know you ain't even got to talk
about no, like no. I was gonna say the Haitian stuff is a lot of stereotypical bullshit, and a lot of it is them trying to keep the island down. That island has more mineral wealth than a lot of places in the entire on the entire planet, and they try to keep it down because they want what's there, and then they're not trying to let the government flourish.
If you're talking about that, you're not talking about Haiti. You're talking about the Congo.
No. I'm talking about Haiti.
Haiti has a lot of cobalt. Haiti has a lot of cobalt.
I'm talking about Haiti.
They have 60% of the world's.
Haiti got a lot of shit on the
low.
No, he knows
bullshit.
He knows what he's talking about.
She always talk people, and she wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
You're right, Terrence. You're right, Terrence.
No,
y'all should stop being for everybody.
Congo has 60% of the world's population of cobalt.
No, we ain't talking about cobalt.
Yeah,
we ain't talking about cobalt.
Haiti has
stuff more. Haiti has stuff more expensive than cobalt.
I'm right.
Haiti has more stuff.
Haiti has more Haiti has a lot of other.
Congo also has diamonds. They have cobalt. They have a lot of the resources in the world that are used for just the phone that I'm talking on right now. It takes cobalt.
That's true for both countries.
Yeah. I am Cameroonian, so I know it's in Cameroon.
I'm not talking about Cameroon. I'm talking about Congo.
Look,
Jesus Christ!
Congo.
Some of the most.
I mean, they are two different countries, Terrence.
And he's right about what he's saying. They do try to keep the value of that country down because of what they have. It's
what country? Haiti or the Congo?
Haiti.
Well, but technically both. That's what I'm saying. Technically both.
Right.
No. Haiti is worse.
I mean, we gotta stop that. Like, we gotta stop saying, "Well, they're doing this person worse." We're talking about just oppression in general.
Right. Oh,
what resources does Haiti have over the Congo?
I need to go to bed.
You do.
I mean, it's not always.
Yeah, do because y'all give me a headache.
Tired.
Y'all talking
You
stupid.
need to take a nap.
I mean, that's not stupid. Both countries are being exploited. So both people
yes.
are making valid points. You know what I'm saying? Haiti, I think, in my opinion, gets extra attention because not only of its vast resources that people don't know about, but its political history and its significance as far as the Western civilization, as well as the poor people, not just black people, the poor people's fight against the powers
Well,
that be.
that's the thing is, well, if you look at the Congo, every 48 minutes, a woman is raped. You have warlords over there who are making
resources.
You have warlords over there who have American and UK backing to
We
do
talk
what
about the
they are
resources.
doing. Yeah, I'm talking about the resources and the reason why they have Americans paying them and the reasons why they have UK paying them is because we need their resources. We're not paying Haiti the same.
Well, you know, actually,
America is
a lot of
backing.
them gangs, all them the gangs that have taken over pretty much 70 plus percent of the island of the Haiti right now. Those gangs, just like the Mexican cartels, these are gangs that are running around with American guns and all their money's
But we
American.
are talking about warlords.
Okay, all right.
We ain't talking about gangs. We're talking
I mean,
about warlords.
these gangs are like warlords. I just said they have the country. Haiti right now, currently as we're speaking, the actual government of Haiti runs less than 20-30% of the country. And the rest of the island,
and why is that? And hold on.
Not just cobalt on Haiti. Haiti's got all sorts of shit.
I'm not talking about Haiti. I'm talking about the Dominican.
We're not talking about that.
The Democratic Republic of Congo. Which used to be Zaire.
Well, they both got a lot of shit. Congo got shit. Nigeria got shit. There are a lot of countries with black and brown people.
Not Nigeria. There isn't as much bloodshed over there in Nigeria as it has been since 1996 over there in the Congo. I mean, 6 million people. 6 million.
What Terrence was talking about, you changed everything he was talking about. He was not saying that Haiti was number one. He was saying that what they have is why their country gets devalued, just like a few other countries.
No, that's not why they get devalued.
Argument or debate. Oh, that's bullcrap.
That's not why they get devalued. They get devalued because they owe so much money due to.
We know about that, but that's a part of it also. But there is a black country. I just left over there.
The Congo isn't. The Congo.
You know why they're in debt. You know why the island of Haiti's in debt, right?
Yes, I do.
You know why the island of Haiti has always been in debt.
They fought and got their independence from France.
Exactly, yes, and then the world governments, man, you know what I'm saying, put them in all these loans and force them to have to compensate.
But what I'm talking about is the Western world is perpetuating the war over there in the Congo because we need the resources that much.
There's not a war going on that the Western world isn't sponsoring.
Right.
Or whatever.
So
and I'm
focusing on the Congo because of the average person over there in the Congo, because of the diamond mines, because of the cobalt, because of all the other minerals and resources that they are mining over there. Like a lot of them don't even make it to the age of 5 years old.
He wasn't diminishing anything.
I'm not diminishing
any other country. He was just talking about Haiti. It wasn't a
good for him.
For an argument. It wasn't nothing for a debate.
I didn't argue. I was saying what I was saying. He was saying what he was saying.
Every time he say something, you argue with him. Every time.
Every time I say something, he's arguing with me.
Hey, Foodie got his scent, Santos. Leave it alone. Foodie got his scent. They done went back and forth because you know how Terrence is. You know, some of us we let it roll off our back, but you know, Foodie got time today, and so if he gets spicy with her, she's gonna definitely pour out the sriracha. Come on now, we know where we at. This ain't our first rodeo.
Hey, Terrence. I wanted to tell you, man, a few minutes ago.
He's not on the panel anymore.
Oh, he got on?
He ain't fucking with us, man.
He still may be listening. If you're listening, Terrence, well, I'll call him and tell him. But I was gonna say that somebody that him and his family need to reach out to is Andre Ward, because that's part of what he wants to make his mission, is to try to better things for these fighters as far as after they are out of the ring. as well as some of the things going on while they're in the ring.
Yeah, what we need to do is not focus our money on. Not focus our attention on the sanctioning bodies. We need to focus our money on investing in lobbyists that will get our interests made in Congress. Lobbyists is worth.
Well, Terrence is him and his family are pretty connected with politicians, and he might have a little bit more.
That's all well and good, but we need lobbyists.
Well,
I agree.
Hold on.
Talking about the sanctioning bodies.
But what does lobbyists do, Foodie? They fool with politicians. That's how you get things done.
Right, but he wasn't talking about lobbyists. He was talking about the sanctioning bodies. That's why I said that. I said instead of focusing on the sanctioning bodies, because we're not going to get any. We're not going to get any cooperation with them.
You missed part of what he said. He said he was talking to Rachel. He was talking about his family and how they were supporting. What's my man that died? Senator Kane. When he died, no one was in the Congress was helping the situation of the Ali Act. Okay, so he was saying that he was trying to get another politician in his family. He was trying to support him to spearhead that situation. They got no
right, but him and his family. I'm talking about as a collective for the boxing community. Instead of trying to get these boxers.
He said the boxing community was not helping. That's what he was saying.
Right, but then he started talking about the sanctioning bodies and what the sanctioning bodies need to be given up.
Well, hold on, you two. Let's also keep it context. You know, Terrence told the story, but if we're going to repeat it, let's repeat it with a little more accuracy. The boxing community did not reject what they were trying to do. The people within the boxing community that his family approached. So maybe they approached the wrong people.
Right.
Well, he said they weren't getting the support, so that's what I was saying.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They probably wasn't because he
was agreeing with what Rachel was saying about a lot of fighters are individual minded, and that's what he was. That's why he was saying what he was saying. But at the same time, she's right. He's right about what he's talking about as well. These fighters have not supported each other like they should, but it's going to take certain leadership who, like an Andre Ward. Some fighters with some name that fighters respect. These younger fighters can respect them more, and they probably can get some stuff done, and in the future. But
but Santos, what you just said right there is what me and Foodie were saying 20 minutes ago about no, you can't just reinvent the machine, but you can tweak the mechanism.
That ain't what I'm saying.
No, yes, we're saying you get the younger people. We shifted the culture to where now if we get some people with names. Really
I agree with that, but I don't agree with that. You can't change the machine. I think you can, if you got the right support and you got the right people.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that when you're dealing with one family,
if you follow the correct type of, you set up a plan and you follow that plan, some things can get done. Plus, you like you guys were saying, some of these older people that are in position to call shots, once they're out of the way, then the new younger-minded, thinking people can make change.
But if you change the machine, then it's no longer the industry in boxing.
You don't have to change the whole machine. You got to change the parts that count.
That's exactly what me and Fu were saying.
I believe this. Y'all were saying that they couldn't make the kind of money they're making now, this, that, and the third. I hear what you're saying, but we got to remember this is an individual sport, true enough. But fighters a lot of times they get paid what they weigh. And I don't mean by divisional weight. I mean the bigger the
individual cachet.
Yeah, your cachet is what getting you paid. Now,
and that's what I was saying about. That's what I was saying to Rachel. What I see a big impediment to a true union happening anytime soon is because you have some people, the Canelos of the game, who've really worked their way. What's happening, Rachel? They worked their way to some very amazing positions. And honestly, they did this. I don't care if they was whatever they did. They're there, and I don't expect them. That's very naive of us to expect them to just altruistically, say, well, I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up my position. I'm going to give up this leverage that I somehow was able to, engender.
You got it. You gotta catch these younger guys, man, that are in their mid to early 20s, man, that hadn't really got to the level of where they demand 30 million a fight and all that kind of stuff. You gotta catch.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Is that
because
you need to reset it.
When you let people get to that level, then it is hard to change their mind individually because to them
that's what we were saying. That's what
we're talking about.
That's what we're saying.
Let me
but
finish,
Centos, hold on. You've been talking for a minute. Let me just make my point.
No, you've been talking for a minute. I just wait till that man finished talking and got in. Then you jumped in before I can finish. Let me finish, and I'll get out of the way. I promise you that.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, when you catch these guys before that, if you get some of these guys that these fighters respect, former fighters, even though they made their money, their careers on the other side, or they've retired, these younger fighters will listen to them. But they got to have somebody, and I think Andre Ward could be a good guy to spearhead this situation as far as the fighters. And I'm not just necessarily talking union, but it may occur to something like that. But I think the change can start there. But it's not going to start with the Canelos or the Mayweathers and all that. Mayweather can have a bigger effect than he knows if he does the same thing I'm talking about. But is he willing? We don't know. I don't know that individually, but he may not. But at the same time, I think the money can still be there. Maybe not, individually, the 10% or whatever. It can be more spread across the board, but the money can still be great money for these guys because even though it's an individual sport, there's unions and team sports, and there's different organized. They have the organization is modeled differently in these team sports to get these guys wealthy contracts for their careers, and they're making money. But until they change the model, the plan of how this stuff works, because we got to remember boxing. It started off as a corrupt sport. It's been run by the mafia for years. And it may not be run by the mafia so much now, but those ways are still there. And a lot of the biggest of promoters were in the business when the mafia was running this stuff. So it's just you just got to get the old regime out of the way, and the new thinking can happen.
Yeah, we just said that, but we're all saying the same thing. We agree with you because Clips and I just said that. But what my point was, a union doesn't always work for this reason. When there's a picket line, when you want to strike, because that's where your power is, it's only going to affect the people at the bottom, because the people who have millions in the bank, they don't care if you picket, and they don't care about crossing a picket line. So that's the reason why union doesn't always work, and why I said lobbyists, you need to put your money beyond a lobbyist, because that's the only thing that could overpower these sanctioning bodies right now. If the fighters were to put money into a lobbyist or two that would go to Congress to get the laws made that would not allow these sanctioning bodies to have the power that they have, then that would be the only way we could change things for real. Not on the grassroots, just one family going after certain boxers and all that kind of stuff, or even Andre Ward. He's going to have lobby support. He's going to have to go into Congress and lobby for all of these laws that we need put in place.
I mean, because boxing's a business, let me use this business metaphor. All right, Tim Cook at Apple and all these big multinational conglomerates, they have all this cachet and they know all these politicians, but what do they also have? Lobbyists. What do they also do to implement change? They slowly, incrementally tweak their mechanisms to shift the culture.
Right.
You're older than me, Santos. You've seen how things have changed from, say, the turn of the century to now 23 years. That happened incrementally. That's how we got here. You saw little 2 and 3 and 4 year changes where certain things that were nothing, that everybody just normalized, all of a sudden became very electric. And then they became just something that people just didn't do because it got weaned out, the culture. So yes, the people who are rich, no, you can't count on them. But I see people like Deontay Wilder, even though he seems a bit over the top when he stresses it, but we need that passion from these top names. Yes, Andre Ward, and what they're going to have to do still, it's sacrifice. It's if they're still boxing, they're going to have to sacrifice some of their leverage, because when they unionize, there will be standards. There will be standard wages, standard whatevers. So either you're going to have to elevate somebody who probably doesn't deserve these rights and privileges to a status of having and being entitled to certain rights and privileges just because they did X, Y, Z, and ZYX, which is going to piss people off. And especially an individually minded sport like boxing, that's going to take time. That's going to take time for people to chew and swallow that.
Agreed.
You feel me?
It's not just about money or influence. It's about power. And the way you get power is by buying politicians. Period. In America.
Incrementally.
Yeah, exactly.
Which boils down to money. It does boil down to money, though, because that's where the power.
Yeah, but where you put your money, where you put your money is
that means it boils down to money, because the money is where the power is. Whoever's the money influences any politician to say whatever you need him to say, he or she.
Which is why I said you need to put our money to lobbyists.
What these fighters need to understand is that individually they stand alone, but when you take your fingers and you clench them together, it makes a fit. Oh, you can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Up.
No, you're good.
All right. When they clench their fingers together, it makes a powerful fist, and that's what they got to understand. They got to come together as a unit, as one unit. And there's if the actual key fighters who have names, who have made the money, gets involved and are very involved as far as committed to it, and they can influence these younger fighters to follow suit, because the young fighters not going to go outside of what these guys are saying. They're going to stand with them. They can get a lot of stuff done. What fighters need to understand, they are the product. Without them, there is no sport of boxing. So they need to understand they are the product. Once they all collectively think that way, they can make change happen. They can be just as powerful with their money as the promotional, the business of boxing, I should say. So yeah,
agreed.
That's what it's all about.
Agreed. Pudo, what's up?
Right.
Pudo's been on here listening to us talking.
Yo.
Okay. What up?
Same old. The thing about a union and boxers, it's why it's. I mean, there's been many efforts to get a union going, but the thing is that like since they're it's very easy to designate the boxers as like independent contractors. They even if they get the majority of, like, say they get a strong majority of boxers to try to create their own union, I mean, it's just it's like it's easier at the UFC because they're like it's one company, but since there's multiple companies, like I don't really understand it myself, but I just know that it's they've been successful in like taking it down because they've argued that most of these boxers are independent contractors and stuff like that, so they don't fall under the national like labor union umbrella or whatever.
Right. I bet you I would bet my money that they have some type of lobbyists in there.
Yeah.
Some political money going on. And that's the way that the world works. That's the way that America works.
Yeah.
If you have political power. Not just at the union level.
Mm-hmm. I was also going to say that like the thing about MMA where like it's tough because like these guys have like lawyers that know how to fucking litigate this shit really well, is that MMA is like a relatively new sport, so there's still certain states that like they don't allow MMA yet. They have to, there's a process of getting that sport like approved, like as an actual with laws and shit, like if you get what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, like so when MMA was first starting, like that's where fucking that's when like legislation could have been set in. So at the end of the day, there's gonna have to be like, I don't know, maybe like a clever lawyer to see if they can.
No.
I don't know. I think it's like you were saying, Foodie. It's got to be kind of like blown up or like a reset.
Well, yeah, you got to tweak the mechanism, but what you're saying, Puro, alludes to the genius of, you got to remember it's a business, and that's what I mean. You will not be able to replace the machine. Boxing is a sport with a business around it. So unless you change, like even I was saying it a couple weeks ago on this show, now that Showtime Boxing's going to be done and over with, this actually is a golden opportunity for boxing to rebrand itself. Dana White was able to do what he does because MMA still wasn't a truly recognized sport. So he didn't have to classify it as kickboxing and have to deal with the different athletic commissions under their already preconceived rules or whatever. He was able to start a private business that had its own version of combat sports, to where as the rules were being developed, he's right along with them. And so if boxing's still going to be boxing as we know it, the most you can do is tweak it and change the culture. Because if not, you're going to have to change the machine. I felt what Santos was saying, but you can't change this machine because it won't be boxing no more.
This has kind of been monopolized, yeah.
It's already where we're here now.
It's going to be boxing forever, as long as that sport exists. And you got two people coming in to a ring with combat sports. You're only using their upper body, the fists, and not their legs, feet, and all that. So it'll always be boxing. It goes back to it goes back centuries. But at the same time, we got to understand, it's not the boxing that needs to be changed. It's it needs to be changed for us, the fans, but we're talking about the business of boxing right now. That's what needs to be changed in boxing. And MMA was already MMA before Dana got into it. He started off in boxing.
But remember what I said. MMA was still not something that was already a codified. It wasn't already a codified sport.
It was
nationally and internationally. So he didn't have to classify because MMA was something that sometimes would be classified as kickboxing.
I just saw his interview. Just a couple weeks ago. He was the person that found out that it was up for sale. The UFC was up for sale, and so he talked to his partners because he was a manager at the time in the sport of MMA, and he was trying to get one of his fighters money that was owed to him. So he found out it was up for sale, which he was already thinking that they probably should buy it, and he let his partners know. That's how he got into it. It wasn't. It was. Yes. I understand what you're saying. It was still a new sport, but it was legal by that time.
Yes, no, exactly. What Dana White basically did. I'm sorry, Santos. But what Dana White basically did was what Vince McMahon's dad did with wrestling with an R, in the mid '50s, where he grabbed it by the head. He made his private business the face of it. That's why you have other MMA companies, just like you have other sections. But what Dana's got with the UFC is people look at that and view that as the brand, the creme de la creme, to where if you want to be on the big stage, you think UFC. And so if you want to play on this big stage that Dana White now owns and holds in his back pocket, and all that union shit is for the birds. He decides, he makes it happen, and he can do that.
They got a different system and a different plan over there. That's why it's working a little bit better than boxing. Yeah,
what I'm saying
individually get paid as much, but
there's also pending litigation that kind of just broke through a little bit.
Right, listen to what I'm saying. Boxing is, like you said, old. It's already to where nobody, unless you really repackage it, the only thing that you could really do to get a new face, somebody to redirect boxing, is truly tweak it, shift the culture. Because boxing as boxing, the time for somebody to grab it and take their private company, their sanctioning body, and make that the creme de la creme, the most you might get is that's what the new hustle was that started in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? The New Hustle was a promotional company where we're putting on the best fights, we're putting on, and everything like that. Now it seems like that era is running.
Yeah, because they had relationships with certain networks.
Exactly.
That's what kind of changed the thing.
Well, they started off on the radio. They started off on the radio.
That's what I'm saying. So a promoter, we're at the end of the promoter being in control era because we're seeing.
Don't forget. Let's not forget. In MMA is the sport itself. UFC is the top. The like you said, they're how you said. They're the top promotional company of MMA. UFC is a promotional company, just like Bellator and a few others in MMA fighting. Some are greater than others. So they still have separate promotional companies, but the format and the system that they have set up is different from boxing. That's why we get some of the best fights in MMA fighting. We don't get the best of the best fights consistently in boxing like we should, because of the system that they have set up, because of the corrupt days of it with the mafia and all that. It's still being practiced today. Right. So that part needs to be changed for us, the fans. But we've been talking about the business of boxing and what's best for the fighters and all that when they finish boxing.
Hey, Foodie, say it again. Foodie, what do we say? Foodie, say it again. I said it too much. What? Get a lobbyist, tweak the culture.
The lobbyist tweak the culture. The only way, there's no way that they can't, because the way that you get change in any type of system is through the government. So you have to go directly to the government. The only way through the government at a low level, not a roots level, is through lobbyism. You have to lobby your interests. You get your interests heard through lobbyism. So that's the only way to jump over or hurdle any of the systems that we have talked about, is through lobbyism.
Well, let's not forget what we all been talking about, and we've been saying it differently, but we've been in agreement with it. Before you get to the lobbyists, what has to happen? You have to have change.
Get the culture.
You got to get like-minded people to talk to the lobbyists, to talk to the politicians, to make the change that they want.
To put their money behind it.
It ain't just a lobbyist just come up to you and say, "Hey, man, I need to change it. You want me to go and speak for you?" It don't work like that.
No, they have to be bought. No, they have to be bought.
They have to have money to influence those politicians. Period.
Yeah.
And then it's got to be, it's got to be the right combination of people. Okay, you said Andre Ward. Let's say Andre Ward and Floyd Mayweather put a exuberant amount of money into lobbying for boxers' rights, union shit, healthcare for retired boxers, blah blah blah. And now all of a sudden you have locked in wages, standards, real standards and practices that are uniform throughout the sanctioning bodies within the sport of boxing. How is a still active boxer going to feel that his earning potential is now being capped or boxed in by union rules?
Well, we don't know if it'll be.
Yeah. Actually, yes, it is, because like we were saying, there are certain fighters. Like I said, hold on. Like I use Canelo as an example. There are certain fighters who, in the midst of all the fuckery of this sport, found themselves in some really, I decide, I call the shots positions. They can do some off the wall shit that we couldn't even imagine if we all just smoked 5 blunts and just started just shooting out hypothetical situations and get away with it.
He got lucky. Canelo got lucky that Oscar, did the backhanded deal with the Zone. Because if he would have just done the business as usual, he'd probably still be under contract with him.
Exactly. So he did it. So I'm just using that as an example. So all of a sudden you get all these damn retired boxers and everything, or boxers on their way out the door trying to force all these rules, and you got a boxer who still maybe got 5+ years of boxing in him who's saying, "Hold on, man, nah, fuck that. I'm voting no, bitch."
Can I say something?
I just know this working in factories. I've worked in several factories where we had union at the union things, or we were union. And certain people, when you work yourself into a certain position, especially something as individually minded as boxing.
Can I say something real quick?
Well, but yeah,
Real
you
quick.
ain't. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Foodie.
I mean, we've been having this conversation for a couple hours now, and we all agree to disagree. Can we all agree to disagree, and that we've had good points? Can we? Because there's another question I want to ask. The other night we were having a conversation about Usher and his Mount Rushmore of R&B, right? Who would you guys put one by one? Who would you guys put as your Mount Rushmore of R&B? Would you put Usher up there?
Do I got a time period? Do I got from this period to this period? R&B.
There's no time period. There's no time.
R&B as we classify R&B, which would be
you
like
could put Stevie Wonder. You could put Marvin Gaye. You could put the Temprees. You could put.
That's why I was asking, because some people would call that soul. That wasn't R&B yet. That was soul.
No, you could put anybody.
Yeah, that's soul.
Well,
good night, Rachel. Okay, we could play.
See you later. Happy birthday to the champ.
The R&B have been around for a while. They didn't necessarily say R&B. They called it what it was: rhythm and blues. Been around.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Stevie, Marvin, R. Kelly, Mariah Carey.
Ooh, Stevie, Marvin, R. Kelly.
R. Kelly.
That's 4.
And Mariah. Yeah, Mount Rushmore's only 4.
Man, Max don't even know what his name is, bro.
5, I think there is only 4, but I think Usher put 5. So
yeah, top 5 dead or alive. It's always got to be.
Yeah, top 5.
Oh, 5. Oh, I think.
I would say fucking Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, Aretha Franklin, BB King.
And who else?
No, BB
That's
King
it.
is
I'm
blues.
just gonna
He's
do 4.
strictly blues. Hey, Puro, he's strictly blues.
Yeah, but I think he falls in that category.
Oh, he does not. No, he does not. It's blues. It's a whole different genre.
It's my list, Santos. My list.
Yeah, you're listening.
I'm gonna put Babyface as my number 5.
It's my list, bro.
Ooh, yeah.
If you think it's garbage, it's all good. It's on my list.
Put Babyface as my number 5.
So see, you can have a whole different segment for. Not segment, but a genre for blues, man. I mean, you can be a Rushmore, a Mount Rushmore for blues, and BB King's gonna be up there.
Well, he's on my Mount
So
Rushmore for R&B.
Puro, we got Mex. We got Puro and Mex. So we got the Spanish. We got the Spanish Mount Rushmores.
Hey, hold on, motherfucker. I'm American.
Yeah.
Don't get shit twisted over here, dog. These colors don't run.
But
I'm American.
You had a good list, because I like Mariah. I wouldn't have put her up there in the Mount Rushmore. Well, I want to.
Mariah is woke.
But in the
woke.
whole totality,
Man, y'all
I
stop.
love her. And she has a concert coming out, and I'm trying to get my sister to go. But she's like, is she going to be lip syncing or not?
I saw her back in May, and she really sing, but she probably will be like 15, 20 minutes.
But she won't be hitting them high notes like she used to, huh?
No, she hit the high notes. I got it on video.
Okay, I want to go. I love Mariah. I love her. But I say my top 5 would be, Okay, my top 5. I mean, I know it's 4 in the Mount Rushmore. I don't know why he put 5, but I would definitely put, Babyface, Raphael Sadiq.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, that's 2. Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye.
All right.
And I know this is iffy because he was kind of pop, kind of whatever, but Prince. And not in that particular order. But go ahead.
Santos, that's on you. Did Brim go? Or is it Brim, you still at work? You in the bathroom shitting? Go on, Santos. Give me your list.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with Marvin.
Yeah.
I will have to put Isley Brothers on that joint.
Who?
Isley Brothers.
Yes, sir. Okay.
No groups. No groups.
So Ron
I didn't
Isley.
say that though. I didn't say that. Okay, I'll change them out. Okay.
Pick one
Marvin
guy out
Gaye.
the group.
What? Marvin Gaye. I definitely put Prince up there. He had multiple genres, but he did some R&B as well. I'll put I even put Michael Jackson up there. He did some different genres, but R&B was where he come in. Well, he did that often on. I'll put we can't do groups. I'll put Stevie Wonder. I probably come with the new school with my band Kelly.
All right. Okay.
Who else was that? 4 or 5?
Man, you damn near 7, 8.
I want to. I think the other night I put Kelly up there because he definitely is up there. But you can after everybody's gone, you can put some honorable mentions. But go ahead.
All right. Okay, so I'll go unless Mark want to go. Mark, you with us?
Nah, he sleep.
I think we got to define like Mount Rushmore because Mount Rushmore is usually like the pioneers. I don't know, man.
That's true. That's true.
So it's gotta be old school.
But
At the end of the day, I ain't
But in
tripping.
this context, I think in the context that Usher was using it, I think it's like the best of the best, not just the pioneers.
Well, when they first created Mount Rushmore with those presidents, or something, 1 or 2 of them were still alive, I think.
Yeah, they're the founding fathers. Yeah,
we can't be too strict when Mount Rushmore is only 4 people and 5.
Niggas were alive, man. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, all them niggas was dead. All them niggas was dead before the motherfucking 18.
The original wig
Roosevelt was still living.
Yeah, but they're like the original. Like,
Teddy might have still been alive. Teddy might have still been alive when it started. Yeah.
Like I don't think it matters if
they're
Teddy
Riley.
They started it. They were the spark.
Teddy Riley.
Hey, Puro. I'm sorry. I think we're overthinking it now at this point. Like, yeah, like do they have to be the ones that created it? That's not the context of which it's
just like Mount Rushmore. That's what I think of. You know.
Yeah. But that's not the context of which this list is. And the reason why it's 5, and the reason why it's 5 for the people who are asking about the 5 is because he added himself to it. Yeah, he put himself.
Yeah, and I did put.
He put himself on his own Mount Rushmore.
Sure.
I got you. I just Cody was asking us in general. I didn't know we were like talking about a particular like I didn't think we were talking about a question that was asked by an artist. That's why
it's just your favorite, bro.
My bad.
Go ahead, Clips. Let's hear it.
Hey, Mark. So what you said, Usher has a painting in his house of the Last Supper with him standing over the table like this.
I
wouldn't doubt it, Clips, but I guarantee it almost.
Who you got on your list, Clips?
You know, hey, that's some fly shit. I might have to do that. I get my money.
Y'all hear me?
You remind me of.
Yeah, Mark, can you hear us?
Go ahead, Clips. Let me hear your list.
All right, so here's my list. Bobby Womack, Prince. Sade. We definitely need some honestly, man, we definitely need Isaac or Barry, swap them out interchangeably, Isaac or Barry, Isaac Hayes or Barry White. And for sure,
want to get back to us?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say Anita Baker.
Yeah, I think I put her up there before the other night. Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was going for a little
Hey,
bit.
Clips, you my guy, but that's a weak ass list.
Nah, it's not. It's a good one.
Nah, that was a fire.
Man, Bobby Womack alone, man. Come on, man.
Bobby Womack was a good one though. That was a good choice. Bobby. Sade and Anita Baker like the same person.
I love Anita Baker. They didn't write their own music.
Come out of your closet.
Hey, please.
I'm over here asking this list. Y'all want to hear my list?
Hey, Foodie. Bobby get into his music so much he starts screaming at a bitch for no reason.
Yo, you killing my eardrums right now. You are killing
bro.
my
It's
eardrums.
loud as fuck. It's too
You
early.
murdered. You murdered me, Ed. You murdered me, drums.
You got murdered
You
like
can't
you
say
got murdered
nothing
like
with your
Dwayne
99
Martin
cent
was
store
murdered on Will.
headphones, man.
Hey, leave me alone,
stop
Flutie.
it. Stop it. Oh,
You
y'all.
gonna stop
Oh, yeah.
coming?
I missed that cook up, man. I heard the rumor, man. I missed that
Hold
cook up.
on. Everybody just dial it back a little bit. Let me get Brim's list. Because I didn't hear
All right. I did it before, but last time we did it. But Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson, R. Kelly, Whitney Houston, and it's really debatable was between Luther and Prince, but I put Luther. But it's debatable between Luther and Prince.
All right, my list goes as follows. First of all, I'm disappointed with all of y'all and y'all list. Let me just start with the disrespect first. All y'all list is trash. I have the best list.
Sure, buddy.
Go ahead, then.
Okay.
Says you.
I'm gonna start off. Just keep it at a buck. I got Michael Jackson on the list.
Michael Jackson counts. He's a king of pop, though.
I had him on the list too. Come on, go off the mustache with the big
Thank you. He was on Santos' list.
Oh, because he did a couple R&B songs, even though he's known as the king of pop.
Started
No,
with
he
R&B.
did have 2 solid R&B.
Also, he was on Usher's list. Where we getting this from in the context? Usher had him on his list.
Go ahead, Mark.
Context.
Go ahead.
Context. 2. I got R. Kelly on my list. God damn it.
Robert.
I got R. Kelly.
On mine too. How you think my list trash? You got the same names right now.
You 2 for 2 on mine.
All right, so what? Fuck y'all. I ain't tell y'all why I'm disappointed yet. That ain't the one. Y'all gonna hear it at the end. I'm gonna save that one for last. Number 3, I got Babyface.
Shout out to Kenny Evans.
Yep.
Sure.
He wrote too many hits.
As a writer, but as a writer, but as a song maker. I mean, as an artist, I couldn't put him there as an artist. But as a writer,
he wrote a lot of the songs.
He wrote songs.
He's a creator.
He wrote a whole generation of music.
He wrote for a lot of them.
And made hits for himself. A lot of hits for himself.
And rap.
And he murdered Teddy
I
Riley
have him
University.
top 10, but I can't put him on the Mount Rushmore. But he's definitely top 10.
Please, I do.
Live, neither. You got to see him. Live. He goes through all his hits and everybody else's hits too. He's a monster.
Yep.
Mount Rushmore.
Yes, he is.
The man was so good. They was like, you know what? Just take a record label. Let's see what you can do with it.
Exactly.
They wrote all them songs for that fucking soundtracks when they was making movies.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Killing it.
Waiting to exhale. Yep.
My list. Number 4. Now this one was hard. It came down between Smokey Robinson. This was difficult.
Smokey should have been on the list. I can't believe it.
Yeah, man. Smokey wrote a lot of hits
From
for a lot of
Motown.
people.
Yes.
I got to Smokey over Whitney. I'm taking Whitney off.
No. Let Mark get his shit off.
I was like, so we can't do groups. Because if Foodie said we can't do groups, that took Ron Isley off.
No, he didn't say the Miracles. He just said Smokey Robinson.
Right. See, that's what I said. I did it because when he was ooh baby,
baby.
Man, he wrote so many hits. So it came down to, for me, it was either Smokey or Stevie, and I had to give it to Stevie. Man, I think he edged Smokey out just a little bit to me because his solo songs
in the key of life.
Album, and he did all that shit blind. Like, I mean, you get extra credit for that.
Allegedly.
Hey, man, in the words of Eddie Murphy, man, I'm sick of this shit.
About an hour.
Let me try this car.
I was quiet for an hour. As soon as I started talking, everybody cut me off. Like you said, like y'all don't even appreciate my silence. I'm
guilty.
Quiet.
I'm guilty. Go ahead, Mark.
Just let y'all cook. I can't even get my list off. And y'all had y'all whack ass list.
Because I didn't know we could bring it. In that case, I'm putting Rick James in that bitch. Then fuck it.
Rick James, bitch.
Rick James saved Motown, so I'm going Rick James. He's the king of funk, but he made 2 or 3 R&B songs to count.
Let Mark get his bars off on his own.
Hey, hold up, Mark. Are you going off the dome or are you going off the mustache with this?
Well, you know the mustache got its own list. You know what I'm saying? We about to get Mark's list, and then we got to get the mustache's list.
Y'all ain't shit. Fuck y'all.
Wait, what's going on with the mustache, Mark? Let me see that shit.
Never tell me to let you see that shit again in your life.
All right, bro. Hey, if you grow it, you should be proud to show it. Man,
hey, control yourself.
It's a grower.
Rewind to the beginning of the episode, nigga. I was yo, did he just say that? Wait a minute.
You got a Bass Reeves mustache. Let that shit bang out. Shit.
It's getting there. It's getting there. And my last but not least, the one, the only. The main reason why I said all y'all lists ain't shit. How you gonna make a list about the best R&B artists or have a Rushmore? How you gonna put all these? Can I say it? The one, the only. Beyonce knows. Beyonce knows.
Oh, boy, bye.
Hey, your list just got trash as fuck, bro. I just finished with that.
The greatest of all time. And
hell nah.
That's what that's.
And she's still being great, man. Listen, I love me.
Hey, you tell Beyonce to line up that versus Mariah, bro.
No.
Come on.
Hey, listen, I love Queen B. I want no smoke with B.
But no.
What Beyonce did.
Nope. Did she marry Jay-Z?
Boo. Nope. You talking about somebody this trash. You gonna talk about Beyonce.
Hey, you made us wait for that shit, Mark. You made us wait all that suspense, all that build up for that shit. Come on, bro. Hey, you need to just pick Smokey and Stevie and just kick Beyonce off the list, bro. Like, what?
See, y'all just doing some group thing. Y'all just trying to gang up on me and jump.
No.
No, for that you need to shave your head with a butter knife.
Y'all just forgot. Y'all must have forgot. Y'all know she's the highest Grammy winner of all time.
She's a pop singer now.
Mark for that.
She got her fame off of pop, not R&B.
I got the most singles.
The girl can
to put her on the list, you gotta shave your mustache with a butter knife for that.
I disagree. I don't think Beyonce is that great of a singer.
You better step them jokes up.
Well, no, I love Beyonce. I'm gonna keep it real. Like I love Beyonce. I know. I really no. I think she's an amazing performer.
Oh,
and
I think Beyonce has two great albums, and I'll tell you which ones. I think her first one, what's it called? Making Love to Jay-Z or whatever the fuck it was called. Dangerously in Love. Yeah, that was a shit. I was late on that one. That shit was hard. And then Lemonade. Lemonade is the shit.
Man, she got way better.
Man, she got way more, man. Man, listen, man. Beyonce
wasn't even the best out of Destiny's Child. What are we talking about?
Nah,
Beyonce. Kelly has always been banging over Beyonce.
And what the stats?
I mean, no, we're talking looks. We're talking about,
though.
you know what I'm saying, on that bullshit. I was always more Kelly. You know what I'm saying? But Beyonce, as far as an artist, you know what I'm saying, shout out to Queen B. I do think she could have made my list if I had more room. But me personally, I started basing my list, honestly, not on what others think, but really I made it my list and who really influenced me. And right. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when I was thinking about the women artists, you know, I think I said Sade because, you know, if it wasn't for Sade, you know what I'm saying, in my childhood, there would be no Aaliyahs or Beyonces because
hold on, Clips. Hold on,
kind of vibe that those
because
Aaliyah and Beyonce.
Because Cintos is not gone yet, right? Is Cintos still
he
here?
He gave his list.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I already gave my list.
You know that weed be fucking with your short term.
I didn't
know you smoke
on my list that didn't write their own music though. If they didn't write their own music, create their own music.
It's hard.
That's most of R&B though. That doesn't count. No, most of R&B didn't.
I never put an R&B artist whatsoever for not writing their own lyrics. A singer is different from an MC or rapper.
Yes,
but you get bonus points if you did.
Yeah, but the job title goes down as an artist, not as the creator of the song.
Because Mike didn't write a lot of it.
This wasn't the best singer, songwriter, or best songwriter list. Like
exactly, because
by that logic, only
obviously not. Beyonce wouldn't be on there.
Prince down there.
Just like Cliff said,
it will only be Prince and fucking R. Kelly on the list.
Yeah. True.
Very true.
R. Kelly.
Stevie Wonder.
I'm putting no man on the list that was actually
Smokey Robinson. Those guys wrote, man.
Smokey didn't write all his songs though, neither. He had
not all of his songs.
Who Smokey?
Okay.
He wrote most of Motown stuff. He wrote most of Motown stuff.
And all of them.
Well, Billy Beck wrote most of Motown stuff, and they just kept him high.
What's the dude? Hal Davis wrote a lot of those shits.
Exactly.
Hey, Smokey wrote his own shit on that gangster song he made.
Look, Smokey Robinson was credited with help
that
building
dude Gamble and Huff wrote a
Motown.
lot of them. Gamble
Yeah,
and Huff
Gamble
wrote a
and
lot.
Huff. Yeah.
They wrote
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shit too.
I have a question now. Just to
Damn, he
same-
brought
same-
up Gamble and Huff. Holy shit.
My Googles
Yeah.
work, bro. I'm
Yeah.
quick on the type.
God damn. As soon as
Then we
you know
gotta
how
go
my
to
memory
fucking,
works, you know how my memory is. As soon as he said that, they, you know what I'm saying, that catalog just motherfucker went through my head like, yeah, they wrote a lot of shit.
Then we got to go into fucking who's Donny Hathaway. We got to go into
Mhm.
fucking what's his Curtis Mayfield.
Yeah, I was
hold
just,
up.
Curtis
Hold up.
Daddy.
I got a new
Curtis
list. I got a
Mayfield
new list.
almost
Hold
made
up.
my list.
Sam
Check out
Cooke.
this new.
Break
Check out,
down,
check out
like
this new
literally all the
list.
way. Like literally, it was just to describe music that they sold to black people back in the day. You know,
What you
like
Check out this. Check out this top
like,
five
it's
list.
literally,
What you say
it's
about black
literally take. It's literally taken like it means a different thing today. I'm sure, you know, but it's
R&B.
kind of almost like the root of like all the music today. So that's how I'm saying. There's like no wrong answer.
Yeah, well, it all started from gospel music in the church. Yeah, so the gospel, the black
Check out
Southern
this.
church. Yeah.
Check out this top five though. This is official. Cassie, Trey Songz, Sierra, Chris Brown, and Clarence Carter.
Stop it! Shut the fuck up.
Man, hey, Brett, my
Fuck is
nigga
that?
sit in the corner for like 5, man. Go on and take a knee, bro. It's all right, bro.
I don't know how to end the show for the night. Thanks, bro. That's it for me, man. Y'all got
I'll take a knee, take a seat.
close this shit out after that one.
Nobody said the
Clarence Carter
Supremes,
top
man. The
five.
Supremes got
I
to be
be
on there.
joking. I still get to the
Why we
east.
can't do a
Still
group?
can't-
Get to the
I would
Bro, I
let
still can't believe you made us
No,
wait
no,
10 minutes to hear Beyonce,
Yo, yo, yo.
Mark. What kind of
Everybody,
shit was that?
now before we close out, I want to get everybody's top
I didn't.
5.
Hold on. I didn't hear what Mick said. What you say, Max?
Bro, I still can't believe you made us wait 10 minutes to hear Beyonce. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was
Facts.
And then you came with that corny
Talk
joke
to-
again.
And you was quiet for a minute.
And you had it going with the first 4. I was like, ooh, he got to do this.
Yeah, I thought you was going to hit us with the goddamn Louis King.
And he's like, sexy red.
Yo, he ain't really good
Little
with the
Richard,
Smokey.
goddamn.
Y'all know
Smokey
y'all
Robinson
know
been when he
Beyonce
did
that
Beyonce,
shit.
man. Yo, talk to his mustache for that.
Y'all know Beyonce the shit. Y'all know y'all sing the night.
Beyonce's not over Mariah, though. Or Whitney.
Or Aretha.
Over Mariah.
Listen, man, Mariah got a Christmas
Hold on, Cliff. Let me say this. And Mariah got a whole bunch of footage out there of her having a lot of bad performances. You be hard pressed to find those Beyonce clips of
Because
her.
Beyonce lip syncs to her own performance.
That's cap, and that's
Yeah,
cap.
Beyonce lip syncs.
Several times, and she drops the beat.
She dances way too hard for that to be her singing.
Yes,
That's called practice, and I seen Beyonce
No,
several
bullshit.
times. Beyonce
Come on
works
now.
hard.
Come
Nah,
on.
it
Hey,
ain't
Hold up, I got a
Yeah.
question for y'all. I got a question for y'all.
Beyonce don't
What
have
is the-
all I want for Christmas
What's
is
the
you.
question,
So,
Brim?
so
I got a question for y'all. What is the top 5 all-time R&B artists that were one-hit wonders?
That's a good
Mark
one.
Morrison, Return of the Mac.
Don't blame it on the rain.
That's Milli Vanilli.
They had more than one hit.
They had more than one hit.
They had 2, huh? Shit.
Okay, I got 5.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
start it off.
Sammy.
Orange juice. I saw you and him.
And him.
Walking
in the rain.
And then I got what's it? Johnny Kemp just got paid Friday. Okay. And
I
then
got the system.
Hold on.
Okay, and then I got what's his name? Look at all these rumors. Who's that?
I'll Google it. Keep going.
Okay, that one, and then shit, that's 3. Okay, R&B. Who's another one? Oh, okay. Tony Terry. When I'm with you, that one.
That's a good one.
Rumors is Timex Social Club.
Okay.
Nah, they're not one hit wonders. They got a couple of
then-
hits. They got a couple
then,
hits. You gotta take that back.
No, and then that's a group.
Yeah, Timex Social Club got a whole bunch of hits. Like Google their
Okay.
Google their discography.
Okay, okay. Then I got hang the sign up on the door. This is don't disturb this groove.
That's the system. Yeah, that's the system. That's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
disturb this groove. That was
Yep.
a jam, but no, they did nothing else.
That was a jam.
Yeah, that was
Did,
the shit.
did Tony Rich only have one hit? Nobody know.
This is my list. You can put him on your list.
Foodie. I'm about to, knuckle sandwich. I'm sorry. Let me be quiet.
And then that's 4, right? Okay, and then 5. 5.
Deontay Wilder.
Stop it. I have to think.
Just had to bring it back to boxing.
No, I can't think of the 5th one. Go ahead, Brim.
No, it's whoever next. Go ahead and go next. Who's next?
You go next.
We'll go up Blue Cantrell, Sunshine Anderson, whoever made that. What you gonna do when you get out of jail? I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Bob Gunn. He is definitely not a one-hit wonder. Stop it, man.
Tom Club.
Bob Gunn comes from Funkadelic.
No, that's not Bob Gunn. That's Tom Club. I'm in heaven. That's Tom Club.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're one-hit wonders.
One hit, right?
Yeah. But that's a group. But go ahead.
The bitch saying that he's mine. May have had it once, but I have him all the time. I don't know.
Moke and Steph. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all know the names.
I used to love that song. I sampled that shit too. That's
I hated that fucking bullshit ass.
When I don't
know. What about that? What about that? Sometimes I feel like nobody watching me. Or
that's Orange.
The one that Master P sampled.
Yes. I was gonna say that I couldn't think of him. That's my 5th, but go ahead.
That's Rockwell.
Oh yeah, Rockwell. You're right.
Rockwell.
You're right.
That's your 5.
Michael Jackson was the one on the background vocals.
Okay, yeah. Well, does that count? Mark Jackson on it. I'm gonna go with Sammy.
Which one?
Sammy. There you go.
Yeah. I like the way you. Yep. There you go.
All right. So my first one-hit wonder, rest in peace, legend. Max's favorite wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for this woman. You know, the great Minnie Riperton.
No, she didn't have one hit.
She had more than one hit.
Yeah, more.
She had one hit. The rest of that album, sold because she got it.
Nope. She had
Yeah, one hit. Name one.
No, she had what was the song? It was not Silly, right? Silly?
No.
No. That's the niece.
Mark got the Googles up right now. Look up Minnie Riperton.
Minnie Riperton had
she got Here We Go, Memory Lane.
Getting back down memory lane. Back down memory lane.
That LaFleur song was hers.
De La Fleur, she did the original De La Fleur.
Loving You.
Loving You
was the one hit out.
Back down memory lane were her 2 big hits. Yeah, but she had more than one.
Yeah. I said Loving You was her one. That was her one. That she was gone.
Yeah.
Another one-hit wonder I could remember. I said Mark Morrison, Return of the Mac. You know what I'm saying? Super huge, and then what happened to him?
He spit on a police officer and got deported.
Yeah, I didn't like that song, but go ahead.
That's silly.
What? You said what happened to him? Shit, that's what happened. They got deported. He spit on a cop.
Yeah, I know. I'm just laughing because it's like, yeah, that is what happened. Damn.
And it was like, I didn't know I couldn't do that over here.
Oh, that's not allowed? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, he knew it was disrespectful, but he didn't know, like, damn, y'all gonna kick me out? I'm a big star.
They took him to the top. Give a fuck about your song, nigga.
Go ahead, Clips. Who else you got? That's 2.
That's 2. So another one-hit wonder. What was it? I don't want to call him a one-hit wonder, but I'm gonna put him on the list because he was the shit to me. But he just disappeared, my nigga Domino.
That's true. Here we go. Yeah.
God damn, he was huge.
With that big ass forehead, yeah.
Yeah, forehead out of control, man. You would watch the video and you could see the video on his forehead. It would
it would be reflected in
Hey, what the fuck is wrong with having a big ass forehead?
Oh, it dog will holler.
There's nothing wrong. We were just saying what it was. It is what
some people don't get to choose to have that forehead. Sometimes like that.
Dog will holler.
Hey, man, look at the bright side, man. Look at the bright side. Your dreams have trailers.
Let me do my list.
They wore that shit out in LA.
I guess y'all done. Clip's done.
Clip's done. Let me get back on it. Okay, well, that's 3. All right, last 2 real quick. One Hit Wonder. Fucking Gerardo. I just gotta say it. Even though he started Interscope was able to bankroll hip hop and 90s rock music off his song Rico Suave. That's all he had, and he was done. And lastly,
Rico.
yeah, a lot of people don't know that. That song bankrolled hip hop. You know
That
what
was
I'm saying?
big though. That was big.
Yeah,
I think that was R&B though. I didn't call that.
Yeah, I can't say it
R&B.
was R&B, but go ahead.
It was well, they call it rap too. Yeah, never mind. Shit. R&B. I don't know. I'll hold my reserve my 5 because that fifth one I'm trying to think because everyone I'm thinking of know they have way more than one song.
Tough.
You ready, Big
Eddie
Mark?
Murphy, dog.
Oh
Nah,
man,
I'm going last. I'm waiting for y'all to get through
Okay,
y'all list.
I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Go.
Somebody took one, but took a name, but I'm gonna still stick with it. Rockwell, DRS, Gangsta.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
But that's a group.
They had more than one.
That's okay. It's okay.
Okay, we can do groups. I didn't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess so. Adina Howard.
Yeah.
Pump.
Where would you be able to do group?
As Yet. And Patrice Rushen.
Oh,
True. Forgive me nots. Yes.
Give me those forget me nots.
It's hoping you remember.
Yeah, that was the shit. Yep.
As Yet only had one hit song.
Yeah. Last night I was inside of you. That's
And he had this song, "Care for You."
No,
like
that's
you
that was a collective. That was Casey and JoJo. That was
yeah. She's right about that.
What was that? What was Babyface's brothers?
Hard
After
as
seven.
After seven.
Yep.
Yeah, but as Yet, they got Hard to Say I'm Sorry.
That was who?
As Yet.
No, I don't know that song.
Milestone. It was on Soul Food soundtrack.
That was not
that
a
was
hit.
Milestone,
That's not
yeah.
a hit, sir. Stop trying to discredit my list, Mark. Put your stash away.
That's fine.
So who you think was the most underperformed group?
I'm trying to get everybody's list off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was done. I'm sorry.
We ain't got Polo, we got
No,
Two
everybody
Toes.
ain't get their list yet. Go ahead, Santos. Santos, the fresh maker.
Hey,
I was just about to say that.
I'm unloading right now, so y'all go ahead.
All right.
Not the first maker.
All right, so I got.
Yeah, I'm ready if y'all ready.
Well, you sound like
All
a
right,
chipmunk.
go ahead, Puro. You said you ready?
Okay, so I got let me see. Yeah, the Return of Mac one. I gotta say that one, even though I'm trying to give my own. What's it called? That 112 song from back in the day.
Oh,
112 is not a one hit wonder, dog. Don't you dare.
112
Yeah,
had
what?
like 4 hits, bro.
Yeah, like a like huge one. Or am I thinking Casey and
talking
JoJo?
about Cupid?
Casey and
Casey
JoJo had
JoJo
one,
had
too.
one hit.
Casey Joseph is closer than 112.
No, Casey and JoJo had a whole group. They had Jodeci.
Way more than one
They
hit.
had their own group, like as.
Yeah. But we're talking about one hit wonders. We're not
As far
talking
as Casey and JoJo, all they had was All My Life.
No, that's not true.
Get the fuck out of here. They were
true.
Jodeci.
We said hit. We said hit, not good song that you listen to.
They were
Hit.
Jodeci.
They didn't chart Billboard. They can't be considered.
Well, What You Do for Love.
They had a
Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley.
Yep.
Big record.
Live.
Yep.
Yeah, they had some big
Way
records.
more than one hit.
One more.
They had some huge ones.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. Crazy.
I'm gonna say "Kiss from a Rose" by Seal.
Okay. I was
Seal
waiting
ain't
for
no
somebody to say
one-hit
Seal.
Still
It
good.
is a one hit wonder, bro.
Seal's not a one hit wonder.
No,
Kinda.
the artist is not a
Kinda
one hit
is.
wonder, but we're talking about one hit
The
wonders,
hit.
like R&B songs that are one hit wonders.
No. The song. I mean, every song is a one hit wonder because you only can do the song once, right?
No, I know, but I
nobody
mean, like
remembers,
literally, that's
Going
that's
Crazy.
like what he's known for.
No, you
So
mean
a one hit wonder means the
wonder
artist only had one hit. That's it.
That's it, bro.
Okay.
What other hits does Steel have?
Man, still got some hits.
First one was Going
Crickets.
Crazy.
Crickets.
From a Rose, Stand By Me, Crazy, Secret. I don't know all these songs. Don't
I
cry.
only know
Fly like,
Crazy
fly
and
like,
Nobody knows the damn song.
fly
I
like an
only know
eagle.
Crazy
Rose.
and
Hold up.
Oh, Fly
Fly
Like an
Like an
Eagle.
Eagle
Yeah,
was a
that's a
hit.
good one. Fly Like an
Fly Like
Eagle.
an
Yeah.
Eagle was a hit.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Still got some hits, bro.
Disqualified.
Just 'cause-
Disqualified.
and
I like
and he
Seal
also hit,
personally,
hey,
but yeah.
he also hit Heidi Klum up.
And something hit his face. So
Yeah, I got
Nah,
Rick
he
Astley.
did that
Though.
to
That's,
his
like,
face,
that's
man.
like the ultimate one-hit wonder. And the Bobby
Yeah,
Caldwell was
Rick
good
Astley.
as well.
We
I think
can't
he got,
go
I
Rick
think he got
Astley.
Go
a
ahead, Mark.
disease though. He got loop.
Never gonna
Hey,
give
It's
you
not a disease.
yeah, that's
that
what I was saying. Who did that?
it's
that
down. Never
disqualification.
gonna
I'm looking
turn
at it right here. It's
around
called a type
and
of
hurt
lupus.
you.
I'm reading it. Like y'all think I
Yep.
just be saying shit. Like no,
No, he does.
I'm reading it.
'Cause
I'm
we were
Googling
all
it. I
wondering.
looked it
We were
up
all
right here.
wondering.
So it is a disease. My man said it's not
It
a
is.
disease. I'm looking at it. It's a type
Oh,
of
Steel's face is disease?
it's a type
Yeah.
it's a type of lupus called
Steel's face is
discoid
a
lupus
disease.
Oh, I thought he had acne.
erythematosus, which affects the skin and leaves large scars.
Yeah, it's like hyperpigmentation or
I thought that was Funny Marco's dad.
Hey,
Back in the
who did the
90s, they
song
said there were
Doodoo
like
Brown?
African like tribal things. I remember.
That's what I
Who
thought.
did-
They said he had cut.
Yeah, that's what I always thought. I
Yeah,
thought
back
it
in the
was
90s, I was
Nah,
inherited.
he has a form of lupus. I'm
but
literally reading it right now.
Oh yeah,
Yo,
like Trick
one,
Daddy.
I
Trick
think
Daddy
Mark
face
like
looked the
told
same.
his sister a
Yeah,
while back.
who did the song Doodoo Brown?
That's a rap song.
yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
that's Uncle
I
Luke, sir.
got
No,
one.
it's not.
Brown.
What up, Cam?
No, that's
That's true.
Blue
What's up,
Brown
bro?
and White brothers, bro, and a dog.
Yeah, you right.
I know I'm right. I got Google, nigga. Y'all gonna learn.
But what's
I don't feel
killing
like
me?
pulling out the
How
laptop
y'all
right
gonna
now.
sit up here
What about
and
Aisha?
sleep?
Don't make me
Considered
pull
a
out the
one-hit wonder?
laptop.
How y'all
Right.
gonna sit up here and sleep on Billy Ocean as the ultimate one-hit wonder, bro?
He got more than one
Caribbean
song. He had more than one song. He had
Okay,
Get Out
bro.
of My Dreams, Get Into My Car. He had a couple hits, man.
He had a couple of hits, man.
Caribbean Queen was the
Yeah.
one, bro. But no, when we think one-hit wonders, we thinking like Snow the Informer, Milli Vanilli.
Nah,
No,
No,
one.
Willie had two.
Snow and Snow wasn't R&B.
He was. Yeah, he's a rap.
Sure wasn't.
Snow wasn't
Rap
R&B, it was
reggae.
considered hip-hop
Rap
or
reggae.
reggaeton,
Rap
yeah.
reggae. Lick your boom boom there.
Here you go.
Now,
Niggas, I swear by the moon.
Ah, that's a good.
No, they had more than
Yeah,
one hit.
Take
they
Six.
had more than
Take Six has
Take Six had more than one song.
All for one.
All
for one. There you go. Yeah.
They had So in Love.
Hey, can we
They had,
go with the bitch that just sued Diddy for being raped, but didn't go after criminal lawsuit, only
Cassie,
money?
yeah, she's the one-hit wonder.
Cassie's
yeah.
a one-hit wonder.
Man, man, she just had to make a play for that
Even though she
bag.
did just hit big right now, but
Is Sammy considered a one-hit wonder? I like the way
I think so.
Said Sammy already.
What about Poison, Mark? What about
You
Poison?
can put them on your list.
They
That's
had more than
fine.
one hit. Bill DeVoe had more than one hit.
Way more than one hit.
Way more.
What's another one?
Yes, I see.
And tell me when will I see
And these motherfucking Bell Biv out.
Yes.
They had whole album.
hey, look, I know the individual.
I started just by saying that. You talking about nigga.
Hey, what was the group that?
Who raised
was the
this
young
nigga?
group back in the day?
I have questions.
Y'all talking
What was
over
the young group back in the day that redid the Bars song? It was some young bulls. They was some young bulls.
Which one? ABC.
On Diddy's thing.
It was like back in the early 2000s.
No, you're thinking that all the time.
Yup.
That's true.
I'm about to say, it was Troop and DeBarge that did it. You know what I'm saying? It's been remade like 2-3 different times. But I know it was a one-hit wonder group back in the early 2000s during the boy band phase that redid that song.
What about LSG?
I wanted to say this to Kuro too. I didn't know this. BBD had that song. I thought it was me. I didn't know that made it to number one.
Yeah, that was a B-side.
That made it to number one on the US charts.
I bought that single. It was a B-side.
Do Me Baby was number 3 and number 4 in the US. I didn't know those shits charted that.
I'm about to say, Do Me Baby was a hit for them.
Yeah.
What did I say earlier? They had whole albums.
I need.
Hey, what did I say earlier? BBD had whole albums that was nothing but singles.
Okay, all right.
Hey, yeah, they had bangers. I ain't gonna lie.
What about Pastor
Hey,
Dutchy?
what about was High Five considered a? What about High Five though?
Hey, yo, you know we all slipping
Hold
on.
on, hold on. High Five had way more than one hit.
I was gonna say because High Five they had a bunch of them.
I can't wait another minute.
Can't wait
Playing
another
hard
minute.
to get.
Hard to get.
What about me and Mrs. Jones?
Oh, you talking about Freddie Jackson? He had Freddie
talking
Jackson.
about
Has
Miss
Freddie Jackson had albums, bro. Look,
Me and Mr. Jones was Freddie Jackson.
Not me and Mrs. Jones.
I can't believe somebody named Freddie Jackson for his one hit one. Boy, y'all.
No, that wasn't Freddie Jackson.
Freddie Jackson?
The one
Me and
that
Mrs.
we
Jones was
got
a
a
Freddie
thing
The original one was-
going on. That one?
Hey, you know what? We slipped it because a group that we could call a one-hit wonder. I'm sorry, Mark.
Are you talking about the? Yeah, you could jump right in. Who are you talking about? You talking about the original mix?
I mean, I didn't know there's two versions. So.
It goes back. That's like an old blues song that's been redone since the 60s.
The original is Billy Paul.
Billy who?
Yeah, that name does sound familiar.
Yeah.
62. Yeah,
That was kind of a huge hit. That is a one-hit wonder. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We can't do rap, huh?
Yeah. But hey, we forgot about this because now we could kind of think about it. The group Silk, because all they had really was Freak You.
no, hell no.
No.
They got We Calling You.
In my bedroom?
In
What?
my bedroom.
Yeah, they got Meeting in My Bedroom. They redid the Rick James. Yeah, they
That was Silk who were Meeting in My
That
Bedroom.
was Silk, bro.
They redid Rick James.
And Lose Control.
Yeah, they redid Ebony Eyes by Rick James. Yeah, man, they had some shit.
Yeah.
Yo, I went to the Silk concert. It was their 25-year anniversary.
No, you did.
And that shit still live. Them boys still saying.
Hey, I'm just gonna go on record to say Rick James over
ass
Freak.
off.
That's all I'm gonna say. Rick James.
Oh
over
yeah,
Freak.
Lil
Mark,
Jimmy
was
singing
still
his ass off.
I was just gonna say it was Silk, Drew Hill, Jagged Edge, 112, and they brought out Raheem Devon.
Man, I would have fucking loved it. I would have passed out at that motherfucker.
And Keith Sweat. They brought Keith Sweat out.
Yep.
It was a stacked ass lineup for Silk's 25-year anniversary.
That was in
What
Atlanta?
about the Dionne Warwick song, Mark? Does that one count? Is it one hit wonder?
No, I think I'm more than one hit.
What? Walk on by?
No, that's Isaac Hayes.
San Jose? Do you know the way to San Jose?
You should do the greatest love of all.
No, that's Whitney Houston. Oh my God.
That's
But
Whitney,
isn't
bro.
that Dionne Warwick's original song though?
I don't know about that, but they're cousins.
Greatest
That's
love of
the
all is
cousin.
Dolly Parton or some shit.
that's
Shit, I don't know,
Whitney
man.
Houston.
Sometimes it's just been, it's been redone a few times. I don't know. I just could have sworn Dionne Warwick had a hit.
But that's why you never fault singers for not writing their shit, because if you a singer, you know what I'm saying? Like, you might pull back some shit, you know what I'm saying? Sing some old goodie, like Foodie was saying. Some of that shit go back to the church, to where as a singer, being a performer, you might sing something that ain't your song. Like, you go to an R&B concert, they might just start singing something that ain't one of their songs.
There are a lot of remakes. There are a lot of
Hey, and I
remakes.
can't lie, I would love to hear some current artists do some old school remakes. Like, if I could hear Kiki Wyatt do an Ella Fitzgerald remake.
Ooh, I love Kiki.
Yeah. Okay, no, Cam, you got something crazy. All right, everybody, let's go around.
Hold on 1 second. We jumping around so fast. Somebody
Hey, what happened to that dude that shot himself in the eye?
Somebody else cutting off, going somewhere else. Somebody busting out in song, like we're in the middle of a musical and shit. Let me Puro. That's George.
Be the ringmaster here.
That's George Benson.
Yes, sir, Mark.
Who wrote the original song?
Okay.
Not Whitney Houston. All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Clips. What was you about to say?
I said, all right, that's a dope. I like where Cam was going. Can you name an old school song you want a current artist to do?
Nah, I don't need these whack ass niggas fucking on my classes.
I'm good. Hey, but I ain't gonna lie though.
Clarence Carter. Don't forget about Clarence Carter.
Clarence Carter.
I be stroking. That's what I be doing. That's my uncle. Whatever my uncle.
I stroke it to
Carter all
the
night.
east. I stroke it to the west.
Hey, so I can't lie though. But what about?
I'll be stroking.
I love that.
I was just about to say, would y'all say that Tyrese's "Shamed of Me." Was that like an attempt
that's a
at
good one, man.
a timeless older type of music or song? You feel what I'm saying?
It's not older, but it's a new classic kind of.
It was like a new classic, but it gave you a vintage kind of feel.
Yeah, but what's better? His best hit is "How You Gonna Act."
Yeah, he got a few. I can't lie, Tyrese got a few, but it just made me think of just bouncing back on the conversation of thinking about newer artists doing a song with an older type of feel or a
In the
vintage.
90s,
Oh, bro, I got a whole bunch of those. You don't listen to what are they called, newies now? Newies?
Wait, hold on, Max. What?
There's a new whole genre. I think they're called newies, but they sound like oldies, but they're made in this era. You got like
BJ the Chicago
Soul Boy
Kid.
that made World Up in Flames, Charles something, and then you got like the Sacred Souls. You got the Sinceres. You got like a lot of bands nowadays that sound like oldie music, but they're made in this era.
Oh, I haven't heard of a lot of them.
Oh no, I gotta check that out.
Hey, check out the Sacred Soul. The Sacred Souls.
That's what my boy does that.
And the Sincere.
My boy does that. He does a lot of covers and stuff like that. He actually redid Secret Garden with Cisco.
No, but none of these are
Sean
covers.
from
This is all
Boys the
original.
Man.
Cisco's
Even like Duran Jones and the
On Secret Garden remix, they did a Secret Garden remix. My boy Omar Wilson, go look it up.
I'm a girl, but no, I didn't hear that. That
I'll
was
put
Elder
the names in the
Bars.
chat
That
if you
was
want to look them up.
Elder Barge, Barry White, Mark Ingram, and I'll be sure.
Yeah.
Quincy Jones is back to the block album.
Yeah.
I know that song so bad. Listen, I used to sing that song back when I used to sing. That was one of them songs, boy.
That's a good one.
I used to be able to do my voice. I used to be able to do my voice before the cigarettes and shit caught up to me. I'd go through all the octaves where I could do all 4 parts, and I always get off a deep end.
You joint.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
Nigga, I didn't say I sounded good, but I do it. I could go through all them octaves.
You can do the Barry White.
Yeah, I can make my voice real deep.
Nah, I couldn't go that deep. Like, hey, I ain't gonna lie. I used to try to have a range, right? I think I could go as low. I could try to get as low as Buddy from Boys to Men, but I couldn't quite get there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shout out to Mike.
Ain't getting on Mike's level, bro.
Listen, Mike was man, the vibrato and Mike Boy's dog. The vibrato when they say, because I did like chorus and shit in school.
Okay, so let's do top 5 groups, R&B groups of all time.
Boys Man.
I knew you were gonna say that.
The end.
Okay,
Boys Man, Temptations. Everyone else don't matter.
Yeah.
That's 2.
I'm gonna say Jodeci. I'm gonna say definitely we got to get the boys Tony up in there, bitch.
Yes.
Hey, now we're gonna put Tony in there.
I'm gonna come back to it right now.
I put Rappy LCD on my Rushmore. So.
Oh yeah, you seen as soon as you said that, I was like, Mr. Sadiq. God damn it, that man, that's a bad man right there. That's a dirty man.
And he had Lucy Pearl. Yep.
Yeah.
And he wrote Lady. You know,
I was about to say he wrote Lady. Who sang Pretty Brown Eyes?
That's Mint Condition. Yep.
Mint Condition. That's Mint Condition.
That's all I
was there for sure.
New edition.
Mr. Stokely.
Okay, hold on. Let's one at a time. Go ahead, Clips.
We're gonna have to give it a slash right here because it was 2 groups, but his whole run, Mex brought him up, man. Shout out to the great Teddy Riley. You gonna have to go with Guy/Blackstreet, my number 3. Guy/Blackstreet.
Blackstreet was nice.
Man, you gotta pick one or the other, man.
That was Dave Hollister, bro. That was
Let him get his list off. We can comment on it again, but get him.
Teddy was that group too. That Teddy was on that production. Teddy did that.
Thanks.
You know what I'm saying? All right, now number 4, best group of all time. Since we're saying group, Isley Brothers. Since we're saying group.
Damn, that was some legendary shit. Okay.
Parliament fucking brother.
Have y'all heard Tyrese songs Straight Effing?
No.
Straight fucking?
Straight fucking?
Yeah.
Straight
Wrong
from
with that, man.
take it off, take it off. Yeah, he be going. That's my shit.
Okay, who's next? Top 5 group.
I just learned
got
about
it.
it.
I'll
This
go.
scale, I was kicking around to it.
Go ahead, Sento. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
What's your group top?
I
Top 5?
was just saying. I just learned about it last year personally because
Right.
this girl
We
I was
heard
dating,
that
she
part.
turned me on.
Yeah,
We heard
but
that
we
part.
talking about top
So,
5
that's-
groups, R&B groups of all time. What's your top 5, Centos?
R&B, Isley Brothers. Since they don't have to write for themselves, Temptations, New Edition, Destiny's Child, the Supremes.
Okay.
Gotta put them in there, and that might be all I can get. Somebody else I want to name. I can't think of them right now, but those groups I definitely want to mention.
TGT.
I just want to say this before y'all go around to the next person. Centos, y'all killed me for having Beyonce on my Mount Rushmore.
And he put Destiny's
But
Child.
she's the lead singer of that group that you put in your R&B. I just want to state that. For the record.
I figure if you can put Beyonce on yours, and they don't have
It's
to
really
write.
vibe.
No, Santos. You can't put. He just put paperwork on you. You can't take that
Goofy.
paperwork and try to return it back to
Goofy
him.
move.
That's his child. Mark was
That's your paperwork, brother.
All right, go ahead. Let's pass it around. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I ain't gonna lie. I was late, Mark. I've been laid up back in money. You know how the gang do. But what was your Mount Rushmore, my brother? Respectfully.
I had Babyface.
Okay.
R. Kelly.
Okay.
Mike.
Okay.
Stevie Wonder and Beyonce.
Ooh. That's a solid list, though. That's respectable.
I had the best list, dog.
Beyonce over Whitney, nah.
I had the best.
That's
list.
solid.
I'm gonna take
Never
Destiny's Child
seen
off and
Beyonce
put
fall off like Whitney did.
For the record, nobody knew Mike Jackson count.
Okay. Hold on.
Hey, I'll swap Frankie Beverly and Maze for Destiny's Child. How about that?
Good swap.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
I mean,
I'll allow
it's respectable. I can, you know.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
What's your top 5? What's your top 5?
Let's do these lists.
Go ahead, Foodie. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay, my top 5 is New Edition, Gap Band,
Ooh.
Jodeci,
Ooh.
Drew Hill.
Ooh.
Hard one. The 5th one would be fuck it, I guess I have to put Jagged Edge. Go ahead.
Damn, you put Jagged Edge over Boys to Men?
Damn.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. You're right. I take back Jagged Edge and I put Boys to Men. Okay.
I was about to call you Drinky instead of Foodie.
I go next.
Original. I forgot.
Go ahead, Puro. What you got?
Yeah, I'll take the Supremes, the Shy Lights, fucking what's the ones in my
Name me 5 Shy Light songs right now.
I can name you one, bro. It's like the end of the day, bro.
Have you seen her? Name me 5 Shy Light songs that's not Have You Seen Her right now.
That's the only one that matters, bro.
Put a case on them. Put a case
Blow
on
your
them.
mind. Did I blow your mind?
I'm Mexican, bro. Like literally, I grew up on this. On that fucking stuff, bro. It's in my top 5, bro.
I got you. Good.
Hey, he remembers the name from the lowrider old
Martha the Vandellas and
Menudo. You got Menudo on there, I thought.
Menudo.
That is crazy
Blind
work.
Family Stone is like a like an honorable mention.
Put Little Rob up in there.
Dang.
Nah,
Now you had that one song though. That shit was hard.
Hard.
Yep, Summer Nights is the shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Little Rob is garbage, by the way.
Well, that song.
Hey,
was
I want to
shit.
swap. I want to swap another one. I want to drop. What's the other girl group? I said.
Right?
I want to put. Shoot. Let me shut up. Think. I lost my
Yeah,
track.
yeah. Come back to us when you
You
got it.
finna say some bullshit. He finna say something like, I'm gonna put TLC over
I
Judas.
put 3LW in this shit.
I'm gonna put Black up in there.
707. Yeah, he was finna
Let
say
me
some
put
bullshit.
Brownstone.
No. I want to drop the.
Hey, nigga, I just typed
James.
TLC and Brownstone. Don't y'all be laughing at TLC
They
and
was the
Brownstone.
shit though.
I want to drop the Supremes, and I want to replace them with one of the greatest bands ever. Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Ooh, I love
And
me.
don't be trying to take mine before I go, dog. Come on, man.
Great choice. Great choice.
I can respect that.
They got my birthday anthem dancing in September.
Cause I'm like, if y'all ain't got Earth, Wind, and Fire, y'all got the Temptations, but y'all ain't got Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Hey, Mark, get that drop ready. 'Cause we can't, while we talking this shit, we got to remember the best singer of all. Please.
Live Jennings.
Put a case on Foodies right now.
What's going on with you,
See him
Drinky?
live. That nigga was good back then.
I don't got no female groups in my top 5.
This is crazy.
What's going on with you, Drinky?
Yo, that was Mike Jennings singing at a concert.
Man, what the fuck was he drinking?
He was singing at that concert all on that girl. That nigga knew he was killing it too.
He knew it.
He said, "Baby,
probably did.
Hold my jacket just like you hold me." Shit sound like a alarm going off.
Yep.
It sound like a bomb. A bomb is about to happen in the area. We gotta evacuate.
I went off on your audio. I don't know what's going on with your headphones. Brim, you gotta fix those.
It ain't no headphones. I'm gonna put them on right now. Hold on one second.
Oh, you sound better.
Hey, I'm finna make that my motherfucker alarm when I get up in the
All the notes, bro. Those guys are
He
dope.
sounded like he was losing his mind.
Hey, you running late for an appointment, bro. You need this for your
Nobody got
alarm.
Jackson 5 in they shit?
Hell no.
Yeah, I put the Jackson 5.
Yeah, Jackson 5 is up there for sure.
Fuck them.
Yeah, Jackson 5 for sure. Yeah, that's
I can't wait to get to school these days.
Who said that?
Hey, listen,
Yo,
I'm just
Mark is
saying.
wild disrespectful.
Your group names is whack. Your group
niggas,
that your
man,
name is
all
whack
that.
because I'm the only one who gave y'all Isley Brothers and I gave y'all Parliament.
Okay, then
Parliament
we
not
got
even
group
R&B
up there.
though.
Group is an honorable mention, right?
They did rhythm and blues. They did everything. They just put some funk to it.
I feel like your age is showing. Hey, respectfully, your age is showing when you say shit like
Oh,
Parliament.
Jason, Atlantic Star.
Nah,
Atlantic Star had one hit. They had one hit.
If we're doing funk, then I'm putting Gap Band in there. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's an R&B.
Put Gap Band
If we're
down.
doing funk, I'm putting Gap Band in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
the-
put Gap Band up there.
The
Nobody's
OJs,
because they had a couple
I
of
said OJ's.
Miracles. Nobody said the Miracles. They're, it's an easy one.
Fuck them old niggas, man. Ain't on that shit.
Right? Mama told me.
Mark on some bullshit right now.
Jodeci took that slot. The seat was taken, nigga. I had to get a seat to somebody. I got a
Ain't
case.
Did nobody say?
Group up there. You got to put
Did nobody
Silk
say
up there.
B2K?
What? Oh, man, you better stop,
Well,
man.
LSG,
Take a knee, man. Go sit in the corner for a second, man.
Day
Go sit in the
26.
corner, man. It's go sit in the corner, man. Think about it.
Backstreet Boys and NSYNC.
Put Levert up there, but not LSG.
No,
LSG
NSYNC was hard, yo.
NSYNC.
NSYNC was hard.
Nobody said the weather
I was about to
girls.
say,
Or
nobody
the-
said NSYNC or
What?
NSYNC or the Backstreet Boys, bro.
New Kids on the Block.
Anything I do.
Hero, that's gay as hell. Ain't nobody listen to the weather, bro. Raining.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. They're like, Raining Man is one of my favorite songs, bro.
So gay ass.
What the?
Oh, no.
Don't say that shit on wax, bro.
There you go, man. Come on, man.
Clip
Hey, I
it.
have a question. Hey, who sang
Yeah, but he Northern Cali with it, man. He just high
Yeah, right.
Don't blame that shit on Cali.
I'm just listening to
Nah,
y'all.
he Northern Cali with it, man. He running around in sandals right now, man. Leave
Hey,
Max
Mark,
alone.
what's your
He got on
I got
He got on flip flops, bro.
What you say, Pooty?
We ain't got a Marks. What's Mark's top 5?
Sleep, and sleep. Fuck with these crazy ass.
Another trash flick from Marq, man.
I didn't give you my top 5. Hold up. Color Me Bad. That's one. Color Me Bad. Die Line, and Die Line.
Yeah,
y'all rocking with that list?
You have better audio for your jokes to hit. Your audio can't be chopping up in the middle.
That's the best you can do.
I do have one more question. I got one more question, and I'm done. What are the top 5 worst boxing matches of all time?
Rolly versus Pawpaw.
We saw one of them last night.
Last night's definitely
Yep. Hey, hold on, time out. Wait, which one are we talking? I gotta say, Brian Norman Jr. and Quentin Randall was lackluster.
That was bad as well.
That was way better than the main event.
And I was more excited for that fight than I was for Shakur and De Los Santos.
We got more on that shit than the main event, though.
I mean, but when y'all say it was lackluster, do y'all feel like what was he supposed to do? He was supposed to he beat. It's funny because I gotta say this: they giving Shakur a lot of flack because they felt like he didn't go out and stop De Los Santos, but the very thing that he did, he stayed outside of range. Footwork wins fights. If I'm not there to be hit, whether I'm in range or out of range, you can't land. So it's we always bragged about how Shakur could stand right in front of guys and make a miss. He didn't. He moved out of range, so the guy couldn't land. He beat this man with a jab and then start jabbing to the body. I
gotta go up for this bullshit.
They both landed jabs, by the way, and no footwork does not win you fights. You have to land to win a fight, bro. At the end of the day, bro,
that's why I said footwork wins fights.
That fool had 3 minutes and couldn't land 10 punches. What the fuck?
What I do say is this: when you have a guy with the equalizer and he's got an 87% knockout ratio, so he's definitely throwing some hot shit back. He's just as quick with quick feet, and he's a counter puncher. You not finna just go in here throwing all willy-nilly and get caught with some hot shit. Point blank, pure and simple. You have to be cautious. You have to be smart. And one thing we know about Core is a defense-first fighter. Always.
Yeah, well.
Real quick.
Defense wins championships.
Hold on. Real quick. Real quick. Now, what you're saying?
You chopping up, man. Clips, you chopping up.
You're chopping up.
And that's the fighter.
Clips, you chopping,
or whatever it is. And he proved to be a good fighter by getting that victory the way he did. The problem okay.
You got a delay or something, I guess. Now you just now hearing we said you was shopping.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Hey, I want to add, footwork is very important, as my man was saying.
Frozen now.
And let's not forget there was a fighter in the history of boxing that has won a round without throwing a punch.
I think that's inaccurate, sir. To be honest.
No, check it out.
You can't win a round without landing a punch.
It happened. It's documented.
Willie Pep did it, bro.
Nah, that's the thing.
That's an anomaly. That's an anomaly.
Don't make no sense.
That's an anomaly.
But it happened.
That's why I said footwork wins fights, because having your footwork puts you in position to throw or defend, sir.
Yeah, but you have to land. Literally, if you don't land, that's why 10-10 rounds exist.
I mean, he's still landing more.
If you don't land, it's an even round.
Didn't get hit. He didn't get hit, and he won off of his footwork and make the other guy miss.
All that's true, and that fight still sucks. Everything y'all said is true. Everything you said is true. That fight fucking sucks. Shakur's not going to sell no fucking pay-per-views, and he's about to get offered way less the next fight. His stock went down after that shit.
I won't say his stock went down when he's a 3-division world champion.
No, that's all he has, though. All that shit he talked about, I deserve more than 25%, You didn't show it.
Like
I
he,
gotta agree with Mix.
Right.
I gotta agree with Mix.
When
because
nobody in the
that's
I can
stadium, Bob
agree with
Aaron was
that.
giving away tickets. Like nobody wanted to watch it. And then when we did watch it, that's what the fuck we got. So
I'm about to
Yep.
say now that I can agree with.
But hold
It
on, the
was
problem
not.
with that too. Hold up, but the problem with that too, Mix, is first of all, people aren't accustomed to going to boxing matches on a Thursday. The people in Vegas
that's
was
true.
there for Formula One. This wasn't the guy nobody asked for Edwin De Los Santos. This was
The fact he even agreed to fight on a Thursday.
He don't have a choice. He ain't in a position. He do what Tyrone tell him.
So he's also not in a position to negotiate how much he's worth. Then
No,
if he can't
no,
even
not
decide
in
what
this
day
case.
he's fighting.
Not in this case.
You just
No.
moved the goalposts.
Guess what? Devin Haney ain't fighting on no fucking Thursday, and neither is Tank.
Yeah, but
I'll let you talk. You won't even let me rebuttal
Mark.
without you cutting me off like every other bar already. Let you say all of that. Let me say this. Nobody was asking for Edwin De Los Santos. 1, 2. This is the 6th best fighter that they can find for him. The other 5 guys said no. 3,
Right.
fighters on a Thursday. People aren't used to going to boxing on Thursday. 4, 5 or whatever number I'm on now. The people that are in Vegas right now didn't come for boxing. They came for Formula One. So that's a lot of factors that go into that mix about the venue being empty. Nobody knew De Los Santos, bro.
So one, Shakur is not on Haney and Tank's level of selling fights at all, or else he wouldn't even been offered a fucking Thursday. 2, yeah, they were there for Formula One, but if you can go see a $12 fight, why wouldn't you? Fucking, I don't know. I mean, Shakur is very good, probably the second best defensive fighter, maybe, or best defensive fighter, but that ain't gonna sell you pay-per-view. People ain't gonna want to watch it.
Respectfully, I think between the 3 fighters that you just named, Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson are on the same level when it comes to selling. The only one that is a household name that sells venues and put asses in seats is Tank. Tank can fight anybody. He can fight a roast beef sandwich, and that bitch gonna sell out.
Hey Cam, that's changing right now as we speak, though. Cam,
that's true, but when it comes to the selling point, though,
as we speak,
audio, Brem, you gotta fix your audio.
Devin don't have to answer nobody.
What's wrong with my audio?
So, even if he don't sell that much, he gets a bigger percentage of what he doesn't sell. So,
I mean,
is my audio okay now?
When you say they're not on the, when you say he's not on the same level in pay-per-views or in sales, that's where I'm putting it.
I mean, not in the same level of control of his career.
Pay-per-views, yeah.
I mean, Tank has handlers just like Shakur does.
Devin
would be the only one that we would consider an independent in this entire conversation, but Tank is the only one that sells. So I mean, when we talk about getting money,
Shakur is the B side of both of those guys.
That's the
Hold on 1 second. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, you crispy. You crispy.
All right, cool. I got to rebuttal you, Cam.
Never mind.
What's about to happen is Haney's gonna pass Shakur because the whole Bay Area from E40 to Too Short and all those people, that venue is gonna be packed to the T, bro. Haney's gonna pass. Haney is gonna pass Shakur because Shakur hurt his stock with that fight last night. Because I literally was banking on him having a groundbreaking performance night before last. I was banking on that. And because the thing is, let me finish real quick. There are people who had never seen Shakur before that will never want to either watch him again or never will pay to watch him. Y'all got to understand the impact financially that it's going to hurt him unless he turns it around and has a few fights where he has a dominant performance or he KOs somebody. That fight has knocked his value down for real. I mean, I wouldn't
necessarily say that he's still one of the highest paid fighters at Top Rank right now.
Yeah, that's right now. But that fight just happened. That fight just knocked his stock down. I'm telling you, he might be one of the highest paid fighters, but that fight just knocked his stock down. There's people that don't even see
sponsorships. You know that, right?
Huh?
He just got a new sponsorship already since then.
That's good. I'm happy for him, but I'm telling you, if you anybody who's a new boxing fan or never seen Shakur before, they watched him the other night, they're not going to want to see him again. He hurt his stock. He might be having all those things in play, but the truth of the matter is he hurt his stock with that fight. He hurt his stock.
I mean, I'm asking, are we saying this because it wasn't a knockout? Because I
No,
mean,
because
knockouts are what's exciting in boxing to casual
because
fans.
it was a complete dud. It was a complete dud. It's top 5 worst fight of all time, most boring fight of all time.
He didn't land double-digit punches in any of his rounds.
And you know
I
what?
think with some people,
It's one
with some of
performance.
y'all forget it. I have all night I've been listening. I haven't heard anybody mention that this is not his first time showing up like that.
Oh,
Exactly.
Very good
His
point,
second or third to
He ain't
last
fought like
fight
that in a
as
long.
hold on,
What you
his
say? His
second to
last fight?
third fight as his second to third last fight as 130. He had the same type of show. He apologized.
Yeah, when he fought Jared Nakatalia. When he fought Nakatalia. So but I'll say this though, he does the one thing that I say that I feel like I think we're kind of explaining in a nutshell. He does just enough to win the fight. He doesn't take very many risks, whether calculated or otherwise. He does just enough to win. And last night we thought that we saw him play to the level of his opponent. We saw him fight to the level of his opponent and do what he needed to do just to pull out the victory. We didn't see him go the extra mile.
He does just enough to win.
His opponent was a good fighter. His opponent was a good fighter. He was playing it safe like he did in that fight the last time.
Yeah, I thought his opponent.
I would say that too. But I mean, that's what a defensive first fighter does anyway. Like, I'm going to always cover my ass to make sure I don't catch no hot shit.
Hear me.
Hold on, let me reply to Sentos first. Sentos, you bring that up. Do you know how long ago that Nakatalia fight was?
Yeah, I said it was the second to third last one, fight he had at 130.
But look how you got to. That's called reaching, man. His second or third fight, like, bro, you know that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights ago.
And that's what he gonna have to do this time. This is what he gonna have to do this time to rebuild his stock.
But Santos, I didn't cut you off. Let me speak. Let me reply to it. Since then, he stopped Jamel Herring, went in there, beat the shit out of Oscar Valdez, had a great fight with Robinson Conceição, and then he stopped the next guy. So all of those fights in between don't matter. You skip over all of that. Great competition, great fights, and he was dominant. You skip over all of that to go back to 2021 to a fight where, keep in mind, he dropped that guy too.
It's a pattern.
No, it's not a pattern. It's one fight.
It is a pattern.
I'm just saying, he can't win for losing, Mark.
Where's the
pattern?
Anybody with power he want to gauge.
Hold up. Nakatalia, he dropped him.
He did.
Every round. He dropped that guy. He even said, hey, look, that guy got a lot of power. Shit, I was like, man, just play it safe. He didn't want to take too many chances. The guy was still strong. After that, stop Jamel Herring. Oscar Valdez, where's the pattern there? He beat the shit out of Oscar Valdez. Robert Conceição, same shit.
Could be the pattern on Oscar Valdez.
Where's the pattern?
What's throwing me off is because we just talked about this being the 6th opponent. The other 5 said no. He couldn't get a fight in the division. Now, the one fight that I feel he should have taken was Devin Haney. I agree with everybody on this panel when I feel like he should have taken that 25%, fought Devin Haney. You had all the titles were consolidated in one place. Right there, you go get them bitches. You beat him, you the man. I agree.
Because
I agree
so
with
much
that.
Shit. Like he was talking so much shit. He was calling out people. He was criticizing other people's fights. You know.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But now in this position where we are here, we can't get this man a proper fight against a proper opponent. We're saying he's basically premiering in the division. We want to see how he fares against guys in the division before throwing him in there with the top guys, the likes of a Devin Haney and the Tank and et cetera, et cetera. This is what I've heard people say. So now we can barely get him that. Now that we get him that, he goes in there against the guy. And of course, he makes everybody look stupid in most fights. But this one fight, this guy has a bit more success. He still washes the guy and has a unanimous decision, but it's not in the exciting fashion that we would have it to be in. So now we throwing this guy out. It's like it's one thing or another. We can't have it both ways.
Cam, you gotta let me talk to you, bro. Let me give it to you straight up, because everybody on this panel is not a casual boxing fan. We're closer to hardcore than casual boxing fans. Would everybody agree with that?
Some of y'all.
Yeah.
man.
Because I don't consider myself a hardcore. I just consider myself a person that's knowledgeable about boxing and love the sport. Because I pay attention to like a lot of the ladies and all that. But this is what y'all not understanding. I think this is what's going over all of you guys' head. Every single person that was a casual or did not know about Shakur, when they watched that fight Thursday, 50% or better of those people either are never going to want to pay to see him fight or never will want to watch him fight. I've seen people saying, hey, listen, I brought my sons to this fight and they don't want to see Shakur again. They said that was an absolute waste of money. Y'all don't understand the impact of that when you're getting on this level. It's going to take him to a great performance for him to make that up. Yeah, and I understand.
No. And that didn't go over our heads. That's what's going over y'all heads. That's what I said.
No.
You only good as your last fight. And he had the bad performance. He got to go out there and have a good performance. Also, I disagree with you because, first of all, the casuals won't in there trying to see Shakur anyway.
Bro, you can't tell me you disagree with me when I had somebody talking to me. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not talking about just physically. I'm not talking about just physically being. I'm talking about watching him. Period. I talked to people who had never seen Shakur before, and they told me that. So you can't tell me that's not true. When I have obvious proof, and I talked to people who had never seen Shakur before, and they said they don't want to watch him again. That's a fact.
Well, that's the thing, though. It was already on. But it was already on. Hold on. It was already on regular ESPN, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I didn't get a reply because he cut me off.
That was a good thing, Cam.
Like that's what we keep doing here. I'll be quiet, let y'all talk, and when it's my turn to rebuttal, people interject as soon as I disagree with them, and that's okay. But like, that's weird. Like it's a pattern on that, Puro. All night, y'all notice that too, right, Cody? Like I'll be quiet, let them talk, and then as soon as I start talking, I disagree, get cut right off.
Well, actually, everybody's cutting each other off.
Too much passion.
Not like that though, bro. And I've been quiet, for long periods of time, just to let people cook, so I can use that as my argument when I knew y'all was gonna cut me off. Brent, I get it. You're passionate and you talk like this when you get your passion, but my G, that shit doesn't mean nothing to me.
But it means something to the people who first saw Shakur Stevenson for the first time and said they don't want to see him again.
Did it again. You did it again. Trigger. I triggered.
No, that triggered. No.
You're doing it again. You cut me off. You cut me off with the bad order.
Don't stop talking. Keep talking. If you pause, I'm jumping in. Go ahead.
Bro, you talk.
Wow.
Goddamn, where's the part?
No self-control. Emotional. Hey, Bram, casuals didn't give a fuck about no Edwin De Los Santos versus Shakur Stevenson. Casuals.
Put your emotions in the comment section, Bram.
That's Cameron Foodie and Marq.
All I said was okay. Keep going, please. Come on, y'all. Let's not make this bigger than it is. Keep going.
You don't have to unmute while I'm talking. You can let me talk for a couple seconds. just it's patient. Brim said, no. No, that shit funny. Okay. My nigga, at the end of the day, them casuals didn't give a fuck about that shit. And
especially on a Thursday night, nigga. I gotta go to work Friday. Fuck you, me.
Thursday night football. A lot of people watching Thursday night football. They might if the shit was that boring, they'll forget Shakur Stevenson. They might not even remember his fucking name.
Hey, and on the cool, the way they tried to highlight this shit, they put it on regular ESPN directly after college football to try and catch that crowd, to bring viewership up type shit. So I get it, but it's still gonna do numbers regardless. Like,
what's going on?
What's up? What you got? Rim a little emotional over there.
He want to be seen and heard.
Oh shit!
Lord.
All right.
Y'all got me pouring another drink at 3 a.m. Good
Lord. Y'all.
I see you.
That's how nigga look when he look at you.
Look at him, he mad.
Clips, you know I got him mad with that shit.
Up, bro.
You know I got him mad with that one.
He upset.
Unmute.
Hey, when you get caught with 185 grams, this is like.
Cam.
I'll have your back. I'll have your back.
I'm
You get ganged up on that.
Put a case on Cam. Put a case on me. I'm done, boy.
I ain't doing no drops. I can't support that, man.
I quit, bro. I quit. I'm going to bed. Yeah, I'm not fucking with y'all tonight, man. Y'all wildin'.
It's all right, man. Yo, it's all good, bro, man.
It's all love, man. You know I fuck with you, bro.
Y'all are funny as hell.
Yeah, but don't bitch about real life. Don't bitch that ever again. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I got you, G. oh shit. Oh, that hurt.
Final thoughts, man. Fuck that, man. It's 6 in the morning. Y'all go to bed, man.
Nah, I go to bed, yo.
Yeah, man. It's all good.
Mark, shut it down.
Niggas
Why you gonna shut it down? You gonna kick us out?
We love you, Mark, man.
You play too much, man.
Oh,
Thank
shit.
you for providing a platform for us to bullshit.
You feel me?
I can't even go to sleep with y'all up here. I don't trust y'all to play nice, see, because Cam already started with
I ain't
the
shit. You know? Okay, I'm gonna mute my phone. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Respectfully,
yeah,
I apologize. I love you guys. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's how we know when you're on bullshit. Niggas only say shit like that.
Baby.
You let Papa Marq go to bed so we can.
Hey man, don't you ever call another nigga Papa like that again.
Now, when I think of Papa, I think of fucking
If Cam was
Rolly
Mexican, like, don't ever
Romero.
call me that again.
You said granddad.
Granddaddy with Rolly Romero.
Papa.
Hey, Cam.
What's up?
I'm looking at your avatar, B, and I was like, why this shit look familiar? And I was like, this shit look familiar as fuck. Why do I know this avatar? Son, why your avatar look like this nigga right here? Oh shit, they tell me I can't load it up. Let me create some space. Yo, hold on. Let me share the screen. Cam, your avatar look like this nigga right here on God, yo.
Look like Heavy D.
Ain't that a big?
There you go, Cam.
Yo, you gave me the pet boys.
I'm just saying, like, it's kind of close. It's kind of close.
Nah, fam. Nah.
Yeah, nigga.
Nah, fam. Okay, the midsection, you might be on to something.
You might have, whatever I was on to, you ate it, nigga.
You might be on to something with the midsection. That's a get money good.
Might be like the yellow M&M. Is it Big Bird? What can it look like?
Nah, I can't be Big Bird. Big Bird 6 feet. I'm only 5'5". It ain't gonna work.
Man, no, you only 5'5". You a peep. That's what you is. You's a peep.
Like a Teletubby.
Actually, in that photo, he look like a battle rapper named Bill
Who
Wells.
the fuck said a peep? Don't you call me no disgusting ass candy, sir. Call me no
Maybe like
disgusting ass candy, sir. Respectfully,
Wow.
I don't like it. He said you a peep.
Like you got on a hazmat. One of them hazmat outfits.
I think Teletubby.
Did you just call me a minion? Foodie, you got me fucked up.
Black ass
You
minion.
look like Outbreak.
A little hood minion. They got
But
They got
speaking of Heavy D,
Kevin.
why do people never mention Heavy D? Like that nigga.
Yo, Marcus, you trying to go in on me right now, bro?
Trying to? Oh man.
I'm feeling attacked, sir. I just keep seeing
I figured I could jump on
all
you
these
'cause you
yellow
joked
things
on
pop
me.
across my school. Magic school bus.
Take it. I thought you could take some jokes.
Yeah, of course I can take jokes.
Okay, what'd you
Like
pick
a
up?
deformed baby shark.
You gonna body shame me on your platform, bro? No. You body shaming, bro?
Don't be body shaming. You know how they feel about that. You know how they feel about
Give me
that.
that hoodie, nigga, with that belly shaming. Belly shaming.
Not the hood.
This is like a midget porno dude.
You got like an
Like a midget porno dude going
Yo.
around, right?
on the side right here.
Like
Like, is that the shadow
Pockets, Mark.
or is that a colostomy?
Hey,
bag
I
or
got
something?
shit in my pockets, Mark. Look,
Yeah.
I got shit in my pockets, sir.
Oh, you got a colostomy bag under your shirt or something.
So that means he literally got shit in his pocket.
Literally.
Shit in his pocket.
Colostomy bag, yeah.
Shadow is the bulge.
Trendy.
That's crazy.
Hero be sneaking in his little one-liners too, and y'all ain't listening. Be like,
Yeah, I hear him back there. He think he's slick.
He be laughing. He be laughing at his own jokes.
Well, that's the only way to go.
We know you like your own statuses, Piro. It's crazy.
Real quick, Mark, before you go, what's your top 5 heavy D songs?
nigga, never heard of it.
What? Oh man, you better stop that now. Put some respect
Come on, don't disrespect Heavy D like that, bro. Heavy D was nice, bro. Heavy D was nice, bro. Don't disrespect Heavy D, bro. He was nice, man.
The overweight lover in the house. We got our own thing. Blue Funk. A bunch
I'm
of
about to say
niggas.
Blue Funk.
Boo funk, boo.
No,
A bunch of niggas. The song that introduced Biggie Smalls.
No.
He sampled the Luther Vandross. I want your love.
Yeah, that one was deep.
Yeah, that was nice.
Anticipate.
Hey, what was that joint he had with Biggie? What was that called? I need the name of that.
It was called Overrated Part 1.
I got nothing but love for you, baby.
I got that.
Oh, don't forget Monifa.
Big-
He came out with
Big
Monifa.
Daddy,
He came
Big
out
Daddy
with,
was fire. Yep, been so long I miss you. His verse on that,
Soul for Real.
That's not his song though.
and the song Big Daddy, was fire.
Oh, remember Is It Good to You?
To you.
Yep, that was a good one.
Oh, you talking about who sung the hook on that Big Daddy? I know what you talking about.
I want your body, the way you touch me.
That's what I was talking about.
Jump up in my caddy. You can call me Big Daddy.
Sound
That
clip
was a
the
joint.
fuck out of that right now, Mark. That's a
was
sound
yeah.
clip. That's a sound clip.
That's
We
a-
got an exclusive.
That's always fire.
All that shit was
None
like
of y'all
a juice
niggas riding
soundtrack.
around. Stop it. None of y'all getting in y'all car tomorrow this weekend. None of y'all gonna play Heavy D with y'all family over Thanksgiving break. Stop it.
Actually, I might put that on the playlist.
Yo, chill with the
That's
Heavy
kind
D
of a
stuff.
vibe
I have,
for real. That day.
you know what it is? I have moments to.
Because that remix was hard.
Yo,
That-
for real,
that
you know what?
Big Daddy
You gonna make me go on a Big Daddy. You gonna make me go on a Heavy D binge. Like I went on a E40 binge like 2 weeks ago. I was listening to all his joints and listening to all the stuff with the click.
That nigga got fucking.
Man, what you know
so
about
many
40, man? What you know about
Come
40?
on, man, split to me, man. I can take it back to the click, bro. You know,
I'm talking
before
about
he solo
my
came out.
favorite rapper alive.
I was raised on that Harlem game,
Dude, I
and,
don't
you know what I'm
listen
saying,
to
the
a lot of these
mailman
rappers,
and
man. That
federal,
shit
you know what I'm
breaks
saying,
down.
all that yeah.
40 and DJ Quick, my 2 favorite rappers alive.
Facts. Hey.
I love DJ Quick, the production style, man.
I was
DJ
raised
Quick
on
production style is fire.
DJ
You
Quick,
got to sprinkle in a little
Too
bit of
Short.
sugar free.
Spice One, Mac Malone.
Mark is on Mac Shade right now.
Swing on my nuts like wee.
Niggas ain't lyricists to me. Too Short ain't no lyricist to me, dog. I
Too
never
Short
thought
is
it
the
was like-
shit, man. That
He's
nigga
not.
got
He's a
hits.
rapper. He's a dope
back
rapper.
then. It was
He's
just
a
raw.
rapper.
It was gritty.
He never said he was.
He was a
He never said he
storyteller.
was a lyricist. He's a rapper.
Right.
It's a difference between a lyricist and a real rapper. He always made that clear.
No, it's not.
Player.
But that was different type of storytelling.
Yeah.
Right. One
Like,
is good,
no.
one is bad.
Listen.
Oh no,
when
it
you
ain't
watch-
even
you-
like good or bad.
Like that
Go ahead.
nigga, they was talking about that nigga in Boys in the Hood with that womp. These are the tales, the freaky tales.
Yeah,
These are
Short.
the tales that I
Hurricane.
know so
Short
well.
told stories, bro.
You can call it
Listen, I
slurricane.
can't even lie. My top, hey,
Hold
my
on.
top,
Brand, you burst out in a song that ain't even Too Short. You singing Slurricane. We talking about Too Short. Look, Too Short.
40.
That song y'all was talking about with Too Short. That song was okay for that time. But if
Freaky
you go
tales.
back
You
to
talking
that
about
time
you
period,
can't
it's
fight the
better
feeling?
rapper. If you go back,
I know.
to that,
I'm on my own zone, bro. Let me.
no. I mean, but you singing over us while we were trying to talk about Too Short.
Okay.
You singing at a whole nother artist.
You can't
But,
blow the whistle.
That's a good record. That's a good record. That's one.
What's the other one?
But to me, I mean, it was like short reentered himself with the times. You feel me? Because he kept coming with stuff
And
to blow
what's
your
that
head.
shit?
Gotta
Or
get it,
in
bitch,
here.
and let my dick suck. Gotta get it, bitch.
He was never. That was the thing. One thing I felt about Short was it was never about trying to
when he got
be
with
the coldest nigga in the game or number one on the billboards. Nigga, I'm just trying to get paid, which is what he did.
Gangsters
He
and
continued to
Strippers.
do.
Yeah, that shit was
I
hard.
get it, but I ain't gonna buy that nigga shit. That shit ain't good.
I mean, I feel it.
Seen
I
him
feel
live. I seen him live with Westmore, and that shit was hard.
it. That man been doing it about as long as we've been alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gangsters and Strippers. That
Just
shit
'cause
was
you've been
hard.
doing something a long time don't mean you're the best at it though.
I agree, but it's just the longevity of it.
the party
You
jumping.
found
You
your
get the club
niche,
hopping. Yeah.
you found your market, and somebody gonna buy it, and
That's
you
a
found
whole
your
other
core
And
argument.
audience.
motherfuckers is saying bitch just
Cam,
because
that
he said that
what
shit.
you described is a cult following, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you top 5. I've never heard anybody put Too Short top 5.
No,
Look, I love Too Short, but I can't say top 5.
I'm sorry.
Top 5 West Coast.
Go ahead, Mike. My bad. Go ahead.
On any list, even in his era, though, he wasn't the guy.
I would only list Too Short on a top 5 list of storytellers. He was a storyteller to me because when I think storytellers in rap, I was gonna say when I think, yep,
Who's
Scarface.
Real quick, go ahead.
Scarface. Slick Rick. Ice Cube.
Yep.
And then who else? Big.
Okay. All right. And you put Too Short beside them. All right, go ahead.
When I say like telling a story, yeah, the shit was gritty. The shit was raw.
All right.
Like he really.
Because blowjob
he painted
baby,
the
come on, man.
Hey, bro, I didn't. Hey, look, your list is your list. I didn't argue with you. I just wanted to know.
What Too Short gets a big credit for me is that he was painting a picture of the streets in the beginning of the crack era and the crack evidence with the ghetto and all that shit. Like we didn't know, like me coming from the suburbs, knowing what crack was doing, but didn't know what the fuck was going on when your family member was wilding out and acting crazy. Like he told a story to that shit. Like this shit is fucking going on. It was like Brenda's got a baby, like that.
Right. Like my honorable mention will be E40, Quick. You know what I'm saying? Cats like it, but I fuck with 40 on a whole different level. Like just because
I know a lot
of
of
his
people don't love him, but I
longevity.
love that nigga because I was with like Brent said with the click E40 and the click.
Yeah,
That was
the
way before
gang.
Blur came.
I was raised on that shit. Never
All the
tell a
gang.
bitch all your business, cause one day she might be an eyewitness. Man, he was real life giving niggas game.
Yep.
Like,
I hope I don't go back to slanging yayo.
you feel what I'm saying?
This slanging,
Yayo.
Come on.
Slanging
Slanging
yayo. To get my mayo.
Come on,
Federal.
That is
Yep.
poison in the black community, and y'all are proud of it.
No,
He said, I hope I don't go back.
You've never listened to that song because he's talking about all of his
Yo,
business.
Marq, you
Yeah.
His dope money.
Yeah.
How
He's a mask
dope money,
outside
bought a
of
whole
slave
bunch of
dope.
vending
Yeah.
machines, and that's how he paid for himself.
No,
to
he,
do
that's
music.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
And he's saying,
Hey, what
he
he said? Marbles. I got the game from my uncle St. Charles, who used to bank across the street at Wells Fargo, but now it's Merrill Lynch. And just think, I used to sit the bitch. I remember getting chased by the cops. Man, y'all don't know about that, bro. I spent a whole year. Ooh.
You need to take a split scratch. You already knew I would do around the day. You know it's E40 thing
Tell me when.
Gouda. My shit's Gouda. That
Yeah.
bitch is so fucking hard.
Dusted and Disgusted with Tupac.
Disgusted.
Come on, bro. It's just some cold-hearted shit. Oh, my mama.
Hard as shit.
Come
Yeah.
on, bro.
I said, fuck y'all, motherfuckers.
Back to fucking streets. One of the homies just got busted.
Yep.
What you want to
He
do?
don't Mark don't like E40 and Too Short.
And don't forget, I wanna be safe.
Come on, bro.
It's a prayer caver.
Hey, and I can't lie. If you have ever, hey, if you ever jacked your slacks, popped your collar, yeah, that's 40.
Yep.
You ever jacked your slacks and popped your collar? That was 40 all day long.
Yo, but there's a lot of people that don't like them because you know why? Because Too Short is a great whack rapper. The truth of the matter is, He's a great whack rapper.
Nah, I don't
I
think he's
mean,
whack
no,
at
it ain't.
all.
Nah, man. See,
No,
I'm
for real. No,
He ain't
in the
whack.
essence
I
of
don't agree with
of
that.
actual rapping ability, he's a great whack rap. No, listen. In the essence of rapping ability, he's a great whack rapper. But he's a
No, you're
he's a
comparing him
great
to hip
artist.
hop. He's not a hip hopper. He's a rapper.
He's a rapper. He's a rapper.
He's not
I
a
There would
know.
be no. There would be
I
no.
I
Snoop
grew
Dogg.
up
There
on
would
Too
be no
Short.
fucking
I
Too
know.
Short.
I just
There would be no Doggy Style if there was no Too Short.
That's a fact.
It's been when you're saying that. Like I used to say shit like that. There was a time when I used to say shit like Tupac was the greatest rapper who never said shit. But you know, he just became such an icon.
That nigga said a lot of shit.
damn.
And
But
to
to call
me,
him like an MC, like a lyrical MC, dog is never
listen,
going to.
if you've heard Me Against the World from beginning to end,
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
they say pussy is
Tupac
paper
was
and
very
poetry,
versatile.
power and pistols, plotting on murderous motherfuckers for to get you.
I,
And he
not
had a
Tupac.
message.
I mean not Tupac. I mean Snoop Dogg. Excuse me.
Oh, I thought you said Tupac. I'm like, oh, you
I probably did when I was.
Yeah, I mean Snoop has never said nothing profound on a track,
yeah, I would agree with that. He's
but he found a way to continue to reinvent himself all throughout doing different shit. You
He's
know what I'm
had 3
saying?
albums. To me, Snoop Dogg has only had 3 albums in his career, and that's Doggy Style, that's R&G, and that's 4. Okay, R&G, Doggy Style, Blue Carpet Treatment, and what's the shit? I guess I would give Top Dog. You know, when he went
Murder was the case that they gave me is very profound.
Yeah, Murder Was the Case was good, but yeah, you're honest because you know what? But that was a compilation though, because
Right.
I remember East Side Nigga, West Side Nigga, East Side Nigga. That was a compilation, and also that was Dollars and Cents was on that.
Yeah.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
You left out the
Let
G
the
because the
pimp
D
commit.
ain't in you. Yeah.
Listen.
Remember that
That was
time
my
he was
shit.
rolling on the west
But he don't-
side in that little brown
Now,
bucket pull up
but
on
see,
the
the thing I loved about Snoop Dogg, from Deep Cover and to that Chronic album to Doggy Style, what I loved about him was it wasn't about the fact that he was lyrical. It was his overall being an artist and his overall way of translating where he was from and what he was on was very tangible. And I know somebody, especially when he came out, that's when I was around shit like that. It was very relatable to where, you know.
Well, that's why he was able to cross over to mainstream.
Right, exactly.
I mean,
It was you could digest it more. It wasn't as he was more smooth and laid back to where Dre, when you thought West Coast, you thought Dre, you thought Cube, you thought, you know what I'm saying? Like they was hardcore, gritty, in your face with it. Nigga, everything was a hit. Snoop was more laid back. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't the kind of
yeah.
I get your bitch
Hey,
to do
question
whatever.
for y'all. Question for y'all.
Huh?
Question for y'all. I got a question for y'all, and I think we mentioned it before. Doggy Style for an intro album for a rap artist is top 3 all time for an intro album. The buzz he had surrounding it, how he dropped it with Doggy Style, top 3. Him, 50 Cent is 2 of the biggest the first time you come out for an album.
I think 50 Cent a little more, even though 50 Cent had 2 albums. 50 Cent had 2 albums before Get Rich or Die Trying. He had Power of a Dollar, and I forget the other one. Hold on.
But Power of a Dollar never was officially released, though. It never got officially released.
But Snoop Dogg, but you also got to remember, like I said earlier, it was.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg was straight up that. That is true.
Well, let him say what he's gonna say, Brim. Hold on.
It was the Deep Cover soundtrack. It was the Chronic, and then Doggy Style. So, like I said, it would be very hard. It'd be very hard for how the modern music industry is now for you to imitate an audience kind of being groomed for an artist.
No,
like
but
I think in my lifetime, the only 3 artists that I would say that I kind of experienced that with, I would probably have to say was Snoop, 50, and then Snoop, 50, and Ye. Because I mean the way Ye's album was hype.
Hold on, listen to what he said. He was talking about intros only.
Yeah.
Album intros only.
It,
And
Oh,
like
it's
Mark
album
put,
intro? Oh man, come on,
yeah,
man. No, there's so many crazy album intros.
Mark put Dynasty intro, and that shit was hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
that was hard.
Yep. That was hard. 50 Cent's What Up Gangsta was hard.
Mm-hmm.
Meek Mill, I don't listen to him, so I wouldn't know. Because
Meek
I'm not a
Mill,
fan.
that intro I'm talking about with Meek Mill it's that one that with that build up. It was like,
Bro, that college.
hold up, damn man. As soon as I started, I was quiet.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Quiet again. As soon as I started, cut off. He was
The one that everybody loves, that Dreams and
I
Nightmares
used
or
to
whatever.
dream. Yeah, I used to dream nights like this, so I can.
Yeah. Listen, the youngins love that shit everywhere I go.
And it's a
They play
long
shit word for
intro,
word.
and they play it in the clubs.
Yep.
And
Hold on,
it's
let me
hard
finish.
also.
Do that one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah. They made me like that shit. I don't even like him, like I just said, but like the youngins know that shit word for word. I go to play
You
fucking
tried,
hip
Mark,
hop
bro. You
bingo.
tried.
I tried, Puro.
Go ahead, Puro. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
No, I was just joking with Mark, bro.
Right. Niggas, hey, Puro, take that back to the nigga when he was like, y'all don't do this on Mark's show. Yes, y'all do. He's like, y'all don't do that on Mark's show. Y'all respect him.
Mark, I gotta give it to you with that one. The kids love that shit. I be sitting around looking around like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? They be like, hold on, let me finish. Do. They be having their eyes closed. They be fucking performing the whole song out and shit.
Yeah, that does. I've noticed that too, Foodie. I've been out. Like when I first heard it, I was like, yo, this is hard as shit. But the first time I was out and like I was bugged out, like playing this in the club and everybody in the club going dumb. Like you said, doing every word.
I don't like Meek Mill because he doesn't. I'm not saying he's a bad rapper. I'm not a fan of his. Just like Rick Ross. I'm not saying he's a bad rapper. I just don't like his voice. I don't like looking at him, and I don't like his music. But what is it called? I like the song with him and Drake. The Amen. I like that shit. Preach, Amen. Preach. I like that one. But when we talk about intros, I do like that What Up Gangsta's hard. And not only the intro was the patiently waiting with him and Eminem. That shit was hard.
No, that wasn't the intro. Talk about the album intro. How the album first starts.
It dropped. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That doggy style intro was hard. That shit was hard. That 50 intro was hard.
Yeah.
Victory Lap. Nipsey Hussle Victory Lap came in like a motherfucker.
Yeah. That's hard. Yeah.
Victory Lap was a classic though. That was no skips, no
But
J. Cole's KOD started so crazy. J. Cole's KOD.
Right. Me being a Nip Hussle fan, listening to him from Bullets Ain't Got No Name, Volume 2. That's why I picked up on him. Victory Lap is definitely not my favorite album. I've listened to all of them, even Crenshaw. I know everybody loves Crenshaw. I love what he was doing in business wise, but my shit, I love the Marathon. That's my favorite.
Yeah, the very first Marathon. That was
not the Marathon Continues, not Crenshaw.
No, that first Marathon, that was a classic.
What y'all think about Slauson Boy 2 though? What about Slauson Boy 2 though, man?
That still wasn't Slauson Boy 2. That was
is
more
that the one with the jump beat on it? That was like his first video.
That was more of a mixtape. That one.
Because I got that was.
Or is the one with
I'm just talking about just the joints.
When Lloyd was singing the hook, I can't remember. So fresh and I can't help it. So fresh and I can't help it.
Feeling myself. I'm feeling myself.
Yeah.
I'm so
fresh and I can't help it. Yeah. That was like, okay, he coming with it.
Yeah. That was the first time where it was like, because like for a while, Nipsey just seemed like he was going to be like a hot nigga on a local level.
Yeah.
And by the time he dropped that song, it was like, okay, he's doing industry level shit. Yeah, like this is big. The production, everything.
But Blue Laces was hard. I'm trying to think on that album. Yeah, he had some hard beats. Damn, I can't remember. Damn, but that shit, like I could be cleaning up my yard and just put that shit on and like that shit's so hard.
Man, Foodie.
It's supposed to be fucking 5 years, man.
Yeah, I know that's crazy. That's crazy, man. Rest in peace, man. You know what? Let me take a second, man. Rest in peace, my guy, man.
Yeah. You know the craziest shit? Listen, there's on YouTube, like I was on my whole get money shit, like listening to like business and shit on YouTube. And there's I think his name is Evan something. I was watching his series, like he used to give a lot of like, he put Oprah, he put Jay-Z, he
Name
put
dropping that shit.
Huh? What'd you say?
Name dropper.
I don't know what his name was, but anyway, like I was. This is like this is the day that Nipsey Hussle died, right? So this guy used to have like motivational speaking from, like he'd put Oprah in there, he put Tyler Perry, like, or whatever, like that was his thing at the time, right? And Nipsey Hussle's would come up on my algorithm all the time. Like I've heard everything Nipsey has to say. I follow him on Instagram, whatever, yada yada yada. So this day, for some reason, I decided to listen to Nipsey Hussle's motivational shit. Like, he was working with what's that white dude's name? I can't remember his name, but anyway, everybody, you would know it. Charlie. I can't remember his name. He's got a Russian name anyway. And he was speaking on some motivational shit. I swear to God, I logged off and I just like went on to like Instagram and everybody's talking about like he got shot. I'm like, what the fuck? That shit's crazy, man. I'm like, but he gonna make it, right? But then when they started talking about what had happened, like how many shots he got, I'm like, my stomach dropped. Like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Then I called my homeboy, the one who put me on in Nipsey Hussle, like in 2009. And all we could say, I was like, no, like I was so mad at the city of LA for so long. Like, how the fuck could this nigga do so much for the city and y'all couldn't protect him in his own hood? I was so mad.
For real, I was pissed. I was pissed.
I was so mad.
So pissed. I was pissed.
Well, at the end of the day, it was a tragedy. It shouldn't have never happened. We all know that there was greater fuckery involved, and the spider web has still got to get untangled.
Oh yeah, like the fact that he was about to meet up with like city hall, like the next day, the police department or whatever, and all that shit.
He was finna meet up with the LAPD the next day.
Yep.
Talking about gang intervention and gang reform and shit.
Do y'all think Big U had something to do with it?
I won't speculate that far and say OG had. Yeah, I won't speculate that.
You don't have nothing nice to say nothing at all.
Right? Yeah.
Because I mean, you got a lot of people who always try to put Big U in the middle of shit and say.
Yeah, and I've heard his side. I've heard his side too.
Yeah,
and part of me wants to believe like, yeah, it's true. Like yeah. There's a lot, yeah.
What a tangle web we weave, man. Shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because Big Homie got his name in a lot of legit positive shit too. You feel me? He got his name in a lot of legit positive, things in the community. So it's like you will want to, hope that, he is completely repented, reformed, and why would you? Yeah, that nah, man. We don't want to go that far in the rabbit hole and say he did something like that.
I feel you.
I want y'all to tell me nice or whack.
I know actual people who are affiliated with him. Like, I know people who do business with him for sure.
I just think that's crazy though. People be like, I don't know, I don't want to convict him with that, but did he? Yeah, he did that shit to Cassie. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, he gay. Like y'all pick and choose when y'all not all right here. I'm just saying in the world period. And Brim, you got to fix that audio. It's still static and bad, bro. It's choppy.
Yeah.
Mark, we out the window on Diddy, man.
I just feel like I'm a little too close.
Love
to
is
Biggie.
love.
Like
Man.
he might find out where I live. I don't want to like even when Suge was like out there running the streets, and I like knew like I would talk to bitches like right. They'd be like, man, I was in the club. And like Suge, he was like really trying to. My nigga was right there, and he was trying to get at me. I'm like, what did you do? I'm like, God, she said shit. I fucking talked to him. Like I would do shit. That nigga fucking Suge Knight, not because he looked good, because he's scary as fuck. That nigga was scary. Like I mean, that shit is real. Like you don't know. Like that nigga done punch bitches out. The crazy thing I heard was when because Miss Chalet got a baby by Dr. Dre and she got a baby by Suge. When she, I know for a fact that the history with her and Dr. Dre is true. Like he was abusive or whatever. But she said Suge only hit her one time. She's like, Suge, he only hit me one time. We had an argument. He hit me one time. And he said, no, I can't hit you. You too little. And she just left it at like that was normal. I'm like, what the god damn? she is little. That big ass nigga punched you, and he was like, "Oh no, I can't do that shit because it might leave too much marks, and I might go to jail." Like, god damn, that nigga that's something else, some crazy shit.
My thing is, I look at I don't just look at the people. I look at the niggas that they got around them, because it wasn't just, it was the niggas that he had with him that was hitting for real. You know what I'm saying?
He hired them. They were paid.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole thing with the Keefe D thing. Like in the supposed alleged tie with Diddy. We know, I mean, from what what's that LAPD nigga who be talking a lot, Reginald something.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did say that the Southside Crips were on Diddy's payroll. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know any of them. So when you talk about that, and then you say, like Keefe D, he could be saying anything because he lied. Motherfuckers will say anything when they face in life, right? A million lives, because he ain't never getting out. He said, or I think someone said that he said that Diddy did say that they were going to pay them $1 million, but they never got paid. Which is not a big difference between what is the blood group, the Pyrus that was with Suge. Like they said, what's that nigga name? God, I can't remember. But anyway, I watched Vlad TV, and his brother got killed. He was on the To Live and Die in LA, that song with Tupac. He said, no, I can't remember his name. But a lot of them niggas got killed, and they didn't make a lot of money. At the time, like, it's different between when a nigga's balling and he's spending money on you and you're going to dinners with him and all that kind of shit, and then you look back at it, like, you don't have anything to claim for. You don't have a house, you don't have no cars, you don't have nothing. Like, when it was over, it was just over.
That's why niggas be getting extorted, or niggas get, you know what I'm saying? It happens to certain niggas because you got you got this group of individuals, whether it's whatever, Crips, Bloods, GDs, Vice Lords, whatever, you know what I'm saying, and you giving them and feeding them these promises that you gonna put money into the organization, you gonna put money in the hood when you get it, you know what I mean, basically just for the protection and the image, you got this
because he's using you because he's smarter than you. Like, you don't get it. Because you take niggas out the hood who ain't never had nothing, and buy them clothes, buy them, just little tangible things, give them a little bit of money in their pocket, but they spending it as fast as they can get it, and they don't get it like Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. You never really necessarily put money in the neighborhood like you said you was gonna do.
Right.
You spend it on other intangible shit. Yeah, man, I went and bought you and all the homies cars and jewelries and chain and shit, like chains and then all that shit, but
they were actually leased. So when you started making the payments, it was
they come back and repossess all this shit. So
and
it's
then that
like
money
now
you were getting, like, you had to give it to your baby mama. You had to do a lot of shit with that shit, like,
and now motherfuckers is like, hey, you ain't fulfill your entire obligation to drop that meal ticket on the hood.
Not for all the shit they did, because these niggas got bodies, like these niggas.
You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey man, you ain't dropped that $1 million on us like you said you would.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're gonna need that about you, otherwise it's a green light.
That meal, I mean, not even no legal cancel, because that nigga got to use a public defender now, probably.
Like that mean you can't do no more concerts in the city. You can't come to the hood. You can't do none of that. Matter of fact, shit, everywhere in this region, if we feel like we want to, we're gonna make a phone call and send some of the homies to your show. We fucking up all your shows. You can't get no more money till you kick in to the hood like you said you was gonna do.
Yeah, well, I never heard that that Suge said that he was gonna give anything to the hood, but I believe you. I mean, he literally is from Compton, and that's what I say. There's a lot of people from Compton that are not in gangs. They're just gang affiliated. And that doesn't mean that unless you're paying them gangs, unless then that doesn't mean anything to them. You're just another.
No, I think, I don't know if Suge was affiliated or if Suge was actually Pyro.
No, he wasn't Pyro. Suge went to UNLV. Suge came from a good family.
Now he went to UNLV.
Yeah, he played football for UNLV.
I know, but just because guys went to school and played football don't mean they didn't have.
Well, I know that, like, I mean, like the game he played basketball. But what I'm saying is that if you hear him explain it, his mother was a stay-at-home mom, and his father went to work. That was back in the day where you didn't have to have a fucking 6-figure job to take care of your family. He had a house,
right?
He had a house in Compton with, I think they had a pool in the house. They would have barbecues, and all the people from the hood would come to his house. Like they would kick it. His house was the kicking spot. Like they had that kind of money where everybody else didn't have that. They was on food stamps and shit. So I mean, there are a lot of people in Compton. Like they were black homeowners when they came from the South over to the West Coast. They owned home. You know, I know a lot. I know people from that generation.
I know what you're saying, Foodie, but I also think that where you go, where that logic like goes down is that slippery slope that we've allowed certain things to go on in our community. We say somebody came from a good home. That's like the cliche about preacher's kids. Yeah, he grew up in that preacher's house, but if somebody already has their inclinations, they like their little mischief and fuckery. And then because of their position, because their people got money, like you said with Suge, yeah, so a lot of kids in the neighborhood there, they want to be on his good side because, you know, you could go swimming or, you know, there's, you know, you go over his house and he's got the nice house where we can play video games. And then,
not only that,
he's
very smart.
He's a
very
bigger
smart.
person, you can't intimidate him. And
He's
so,
very big, yeah, and he was very intelligent.
So growing up, yes, he would develop this sort of where, yeah, even hood dudes, real hood dudes, he could kind of punk them
He knew
because
how to intimidate them, yeah, like he knew how to manipulate them. I mean,
because if he can't physically intimidate you, even though you're a real
he
hood,
could though
manipulate
you. Maybe because
that's what I'm saying. He can do either or. Now he grew up like that, so even though he had a good home, yeah, he actually is the perfect type of motherfucker. If he has a sociopathic streak in him, which we know he does, he would have been the perfect motherfucker who came from a good home.
Very fucking intelligent to know how to manipulate.
Thank you. Who would thrive in the hood. He don't have to be growing up poor.
And this was before guns came into play. Like this is the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah,
like,
where a big nigga could just lean on you, just like how Tookie and Big U.
They were known for their fucking hands. They knew how to fight.
Like I used to always tell niggas when I was growing up, especially out there in Arizona and Southern Cali, that's what it was. It'd be this big tweaked out ass triple OG no neck ass nigga who just who just got home, walking around. You know what I'm saying? You probably
punch his shit down.
Yeah. He run around patting pockets. You know what I'm saying? Wrinkling school clothes.
Like I know niggas was fooling jack moves without guns. Like they was just that's the reason why. Them niggas was the reason why. Them niggas the reason why. Even in my own garage, I hop in the car and hit the fucking lock. Like, I
still do that too, and I make a point.
I live in a good neighborhood. I've always lived.
Yeah. And because of being out there on the West Coast, I make a point not to just be chilling in my car, you know, like smoking a blunt or playing around with my music. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, out in Cali, you just be sitting in your car and everything, and your ass will wake up doing
that shit. I do all that shit in my neighborhood. Only neighborhoods that I'm very familiar with the traffic. So I'm not going to go to fucking L.A., pretty much anywhere in L.A. unless I'm in West L.A., and just sit in my car, but I'm not gonna sit with my doors unlocked. Period. Like the first thing you do is lock your motherfucking car, because if you have to run over a motherfucker, bloop bloop, that's it. But I ain't gonna let you jump in and snatch me out or snatch anything out. That's the main thing. Niggas will snatch your ass out.
You know, that's some real shit. Cause speaking about snatching, when I was in Hawaii, them big ass Samoans, there was this Tongan ass nigga. He wasn't Samoan. Man, he was huge and all the fuck. I'm talking about he had that quarter face tat to where it wasn't the full left side, but it was just like, you know what I'm saying, most of the upper head. Man, this big ass motherfucker. I watched this nigga snatch a nigga straight out of his car like a little toy.
Yeah, straight up.
Nigga pops some niggas, you know, driving by looking all crazy, driving slow. Motherfucker stopped a little too long, gave nigga time to walk up on him, and he looking like, what you gonna do? And this big nigga showed him what he was.
Samoan motherfuckers, I ain't never seen a Samoan motherfucker with a gun who needed a gun. Them motherfuckers.
Oh no, they keep guns. Don't get it twisted. But
I know they do. But I never like
about work.
They've never needed to because them niggas is so fucking strong arm robbery on that shit. They get a lot of strong arm robberies. Like them niggas be like, fuck, we need some weed money. Oh, it's a club. It's a pub over there. Motherfuckers is standing in the line trying to get in. Bam, bam. Take your pockets and you're done. Like, God damn.
Hey, yo, foodie neighbors, bear with me. You can believe me, you can don't believe me, but it's some true shit. Red Hill Projects during the mid '90s in Honolulu, Hawaii, was ran by this Samoan blood by the name of Big June. True story. Big June was the late great Junior Seau's uncle. So they looked alike. So picture Junior Seau, but way bigger and not muscular, but like big, fat, just huge dude, or at least about 6'3", 6'4", you know what I'm saying, with the motherfucking crazy ass 70s mustache. Oh, crazy Samoan dude. He used to call the motherfucking pizza delivery dude, same pizza shop. He do this at least twice a week. Call them niggas. Niggas would come bring his pizza. He'd open the door. And he spoke in third person. He spoke in third person. All my kids. He spoke in third person. Big June want to get high. Big June hungry. Big June whatever. So dude knock on the door. Who the fuck is it? Pizza delivery. Oh, you brought Big June shit? Yes, sir. Here's your pizza. He'd open the door. Grab the pizza. Fuck you. See you next week. Poof. Close the door.
I believe that shit, man. Them niggas is on some whole other shit. Listen, when you come from a third world and you come from that level of poverty and then you come over to America, everything is a lick. Everything is fucking lick. They don't give a fuck.
Like clockwork, though. You don't understand. Like, me and June was real cool, even though he was way older than me. I was one of the young guys who I was just like hanging out with him. And he really ran them projects. Like, he really ran the Red Hill Projects. It was not a game. Like, security, the private security that ran those apartment complexes that are right across from a park from the Coast Guard houses. And then across the highway overpass was Ali Manu Military Reservation where I live. And this nigga used to Big June's out of cigarettes. Hey, you, come here. Give me one of your cigarettes. You don't got none? Go to the store for Big June, get his cigarettes. Go now. And you would watch, I'm talking about, this ain't like a little kid he's yelling at. This is a grown man. Like, stop everything he's doing. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go run to the store real quick, grab this nigga.
Yeah, he was Debo and everybody. But hey, if you really want to know, like, what was real, have you seen Imperial Gardens? I mean, not Imperial Dreams.
I think so. Who was in that movie?
Well, it was just an independent movie. It was like kind of big a couple years ago. It was about Imperial Gardens. They're apartments, but they're really projects, and they're close to like so you got Grape Street. And then you got the Jordan Downs project. That's by Grape Street Crips. They run that. You got Dickerson Gardens. That's all Bounty Hunter Bloods. All
Jungle. That's the Jungle. Yeah,
no, it's not the Jungle. The Jungle is in Baldwin Hills, which is kind of far from there. That's kind of a ways. People don't understand. Like, people claim Los Angeles because it's Los Angeles County, but Compton is its own
city. Yeah,
10 mile radius city. Watts is right close to it, and then Long Beach is on the other side of it. And they're their own.
Yeah, you got Inglewood.
Separate entities.
Yeah, exactly. You got Inglewood, because I tripped out.
Inglewood is LA. That's LAX.
I tripped out because I didn't know there was an Inglewood until I went out there. That fucked me up.
No, Watts and Inglewood are too far away from each other.
No, there was a little area that was called Inglewood. It fucked me up.
But the Jungles is like, that's Baldwin Hills. That's Crenshaw Plaza, and that's really like almost on the verge of suburbia. Like Baldwin Hills is Black suburbia. Like if you think of
I always heard that was like Black Beverly Hills. I heard that was like Black Beverly Hills.
Like that's what what's his name? Black Beverly Hills. What's his name?
Frank Ocean.
Yeah. That's my song. I like that shit. But he was talking about that shit. Like them kids was really like they had that show on BET, Baldwin Hills. Like,
I remember that show. Yeah, and it was all the black kids where they were young and black, but they were not hood as shit. These were preppy little.
No, not at all. That's Baldwin Hills. Like you think Janae Aiko and all of them? That's Baldwin Hills. Like they're.
So you got a little like Filipinos and Chamaros, and it's all a little hippie culture type shit, kind of like San Diego.
If you think of like if you think of like what's his name? What's that rapper? God damn, you know him. He's with Nipsey Hussle a lot. He was from Ladera Heights.
Oh, Absol.
No, they're all from there. But what's his name? Dom Kennedy.
Okay, yeah, Dom.
Is it Dom Kennedy? Not Dom Kennedy. Is it? Yeah, it's Dom Kennedy, I think.
Is it the one that has a YouTube channel, Foodie?
I don't know if he has a YouTube channel.
I think he's got YouTube channels. I ain't even know nothing about that.
Yeah. I mean, like he's always like shouting out. Yeah, I mean, a couple times that I've seen.
Man, Brim, your audio's crazy, man. I just thought I was like, I like it sounded like I was like getting messages.
Yeah, Black Hippie is Absol, Kendrick Lamar, my boy, Schoolboy Q. I fucking love him, and
J-Rock
from Watts. Yeah, now J-Rock is a bounty hunter blood. He's from Watts.
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar is from Compton, but like I said, that's an example of a lot of kids grow up in Compton, but they're not in gangs. But that doesn't mean you don't have a hood element. Them niggas will still.
Oh yeah, he's still affiliated
to niggas and all that kind of shit. Like they do whatever they got to do to get on. But they're not actually affiliated from a gang. But people know him, like he said. Remember we used to call him Kendrick Lamar was Q Dot. K-Dot, yeah. You remember little K-Dot who was at the basketball, with the little basketball and now and later's in his pocket? Like, niggas will give you a pass when you seem like you're a little, a good kid or whatever. And you got parents, he had his mom and his dad or whatever, but, he didn't have nobody who was trying, your older brother who was trying to recruit you in or who wasn't really affiliated like that. So they'll give you a little bit of a pass. And that's good because he developed this shit into something that's worth following and listening to. But there's different levels and there's different facets, and everybody thinks that Compton is all Dr. Dre, and Dr. Dre was never no gangbanger. You never heard him claim no gang, Crip or Blood. Even Ice Cube, he's from South Central, which is far from Compton.
Easy was a Crip, Ren was a Crip, and most of the niggas they ran with were Kelly Park and East Avalon Crips. But for the most part,
up in the Grandies. Kelly Parker's up in the
Thank you. Ice Cube was in Arizona for a lot of that time because he was going to college. Motherfucking Dre, he's from, you know what I'm saying? He's from there and was out there, but no, he's a party nigga. That's like the movie, that was real shit they showed where you saw they was up in that club that was in the blood part of Compton, and it was mostly chill all nights, but you saw when Easy and Ren came up, you saw what the bouncer said to him in that movie. Because it was like Easy and Ren were the bangers. That's what brought that element to that group.
I never followed Ren's story. I don't know much about his story. But I know Easy. He was the money. He was selling the dope, and he funded the whole thing and got he had the gift of gab. He got the connections with
Easy was a real one, man. I wish he got more credit. I wish he got more flowers because, like, here's the thing: say what you want to about Easy. Say what you want to about the shits and fucks and certain elements about hip hop culture.
Give me that.
Thank you.
Don't forget the Mexican. The Mexican was involved early.
Exactly, DJ Evil D. You know what I'm saying? He was a part of the original. Evil D was the original.
My favorite Hispanic group or whatever is fucking Cypress Hill. Period.
You got Cypress Hill, Lighter Shade of Brown, Kid Frost.
Lighter Shade of Brown too. Yeah. La Raza.
Yeah, man. We got Snow the Product, who's still fucking cold. Very few MCs.
Was it Mellow Ace or Ace Mellow? What is his name?
Mellow Man Ace.
Mellow Ace. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
man.
Is he the one?
You got the Mexican rappers, the OGs, and the new ones that like.
Thank you.
They were this good. They were this good and shit. I've been like opening my eyes.
The only thing that kills Mexican, because black people are willing to embrace Mexicans on a rap level. Period. Because we look at y'all, even though y'all look at us, is equal like that's West Coast, right? But the only thing that separates us is the Spanglish. Like it doesn't cross over.
I mean, for me, it does.
As equals, though. I never heard that.
What?
I said like Mexicans don't consider you guys equals.
There's a black and Mexican beef in LA.
Well, there always is. Like, it happens every.
But that's mostly that's usually street shit though.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, well, rap is mostly street, you know. So I'm not
Well,
saying
here's
from a regular like you and me.
Well, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Here's the thing when it comes on the music scene and what we were seeing in hip hop, because there's always been a Spanish and Hispanic element, even on the West Coast of hip hop. And when it comes to the street side and political showing publicly, you got to understand that when it comes to Mexican street gangs, they play by different rules, and
They're a subculture, and they only stick to their culture.
thank
Like,
you.
they're
Yeah,
not trying to. They don't
they-
assimilate, and I respect them for
well,
that.
no,
And
they got no
They don't
choice.
try to cross over. They don't.
They
Try
got
to,
no choice. They get spanked. They get spanked if they don't follow a code. You know what I'm saying? As much as black rappers take each other out and we do kill each other at a stupid clip, you know what I'm saying? I mean, just even what me and Puro was typing about, the list is long of up and coming Mexican rappers who, really they were just doing things that were against protocol, and the old guard on that side of the fence is very, very strict.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, well, there are a lot of good like Mexican comedians. Like, people talk shit, but I love George Lopez. Like, he's funny as hell. I used to watch his show, and his stand-ups
I'm not
are
a big
funny
fan,
as
to
fuck.
be honest.
Huh?
Man, he didn't got here,
Not a
G.
big fan
Hey,
of George Lopez.
Hero, you ever watch Tax Collector with Shia LaBeouf?
Nah, with the Shia LaBeouf and Conejo.
Yeah, Conejo in there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Conejo in there. Yeah, that's the shit. Speaking about real motherfuckers that people just don't know of, like Conejo. Conejo was really on the run. Conejo really, you know what I'm saying? He spent most of his career, over 10 years, on the run, dropping albums, doing videos or whatever. But this nigga is literally on the run, not just from U.S. law, but Mexican law. The whole time. Doing tours, shows.
Yeah.
Real
I
body.
heard of him. I don't really know his shit, but you know.
Man, look him up, man. Look him up. You know who I'm talking about, Puro, so I'm more or less
You know, I
speaking to you.
know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
That motherfucker was real as, man. He still is. He's still alive. He real as, man, for over 10-something years of his career. He doing shows, selling out motherfucking arenas, everything like that. And he's actually really out here doing everything you heard on that album.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
sure.
as far as like Cypress Hill, because they're not all Mexican, but because honestly they're mostly Cuban. Like the black dude, Sin Dog, he's like Cuban, right?
He's Cuban.
Like,
He's Cuban. No.
Yeah, and then what's his name is Be Real is half Mexican, half Cuban.
Yeah,
his mom's Cuban. Yeah, but he
the white dude.
Yeah, is he white? The DJ?
Yeah, he's white. Yeah, the DJ's white. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not too sure.
Mugs,
Don't quote
yeah,
me.
I mean, they all had
white.
like, you know, Scully's
Mugs,
on
I believe it.
before.
Mugs.
Yeah,
Mugs,
DJ
yeah,
Muggs.
Mugs,
Yeah,
Mugs.
DJ
No,
Muggs.
no.
Yeah, but he's a fucking mastermind because he knew how to go over there to the East Coast and like tap their sound in and like bring it in, mix it into like the West Coast sound. Like, that shit was hard. Like, when I first, to be honest with you, I was in Oregon, Portland, Oregon. The first time I'd ever heard of Cypress Hill, when it was like 90, 91, it was the white boys who were really on that shit, because like kids like me, we didn't have access to shit that said, you know, parental advisory. Them motherfuckers was crazy. The Hits from the Bong and
you know, Foodie.
So I don't have to kill a man. Yeah, all that shit.
There is something you can't understand.
So how I could just kill a man. Yeah.
Hey, yo, Foodie, hold on real quick. You sparked me real quick because you said the white boys put you on the Cypress. All right, let's go around. We talking. Let's go around. We're gonna start with Foodie and Puro. Well, no, you already named one thing. Puro, give me one thing that white boys put you on to. You had no fucking idea until one day you was drinking and smoking weed with these fucking white boys.
Like in terms of music,
whatever.
Oh, a beer.
Oh,
they drink beer.
A particular beer.
Oh, what particular beer?
One of my favorite beers to this day. But yeah, it was because of white dude.
He put you on, and you like, that's my brand.
Yeah, like literally, that's like I haven't stopped drinking that fucking beer since.
Which one?
Guinness.
Ew.
Drink that shit. Ew.
Guinness
Like,
I mean, like, y'all need to try it again. Guinness
Oh,
is
that
like
makes
the
my
greatest
stomach
beer
turn.
in the history of the world.
Your breath stink all the time.
Guinness is the shit, bro.
Listen, I don't even drink beer, but if I'm gonna drink a beer, it's gonna be a Corona or a Modelo.
No.
Oh my God.
There's only one beer that's
or
truly worth
Hefeweizen.
drinking. but it's only worth drinking by civilized, refined beings. So
Hefeweizen.
the rest of you animals can drink the swill.
Stella.
No, it's the oldest and first beer ever. Comes
It
from
better
the
not be an
third.
American beer.
No, it's
What?
not. Yes, it comes from Bavaria.
Bavaria. I don't know.
And it wasn't a white
That's
man.
like
It was a
Germany.
French
Champagne
man.
of beers?
No, it's called
Highlight?
Weinhausen. Weinhausen.
No, I don't know.
Is it a hef? Is it like a wheat beer?
Yeah. There's wheat. There's all
Yeah.
sorts of it. Yeah. There's all sorts of it.
Wheat beers.
It's from Bavaria. It's the shit that it's the third during the Crusades. Yeah, it's a Bavarian beer. And
I
I'm
was at
telling you,
Oktoberfest a couple of years ago, bro. Not a couple of years, but 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So no, I tried them all.
yeah, and I know you said you want to go trekking through there, Puro, at one point, man. You gotta look it up, man. I gotta look up the proper spelling.
I'm pretty sure I drank it, bro. Because like I said, I was over there in Munich like 4 years ago for the Oktoberfest.
Hey, you guys see
beer
what this
festival.
person put in the chat? Who is that?
I used to work for the company that made Diego. Diddy is suing them for X partnerships. Oh, really? Oh shit.
No, man, Diddy just in court right now. He like, fuck it. Hey, man, but I don't care, man. I know we ain't get a chance to speak on it, but I'm going to give you my take on the whole Diddy thing, man. Shout out to Diddy. Diddy said, my money long. Bitch, what you talking about? You want some money, huh? Take that.
Take that.
So obviously, I don't care. I'm going to go on record. I don't believe this motherfucker. We all know that Sean Combs is a wild boy who parties. You know what I'm saying? I've heard my rumors or whatever. That she was down with all the fuckery and down with all the bullshit. You can't get buyer's remorse. There's no backseats in life. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when you see something, you should say something. You know what I'm saying? You don't try to sit there and come back, start spinning the block. You don't try to spin the block when all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, the well runs dry and things are no longer working in your favor. And I think that was bad form on her part. But Diddy said that his money's long and his money's strong. And so it's fucked up, but shout out to him because, yeah. And the fact that she took that money for what she's saying is true. She just devalued that by taking that money.
Okay.
You think he plays for the other team though, like those other rumors say?
Oh, for
Man,
sure.
come on, man. That's Diddy, man.
For sure.
Yeah,
That's
Oh,
Diddy,
sorry,
man.
man.
You keep playing, man.
I
Just keep playing this
see some pictures
game.
with some boxers, bro. I'm like, oh my god.
Diddy be fucking man. Diddy be fucking women. Diddy fucking, man. Leave
man.
Diddy alone, man. Diddy outside.
I'm, hey man, love is love, like I said, bro. At the end of the day, that's them.
Hey, Diddy outside with
I
his
see some boxers, bro, with like Diddy and like.
I love my guy, man.
Whoa.
That's the thing how I feel like as a woman, like I've never had a man who like try to go in the back door or whatever because I don't fuck with those kind of dudes. But I've always felt like women who talk about, oh yeah, well he only likes it in it. I'm like, well, if an asshole is an asshole, right? Like, so what would make him only prefer female buttholes and not like try to dip in a male butthole? Because when you turn the lights off, most men
Wait a
are
minute.
like, whatever
Wait.
it
You
is
said
what
you
it
had
is.
homegirls. Wait, stop. Wait. You said you had homegirls who said their boyfriend only prefer.
Not homegirls, just women who
Yeah,
in conversation.
Yeah, that is a red flag because you know what I'm saying.
Not only prefer, but I'm
I would
just
say
saying
so.
like you be with your girl, whatever, and then eventually, especially when men are when you're young, they want to be experimental.
You want to do it all? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Do it all. Fuck it.
So but
Hey,
some men are a
yeah.
little bit more. Some men are a little more persistent. It's one thing to just put the question out there, and if you don't like it, okay, we'll just keep on doing what we're doing. I'm fine. But some men act like they're not satisfied by pussy only. They want to do it in the
I
butt,
want it all.
right?
I want it all. Brand new socks and drawers. And while you talking, don't act like dude ain't been hitting it from the back before and they gave you that thumb.
Who? Me?
Not me.
Mm-mm.
I ain't talking to y'all niggas. I hope not. I hope y'all niggas can't.
I'm good.
No, not me. Mm-mm.
Uh-huh.
I know. And trust me, I ain't only been with no squares. You know what I'm saying? But
I used to tell guys, stay out of the booty hole.
Stay out the butt.
Yeah, I will tell you why. My ex-wife turned me on to that, and it's addictive. And
So I've heard.
It's a different feeling from the vagina.
I mean, yeah, it's different. It's different because it's different because it's different.
And I ain't talking about no man and man. I'm talking about woman.
Yeah,
and man.
I know what you're talking about. We know what we're talking about.
So it's different. I tell like my best friend was talking about. He had been talking earlier this year, saying he was talking to his wife about it. I said, man, don't do it, because you're gonna be, and then you got, you got another spot in case she have a monthly or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying it's addictive, man. It's my wife. She cut me off. She got me cranked up on it. She cut me off. She the one started it, because I like white women. Why some women like that? She said, I'm gonna show you. All right. She showed me, and I understand, but at the same time.
Wait a minute. So when you mean to tell me that when a woman is on her monthly, you can't wait a couple of days and go back to the real thing? Why
sometimes you gotta sneak into the club. You gotta sneak in the club from the back door.
She doesn't have a mouth.
I didn't say me. I said some people feel they got another hole. Now, I didn't.
But you told them from experience.
Hey, some motherfuckers want to be all through the building, man. We want to be in the top floor. We want to be in the front door, back door, side door.
Yeah,
fuck.
But
that's the rumor.
When my wife, when she was having menstruals, I didn't want her near me, personally. But at the same time, if she, act like she wanted to be close to me, then she's going to have to give up some head or something, But the thing is, I'm not saying
that's
me.
Ridiculous,
I'm saying some people do that. I mean, you don't know how kinky some people are until you get involved with them. Some people are more kinky than others. If you're not a very kinky person, it wouldn't be something you understand, because I didn't understand it for years, because I wasn't a very kinky person. My freak level didn't go high. It still don't go that high now, but it go high enough to I've had some experience. Some females have given me some experiences, and I thank them for it, because I ain't the type to be returning the favor too much. You understand what I'm saying? But I like,
obviously,
form dominant. So but the anal thing is an addictive thing. Now the females, I've only experienced that with my ex and the chick I was dating, and which this past year. Now this chick, her and my ex both said the same thing. Well, the chick, it was her first time. And she said,
hey, timestamp this right here, man. Send us the stories of bus text.
No, I'm listening. I mean, because but before you go, there is a difference between kink and perversion, and I feel like you are on the side of perversion.
Hey, don't judge him. No, we ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna judge him. I ain't gonna judge him.
No, well, when I hear a man say that he had a wife that he didn't want to be anywhere near when she was on her period, unless she was giving up something, then that's exactly what I said. Because I've never in my life ever been anywhere near a man like that.
If you know a man that wants to be, want his wife body on him, if he ain't getting no head from her when she's on her period, if he tells you that he okay with her being all over him while she's on her period, and he ain't get no head from her or something like that, he's lying to you.
In 44 years, I've never met a man like that, and I'm a woman, and I know that from experience.
That's you, but he
yeah. Well, you just told me that he's that it doesn't exist.
You can't say what a male wants because you never been a man.
But I do know a man. I know man's body language, and I do know how a man if a man is receptive to me or not.
Expert now. You're a man expert,
because what the thing is, well, I am from a woman's perspective. I know how a man reacts to a woman. You know how you react to a man as a woman, and the women who allow you to react like that. Never would I be with a man. If a man reacted to me like that, that would be the last time he ever reacted to me. Period.
That's you. But the average man, if a woman ain't willing to please him some other way when she's on her period, he don't want her body all over here.
Yeah, and I don't know why a woman would allow that behavior from a man. But go ahead. Never would I allow a man to treat me like that.
Somebody ain't never been a man, but I'm talking from a man's perspective. I ain't talking from a woman's perspective.
Right, but women, but a man will do what you allow him to do. Never would I allow a man to treat me like that. Go ahead.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I hear what you say and I respect what you're saying, but I think for every man and for every woman, there's an individual. If they ever ran into that individual, you don't know what you'll do for that person.
That I do know for sure. I know.
Well, guess what?
I know I have a very low tolerance.
Let me tell you something.
I know my boundaries and I know my expectations, and nothing and no one will ever change that.
Let me tell you something. Since I've been divorced, these women are 50 plus, and
I'm not one of those women. Those
I know
women
you're
would
not.
have no business. Those women would never hold a conversation with a woman like me.
Self-made women. They're in their 50s. Good-looking women.
They would never hold a conversation like with a woman like me. They wouldn't want to hear what I have to say. They wouldn't respect my point of view.
So you can say what you want to. The right person come along, he'll be able to talk you into anything, or the right person come along, she'll be able to talk you into anything.
The right person would never have to talk me into anything because we'd be on the same level from the beginning.
Well, it might be something.
If we're not on the same level, I will let them go on to some of the women you talk to.
It's our first time for everything.
I will let that man go on and talk to the women that you talk to.
A lot of women
because he has no business with a
Just
woman
remember
like
that, kids.
Man, she don't know. She's speaking for her personal.
And you are speaking from your personal point of view. You'll never be able to. You will never be able to convince me out of my baseline. The women that you're talking about would have no business talking to a woman like me. We'd have nothing to talk about. I would send them on to a man like you.
I bet you these women are more successful.
Rudy said them bitches are beneath me.
Fine. That would be fine with me. Whatever they are, you can have them.
Have all them bitches.
But see, the thing is, when you run into that dude that has that game for you, you'll change your mind. Then you come back on this show 10 years.
You're not talking to a woman. You're not talking to a woman without experience. You're talking to a 44-year-old woman with plenty of experience. And there will never be a nigga on planet Earth or out of planet Earth that would ever be able to talk me out of what it is that I expect from a man.
What about a nigga from another galaxy? Or you catch you some
a nigga from another galaxy.
What about an interdimensional nigga? The niggas from another dimension.
I'm not looking for what he's got to offer.
Hey, Clip.
And that's the bottom line. Like, am I looking for what you have to offer? No.
Hey, man, I'm just starting
Am I mad at what you have to offer? No.
Hey, Clip.
Because there's somebody for everybody. You're not for me.
Strong enough to the point that she's willing to do whatever, even without her saying it, she'll do what he asks.
Not never.
I promise you that. I promise you that. She talk that good tough stuff on screen, but I know better because I don't been with quite a few women. And I didn't think they would do a whole lot of things they said they wouldn't do either.
Those are the women that you fuck with. Those are women you have access to.
I used to be the dude to walk around and say every woman won't do these things. And older brothers tell me to say,
those are women that you and the men that you know have access to.
Until it started happening to me. So I know it happened.
You know what happened because those are women you have access to.
So I don't even eat coochie. But I can't remember the last chick I've been with that didn't give me head.
Like I said, there you go.
And then run into if I wanted to give me head, I'm gonna make a light bill up.
There are a lot of pick-me.
And so now this is the section about giving head. All right, we went from butt sex to head. I mean, normally it would go in reverse, but
whatever it is,
it's the neighborhood.
And the thing about it though is I'm not knocking those women because there's somebody for everybody.
There you are,
right?
You always contradict
those women. What I'm saying is that those women and I would have nothing to talk about. And what I'm saying is that men that you associate with, and men like you, would have no access to a woman like me.
After when you talk to them, doing a whole lot of things that you don't approve of.
All I'm saying.
Women don't talk about what she's doing in her bedroom to somebody that she don't, that she just talked to at work. You don't know what women you're talking to on a day-to-day basis. There's or men that's doing things that you wouldn't approve of. You don't know that.
I'm talking about personal conversations. I don't have personal conversations with women.
Every person not gonna reveal what they do behind closed doors with another individual.
I'm just talking about on a personal level. Yeah, I'm a nurse. I've been a nurse for 21 years. Of course, I talk to women. I'm in the industry that's like 95+% women. So
this woman looking so professional and quiet and meek and all that. And
yeah, well, good for
like
them.
Probably the kinkiest woman you ever run into. You don't know that?
Well, hallelujah to them.
Everybody don't tell their business. I tell my business because I'm like that.
Mm-hmm.
You might not know I don't took down, but I let you know I take people down.
I'm happy for y'all. I really am.
What they say, it ain't that they don't want to do it. They want to do it. Ain't nobody brought it out of them yet.
Well, I'm not accusing anyone of being a rapist or anything. So obviously they want to do it.
5-10 years, somebody bringing some stuff out, you ain't gonna tell nobody about it.
Yeah, that's it.
I guarantee it. Yeah, you never say that. You don't know what people doing when you walk around.
Well, you're talking about what other people do and versus what I would be willing to do, because I don't give a fuck about what other people would be willing to do. It's none of my business.
Yes, you do.
If they try to tell me, I wouldn't want to listen. I wouldn't listen because people say.
General conversation. And you got to sit. I
general conversation. Conversation. If someone came to me with that conversation, I'd be like, I don't want to hear it. I'd walk away.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. There's a whole lot of different ways to find out what a person will or wouldn't do without asking them directly.
I'm not interested in any of those ways.
You familiar with Sade?
Yes.
Remember she had a song called Smooth Operator?
Yep.
Now you a smooth operator. Now you Big Daddy Kane out this motherfucker.
I'm
flag on the motherfucking play. Flag on the motherfucking play. Sade was on my Mount Rushmore. We is not the motherfucking.
Sade's daughter is now. Sade's daughter is now a son. You hear me?
We're gonna talk about something now.
Sade's daughter is now a son. You hear me? Sade has a beautiful daughter who's now a son.
They done swapped it out, huh? They done swapped it out.
Mm-hmm.
Got it all reupholstered and renovated.
Yeah.
Damn.
Beautiful young woman who's now a man, boy, whatever. Yeah. Tells you why she's so private in her life. Like I said, there are things I don't want to know about people, and I don't allow them to introduce into my life. There's some things I could respect a person without knowing their intimate details. I don't care. And if you ask me about mine, I'll tell you, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. I don't need to know everything about everybody in order to respect them, or even if I know their gender and their sexual preference. You know, there's certain things that we can talk about, and there's certain things I don't want to go that explicit. I don't need to know that. That's your personal business, and I'll tell you, I don't want to know that, and I'll walk away. I mean, because why would I? We're in a working relationship.
Yeah,
I have gay and lesbian doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, physician's assistants who are excellent in their job, and I'm a good nurse, and that's all I care about.
Until they start fucking in the closet.
What if rubs against you though? Aren't you scared?
Well, they're not interested in me because mostly they're gay men. So if anybody,
so she going to the closet to get some new gloves, and then you got TJ down there sucking dick.
They're not going to do that because of the strict laws of the health facility. Like we all have to take one of those sexual harassment videos that's like 6 hours long every year.
Fruity, I believe you, but you also know this about me. You know I ain't shit. I fuck a lot of nurses and whatever like that. I know what goes on in most doctors.
But you go after the ones who give you some type of indication that they might want to fuck you, and that's fine. I'm not judging them.
Oh yeah. No, I never
fuck you. That's
myself.
fine. I'm not saying you're not fuckable. I'm just saying I wouldn't fuck you.
I got one out there in Oakland right now waiting on me to get there December 9th. You
I'm not saying anyone on this panel is not fuckable. I'm just talking about me.
I respect what you said.
I'm not saying none of y'all are unattractive or that you can't be into your kinks.
Hey, Foodie, I respect what you said for real. And if that's who you are, that's cool. I'm not saying you not what you say you are. I'm not saying it. But I am saying that the reason I gave you some pushback because I just feel I learned in my life because your mentality is the same mentality I have for at least 40-something years. Okay? Now, what I am saying, though, the reason I gave you pushback because I've learned that you know, you never know what people are willing to do in the privacy of their own homes behind their closed doors with their significant other or whoever they're playing with behind those doors. But at the same time, I can't knock a person for what they do behind closed doors. If they want to get kinky and freaky behind closed doors, that's them. Because I've lived long enough to learn that a lot of people do things that I didn't expect to do certain things, not just kinky stuff, but other things, you know, that I didn't think was moral so much. They do a lot of.
We went from sex to oral sex.
Let me finish, bro. They do a lot of things that I didn't think they would do, but I learned that it happens. But I still had to respect them as the individual that I got to know them as. So I don't knock people for what they do. Is if they treat me, if they're respectful to me and vice versa, I'm gonna be respectful to them regardless. And we just keep it moving because what they do don't do anything for me. Just like
right,
you
and
said,
that's just like what I said with the LGBT community that I work with and serve. Yeah. Like I have people who come on a weekly basis who need an STD panel. The same people like 70s and 80s years old wearing Depends who need STD panels and test positive for like syphilis and HIV.
Just because she old don't mean she stopped sucking dick. Once a hoe, always a hoe.
No, these are men.
Once a hoe, always a hoe.
Men who like men.
Once a hoe, always
a hoe. A hoe, you know, right? You know,
that still applies, you know.
Look, I had an old man. I'm not gonna tell you. Look, I had an old man.
Hey, food, they outside in the shiny suit talking about take that.
Listen, I don't know if anybody on here has had an STT, and I don't want to know, but there's a shot that we have to give people who have severe advancement of an STD, and it's you know what penicillin is, but it's bicillin. Listen, this shot is refrigerated for one, so it's cold as fuck, and it's thick. We call it the peanut butter shot because it's so fucking thick that we have to use a needle that has an opening that's much bigger than the regular intramuscular shot. And these motherfuckers been over and take it like it's nothing. Like that motherfucker, I'm quick with shots.
You'll be surprised what they bend over and take.
This motherfucker takes force to push that motherfucker in. Then I gotta draw your blood. Then I gotta take your piss. Then then the doctor has to swab everything. He has to swab your nose, your mouth, your throat, and your booty hole. And they come in on a regular basis like it's nothing. I don't judge them. That's their life.
This shit is going left, bro.
Yeah, well, at least they're showing consistency. I don't know. I don't know where we can take a positive segue.
And they'll have conversations with you.
Holy shit.
They'll have conversations with you about certain things. And I'll just have to laugh and giggle. But I mean, sometimes there's gotten to the point I'm like, okay, I don't want to hear any more than that. It's very rare.
They told you how they got the disease. They tell you about, last week's orgy.
I know how you got the disease.
They told it. The gig's up, hero.
But the weirdest thing about me is like, how are you? Yeah. Like my thing is like, I mean, it may be judgment, but like, motherfucker, you got not only are you old and you got saggy butt cheeks, but you are wearing Depends. Like, who? Of
course, he's wearing Depends. He's getting his butthole blew out every Thursday.
And you smell like pee pee.
Shitting pancakes and shit.
Yeah. Every time he farts, it's like.
And that was the Def Comedy Jam thing. The nigga said, hey ladies, if your man fart, he go, then you good. But if the nigga go, hoot, then like, yeah.
Yeah, you might, hey, that's real shit.
Go, hoot.
Hey, no, on some real shit though, I'm gonna keep it real, man. I mean, people who know me, people who don't, we ain't gonna get into it. But I live the interesting lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? And I got friends in the rainbow community. I'm not good friends, love them to death. And I'm very open. I don't give a fuck type person. So I ask weird questions, and we have weird conversations.
Look, hold on, and they know all the shows in
Vegas.
Like I
said, for me, love is love, but
all the shows.
Yeah, I know.
You need to go to this show in Vegas. This shit's awesome. Like,
no, I got two rules. I got two rules, man. Consenting adult, as long as it's two adults and as long as it's consensual.
Right.
It's motherfuckers is fucking. I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, I can't stop it. And honestly,
why would I want to try to? It's your business.
No, and here's my opinion. If you're not fucking me, you're probably not fucking right. And so fuck it. The only sex I'm concerned with is the sex I have. If it's not fucking right, you don't really care.
I'm not fucking right, and I'm all right with that.
Thank you. That's all right. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, it's like if I'm not personally involved, you know what I'm saying? They're like, even if motherfuckers, if I'm in the room right now, and motherfuckers start wilding out, pop it off. I have a choice. I can either kick them out, leave, or get in with it. It's real simple.
At the end of the day, bro, it's like that's their thing. That's their bill. I'm good. You know,
right?
Everybody does their own thing.
Type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was tripping off Dwight Howard, and I was like, yo, that shit's funny as hell. Because motherfuckers was saying no.
Why? Look at his fucking son.
Thank you. Niggas like me was saying this shit since he came out of motherfucking college, like, oh, big zesty looking ass nigga and shit like that. And we was all the memes we was laughing at over the years of zesty moments during his career.
And men like that have a tendency to go after more masculine minded women like the one he's married to. Right?
I thought he was trapping him.
I can tell you.
I thought he came out of high school and went straight to the pros.
He did.
Dwight Howard. Yeah, I don't think he went to college.
He did.
You know what I mean? I remember when he was young I remember when he was young on Orlando and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just even before he started trying to call himself the Superman, when he was just a young big man trying to make it on the NBA, and there to be the weird little moments where
you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about motherfucking the one with the little girl, like
Dwayne Wade's goofy.
Yeah.
No. He didn't start going crazy until the end of his career when he retired. Dwight, if you followed him, Dwight was on some bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, like, back to my point is I got friends, and so we have wicker, and they, you know, and I was told to look for certain things. And it's the funniest thing for me because for the past almost 15 to 17 years now, it's like when I be looking at things and I be out just chilling, it'd be funny because these few things my one gay homeboy told me to peep for, they are almost telltale giveaways.
My whole thing with Dwight Howard is like, why do I care? Like,
right.
I don't know him. I don't know the dude. Like, I don't get it.
I don't care. The only thing on that topic, hold on. The only thing on that topic that I ever was concerned about was when they said that his son, who wasn't even a tween yet, he wasn't even like 13 yet, was not allowed to be around other kids his age because of some of the things that he was doing to them in an inappropriate manner. And so I always have to look back to the parents, like, what are you allowing your child to be witness to or involved in or a victim of? So that, you know, I'm not gonna.
It also sounds like they're not doing their job, because at the end of the day, okay, like, yeah, maybe they're doing something like, yeah, that's like, oh, you know,
yeah, y'all can be
whatever. But at the end of the day, like,
folks,
they need to know how to like act, you know.
Well, no, I'm real quickly.
And kids imitate what they see, not
right, exactly.
Not even know. Yeah.
I had a relative. I'm trying to be real quick and real concise when I say this. I had a relative who he had a daughter with this chick, and so she had a half older sister, and I used to babysit them. And after the third time I babysit them, I made a point, and all this turned out to be true. As they like, these girls are now in their mid-20s, late 20s, you know. And like, yeah, I said, keep that older girl away from that. Like, well, I said, I don't know what the fuck they mama got in there around their house, but yeah, I don't even want her around me. You feel what I'm saying? I'll babysit the younger one. And it was a big deal, but that, you know, I made a point. I would never, because this little girl, she's a little girl, the way she used to act, the way, you know what I'm saying, trying to sit on your lap and goofy shit.
Yeah.
What she was doing.
But it's probably because the other grown men had, you know, allowed her to do that.
You can tell.
They do that as a survival mechanism. Because I've known men who have said, like, you know, like a man and a woman, they adopted kids who were in bad situations, and the little girl is young as 4 years old would want to come and sit on the lap and get a little close, and they'd have to stop her. Like, no, you don't have to do that. Like, that's sad that little kids feel like that's in order to eat, these are the things I got to do. So they had to retrain them. That's really, really sad. That's awful.
I actually, that's real funny. Like, remember you was talking shit about me about this foodie, but I remember when you know what I'm saying, in one of my former lives, you know, I used to get real pimp dollars out of life. And it'd be crazy because, you know, I prided myself on, I wasn't turning out chicks. I was just finding chicks that was out here. Most chicks was actually getting money with me and able to make real decisions probably for the first time in their life. And like I said, what made me get out of it was crazy for me watching those situations like you were alluding to, Foodie. You know what I'm saying? With some of these chicks, like they really weren't used to.
Yeah, well, I learned from those situations because I'm like, if that's happening to little girls, then that's definitely happening to little boys.
Right.
And I was
Crazy.
very, very careful. And not in a weird way that my sons would make me feel like they were weird. Because I've had a conversation with my son just this week. Like, I was like, do you feel like I was too strict? What kind of mother do you think I was? How do you feel? You know, like, evaluate my motherhood. And he's about to be 25 in a couple of weeks. And so he, you know, he was honest, you know, and I'm glad with the, you know, what he felt. And I was like, do you feel like I was too strict? He said, no. And I said, do you feel like, are you unhappy with the way that I disciplined you? He said, no, because I was doing bad shit. He was a little ADHD kid, you know, right? So I said, do you feel like I was abusive? He said, absolutely not. I do not feel like you were abusive. And I don't feel like I lived in a strict home. And, you know, and it was a single parent household. His father is more like his homeboy, you know, because he's like never grown up. You know, he's like the cool uncle when he feels like being around.
You just mad because the nigga's still cool.
You're one of those
No.
Foodie, because my mother would never ask me
No,
that
I'm not
shit.
fucking with you, Foodie. Come on now, Foodie. You gotta let me fuck.
They barely got cool. I didn't know. He told me just this week that they were talking, and his father's only talking to him because his brothers and sisters on that side, you know, love my son so much, and so they want to, you know, talk to him. They're like 16 and 17 now, and they were raised by him, but he didn't raise, you know, our son, who's the oldest. And you know, I didn't realize that they were talking because at one time they weren't. So he told me, and I'm like, cool, that's cool. I don't talk to him. We're no contact, but I want them to have a relationship. But he's like, my father's in a whole nother world. Like he's a nigga. He's a street nigga. Like he's that one nigga who tell like exorbitant war stories and been in and out of prison, and like he's that nigga, you know. But he's not a bad person. He just didn't have a good upbringing. But anyway, so I wanted to evaluate how he felt about my motherhood, because there's always something to learn at every level. And he felt like, you know, and both of my sons feel that way. And so because we're in a different level of our relationship, like they're not my little boys anymore, and there are things and choices they're going to make that I want to be involved in. I don't want them to feel like they need to exclude me. So that's why we have these conversations.
That's deep.
That's cool. It's just like, yeah, I grew up in a different world. My mother would never ask me that. She's like, I don't give a fuck if I was abusive to you.
Oh, yeah,
my mother never asked me either.
It is what it is. You know, but I guess I guess my mom and my dad and I got fortunate that, yeah, I knew I deserved every ass kicking I got.
Yeah, I was not into gentle parenting. I beat my kids' ass when it was warranted. But the thing I always did is, like, my mother told me, you never hit your kids when you're angry, because that's how abuse happens. And I always explained to my children why. Like, no, I would make them explain to me, so why are you in trouble right now? Okay, I did this. Okay, well, what could you have done better? What could you have done to avoid this? I could have done this, like that, you know, and they're crying. Okay, well, turn around, you're going to get 5 licks. Like, I didn't just beat you to the oblivion, you know, like you knew how many licks you were going to get. Yeah. My mom, she would beat my ass. Period. Like, I hope the guy should stop.
Man, it is fucked up. It is fucked up being an 80s baby, because being born in exactly the year 1980, I was all that 1920s, 60s, 70s shit. They were still doing it. And then right when you get old and used to it, all of a sudden you're watching things change and you can't hit and yell at kids. And I'm still from the time when not just mama would whoop your ass, not just grandmama or auntie whoop your ass, any random adult.
Yeah.
Which
is corporal punishment. I remember I caught a little tail end of that.
You know what I'm saying? It was a different approach.
My older brothers and sisters, because like I said, I have a sister who's about to be 60 years old. I'm going to plug her. I'm going to tell you guys, she's got a great product that I want everybody to look at on her Instagram. Yeah, I will. I'll send you her website. She's got a great a commercial on TikTok with this girl. But anyway,
I thought you said she got great content. I was like, what?
No, she's got a product. It's called the original body scrubber. It's a body scrubber thing.
Oh, that's dope.
But anyway, she's about to be 60. You wouldn't be able to tell that she's 60 years old. She's been married for 26 years. Like, that's my big sis. And like that generation, like that was the generation, you know, growing up in the 50s and 60s, where your auntie, your uncle, your mom, your daddy, whatever, whoever saw you walking down the street, if you was acting crazy, if you were supposed to be going to church and you stopped by the liquor store too long, they could beat your ass, you know. But my mom was like, nah, you know, it's time to change the game. My mom was a little older when she had me. And she was like, nah, ain't nobody else putting hands on my kids. And after a while, she was like, I can't even whoop you because it makes me feel bad. But when I got my kids, I know that was what kept me in line, just the fear of getting a whooping, even if I didn't. So I've got kids who are very respectful.
Man, see, I really think that the whooping thing has got a lot of Willie Lynch to it, because I know me, I got whooped so much that I didn't even give a fuck about it, to where you just always knew that if you was doing something, if you want to dance, like I always, you hear me say, if you want to dance, you got to pay the band. I've never made any decision, good or bad, without fully expecting and planning for
Well,
the
that's
consequences.
the thing, Clips, is because I talked to a lot of dudes who grew up like you, and I said, and they would tell me the bad shit they would do, and I'd be like, man, somebody should have whooped your ass. And they said, man, my mom whooped my ass so much, and that's when I learned, like, there's an overdoing of it, and you also have to know what you did bad, otherwise it just doesn't mean anything.
Like
It's like whooping like when like little babies. Like you can't whoop nobody. They don't know consequences. They don't know action and consequences. That's abuse. You know, they don't know. If you don't know action and consequence, then that's abuse.
Well, they be knowing. I know my kids all know at a young age, and proud to say I've never had to whoop none of my kids. I just talk to them, even my little daughter, and I got this little baby girl just be running around beating my ass. You know what I'm saying? But I just take shit and shut shit down. Like, a bad kid might cry for about 7 to 13 minutes and then just be standing there just quiet, confused, than a motherfucker, because everything in this room might just be gone. Like,
absolutely.
I'll say what I say so many times, and if you don't listen, then all of a sudden they'll just be staring at me like this because I'm just taking things, toys, whatever the fuck you was. All this is shut down. No.
Yeah. As my kids got older, like before age 10, that's what I was. I was like, oh, I bought you this PSP. Oh, I bought you this shit. Guess what? You like this so much, I'm gonna take it because you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. So I didn't have to whoop him for very long. My other son, my younger son, he learned from his older brother. I never really had to beat his ass, period. Unless he
even though like I'm still learning on the job, like I just think it's different. Like I don't like obviously like there's a lot of motherfuckers like, yeah, you should get your ass whooped there, like this and the other. But I've met people that get their ass beat and they still turn out, like to be fucking, down the wrong path for whatever the fuck reason. Like I used to think that when I had my kids, I could hit them. I could hit them like they used to hit me. I remember I used to joke, I'll choke my kid. I remember my daughter slapped me once when she was real little. So I gave her a good smack on the butt. I felt bad for like a week. And like literally I don't get the urge. Like she hasn't done it ever again. Thank God, I've been lucky, but I just don't like, I don't know. It's like, I can't hit the kid. Like, and thank God that like, even though she's kind of, she's a bit difficult because like, fuck man, I got unlucky. Because I remember when she was born, I'm like, I just wanted her to be like my sister or my mom, nothing like me, but she's everything like me. But the good thing about it is that I still remember like all the headaches I used to give my mom and my teachers because of my hyperactivity. So to be honest, it kind of helps remembering, like I'm like developing like kind of ways to like make her understand, like how to kind of like control the extra energy.
I know with my son it was crazy because he's such a better he's so better than me already in so many ways, and it was. And then, like I told people, it was easy. Like, all I had to do was just opposite things of how my mom raised me. And, and I felt like it was a cheat code. I know with my daughter, I give her safety and reassurance. And I can tell, especially because, who's eating and drinking?
I don't know.
That's me. I'm not eating. That's my drink. Yeah, no, I feel what you're saying. Well,
my point is with my daughter though, it's kind of crazy because you can see certain times. So it's like I lean into more of what I did with my son with her because I see that when she comes over, sometimes it's an adjustment. That sort of energy, like I'm not yelling at her over everything. Certain little stupid shit that you see her look at me thinking she's going to get in trouble with, she's kind of freaks out because I'll start doing it with her. Like, fuck it. Like, we're having fun. Like, it's like, you're a fucking toddler. You're supposed to climb on couches and do little dumb shit. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Well, that's what I do with little kids who come into my clinic and I have to do testing on them. I have to do a nose swab. I have to put their blood pressure, whatever. I make a game out of it. Like when I'm a swab, first of all, I respect them. I have to tell them what I'm going to do. And that's not going to hurt. I'm just stick a swab up your nose and just deal with it. I say, I'm going to tickle your nose. Okay, you ready? I'm going to tickle your nose for like 2 seconds and they're fine. And they giggle and laugh. and they're fine. But other nurses, they're screaming and crying. Like, you can't fucking just hold them down and just stick a swab up their nose and think that they're going to be okay. You have to respect them as human beings, you know? They know their kids are already afraid of the doctor's period when they're coming in, and it's okay if you want to cry. And I tell them, I know you don't feel good. It's okay. I'm sorry you don't feel good, you know? I know you don't feel good. Like, not shut up and stop crying. Here, take your kid. Like, I'm not that kind of person. They're scared.
And nothing's changed since I've been a kid, to be honest. I'll let you guys know. I mean, you guys probably already know.
It's different too, and then I know
the whole world.
I know when my son, my mom and his mother used to get so mad because we would give them fits, not necessarily being bad, and even if he was being bad, I remember I'd be out of town for whatever fucking reason, and strangers would see him giving his mother hell in a store. This happened more than a few times, and they would just call my phone. Walk up to her. She wouldn't even know they knew me. But, you know, everyone, you know, my son looks like a light-skinned and tall me. You know what I'm saying? So I'll tell him, you're going to be all right, man. Just make sure you smell good. And the less you say, the more pussy you'll get. I'm trying to tell you. Women are weird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my sons are tall, skinny versions of me. And my younger son, who is like
cheat codes. You look at that.
I'm like, what? Like you got everything. You're tall, dark, and handsome.
It's fucked up as a parent, right? Because when they get to that weird age, you don't look at them like that, but you know how the world is. And you be like, you know what, nigga, you gonna be all right. You gonna be all right out here.
You are tall, dark, and handsome. Like, you're good.
Well,
like, you're
we're all bigging up our kids. Yeah, I make a beautiful daughter, you know, so I got to buy a big gun, you know, when she gets older.
Yeah, man, well, my daughter is so crazy.
Buy sawed off for these motherfuckers.
You teach her how to shoot. You ain't got to do it. Teach her.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fuck that. She ain't going to jail. Fuck that.
Oh no, I'm gonna have my baby classes on like that.
Yeah. Teach her the law, and put her in boxing. Yeah.
She's a lot like me, so she's probably got my luck. Fuck that. I'll kill that motherfucker. I got it. I'm her daddy.
You gotta teach her to calm down and you know, because I got a temper too, but I learned like, that shit ain't gonna work. And my mother would not allow me to just fight everybody, because especially being a black girl, going to school with a bunch of white kids, even in kindergarten, like, I got in trouble for, I don't know what happened, but I flipped a little white girl off of the jungle gym and she lost her breath. You know how you knock kids down and they lose their breath? And my mom was like, oh no, I can't let that shit happen anymore because these people are calling me and talking to me. My mother wouldn't let me fight for a long time. It worked to my disadvantage until it worked to my advantage. You know, because, you know, in the corporate world, you cannot, you know, settle disputes with physical confrontation.
Yeah, but no.
And I know. But you know, but I know how the world looks at me as a black woman, even though, you know, I'm well spoken, until they get to know me. And then, you know, because I have no reason to, first of all, you're not as smart as me. I'm smarter than you. I don't need to fucking put my hands on you. I can make you feel stupid by just, you know, like standing close to you too close, because people are easily intimidated because of their own insecurities. And then when people get to know me, they love me. They're fucking want to buy my products. They want to fucking, when I'm ready to go, they're crying. Like, you know, people are just judgmental and prejudiced. So I learned how to deal with that. But my kids, shit, I just found out my son was fighting all the fucking time. I didn't even know.
See, my sister, that's what I love about my son. I made a point not to raise him violent. I apologize. Believe it or not, I apologize to him frequently about not raising him violently. You know, it's like a joke that me and him have. Because I did, but I was very honest about who and what I really am. So there were times, you know, in controlled environments still, but there were times where he got to see the element of other things that I deal with. And, you know, he's not like the glamour of street life. It's not, you know, alluring to him or whatever like that. He's like a real straight and narrow motherfucker. But he's definitely got the fire in him. And so from a young age, he established himself as a bully beater in his schools. Well, just like me, where no, he wasn't starting no shit, but when the fight was worth fighting, not only did he fight, but it was very definitive what it was.
Bully.
Yeah. To where even the bullies in it, to where now even in high school, like, you know, he's just, man, my son's fucking cool. It's crazy. Yeah, I'll be laughing at him too, because I'll be teasing him. He's a good kid. He's still a virgin. I'll be teasing him like, man, what the fuck?
That's the thing, Clips. I've learned it. I've learned that, like, literally, like, sometimes you don't see it, and like we're literally, like, our personalities. I think I'm convinced we get from our parents. Like some you get some more, like the percentage is more than it is for the other one. Because like I'm literally like exactly like my pop. Just like,
oh yeah, I'm exactly like my dad. That's why my mom hated me. Mom hated me from birth. And, not trying to cut you off, but yeah, like if anyone knows my story, that's what it's all about. Like, yeah, I'm exactly like, yeah, my brother has his name, but yeah, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I am that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Me and my mom looked alike for a few years when I was smaller, but as I grew into my own person, yeah, I'm pretty much my pops with a little more extra bullshit.
I don't know which one of my parents I'm like, but I'm not.
Well.
I'm like my mom logically. Like we both think alike. We're both Virgos. But my mom, like I grew up watching her let family come in and help them. And then when she needed help, they weren't there. So that shit would piss me off. So I'm very intolerant of helping. I love to help people. It's my natural thing to want to help people. But I'm also like, you got to prove to me that you really deserve my help. My mom just helps people. She's like everybody's grandma. She's everybody's mom. All my exes, like they call her mom and all that kind of stuff. I'm not like that with my kids. I'm like, who the fuck is that? I'm at work looking at my ring. Like, who the fuck is that at my door? What is he doing in my house?
My mother, her weakness of being loyal.
Well, yeah. I me and my brother growing up, like our house was a group home. But the different places we lived were always the group home. And sometimes there was the love about it because a lot of my friends, like I always say, shout out to rest in peace, Dick Gregory. Me and my brother, we were not poor, just broke. Some of my friends were real poor, real fucked up to where despite our situations, it was like
I was poor, but I didn't know I was poor.
Right. So I'd be like, you know what, fuck it, come over my crib, man. Food over there, fuck it.
Yeah, like we talked about that proto. It's like you can be broke or your parent, but the bills were paid. I wasn't hungry. I didn't have the most designer clothes on, but every once in a while I could get some designer shit. But our parents didn't spend that kind of money back in the day. Like they didn't care about your trends. They cared about you being, have clothes without holes in them. They're nice and clean, and you were healthy. That's all that really mattered.
Which was more than they had, So,
right. Yeah, exactly. Way more than my mom had. My mom and then they lived in tents, like actual like army tents before. Before they had the projects, there were no projects growing up. Like if you were poor.
Right, and then it's very interesting, Flutie, because if you're anywhere around our age or even Centos, not you being the more senior member on the panel, like we don't give credit to the generations before us, the 2 to maybe 3 generations, because that was a crazy leap and bound.
All of my survival skills come from my mom. Like when things get tight,
my grandma. Yeah, my grandma, she wasn't a slave, but she lived pretty much like a slave in Alabama. On a damn farm where she had to sleep in a chicken coop.
Yeah, I have to give a lot of credit to my parents. I grew up my mother was a single mother.
What up, Nick Rich?
My dad, he was around, but he didn't raise me. Nevertheless, I love him to death. When I became of age, I learned to love him more. Because people have problems in their relationships. Like I'm not with my kids' mothers. I have a son and a daughter, 34, 35. I'm not with either one of their mothers, but they know I'm very present in their life, and they understand more about what happened since they're old enough, now to understand. But at the same time, it's better when parents are able to stay together. It creates a more stable home and a more stable environment for a child. But my dad was a hardworking guy. My mother was a hardworking woman, and I get my work ethic from them. All the discipline came from my mother, and I feared her more than any man that ever walked this earth. When I was a kid, a lot of stuff you guys are saying. I went through a lot of that stuff. My mom, she used to beat my tail. You know what I'm saying? Some things
Photo dropped off.
Yeah, Bureau dropped off, and you blocked, and you started to get choppy.
It was her way or the highway. She tell you shut up, you better shut up. But I was upset with my mom for years as a kid, but after I became she used to tell me all the time, you'll understand when you become an adult, and I'm like, no, I'm not child abuse. I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? But she was right also though, because as I got older, became an adult, I started having life experience. I understood a lot what she said, and a lot. She used to tell me all the time I was gonna thank her, and I was like, never. In my mind, I didn't learn it out. But no food, because I probably would have got knocked out, But I would tell. I did live to tell her as an adult. I said, Mom, I didn't think I would ever do this, but you were right. And then, that's that was part of my maturity in life as an adult. I was able to talk to my mother as not her kid son, but her man son. I was able to have those mature conversations with her because for a long time, I had, even as a young adult, I had a lot of fear from my mother. And, but I was able to start having conversations as a man as I matured with her as well as my father. And my mother and I became the closest. I had two siblings that grew up in the house with me. I'm the middle child. And we became the closest of the three of us kids, me and my mother. Until the day she passed away. And, people that had issues with my mom, a hard lady. Anybody that had issues with my mother, they always came to me and tell me about the situation, hoping I could go talk to my mom for it, because that's how the relationship flipped around. We got that close. But, everything's a learning process. If your parents had true love for you, however they showed it, you learn from it, whether it was good or bad, and like Clips was saying about he did some opposite things, and as well as you, Food, you did some opposite things, and I think Puro related to that as well, opposed to what your parents do. You learn from what your life experiences are, and you take the good and you keep it, you take the bad and you get rid of it,
Right.
And you try to coach a program or
you eat the meat and spit out the bones, yeah.
To deal with your kids. And something you said earlier, Foodie, a while ago that your mother told you. I think you said your mother told you or something. Which what I live by as an adult after I had my own kids. I'm over 200 pounds. I'm a tall, slim guy. I'm over 200 pounds. So I'm not going to. My mother spanked me. I ain't gonna say she spanked. She beat my tail when she was upset. You know what I'm saying? So I always promised that I would never abuse my kids physically, and I promised that I would never chastise them while I was upset. And I always made a one thing. Now, let me tell you this too. Me, my sister, my brother, we had fathers, all three of us. My brother, before his father was killed, he was in the house with us. And that was my dude. I learned from him to have a conversation with a child before you spank them.
Yes.
Let them know what this is all about and everything. I learned it from him. So I always talk to my kids before I would spank them. But if I told them I was going to spank them, I pretty much followed through. I'm not going to say 100% because my daughter, that's my baby. I'm not going to front. My son pointed that out to me when he was a kid. He realized that I was showing her more favoritism. He realized that. But I didn't always follow through when I threatened to spank her. But when they got older, which I never had to spank my daughter a lot, but very few times, but I had to learn to, if I said I could do it, because it didn't, I said it to my son, I can't.
You're breaking up a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, you break it up. You break it up, Sitos.
Okay, how's it sound now?
I don't know, but you know what's crazy when you talk about
Can you hear
favorite? Yeah, it's crazy you talk about favoritism. Yeah, I hear you, man. But you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I lucked up having these babies spaced apart sometimes because when it comes to that, it's like my son be encouraging it, and so that's also something that you can tell when my daughter's with us is that she can sense that. Yeah, it's like you got me, like, and it's crazy too because with her, like my son's first word was Gaddy. His way of saying daddy, he would always call me Gaddy with a G, and my daughter, her first words were my son's name. I used to laugh about that, like, ain't to the bitch.
But you said, how, the age difference? What's the age difference
Yeah.
between the two?
They have a big age gap, like 15 years or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, he's about to be 17 in February, and she'll be 3 in March.
Well, let me ask you, did they play a little bit more in depth and a little bit more consistently with each other than you and her?
Well, nah, she spent a lot of time, like, you know what I'm saying? I was D Keith at first. Now the new thing is Dad to D, and everything. But it's just like we engage with her.
She don't call you Clips?
Huh?
She don't call you Clips. She be like, "Hey, Clips."
Man, I got so
I'm
many.
hungry.
I got so many names around this world, man.
Like, hey, you. I'm hungry. Hook me up.
Does she call him that guy?
That guy. Hey, that guy over there.
That's the most common
I told
one.
that guy I was hungry like an hour ago. What's up with that? Hook me up.
Well,
bro.
that's the funny thing. I always laughed at people when they ask me about it. But one, that's a nod to Butch Jones out of Detroit. But two, like that's like, me and my mom's weird relationship. It would be weird times where her and people around her would always refer to me as that, because it was like, oh yeah, they wouldn't say that, that guy. Oh yeah, but I'm a kid though. You know what I'm saying? It's where, like I said, like I never, like it wasn't until I was in my mid-late 30s when my mom was doing extra shit as far as with my son, that it was like that was my red line. But it was like my mom was always blameless and all of her bullshit, but there would be so many moments where you would just pause and be like, did you have to say it like that? Or like, that was a little bit extra. And you just keep moving. You know what I'm saying? And that guy was part of it, because she got it to where since I was a young kid, a lot of people would refer to me like that. To this day.
The fun thing about what we're talking about with discipline, like I said, when my sons were young, like under the age of 10, that's when I used corporal punishment with spankings or whatever. But as they got older, you learn to take things and their privileges away from them, and that means more to them. But I would never tell my son, like my grandkids, you better not put your hands on her. And I know my sons wouldn't. They're just like not that way. But I've learned as I've gotten older that there are other ways to discipline children than to use corporal punishment. So, maybe I wish I would have learned that a little older or earlier, but what I did worked. So, but there's no reason, like, I feel like there's just no reason to spank your kids nowadays. But I guess I had to learn my power, like my power and influence. Like I had to establish my power, and then after I established it, I didn't have to spank my kids anymore. I didn't have to yell at them. I didn't have to do none of that, because they knew who the authority was in the household. To this day, I don't have to maybe I have to repeat myself 10,000 times. Take out the trash. Take out the trash. Take out the trash. Did you take out the trash? Take out the trash. Hey, the trash ain't out, but I'm cool. Like, as they get older, it's a little better, but I don't have to use threaten them or none of that shit.
I said, I remember when my mom was doing her damn drill instruction, she'd be coming home. She'd come home and pull out that damn white glove and start wiping it around. But I got to the point where me and my brother sometimes, she'd come home and we know she tripping by the sound of that van pulling into the damn driveway. So we already getting our shit together to get the fuck up out of there. Like,
it's like when you call your kids, hey, thaw out the chicken before I get home. And then you're pulling up and you're like, why the fuck is the chicken still fucking frozen, man? Like, what am I gonna cook for dinner? Like,
she on bullshit. Like, let's go. Let's go. Right? So we mastered
I called you like 10 hours ago. Like, when I first got to work. Shit.
She cussing us the fuck out. Our people's going on.
What the fuck are we gonna do now?
3 hours before I left work, I told you I'm leaving work now. You know the motherfucker.
That's all they do. That's the one thing I asked you to do. The one thing.
You've been getting high, fucking off, doing whatever bullshit you was doing and everything. You look at the time like, oh yeah, she gonna come home wild, and man.
And like my kids.
Oh man, we're going over to Willie's house tonight, man. Fuck this.
I allow my kids to like smoke weed in the garage, and most of the time they're fine with that. I don't care. Like I'll be sitting out here, my son might come out in a few minutes, he'll smoke. I don't care. Even since they were like 17, 18 years old. But sometimes I come in the house and I'm like, why is the house all smoky? I don't like that shit in my motherfucking house. Why couldn't you just go outside?
No. Hey, Foodie. I think I said this several times before, man, when we was in Hawaii, where we stayed at this lanai. It was a nice little 25, 30 little foot drop. But it was an incline to where you could jump off this thing and, you know, tuck and roll and you good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You good. You ain't going to break a leg or spray nothing, right? And so how it was, you could see when my mom was pulling up, getting ready to get off the highway. And that gave you about 12 to 15 minutes. So we would do we have these crazy Project X sort of hooky parties. And now niggas is jumping off the thing because my mom's coming, because my mom about to tear this. Like, and it'd be so crazy. Like, me and my brother, we'd be bouncing. I'm talking about some of the hardest niggas you'd have ever heard. Like I told you, like, he's bouncing from famous niggas, Far Side type niggas and shit like that. Oh, shit. Oh, man, we ain't messing with Miss CJ. Nah, they jumping off the motherfucking balcony trying to get up out of there. Goofy niggas who hide, they don't know what's going on. They left up in there, so now my mom's going in on them, throwing shit at them and shit like that, chasing them out the house. Me and my brother, we like earshot away from our house, like, you know what I'm saying, down from where you jump, and we just listening, because if you said or did anything disrespectful, we running in there acting up. You know what I'm saying? To where it was like a lose-lose situation. So as we kicking it in there, you had to start learning me and my brother's little ticks and modes, because if you start seeing me on the porch anywhere around 3-4 o'clock, like steady, like doing like this, yeah, I'm looking to see if that motherfucking blue vein coming up to goddamn. If it's coming up, I'm not even saying oh shit, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, jumping on.
You got to go. It's time to go.
Because, man, my mom used to shut shit down, man. I'm talking about she knuckle me, she knuckle my brother, she'll knuckle me and my brother's friends. If motherfucking somebody parents say something, she'll knuckle them. You know, my mom was military, you know what I'm saying? Like, my mom was... That's why, you know what I'm saying?
What we used to do is call mom at work, like, hi, mom, I'm home. She'd be like, okay, that's good. I just wanted to know, like, how long is she still at work and how long it's going to take for her to get home? How much time do I have?
Yeah, I'm trying to get this info. Yeah. So, what work you got to do?
Like, okay, I'm home. I was like, I'm home. I couldn't ask her anything else. She would figure it out.
Yeah. And back to what you was even saying about getting numb to the whoopings, like, we was them latchkey kids, but we would say shit like, well, everyone's like rushing because the street lights is coming on. We was them latchkey kids because it was always going down at our house. So we like, shit, I'm gonna get my ass whooped whether I come home at 6:15 or if I come home at fucking 11:45. So fucking nigga, turn up, bitch. I'm not walking home right now. You know what I'm saying?
That's what shit. That's what's like. I can't be that way with my sons because you get numb to that shit. Any type of punishment. That's why niggas be going to jail all the time. Like, fuck it. Cuff me up. You know, like niggas get out and go right back in.
Yeah, I know
like,
what
you
this
gotta
is.
stop the cycle.
You know,
But
and then also, it's sadly, you know, and even myself, I'm very much included in this, you know, with the nagging, like, you know, don't speak to your children out of anger and everything. And, you know, especially someone as long-winded as me, you know what I'm saying? Don't go on a rant as on your children, especially out of anger. You know, it got to the point where I've noticed in my relationships outside of my like casual encounters. Why, thank you. But in my relationships, you know what I'm saying? You know, it drives women crazy that I'm numb to a woman nagging me.
You do.
You know, you thinking you're trying to express yourself or tell me something, but you as a woman chasing me from room to room saying I gotta talk. You don't understand. My mom was toxic. My mom was trained by the government. All the shit you're doing, that's baby shit. I'm laughing at you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Enough is enough at some point. Me with
Right.
my
Yeah, I know how to
communication.
use it.
Well, with my communication, it's like I don't like to waste my time. I'm not gonna keep repeating myself to somebody who's not receptive to my message. If we're just not aligned, we're just not aligned. Fucking go your way, I'll go mine. It's not. I don't have to be mad at you. We ain't got to be. You know, we just not aligned. So I'm just too old to be repeating myself over and over and get myself worked up and all that kind of shit. That's not a happy relationship to me. If I'm not happy, you're not happy. Let's just find other people who make us happy.
Right, exactly. I'm the same way. I'm even like that. I'm to the point. I'm like that with like different jobs and shit like that, and in a lot of situations in life. I'm not gonna walk out, slamming the door, knocking shit over. I'm just gonna leave. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Worst case scenario, I'm gonna wipe the soles of my feet as I leave. You know what I'm saying? Real ones know what I'm talking about.
I tell my sons this, and my son knows this. Just I'm like, if you do something wrong in a relationship and someone forgives you, and then they use that to lord that over your head. That person don't the fuck like you. If that person's always talking down to you like a child, make you feel emasculated, she don't fucking like you. She might not know that, but you need to know that. You
Thank
need
you.
to get
Yeah,
the fuck out.
exactly. You know, you're 100% right. You need to understand that, because some people, like, you know, and there's nothing against them, but some people really ain't sorted their feelings out.
Right.
You know, they don't understand.
And
that
it's not your job. It's not your job to fix other people's trauma. It's your job to take care of you and your trauma and issues. Because no matter how good your parents were, you always got some type of issues. Even though my son says, like, you know, my father wasn't in my life, but you were always enough. But I know you got some shit to work out, and I encourage you to go to, you know, therapy and work it out, so you're not taking it out on anyone else. And he's good about that. Like he's like, I don't need to be in a relationship right now. I'm working on, you know, getting to where I want to be and being the man I want to be, so I can attract the kind of person I want to attract. That's very healthy, and that's very good. But some people just go bad relationship after bad relationship after bad relationship till they finally get it.
Oh, Foodie, there's the other side of it. Like I was teasing earlier, my son is a virgin, and God bless him, he's still young, and he's in perfect age to be a virgin. Like, let's, you know, so, like in his crowd and who he'd be around, like he the cool kid. He don't drink, he don't smoke, he don't be high. He just so cool. Motherfuckers want to be around him, and honestly, because I'm very open with my lifestyle, like he didn't see me, like, you know, like when I was enjoying my midlife crisis and had my daughter, he didn't see me, you know what I'm saying, just chilling with my friends, and you know, we keeping it respectful. You know, he's over here chilling around, but he see how we chill and play. You know what I'm saying? He see the lifestyle. He see the lifestyle that I live, and hell, even when I was with his mother, I was very open about it, and that's why, you know, it was funny. You know, she got mad at him, but he was even like, you know, Mom, you don't like. You know, she tried to throw him in the shit like, oh, well, you know, your dad, such and such and such and such. And they'd be looking at her like, oh, yeah, you should have found out what he did last week, dummy.
How old is your son?
He's a teenager now.
Yeah, how old is he?
He's a teenager, turned 17 soon.
17. He'd be fine, man. He'd probably be a lady killer.
Yeah, exactly. He good. That's what I'm saying. He good. That's what I'm saying. That's my point, Santos. You feel me? Like, it's like, I'm so proud of him, but it'd be so weird. Like, I often tease him. I'm like, if you didn't look like me, and you know what I'm saying, I'd be taking like 1,001 paternity tests, because I was a demon. You actually a good nigga, man. You gonna be out. You a good dude.
I stay clear of you know, teenage relationships throughout my high school years. You know, I didn't really. I ain't counting that little kid stuff while you grind on each other. I'm talking about actually having sex. I didn't have my first sexual encounter until I was 16, right before I turned 17. And as a girl that's a little bit older than me, she remembered when I was younger, I kind of sprouted up a little bit. She, her and my sister were cool. She came over one weekend. My sister, she go ahead and break me in.
She broke you in one time?
Yes, I appreciate it too, because it was all like, it was all.
Yes, ma'am. God bless her. God bless her. Shout out to her.
I didn't get another one until I was probably about 18. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't have any game.
That one held you down, though. That one held you down, man. Shout out to all them motherfucking soggy socks. You know what I'm saying?
But hey, as when I got older, you know, I got my heart broken at the age of 19, and ever since then, I went to. I had some older sisters take me under their wing and school me, and ever since then, man, I had problems with females, you know, as far as how to deal with them or whatever. And it was what I went through, man. I wouldn't change it for nothing, man, because I was worried about the girl pregnant too soon. That was another reason I didn't try to have relationships in high school. But that one girl, she was older, and my thing was really hard. I couldn't do nothing but give it to her, you know what I'm saying? So anyway. It's I like when a kid tries to stay clear of being too involved in a relationship physically, because they need to get their priorities in order, and then as they grow, the relationships will happen. You know what I'm saying? I've always tried to tell my daughter and my nieces those things, you know, because I didn't want them to make mistakes too soon. Unfortunately, my niece did get pregnant before she graduated high school, but she didn't miss any school at all. She graduated with honors, but she messed up her track and field career. So, but at the time she got pregnant, she wasn't on my watch. I had to send her back to her mom because she got very disrespectful. I had to send her back. But it's best for kids to have a child's life experience as far as an adolescent, as well as a small kid.
Oh yeah, that's my mentality with my kids, with all kids. I don't give a damn if you raise your kids differently. If you leave your kids in my care, if it's still a child, I'm gonna let that child be a child. That's something very big that I was on, because even though I didn't necessarily, like I always tell people, you could tell it wasn't nothing really gangster or hard. We were children that were truly unsupervised with access to way too much shit.
Yeah.
And that, because when you looked at what we were doing back then, yeah, this was some wild out shit that if I tell you just this part of it, you'll be like, oh, this nigga capping, this nigga trying to make himself sound hard. But no, this was just shit niggas did. But then there were also things that we're doing in that same breath that you'll notice, yeah, we were just kids.
Right.
Yeah, we were just kids.
Like,
That's why
I look on Instagram and they say, like, I think we're Gen X. And they say, to this day, I don't think our parents still know how far we pedaled on those bikes. Like, you get up in the morning, you get on your bike, and you be out. Like, they didn't even know, like, how far. Like,
where I'm from, Warren City, Ohio, what I truly call my hometown. I live in Youngstown, about 15 miles away. Warren City is like a 6-mile circle, right? But most of the kids, when I was growing up, you take the train tracks, and so sometimes you have to cross these trestle bridges, like motherfuckers fell, died, all that. Fucking we kids, right? You know what I'm saying? The real badasses be riding their bikes on the train tracks and shit like that, like, and everything. But you could take the train tracks, you get to anywhere in the town, less than 10, 20 minutes walking. It'd be crazy. It'd take you even longer driving. So people would just take the tracks. And this is just shit you would do where, you know what I'm saying? Like I used to, my son looks at me like I'm a weirdo, like, yo, we will play 50 on 50 tag or whatever, or water, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about in the woods. We built whole
that reminds me of that movie, Stand By Me.
Yeah, type shit. Yeah, we would be gone. Like when I was a kid, I would go trekking in the Huachuca Mountains, and so far you'd end up in Mexico, that little tribal Indian land, that's that little nebula zone where it's Mexico. Yeah. Nigga, it's my backyard. The backyard's Huachuca Mountains. I mean, I stayed on the
Mexico from Ohio?
No, when I was in Arizona. In Ohio. No. I'm saying, like, in Ohio, we'd be out in these woods. That's my point, is we'd be out in the woods. We'd be out in these woods. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I may live at this part of Warren City, but yeah, I you know what I'm saying? We walked or rode our bikes something like 20-something minutes, and now we're like city miles. We're like, the city's 6 miles wide. We're like 10 miles outside on the outskirts of the city of some little farmland, one of the little white little suburbs.
Yeah,
and that little clearing.
In LA. In LA, we didn't have bikes, but you have the bus system is so good. Like it's like on the East Coast, you have the trains. I mean, and now we have trains and stuff, but we didn't have them back then. But you can get on one bus and hook to another and hook to the next thing you know, we're coming from all the way from the San Fernando Valley, which is north of LA.
Yeah, well,
all the way to the fucking, we go to the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza to hook up with some boys, and then come back home and stop at the little Chinese place and be home before it's fucking too dark. Like damn, like
thank you, whole damn adventure, whole fucking adventure. Well, it's funny because even though I'm older, I still notice and I catch myself even like right now while I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? I live a life that still mirrors that, and a lot of people don't get it. Like we used to do, like I tell people, like the reason why certain things that I got a certain hustler flair about me. When I was on the island of Hawaii for all them years, the cost of living so high on that fucking island.
Yeah, it is.
That
I had people in Oregon. They moved to Oregon from Hawaii, and that shit was expensive.
Man, come on, run it up.
Because everything's exported in or imported in. I mean, yeah.
Foodie back in the early and mid '90s.
Yeah.
For just for a basic teenage kid who was I was punching way above my weight class, but I'm a teenage kid. For me to function, I got to do about $1.50 every other day, or what am I doing? You ain't about to go out. You ain't about to be nowhere. Yeah, you can catch the bus and go there, but what you gonna do? You can walk around the mall, but what you gonna do? This shit costs money.
But you know what? I kind of wish that my kids grew up a little bit like my kids were more protected. They grew up in a suburb, like a better suburb than I, grew up in. I mean, it wasn't bad, but LA is kind of like you could be in the suburbs, but also kind of be in like the lower end suburbs and run in with certain people of different, like you're not in the hood, like you're not living in the, the projects or whatever, but project niggas have access. We go up the City Walk, Universal Studios.
Yeah, I know.
Our hangout, our hangout on the weekends was like you have your parents drop you off at Universal City Walk, where like all the tourists would come and there'd be like Tony Roma's and all these other restaurants and Sam Goody and all that kind of shit back in the day. But that's where all the hood niggas, like that's where they would get dropped off, or they would drive to just to that the edge of the valley, right? So
and all it took was that first group of 3 to 4 big booty bitches, and it was on. Niggas is up there.
Man, we were in high school. We were 14, 15 years old, and we're like, these dudes we go to school are boring. We need to go to fucking, the City Walk. That was like the closest to LA we could get. And the hood niggas would be up there. We all like, they'd be smoking us out, and all kind of shit. We go up to Fat Burger, and
Yeah, what you mean? What you mean, man?
And then we would get kicked out because they had a curfew. So we just go down the hill to like Fat Burger in the parking lot, and they'd be in ciphers and rapping and all that kind of shit. But we thought we was doing some shit. But I wish my kids, I wish they lived in a world where I could be a little more free with them. But I couldn't, because I had to know exactly where they were at all times, because it was just different, But as they got older, I was allowed to give them, more freedom.
I'm working on that right now. It's funny you say that. That's one of the things I'm working with. I'm okay with it, but I'm not okay with how I'm being forced to be okay with it. Like you said, it's like I really got no choice because of it, and it's so different. Like I miss rec centers. You feel what I'm saying? Santos Foodie, the rec centers, like we used to have those growing up. Well, our cities don't have them. And like you said, we had these little areas where the younger people would hang out. And then you could go here, you could go there afterwards.
Yeah, safe areas,
Mm-hmm. But the thing I love is the rec center. When I was in Hawaii, that's the kind of how we got turned into, like what we turned into was the rec center that everyone hung out at. My dude's mom ran it, and so we had the keys. So we kick everyone out and turn it into our spot. But we weren't, we're kids. Like, you dig what I'm saying? We're kids, like we didn't really, damn sure wasn't a Carter. This was just a fun place that kids would be at, way past dark.
What was you gonna say, Santos?
Yeah, I would say we still have rec centers in my area, not as many, but and the ones that are still around, they're not as effective for these kids nowadays like it was when I was a kid. They don't have as many programs available. Everything is a cost, and a lot of programs have been cut. And then, things got so dangerous in the hood, they cut a lot of stuff out. But at the same token, just like my parents wanted me to have more than they had, I wanted my kids to have more than what I had. And the parents behind me wanted more for their kids than they had. So a lot of these kids that was probably normally growing up in the hood, like myself, we get of a certain age that we don't want that hood. Like as a kid, you when I was growing up in the hood, your desire was to get out of the hood one day and get something better. And so you move away from the hood. You don't forget where you come from, but you move away from the hood, and you don't want to imprint the hood mentality on your children. And so the life changes, so a lot of programs left the hood, and it's stuff not like it was. But the going to the rec center was the most back in the day. I mean, it was where you wanted to be as a kid.
Rec center used to pop. We used to have the rec center, and then we had dances at the VFW because I stayed by military bases. So it'd often be like VFW would throw, like once a month, they throw little teen dances.
Yeah.
I don't see shit.
We had a church, like after school on like Tuesdays and Thursdays, there would be like all the middle schools or whatever would meet up, or high schools would meet up because there was a little church function. But I had a question for you guys. What do you guys feel about young women, and some young men, but what do you feel like young women who are saying, I don't want to get married and I don't want to have any children ever?
It's just not. It's going to. That's what humanity's coming to. Humanity's. Dan. That's why I keep saying you get mad at me, but I want to talk about them. Men and women have to coexist. We you know what I'm saying. We both got to unpack our bullshit. We are getting to this weird thing where we're becoming this gender fluid, racially ambiguous, asexual being. You know what I'm saying? That we're going to start reproducing, you know what I'm saying, in mass. It's going to be a lot of us who are going to live like that, who they're going to live their lives how they live until they're going to clone or just make a baby how they want to. That's why I was very interested. Remember the brother, Mr. Research, who was, you know, detailing, you know, everyone chased him off. Oh, that's gay. You want to have a baby without a woman. And he was, you know, I thought it was logical. He was like, he wants to avoid all that bullshit. He could pay $30,000 up front. That's nothing to him. He can afford it. And the baby's his free and clear forever instead of...
Yeah, but no, I mean, women, like the population is dropping all over the world. It's not just in America.
Right, it's going to change.
Women are deciding that they don't want to get married and have children for the simple fact that not just because they can go to work and take care of themselves. It's not just the individualistic ideal. It's because it seems like men are a little bit confused. Some men say that I want to be able to work and you don't work and you stay at home and take care of the kids. But at the same time, a lot of times that is not to the advantage or the advantage of the family, because yes, I have no problem with putting my career to the side for a while so that I can raise the children that we've decided to have. But when I want to go back to work, you don't want to because you like the control that you have over me. And not only that, is that some men, like I said, like we were talking about earlier, they feel like, because I go to work, I don't have to help you with anything else. And staying at home with children all day, not having any interaction with other adults, and just, you know, having, then your husband comes home and you cook and you clean. And then, you know, later on, you know, you want to have sexy time. You don't have any time for yourself. But some men don't understand that's like staying at home is a full-time job. And at some point, I want to go back to my career. So someone instead of going through all that, I don't want to fucking have any kids, and I don't want to get married. You know, because there's no medium.
Yeah, that's going on. You got a lot of men who are coming to similar conclusions, and I agree. Like, we are at a point where people have got to be honest, or we need to shift some of these paradigms that
There's
people
like no gender roles, right? Like anybody can take care of the kids. Everybody can be. Yeah.
That's one way. One of the oldest, most tried and true way that a lot of people keep trying to forget about because they think it somehow is whatever because they're not into it, is polygamy. You know what I'm saying? If people are worried,
but if it's polygamy, can it be polygamy on both sides? Because a lot of men want to have more than one wife, but women can't have more than one husband.
I mean, in South America, they allow that, but that also messes with the gene pool dynamic if you really want to get into that.
Well, it already is if you're having multiple baby mamas or baby daddies with multiple children. Because my ex, like I said, our son is the oldest. Then the second one, she's got she's like, what's it called? Like cerebral palsy and
right. And so they're all in his house.
And then his other ones, they seem to be fine, but you know the other ones have anger issues, or like they all came out different.
Right, because of the different women,
right.
Yeah.
You're right.
So it'd be different now if we're in a situation where the lady is the lady of the house and runs it. Well, then
I think it's best if you want to have multiple children to have them all under the same roof, with the same parents. But my whole point is like, do you think that
real quick for clarification though? But that's the only reason why I'm saying that though. Like when the man is in a polygamous situation, he is the one providing for all the different children. Everyone's up his house. If the lady is the lady of the house, and that's the way she wants to play, have multiple husbands and navigate that. However, I don't know how that's going to look or whatever like that.
No, I think like the person in the comment section that just said, like, there are a lot of people who grow up who don't want to get married and have children because their childhood sucks so much. Like a lot of kids are coming out of foster care, abusive relationships, or even if the parents were together, it was a horrible example of two.
Yeah, they argued all the time.
Yeah.
Or like I I learned from a lot of white kids. Like I used to date a lot of these rich little white bitches or these little Spanish bitches who they had all this money, and you were trying to be thinking, man, I want to get some game from them, learn about life. And these bitches want to do the most. They want to sink them. They're so like nihilistic and want to destroy themselves because they be talking about how their parents just were so damn miserable, but just wouldn't leave each other.
Right. A lot of kids, like I know that were together and their parents didn't divorce until they went to college. They're like, man, I wish my parents would have gotten divorced earlier. And that's horrible because people like us who grew up in single parent households, I never really, like I said, my mother was enough. And I saw so many relationships where there was a father in the home. He didn't do shit to help out. And he was more of a burden. You know, he was more of like another child for the mom to take care of with her, minimal means. That I was like, man, if that's how it's got to be in order to have a man, then I don't want that shit. But I saw kids, like I said, they were growing up in a whole different socioeconomic status, and they didn't even know their fucking fathers. Like literally, like he was never home. When he didn't have to work, he'd go play golf or he'd go whatever, do whatever. Like he didn't come to any of their functions. He didn't talk to them. He didn't teach them about life. So it's like you can grow up in a two-parent household. And
you never know. They probably had their moments, but it probably wasn't. And that was another thing. There's certain things where certain men like. Him and his kid have different relationships. I knew people who I thought their dad was, but no, their dad was deep in their life. But then I had a kid, and I'm not trying to cut you off, but when my son stopped playing soccer, I felt like shit for 3 years about it. Then he pulled me to the side and said that was a choice I made because I saw how uncomfortable coming or not coming to the games was making you. Plus, I wasn't really fucking with the shit anyway.
Well, think about the preacher's kids, right? Like they're supposed to be raised, under the house of God and have the best examples. But some of them, they see their fathers or their mothers like fucking other people in the church, and the preacher is like teaching you to live a certain way, but he's gay or he's fucking the young women in the church. Like you see that shit. They don't think you see it, but you see it. So you denounce God. You don't believe in God anymore now. And you don't want anything to do with that. So there are lots of different examples. That
I tell people all the time. That's what. No, I tell people all the time. It's the various good shepherds out here that people don't understand how evil works. Like what I'm saying. Like Aleister Crowley, who put this world on this evil path, this current path that we're slowly on, who one of the people who really gave it a nudge into its modern direction. This was a dude whose dad was a big time preacher, beating his kid, Jesus. Aleister Crowley found out his dad wasn't the man he said he was. He joined these mythical cults, found out that religion wasn't what he thought it was, lost his goddamn mind, and pretty much cursed the world.
With a whole different extreme, yeah. They go to the opposite extremes. That's why I'm not an advocate of any type of extremes. Like, I can believe in different schools of thought that formulate my belief, but I don't have to be a part of any specific group.
Right.
You don't have to be a part of any group. But like I believe in God, I believe in Christ, but I don't have to be in the church all the time, and I don't have to follow any specific church because God, what I was taught, Jesus came to bring salvation. Jesus came not to bring religion, right? And religion is a man-made construct.
Well, I always try to remind people when they say bullshit, like, what I'm saying, they brought Christianity and stuff like Black people didn't need religion. A lot of indigenous people, even white people like the Viking and all like that, we had a spiritual system and spirituality. We didn't need a doctrine. We didn't need to be indoctrinated with nothing. We had a natural flow that we interpreted in our own ways. A lot of people like to think that they worship multiple gods. I was like, in their minds, they worship the many attributes of the one source in God that they identified as this, that, and this, that. And so a lot of people don't understand that so many of these things, they're so interchangeable depending on your perspective that what you believe.
If you study most religions, they all pretty much intertwine to the same thing, but they just have different religion. The religion brings in all
right.
Of
the religion is the separation. Thank you. Yeah, I always said, and my point was, if you look at the word religion and take out the letters L and I in religion, you have the word region. Regional different dialects, regional different cultures. I can't tell the story of a shepherd to people who don't have livestock. They don't understand it. So now the story becomes a story of a warrior, story of a fisherman, whatever the fuck works for y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying? And then,
just like even if you look in the Middle East, with the wars going on, I don't want to touch on that too much, but they're both the sons of Abraham. Judaism and Muslim, Isaac and Esau, they were brothers, but one was just born
Isaac and
unto a
Ishmael.
slave.
Isaac and
I mean
Ishmael.
Ishmael. Yeah, I said Esau. Ishmael. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So one, birthed, the Judaism, and one birthed, the Muslim religion, but they both come from the same father. And just like with Christianity, Judaism is basically just the Old Testament of the Bible. They just don't believe in the New Testament where Christ came in. They don't believe in Christ. They believe he existed, but they don't believe that he is the Savior. So that's up to you or whatever. But I just say like.
Well, and then when you talk about things like that, it's like, yeah, there will be the differences, and I believe that for the betterment of the species, and at the end of the day, that is what we're really talking about. You would love to advance yourself, but you advance yourself by making better children that live better lives, that make better decisions, because as long as they exist, you exist. That is the key to immortality. Immortality is good parenting.
And the problem I have with churches is that they
and stealing it, maintaining. I'm sorry, Judy. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The problem with churches. Real quick. Go ahead. No, I was gonna say the problem with New Day Christianity, Southern Baptist Christianity, or whatever, is that you're taught to follow a man, a preacher, and these people are still acting like they're illiterate and they can't read the Bible for themselves, because the Bible is all about having a personal relationship with God, a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, and allowing him to lead you instead of the man. Don't let this person tell you and interpret the Bible for you. Read it for yourself.
But, that's always been my problem with many religions. And, I always often tease Christians saying that, read the Scroll of St. Thomas, the only book where Rabbi Yahshua, peace be upon him, the historical man known as Jesus Christ, speaking with his own words, and he said, the kingdom of God is inside you and all around you.
Right.
And buildings of wood or stone. Split a piece of wood, you'll find me. Lift a stone, and I am there.
Right.
He's telling you, stay away from these religions, church, and all this group thing.
Absolutely, because he knew where it was leading.
Exactly. But half these people who claim to be Christian, the minute you don't go with their group think, all of a sudden you're Satan. It's
and that's the reason why I can't say, I want to marry a God-fearing man, a man who believes in God, but I don't want to go into the church because the Bible also says the devil is in the church house. The devil.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you.
The devil knows the Bible better than any Christian.
Put up with me. The reason why I took my shot at die at 12, December 12th, 1992, First Antioch Baptist Church, Huachuca City, Arizona. I got baptized. I went down in that water, and I came up from that water, and I swear to you, a weird, crazy light came through that. It was like a stained glass in this little Baptist church. It was like a nice little building, little stained glass, whatever. Great acoustics and everything. That light came through there. And as I came out that water and that light shined on my face, I was blinded. And I heard a voice that is weird. I talk to God all the time, and it's this weird voice that it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within and almost vibrates my bones. And God spoke to me and said, "Open your eyes, my son." I opened my eyes and he said, "Look around. Does this look like your house?" And as the water was dripping, coming down from my thing, I was seeing people for what they really were. Like, you can see what a nigga did last week, or, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You can see whatever, you know what I'm saying?
I believe that. Like, I was.
Man, I don't care if you believe it or not. I always tell people the story.
Hey, Clips, the story in Genesis about Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit, and their eyes were open to the evil as well as good deeds. That's kind of what you just told. Sounds similar to that, not except for eating of the forbidden fruit.
But there wasn't no forbidden fruit. Sam, there wasn't no forbidden fruit. Sam fucked both of them.
Yeah.
Sam fucked both of them. They woke up next morning and realized they've been sucking on angel dick and got felt awkward and realized they was naked.
When you came up out of the water, you had a new change in you where you were able to see more.
Oh yeah, man. I trust my magic eyes to this day. I've always had them.
You're born
I always had them, but it was like they were magnified. And ever since then, I realized there's so many stories I can tell you about that church. I loved it. We used to call the Reverend Do Wrong. He really, light skin.
Reverend Do Wrong.
Oh yeah. Hey, Foodie, he had to go teeth. He had to go teeth with the little slick and the fade on the side. He had the slick with the fade on the side. Hey, he one of these preachers. He had a whole bunch of. He had a fleet of Cadillacs, license plate Sunday.
Did he do time in prison?
Nah, but his son was one of the biggest killers from the set.
Oh, wow.
Why do you think I always talk about PKs, man? I ain't gonna even name his name. I just said the church name.
I was just asking that because a lot of these dudes come out of prison and all of a sudden they just know everything about everything, and then
you can tell Rev was with the shits, but he Rev now, and you know what I'm saying. And outside of a little drinking and stories of him drinking in with the ladies and everything, you didn't hear about too much fuckery. You heard about, with his little brothers who were like deacons and treasurers. Now they were the ones who were motherfucking allegedly monsters out here. But yeah,
the problem is the hypocrisy, because
man,
you have these people saying you're not going to go to heaven because you're a homosexual, and then you find out that they've been engaging in homosexual and pedophilia. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, that's always been my problem, and I always said this in defense of the gay community. I'm tired of people talking about the church and the black community. That is bullshit. I rebuke that. I rebuke that strongly. I dare you to go into a black church now, and you ain't gonna find no fat nigga who is the choir director,
right,
youth pastor, Reverend Bitch Tits, or some old skinny little nigga with kind of remind you of Farnsworth Bentley. Probably got little glasses and shit to make himself look. And then he's either the choir director or the youth pastor, and everyone knows good goddamn well. You could just look at this man. We ain't even thin
homosexual, yes.
But you know good goddamn well, this nigga like penis. And ain't nobody gonna say nothing. He's running and handling business. He is all about that community. Y'all ain't about to say shit. Black people do not have a problem with gays. You cannot go into most black mother. I know many motherfuckers who say they got turned out at them goddamn sleepovers.
Yeah. I didn't let my kids sleep over nobody's house until they're like
that weird ass.
I let my kids sleep over no one's house until they were old enough to either call me or fight their way out of somewhere so I can pick them up. You know what I'm saying? Like, not no.
Hey, Santos. On some man shit, Santos. You at church.
Yeah.
Bishop bitch tits walk his fat ass up to you and says, "Praise the Lord."
No, he can't do that to me, man.
Y'all seen the Dalai Lama?
I was raised in the church, not a Baptist church, but I was raised in the church, man. And
man, it don't matter, Baptist, First Adventist, I don't care what it is, man. We know what these black churches
let me speak on. I was raised in the church. I was not raised necessarily in the Baptist church, but I attended Baptist churches from time to time. We would have segments of our life where we didn't always have a car, so maybe the closest church was a Baptist church. Okay, so we walked to church and do what we had to do. But from birth, pretty much, I was raised Church of Christ. But anyway, that's why I got baptized at. But anyway, I noticed in the Baptist church versus the church I was raised in, there wasn't many. There were more apparent gay guys in the Baptist or missionary church or whatever you want to call them, versus the churches of Christ. But there were gay guys in the churches of Christ, still is to this day. They're just hidden because they got that shield up. They're coming to you as a man, but behind closed doors, they doing the most. So you got to be careful about who you're dealing with in any church. In the gay churches, you're right. The choir director or the one of the most vocal singers in the choir, maybe gay or usher or whatever. It's sad because
I say youth pastor, because that's the thing y'all got to do.
That too, the youth pastors. Matter of fact, speaking of the youth pastor, we had a young man that was growing up in the church with me, in my church. He always appeared to be a boy to a young man, very intelligent. They always thought he was doing the right thing, straight A student, all that good stuff. Turns out later on, he playing with little boys. When he got older, well, I guess he couldn't hold back his urges or whatever, because he was, at that young man stage where he was, like he was up age to go to jail, but he was over 18 at the time. And he ended up right before he went to college, man. He ended up catching a rape. He don't follow these little boys or penetrate. I don't know. I forget exactly how it happened. Because he got to be in his, he's got to be in his 50s now. This same cat, but he ended up going to prison for a long time. He ain't too long ago getting out, man. A few years ago, and I hadn't seen him since he'd been home. But yeah, it's in all the churches, man. I'm speaking from the black experience right now. I've never been a member of a white organization, but I know they have.
No, it happens in the white church because I used to watch. Yeah. You ever heard of that show, 19 and Counting?
Never.
Like there was a show, like it came on like in the early mid 2000s. It was like one family. They were like Christian fundamentalists, and they had like 19 kids, right? And they were a big thing.
Show, right?
Huh?
Was it a reality show?
Yeah, it was like on TLC. That was back. Remember,
I know.
State and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they got all that trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember, I watched them simply because I was like, they're like a subculture of America. I knew they were like Republican and believed in all.
That subculture of that subcult of the Mormons, not actual Mormons,
not Mormons, but they're Christian fundamentalists, meaning like they believe in homeschooling their kids and having as many children as they can to populate the earth, kind of like the Jews, in New York that wear the long, curly, sideburns or whatever. The Yiddish community or whatever. So they believed in like repopulating the earth of like good people or whatever.
We call them. They ride around in horse and buggies, right?
Yeah. Well, those are Amish.
That's the Amish Quaker and all
No,
like that.
No, I'm not. No, but these are Jews. Amish are not Amish. But yeah. And they weren't quite like that rural, but they would always have like their own land. But these people had it like, I was interested because they had so many fucking kids and they had a system like the next to youngest would raise the other youngest, and then the older one would raise those ones, and then like they had it fucking broken down. Like I was like, God damn, like they would have a house and they made all their own food and all that kind of shit. But come to find out, like I was talking about with lobbyists, right? Like so the oldest son, he got older and like. By the time you're 18, the kids they don't go to college. They get married at 18. Like there's no life outside of getting married and having children. So they get homeschooled, and like a lot of the girls they'll like become midwives or whatever. They they deliver the babies at home and all that kind of shit. But bottom line is, the oldest son, he was a lobbyist in Washington. He moved to Washington D.C. when he got married at like 18. And his wife him and his wife started having kids, and then come to find out he had an addiction to porn, like a lot of them do. And then come to find out, like the oldest 4 girls who were like kind of the stars of the show because they were getting ready to get married and have kids, he was molesting them, and the parents knew about it. That's kind of like what broke it down, like the show. So it's like you're talking about all this wholesome shit and all that kind of shit.
I heard about that.
Y'all knew that he had a fucking sickness, a problem.
Oh yeah,
before his case, he was still on the show while his case was going on.
Yeah,
too, I think.
Yeah, all that. He was on the show and everything. Him and his wife, when they got married, it was like a whole everything's wholesome. Purity. Like they couldn't even go on dates. Like the father had to pick out the dates and get to know the guy. They'd have their little worship sessions or whatever. And the father would be like, okay, yeah, you can marry this guy. Now you guys can go on dates. And they had to be chaperoned by one of the younger brothers or sisters.
It made national news also. I forget
what
city state.
Remember that. But yeah, that's how big.
There was a religious couple that was on they had a big reality show. They had a bunch of kids, and they started off in Georgia. They used to run back and forth from Georgia to Nashville. And the Christies or something like that, but they end up going to prison, the husband and wife.
Oh, the Christies
tax
did?
evasion or something like that. Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember hearing about them. That people loved them.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I love the Christies.
Tax evasion or something. They were still
Like
in
Jim
money
and Tammy
somehow.
Faye Baker. You know, wasn't it Jim and Tammy Faye Baker or whatever?
Oh yeah,
They went to prison.
Well, then he had
Tammy didn't go to prison, but Jim did.
Right, with all that motherfucking makeup on.
Yeah, I remember that shit. The nigga down in Houston, the white boy down in Houston, what's his name? He's the one with the little crazy clown face. I don't know what his name is. But yeah, he's the one. I can't even believe he's still out here. I know. It's
What you talking about? Osteen?
Yeah, I know it's kind of.
I like Joe
Osteen. I think
why he's still here.
But he's in the board of health, so it's bound to happen. Like that motherfucker clean as fuck.
Hey, but you feel me? All the bullshit he been doing. I know he negotiated a crazy contract, but he gonna have to pay up on it. But I mean, just.
But the contract when they moved to the Superdome or whatever.
No, you know what I mean. I'm talking about his contract for his soul. Like you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He negotiated a nice one, because he's slinging that Jesus.
Man. Too perfect.
But no, I tell people, people don't understand. That's one of the oldest hustles, and that'll always be. And motherfuckers gonna slang that Jesus. Motherfuckers gonna slang that shit. They gonna slang that they gonna slang that Muhammad. They gonna slang that.
I don't trust anybody who smiles all the time. Like you see interviews with them on like. I think like way back in the day it was like CNN or whatever. Like he don't do too many interviews, him and his wife. But like they were like, he'd be like, so what do you do? How is he like when he gets angry? He's like, well, actually, he never really gets angry. I never seen him get angry.
Hey, Santos, mute yourself. Your audio is giving us a double.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Please, thank you.
Okay, hold on.
But she's like, he never gets angry. Like y'all been married for 20-something years. You ain't never seen him angry. That's psychopathic behavior. Because I taught my sons, you never know who a person is until you see how they are or how they react when they're angry.
Hey, yo, that's funny. I think I said it on here before, but I taught my son when he was real young and Barack was running for office, like real young. He was born. My son was born 2007, and Barack was he was only like 2-3. He was a toddler. But during them debates with Hillary, and I watch him with my. I sound distant. Yeah, but during them debates with Hillary and everything, I remember I kept pointing out to him, and we still talk about it to this day because my son's very even kill and poker face like this, and I think
my son too.
Yeah, I think I left an impression on him because it was like Hillary had said something, and you could tell it pissed off Barack, but all he did was smile and tilt his head. And I it was live feed, and I paused the TV, and I was like, see that's a bad man right there. If the most any motherfucker can make you do is crack a smile, you a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. And me and my son.
Go ahead.
I
wanted to comment on what Foodie was asking us earlier about the women making their own decisions not to get married and things of that nature. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't, if a woman hasn't already produced a child with the guy, she's single and that's her choice. I think she's well within her rights to choose that way. But at the same time, not to be married, that is. But at the same time, I think for the betterment of our race of people, I feel, from my personal experience, and this is my opinion, that marriage is better for the children as well as the family as a whole, because it gives boundaries, it gives structure, and something like my son. Like I said, both of my kids, I had a son by one woman and a daughter by another woman, and my son did not graduate. Both of my kids, thank God, they were very intelligent people. And my son did not graduate high school. It hurt me to my heart because I tell his mother, I've told her multiple times, we failed him. Because what happened is after I got married to my ex, my son's mother kept my son from me for 2 years. I had to take it to court to get my time back with him. And then while I was fighting and during the process of trying to build that relationship with him, my son, by this time, he's in high school. I missed his junior high years because of her. And so he's in high school, and I'm trying to rebuild that relationship. She did a good job of, turning him against me, and then, he's gotten a little wild at this point, and he's under depression those 2 years that he don't have to worry about his father getting on his butt anymore because of it, stuff he's doing or not doing. And boy didn't graduate high school or anything, and I saw my kids going to college, and before it was time for them to be in college. However, my son doesn't do well as a functioning. He's a man, and he loves the ladies. He's been married before, but as far as like being a person of productivity, positive productivity in the world, and being a good example for his kids as a father, I think he can do better. His mom is at home with her in her mother's house, and he's at home with them in their house. So his mother, the oldest two, he has 3 kids. Well, 2 biological, but the older 2 kids, one is biological, and the oldest is not his biological daughter, but she's ours, because he's been there since he was a baby. He was married to their mother. But anyway, my son does not have control over his own kids, those older 2 kids. His mother has to go pick them up. They live like an hour away. She has to be the one to go pick them up and bring them back. I think it can be changed, but she acts like it has to be that way because she wants to keep control of what goes on with those kids.
Right.
And because she kept me out of their life for a little while, because she just started speaking to me. She didn't speak to me for 21 years, which is the whole time I was married. So last year is when I started getting my time consistently where I can hang out with those older 2 kids. But since then, he has a 2-year-old daughter now. But since then, he had a daughter, and I get, because she has a different mother, and that their folks she don't have the control over that little girl like she have over those other 2 kids. I get to spend more time with the youngest one versus the older 2. And the young one, she recognized me as granddaddy. My older 2 grandkids recognize me by my name. And I don't like that because I fought her for it partly because they call me what she calls me, and she doesn't try to correct it. But and the reason I hadn't already tried to be forceful about correcting is because I've been trying to build this relationship with them for the past year. But I am going to let them know, if your father calls me daddy, what should you be calling me? You don't call me by my name. I'm gonna stop. Sometimes I don't respond to them on purpose when they do that. But they still not getting the message because I try to keep them laughing and smiling.
I
and
wish
stuff
to
like
God
that,
one of my kids would call me by my first name.
See, it's total disrespect. And me and my son's grandmother, we've had that conversation about that, and she knows. And she said, yeah, that's just a form of disrespect, Arcento. She said, I'm just gonna keep it on. You know how my daughter is, But and right now, let me tell you, I took everyone to Disney World this past summer on my dime, except I didn't pay for my son's mother's way. Well, I didn't pay for her ticket to get in Disney, but I paid for everything else. And she tried to act like we were in a family way and all that stuff, but no, we just got mutual situation here with these kids. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm looking at it, and that's where I kept. So she gets a little upset with me on the way home. And because I wouldn't let her drive my vehicle because I drove down, we did the road trip thing. And she cusses me out like an hour and 15 minutes before we get back to my home. And I haven't talked to her since then because, to me it was total disrespect. It messed up a great trip that we had. Everyone had a great time. And it just, soured the trip. But in the long run, it lets me know she's still who she is. And I me personally, I'm the type of person, I go off of energy. I don't want that kind of energy in my life or in my household or none of that. So right. I just choose not to talk to her now. I don't want to talk to her. I maybe want to talk to her like in a casual conversation. Like I'll speak to her, but I don't try to hold casual conversations since then. And
let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
In regards to the question that I asked, do you think?
Yeah.
Do
I
you
veered
think
away
like
from it.
all
My
you
bad.
just like all you just explained, which is reality? Do you understand why some women just choose not to bring children into this world?
Yeah, I can. I say I understand,
Because you
but
don't know how things are going to play out, and
yeah, that's true.
the only way to guarantee that it's not going to end out the way that you are going through is not to have any children.
Yeah, yeah. Now, what I recommend is that people don't create children out of wedlock. That's what I. That's
Even
what
in
I.
wedlock, there are a lot of single mothers that are married.
That's true. You got to be careful who you choose to be in your
The
life.
only way to
First of all,
prove that,
that's where it started.
the only way to guarantee that that's not going to happen is to not have any children.
That's true, but I'm just saying that for the you know,
Rudy's right.
for
Men have no reproductive
we
rights.
we're supposed to be fruitful.
No, well, you do have
Uh,
reproductive rights. You can find a woman who does want to have children.
But see, it all depends. This where it start. It don't start with the creation of the children. It starts with the creation of the relationship between two people.
No.
The choice that you make. Yeah, you got to choose the right person in your life. You
Yeah,
really
but
do.
you don't know.
Because
It could be right. It could be right for a long time.
that's why
and then wrong at the end.
you got to learn that person.
Because
If you don't
70% of all marriages end in divorce. That is a fact.
I don't
Yeah.
doubt that. I don't doubt that because I'm a product of the divorce myself. I didn't think I would get
And
divorced.
it doesn't take marriage
But
to have a good good working relationship as parents. I know plenty of people who never got married but have raised wonderful children together because they have a great
absolutely,
relationship.
I do too. I agree
But
with you.
I don't blame because I have
but
children. I always knew I wanted to have children, and I have them and I raise them. But I would not be mad if they don't want to have children.
Yeah, but I still think when it comes down to when you talk about children, I think the relationship that you have to both persons have to understand that it's a matter of choice of the person you choose to be with before
What if
you
you
create
know
those
that
children.
if you had children that you would not want to be a good mother? You wouldn't be a good mother.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Love y'all. Centos Food, everybody in the chat. Mark, love you. I'll talk to y'all later.
Too, but I just want to finish this conversation right here. But like, what if you know beforehand, not having any children, that you are selfish or whatever you want to call it, and you only want to focus on your career and getting, and serving the community, right? And don't get married and don't have any children.
Don't make children, right? Just hop from relationship to relationship. That's
No,
what a person
not
like
even that. Like you just want to focus on your career.
Well,
And you want to
serve
serve the community that you live in different ways because.
But that's cool. But even those people want to sex every now and then. And no matter what type of sex it is, you got to get some booty every now and then.
And I feel like if you don't want to have any kids and you want to be that way, that's fine. The problem is people have kids and they still want to be that way, and those kids don't. That doesn't serve those children.
Well,
so if you don't want to have kids, don't have. That's the most selfless thing that you can do. Isn't decide that you don't have children.
People under those circumstances want to live. That mindset is that way. I think when they have children, it's because they've slipped up. Because 9 times out of 10, they probably don't want to have kids, like you're saying. So I think they've slipped up and they don't want to abort, and they go ahead and have the kids.
Right.
But at the same token, you have to make a conscious decision and be serious about it and follow through with the plan. And don't get pregnant as a woman, and the man don't impregnate the women. Protect yourself, even if the other person don't want to protect themselves, and that way you let me tell you something. When I impregnated, my kids' moms, I wasn't covering up. But when I was covering up, when I was out there calling myself just kicking it and I was covering up, no one came to me and said they were pregnant. I'm not saying it's foolproof. Foolproof is don't have sex.
Regardless of whatever the situations, they decided they don't want to have children. I mean, these women are getting their tubes tied.
No, I got you. I'm just saying you can
they
keep
just
from having.
Don't want to be mothers. They don't want to be a mother.
I know. I'm just saying they can prevent having those children. Is what I'm getting at when I'm talking about my personal experience as well. So if that's the choices they're making, don't slip up. Just be serious about.
No, they're not slipping up. My whole thing is like my question was, do you feel like they're selfish for making that choice?
No, I don't think they're selfish because everyone's not meant to be a parent.
Right.
First of all, and then if that's your choice not to bring any kids in the world, then that's your choice. We are individuals first and foremost, and we can choose how we want our life to be. And at the end of the day, we all make choices. So, no, I don't think it's selfish. Now, this is the only time I can say it's selfish. If two people get together, male and female, get together, form a relationship, and one wants to have kids and the other don't, but the other doesn't let the one know that they don't want to have kids, and they make that one person think that they're cool with life without, with kids.
Yeah,
But
well, you
it's
married a
deep
liar.
inside.
Yeah,
When they lying, about the situation, they going through the relationship, and
I
this
agree.
person's wondering why they're not having the children. Then that's a selfish act right there. But other than
Right.
that, no, it's cool to make your conscious decision on whether or not you want to reproduce. If you don't want to reproduce, that's your choice. Just make sure you're honest with the person that you're involved with, and have an understanding or an agreement or whatever. Because that person may choose to move along and get with someone else that they can have kids with. To see, after I had my kids, I didn't want to have kids any more kids, and so the females that I used to hang out with, I didn't know that, some of them let me know and some didn't. The ones that let me know they wanted to have kids, I said, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not planning to, produce any more kids. And,
Right.
we were cool and we moved on from there. But the ones that didn't want to have kids, we kicked it for a little while or whatever. And, that's just how it was. I mean, I didn't hide the fact of it, because I had my son, I had my daughter, and I was done.
Right. Well,
And I
there's no
did
problem
everything.
as long as you guys communicate ahead of time, which a lot of people
Right.
don't do, and that's the reason. That's part of the reason why there's so many divorces. Then there's no problem, but don't change up and say. Well, sometimes people do. They say I wanted to have kids, and then they get married and decide they don't want to, and so that's sometimes something you have to live with. But then again, you can get remarried and have kids with somebody who really does want to have children.
Right.
But Cooking with Sir Senior, he put 70 to 90% of divorces are filed by women, and that is a fact, and there is a reason for that fact. The reason
I
is a lot of
filed, I
people,
filed divorce in my case. I filed divorce
right,
myself.
and that is rare. That is rare. But he stated a fact, and it's because a lot of people get married for the wrong reasons. Some people get married, I mean, from pressure from their families, or because they believe in this fantasy idea and they're not really prepared to get married. A lot of times people get married when they're really young, and you don't make the best choices when you're young. And you don't pick the best partners when you're young. You don't have enough life experience to do so. And sometimes you have an expectation of what it's going to be like when you get married, and when that expectation is not met for whatever reason, then you get divorced. And that's because you do not communicate enough before you get married about what you both expect from the relationship. We have a really As human beings, we are really bad at communicating. It's so crazy. As long as
Absolutely.
we've been on this
Absolutely.
planet, especially between men and women, we simply just have expectations with no communication, and that's just not realistic. And also, another thing is, I found this as I got older. Men can expect that women
Can you hear
think
me?
like them. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
I
can
can
hear.
hear.
I just had a phone call, but you know what you're saying is 100% correct. The girl that just called me, she's like that's my baby. I mean, we've been friends for over 30 some years since we last dated, and we're dating again now as of this past summer. But I keep explaining to her that communication is key. She'll communicate about some things, but a lot of things she holds back. Now I know she has an issue with me, and that's because the way I ended our relationship years ago, and she has every right to feel the way she feels about that. But at the same time, I've matured since then. I learned that communication is so important, and so I try to make sure I let females know, hey, talk to me, let me know what's on your heart and mind, because I'm gonna let you know what's on my heart and mind. But when I was younger, I didn't let women in. I kept those barriers up, those shields up. I didn't let people know what was on my mind, because I wanted to be holding the ace, and I wanted to
Right.
be ahead of the situation at all
Because of
times.
past
But
trauma or
yeah,
experiences.
it
Yeah.
is. It really is. And so I've throughout my years since then, and going through a 21-year marriage, I've learned a lot. I learned a lot before I got married because I spent 2 years with myself a year and a half with myself before I got married. Didn't date or do anything. I was just celibate and just worked on me. And I didn't want to take my bad habits into my marriage or my next relationship, that is. And so I did the marriage thing, and it was a 21-year run by the grace of God. And I was hoping it was going to take me to my grave, but it didn't happen that way. So it is what it is. And because I didn't understand why so many people got divorced, and then when my situation grew the way it did, then I had better understanding, because there's a lot of things. I said, when I was messing with you earlier, and later on I told you that for 40 something years I believed and thought a certain way, and I truly did. And part of that was that I always figured that any relationship problems I could fix. So I never thought I would ever get divorced.
Like you said, I could fix.
Huh?
Not we could fix, right?
Well, yeah, you're right. That's you know what? That's never been pointed out to me, and I'm glad you said that, because I never thought of it that way. Because I always figured I could fix
that way, and I understand why. Now, having experience with raising kids and men, and the way men and boys think, I've learned a lot by raising boys and just letting them be their natural masculine self, and understanding like, wow, I'm not raising like where I was at 17. They're not there at 17 because I was a girl at 17. They're boys at 17. So I understand, and I never try to make them one way or the other. I understand men. Like, I'm on boxing forums. I mostly talk to men. I have a lot of male friends, and just out of pure curiosity, I've questioned or just sat back and observed. A lot of times men feel like they have to do it all, even in a relationship, and that is part of what
I might disagree with you a little bit, and let me tell you what I'm saying. I agree with what you just said, what you pointed out to me about the individual thinking they have to fix it. I mean, they can fix everything. We shouldn't think like that. You're 100% right on that. But I disagree that it's a man thing. I think it's an individual thing, because my experience, there's a lot of women that feel that way, and your experience, there's a lot of men that may feel that way. So I think it's an individual thing. And I just happen to be one of those men that felt like I was the most level-headed person in the relationship of the two of us and could fix it. And the truth of the matter was I couldn't fix it. So the end results was divorce. And so that's the part I disagree. I think it's individual. I don't think it's gender-wise. I don't think it's male or female. I think it's individual.
But when you come into a union, there are no individuals. That's the whole point.
It should. You're right. It shouldn't be. But I'm just saying. Point. I'm just saying people in general.
I'm my individual person before I meet you. You're your individual person before we meet. But when we come together, there should be no individual decision.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. And that's the way I try to treat my relationship.
You need to be interdependent
Lead my
on each
relationship.
other.
The way my relationship went, it was captain, co-captain. But we have 50% input, but at the end of the day, I felt that as a man, if we couldn't agree 100% on something, if it was something that was for the betterment or the worst for the family, I needed to make that executive decision, because I felt that when it came down to survival, and the holding up the family in the way it needs to be held up, it ain't so much that I felt that way. It's just that our personalities fit for me to be the leader of that then versus her. She was used to yielding in that respect to the man in her life. And I noticed that early. So when it came out, but other than that, it was 50-50 until it was time to make an executive decision.
Well, even in making an executive decision, you have to take into consideration the other adult in that relationship. Like,
that's correct.
And if you don't, then that person feels like they're just back in their parents' house again, where they didn't have any autonomy.
Well, you can't do it. You can't do it in a sense where you're being overbearing and not considering other person's thoughts and feelings toward it. You have to have communication and discussion about that stuff. So I didn't just say, "Nah, we're doing it this way." I don't care what you say. It wasn't like that. It was we
Right.
have a discussion, we go back and forth, which was rare. Be honest with you, it was rare. But we may go back and forth and say, what if it goes? We'll give different scenarios about how we think things may turn out, how it may go, or whatever. But at the same time, if it was, let's say, it was a certain thing that we something to do with the finances for the household or whatever, and if we okay, let's put it like this: like when money was short, she looked toward me to go get the money that we were short,
Right.
because she probably had already expired all her resources to get extra money. Okay, so now she's looking at me. So it's my job as a male. I'm supposed to be naturally the hunter, naturally the person that brings the meal home, naturally the person that is protecting the family and things like
Right.
that. So my job was to go out and make whatever we've worked on together, and we were still short. It was up to me to go get the extra. So those in those
Okay. Right.
situations,
Right.
those are
Right.
like
But
the
it,
executive decisions you have to
but
make
while
as
you
well.
were doing that, what was her role?
She was the helpmate. She helped get to the point where she couldn't help anymore, and I had to do the rest.
A helpmate in what way?
Every way, anything to do with the family and the household, in every way. I mean, financially, decisions that had to be made. We both had to come together and decide on things until one of us have expired all of our resources. Because in some situations, she had more resources and more knowledge. In a
Right.
lot of
Right.
ways.
Right. Right.
So
We all
I
have
have
our
to.
strengths,
I will have.
strengths
Yeah.
and our
So
weaknesses. Yeah.
you have to bring your resources together. And when one person has expired their resources, then you have to yield to the other person. Hopefully, they have a little bit more resources or a little bit more knowledge to see this situation through. So whenever
My
I couldn't,
question is, what was her role in emotionally supporting you while you
well, that's
were out
part of
there
why we
getting?
got. That's part of why we got divorced,
That
Pootie,
is my
because
question.
see, since I've
So
been in
while you're
business
out
for
there
myself,
doing the stressful work out there, right?
right? She wasn't doing her part on
Because
that
the
end.
stress on the
That's part
family,
of the
and you got
reason we
to
got
do what you
divorced.
got to do. What was she doing to emotionally support you to make you feel
Right.
comfortable to come to her and saying, "I'm tired, I'm worked out, I'm stressed out, I'm burnt out." Like, I'm gonna keep going, but I just, I need to know that you're there, and I just need to know that we're gonna be all
Yeah,
right
that's the
in the
lack
home.
thereof, the lack thereof as far as support for what I was trying to do for us as a unit is one of the issues why I chose to divorce her.
Because
Like I said, I thought I
if
could
a
fix it,
woman's
but I
not
couldn't.
able to do that and you're doing all of that, she's doing her job too. I'm not saying, but if you guys don't have that, it's like the importance of having date night. You have little kids; they're very demanding, right? But you
Hmm.
can't get to the point where your kids are 18 years old. You don't even know each other anymore. So you have to have these
Hmm.
specific times where you guys, as a couple, get together and remember why you guys were together. You need to have not just family vacations but separate vacations without the family. You need to reconnect. You know what I'm saying? You need to have spa days. So if you're out there doing the work in the world and dealing with all of the things that the world can put you through, and you're stressed out and you're keeping that to yourself bottled up, it's because you don't feel like you can really tell your helpmate how you're feeling. It's very, and I know men are very, very, your ego is very fragile in doing that. So she needs to create a safe space for you to do that. That's hard
Yeah,
for a woman because sometimes you guys really don't open up a lot to allow us to figure out how to do that.
you're 100% right, and that's why I believe in the communication has to be there. You have to let your significant other know
Because you
what you're
can you can
feeling,
tell you can say, honey, it's
what you're
okay,
going
and be like,
through.
that's all right, it's all right. Some men will like snap and get back in your whole masculine thing because you don't know how to be vulnerable,
Yeah.
right?
We I I felt that I did everything I possibly could to keep my marriage together because I
I
was
believe
so
you did.
hell bent. I was so hell bent and so determined that this was going to be till death do us part. I was wanting to grow old with that woman, and I always told myself that whoever I choose to marry is going to be a lifetime thing. So it was my first legal marriage. I and before that, I didn't, I wasn't
Well, I was engaged before that, but I found out soon it wasn't. she wasn't ready
But
for it.
but but you
But
see how
anyway,
you hold on. But you do you see how you can get so stuck on an ideal that you don't
yeah,
do the work to
yeah,
make it a reality?
yeah. Well, this is what I was gonna say about that. The one of the things I think I failed in, which I recommend to everyone that asks me now. Well, first of all, I believe in therapy. I believe in it wholeheartedly. As a matter of fact, I demanded therapy 3 different times, which is what we had throughout my marriage. But the one thing that we didn't do, we didn't have counseling or therapy, whichever one you want to call it, premarital counseling. We didn't have that, and I
Right.
strongly recommend that. And that's
Yeah.
part of why I was saying earlier, you really need to get to know the person that you choose to share your life with before you get
Yes.
too involved too deeply with producing children or producing creating a marriage or whatever. So I learned from my own mistakes because I thought I had it together. See, at the time when we said we love each other, we were getting married, I didn't think I had to have counseling because, see, I had a different outlook on that because I was one of those typical black persons who said, we don't need therapy or counseling because that's for white folks or that's crazy for crazy folks.
Yeah. Yeah. A
That's
lot. A
bull
lot of men
crap.
feel that
That
way.
is
Yeah.
that is bull crap. We need it, and we got to understand as a child, when you're talking to your closest friend or your closest cousin or your closest parent or your sibling or whatever, whoever you choose to talk to about your personal uh, uh, feelings about life in general or different problems that you have in life, whoever you choose to talk to consistently to get and you're seeking advice from, or you just want them to listen to you, you're seeking counseling at that time or therapy, whichever one you want to call it, same thing. And so we learned as people, we do that throughout our lives. And as a black in the black community, we don't call that therapy or counseling, but that's exactly what it is. And so as we get older, we think we don't need all that. I just had my oldest niece, the one I said got pregnant, before she graduated. I was raising her, right? And so she still called. She thought I was too hard on her and all that kind of stuff for years. Now she's telling me, you were right. I apologize. I see what you're saying. This, that, and third, because she's had so many woes in her life. And recently, she just lost this boy got killed. He lost his life. He shot at the police and all that. Shot a couple of police, and it's crazy. But anyway,
Yeah. But
she's going
hindsight
through
is
an emotional
2020.
situation now.
Yeah.
And I told, and she called me and said, I understand what you're saying. I need you in my life, this, that, and the third. Because see, I'm one of those. I give tough love. I can tell you so many times, and then if you're still not listening, I'm not gonna keep exhausting myself trying to tell you. So anyway, I told her she needs to go ahead and get some counseling, and she said, no, I don't need counseling. I just need you. You my therapist. I said, no. I said, listen, you don't want to listen to me. You haven't all these years, and she's like 38 now, and 30 now. I said, you don't want to listen to me, and you haven't listened to me all these years. She's 39 now. I'm sorry. But anyway, I said, so I'm telling you out of love. I said, she said, I don't need, I said, stop that. I said, because we as a people, that's our problem. That's one of our problems. We do need counseling. When you talk to me, that's counseling. When you talk to your girlfriends or your cousins or whatever, that's counseling because you want someone to hear you. You want some reply, but you don't always like what people say to you.
Right.
And for that reason, you need to talk to a person who's non-biased, who doesn't know you,
Right. A professional.
that will have an open ear and
Right.
and listen to you and to your grievances or whatever you're venting about, and give you some understanding. I said, so I can't do that because I'm gonna have a certain level of biasness because I love you too much and I know you too well. I said, so you need to hear somebody else. I said, now when you call me and talk to me, I'm gonna give you my heart about it. I said, but at the same time, you need to talk to someone else who doesn't know you because I think you'll hear them more than you can hear me.
Yeah, and
And
I
so,
have somebody in my family that I have given that same advice because one thing I can credit I can credit my mother to lots of things. Thank God she's still here after 81 years. But even though she's a Christian woman, she knows the benefit of therapy, going to a specialist, and there's so many different kinds. They can be Christian or Jewish or Muslim. They could be male or female or gay or like whatever it is that is your jam. you can find somebody who is a professional and is aligned. Unfortunately, in America, it isn't as easily accessible as it should be. I think all therapy should be free and subsidized by the American government, because you see what happens when people from a young age don't get to vent. They become, rapists and murderers and, mass shooters. You know what I'm saying? If somebody would have just listened to them when they had these first thoughts and helped them to circumvent and help them to, change their trajectory, we wouldn't, as American people, be suffering the way that we do. I truly believe that. Instead of, just focusing on being, I believe in prevention over reaction, like treatment.
Yeah,
As a
yeah,
nurse,
I agree with
I've been a nurse for 21 years, and I always focus on the prevention part versus the treatment part. So even if you come in with a problem, I'm going to educate you on how to prevent this happening again, so it doesn't have, become a recurring instance, because then
So
it's a chronic.
you're a natural giver, I would think, because being that you chose to go into the nursing profession, and listening to you talk, most of the females that I've met as nurses, they're givers.
Yeah, we are.
They have a compassionate heart, and they see opportunities for them to help. And that's
Empathetic.
what
But I've had to learn to put boundaries on that, because everybody
you have to.
I've learned everyone doesn't deserve my empathy. Everyone doesn't deserve my generosity, because you can help people because you can see that they're in a situation that you've been in. But a lot of people don't want to get better. They just want somebody to just, oh, good, I got a savior. I got somebody to fix the problem for me. And all I got to do is ride with this person, because what I find in the Black community, a lot of times that I mentioned, like, over the last 40 to 45 years with the crack epidemic, not only have there been not a lot of fathers in the home, but there have not been a lot of mothers in the home. We have a lot of kids who were raised by their grandparents or in the foster care system, or just had to figure it out on their own. So then they get with a romantic love interest, and because they're of the opposite sex, they're looking for the same level of connection that they didn't get with their mother or their father. So that's why you get a lot of daddy and like, I would never call my man my father. I can't. That's gross to me. But it's also different when, like you hear Monique, the comedian, she's talking about, oh yeah, well my husband is raising me. Bitch, you got gray hair. Like, what are you talking about? You got grown children. Are you like, what? You need to go talk to somebody about that, because you have unhealed trauma, processed trauma. But there are a lot of men that I've dated who did not have mothers in the home, right? Like, either they were on crack, or they died of cancer, because we didn't have a lot of access to health care and didn't know the early signs and symptoms, early. So I know a lot of them who have just died of cancer, and they didn't get to know their mothers, because they were so young when they died. And then they grow up and they get with women who are either way older, or they're looking for, that mother figure. But you can't look for a mother figure in your sexual romantic partner. You don't get it. So a lot of people they don't know the difference between a mother's love and romantic love. And that is
my situation. I'm laughing a little bit because of what you just said, but you're right about what you're saying. But my situation, because I was in the older women years ago. Matter of fact, my ex she's 9 years older than I am. But you wouldn't have known that the way our relationship was. You would. A lot of people thought she looked younger than her age, and both of us look younger than our actual ages. But well, she might not look that young now. But she didn't try to treat me. Well, let me say, I think early in our relationship, on some things, she tried to, force her age difference in the relationship about certain things, not major things, but just little things. Like, she wanted me to come to bed at a certain time. When she go lay down, she wanted me to lay down. Nah. But most things, she did see me as her husband and the leader of our prime, I want to say. And she did respect me in those areas, that I felt I needed respect in, and vice versa. But I was into older women because as I got a certain age, I felt like I was too mature for females my age or younger because.
Well, hold on. You did mention the relationship between your mother and you.
Yeah, I talked about that earlier. My mother was hard. She was hard. We didn't see eye to eye when I was coming up, but as I became a young.
So can you see that because you didn't get that essential need met when you were younger, that you looked for older? Because that's the importance of allowing a child to be a child. You know what I mean?
Well, I think part of me wanting to be with older women had some of my mother's friends I had crushes on. And so I think with some of her friends, I never told her.
What are some of the things that attracted you to her friends? What are some of the traits that you had?
Well, for me, as growing up, I just felt like the women that were adults in the 70s, the late 60s and early 70s, throughout the 70s and the 80s, when I was a kid, I just felt like they were sexier. They had more sex appeal and they was more lady and more sexy and just showed they were more women, more of a, they had, the women back then, they were not punks, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them, the ones I was around. And that I admired that and that kind of made me gravitate to them more than the younger females of.
So maybe do you think because your mother had a very domineering role in your life that you didn't get to see
I didn't like my mom coming up though.
Right.
I didn't like my mother coming up. I liked it more when.
You didn't. No, I don't mean like your mom sexually or nothing like that. I'm just saying.
No. I'm saying I didn't like her as a person.
Right. And I understand why based on what you said earlier. So I'm just throwing it out here. Just maybe, do you think possibly in processing all of this as a mature man, do you think maybe because your mother had played more of a domineering, traditionally masculine role, the disciplinarian, always hard, like most people's fathers play in the home, that you were looking for that femininity outside of the home because you didn't get to see an example of that in the home? Because that's part of a woman's job in front of her sons. Because I wouldn't want my sons, I've asked my sons, would you marry a woman like me? I wouldn't want my sons to say, hell no, I don't want to, because what did I do wrong? Because I was supposed to be your first example of what you should be looking for in a wife. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and that's why I was trying to follow you. And that's a very strong and very good question for me to answer. May not have thought about it in full totality, as the way you put it. So, thinking about it as you were asking me and telling me what you were trying to get me to understand, gave me an opportunity to think about it more thoroughly. And as I was saying, as a kid, I didn't like my mother. As an adult man, loved her I always loved her, but I adored my mother. As I became a young man, understanding life a little more, or much more. But as a kid, as far as like my preference of women, her friends were. My mom she was a tomboy, but she never dressed. The men loved my mother, loved her. Hold on. My girl trying to call me. Let me get this off, and then we'll have to break to the end because she's gonna get on my blood for me. But anyway, the men loved my mother. They loved my mother. She dressed as a woman. She did jobs just like men did, sometimes, and sometimes she did jobs like women. But my mother, she rather hang with a group of guys versus hang with a group of women, even though she had both sets of friends, because she wasn't a messy woman, but she also wasn't a punk. She would fight man, woman, whatever. She didn't give a crap. They all respected her as a tough person, a tough woman. However, my mother wasn't the type of woman that when you wake up in the morning or before you go to sleep at night to tell you that she loves you. And I'm sure, I don't know if her girlfriends did that or not. I don't know that. But little things like that I changed, you know, as I didn't do it with my kids every day as they were coming up, but as they got old and I got old, I realized I wasn't doing that. So I I started doing that type of thing. My mother cursed all the time. I vowed not to let my kids hear me cursing. So for most of their lives, they never heard me curse. I just started cursing real good again. I cursed when I was a kid, not around adults or anything like that, but just around my peers.
I curse a lot around my kids, but
Yeah.
I didn't curse them
But
out. I didn't curse at them.
I didn't talk to my kids like that, and I don't talk to them like that today. But I did start cursing about 2 years ago a little bit, and then a whole lot more last year since I've been on YouTube.
I think people put too much emphasis on cursing or not cursing, but this is I'll land my plane here because I know we both got to go. I just wanted to start that part of the conversation, or just open your mind up.
Yeah, I want. Let me finish answering that real quick, and I'm gonna simplify it because I have got along with it, and you're right. But anyway, now that you've asked me that question, and I thought about it in depth while you were asking me, maybe some parts of my mother, I know there's a lot of parts of my mother I didn't want, and then there was a lot of parts of my mother that I did want in the woman in my life. So to say that I was looking for this or that in the woman that in my life that was like or dislike my mother, maybe that had a lot to do with it, more than I care to admit to. But at the same time, I never realized that until giving it some thought just now. So yeah, I would say that the answer that's not probably an answer, but I would say yes and no. Because there was a lot of things about my mother I didn't like as a kid, but a lot of things about my mother I loved. I loved as a kid, and I loved as a man.
Right.
And those things are how she reared.
I don't think it's a yes or a no. I think, and I'm not answering for you, the reason why I would say just listening, it's a yes because childhood is such a fundamental stage in our lives because you only get one. Like my mom used to tell me when I tried to do things a little too early, I want to, get my eyebrows done or wear, shave my legs or whatever. My mom would say, okay, well, you can do that at 11, but what are you going to have to look forward to when you're 16 or 17? If I start letting you date at 13 because you like a boy, what are you going to have to look forward at 16, 17, or 18? It's a fundamental stage. You only get a very short amount of time to be a child, but you have the rest of your life to be an adult. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So if you don't get all your needs met as a child, you will look for them in adulthood because it's such a fundamental part of who we are as human beings. And there's no way to perfect it. But being aware of some of the deficits that were there, we can address them and not put our we won't look for them in other people. We'll address them before we get into relationships with other people. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times we look for what we didn't get in childhood from other people because you'll find a lot of men or women will date men or women who look like their missing mother or father, or have certain traits, prominent traits that we didn't see in our mother or father growing up. But that puts too much stress on that person because they just want to love you from a romantic standpoint and build a life. But at the same time, they got to go back and nurture you from the broken childhood that you didn't have. You see what I'm saying? So if we work on those things and recognize them, just simply recognizing them as adults, like this is a deficit I need to address. And I can't move forward with anyone else until I address these things. Then I think we would have much better relationship outcomes. So I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, and I want to just add real quick because I meant to say this a minute ago. I heard everything you said, Foodie, by the way. The young lady that I'm dating now, we've been crazy. The one I said we dated years ago, like almost 30 years ago. She has a lot of qualities that remind me of my mother, and then she has qualities of that remind me of my mother's friends. So that's why I was saying yes and no. Yes, there's some truth to the fact that maybe I have been looking for women that had some attributes similar to my mother, but and then no, I didn't want the woman to be like one. But we'll probably, maybe you're right. Maybe I need to just give it a strong yes, because this young lady that I'm dating right now, she's naturally a tomboy. We love a lot of the same sports, but she's also a girly girl at the same time. My mom was never a girly girl, but this woman is, and I
Right,
love
your
that
mom
about her
didn't know how
because
to balance it out. She didn't know how to balance it out.
right. This young lady, she's both. You know, she loves sports. She can talk to you. Just the only sport she cannot, she don't have more knowledge about than myself is boxing. And she
Right.
loved to go to. We have a lot in common. She don't have to overdress, you know, for anything. You know, we can both be ready casually, but she could also put it on and be girly girl. She loves her makeup.
Right.
And she loves to make sure her hair is intact. And but she loves to go to a football game, basketball
Yeah,
game.
I get that.
And she'll
I get that. What I would encourage you to do is join Marq Nash's Patreon for $5 a month. And he didn't ask me to do that because we just have different conversations like this. And because what I mentioned as a single mother of two sons, it's a hard balance. And it took me about 17 years to realize that it's not my job to be anybody's father. God didn't put me on this earth to be anybody's father. I don't have to be the mother and the father. I only have to be the best mother that I could be, right? So, but you can't help it because you love your kids and you see a deficit and you want to fill that. Sometimes we overcompensate in certain areas. You're too hard, especially if, like you said, you grow up in the hood. You don't want your kids to get swallowed up by the community that they are in, and you don't want them. Like I said, there's such a big stigma about men turning out gay, black men. We don't want to be blamed as single mothers for turning out gay men. You know what I'm saying? Even though lots and lots and lots.
It's not always the mother's fault, but it does happen sometimes because.
Yeah, but I know lots and lots and lots of examples of men, white men, rich men who've gone through that have a mother and a father in a home that turn out gay, and they have good relationships with their father. You know what I'm saying? They're straight fathers who are still married to their mothers. You know, and a lot of times when it comes to their mothers getting older, they're the ones who take care of the mom because it's a certain ideal that you have a daughter, and then when she gets older, she's going to be the one to take care of the parents as they get older because that's the role that women have been given in society. But I see that a lot of the gay men, they, I guess because of their femininity, they take very, very good care of their mothers. And I love seeing that. So everybody has a role. But we have that stigma of churning out gay men. Thank God I don't have gay men. But I also learned that even if I did, that's my son and I'm going to love him. And I don't give a fuck about how anybody feels about it, even though, it would be something that I would have to navigate around because of my beliefs,
My oldest stepson, God rest his soul, my oldest stepson, he died years ago, and he was gay. And he and his best friend both were gay, and they always let me know. They kept it straight with me, though, because they knew I was heterosexual, of course, but they respected me, and I respected them, and they gave me insight on what to watch out for as far as trying to figure out who's gay, who's not, all that type of thing. But yeah, you have to even, and I didn't know how I would be with that situation, but I get emotional when I think about it. But I loved that kid.
Yeah,
I loved him. I had a better relationship with him than his younger two brothers, who were very much heterosexual, and I loved all three of them.
Right.
But what I loved about the oldest, he loved his mother beyond anything. And we had a heart-to-heart conversation before he left, life, and he thanked me and appreciated me and let me know that I was the closest thing to a father he's ever had. And but he was a wonderful person. So it gives you. I learned how to deal with gay people better through him.
Right.
Not that I gave him hard times when I was younger. Now I'm very heterosexual and I don't agree with being gay. But at the same
Right.
time, sometimes these people come in this world and their mind is, set up
It is what it is.
and wired
And
a
like
certain way.
like I
It
said,
is what
as
it
far as
is.
a relationship goes, it doesn't matter what a person's sexuality is. And that's
Right.
why, like we were talking about the church, like I don't believe people are going to go to hell just because they're gay, because it just God reads your heart, not your actions,
Yeah.
as far
He was someone
on
that
this
forgot.
earth.
I miss
If you're a good
him
person.
too. But yeah,
So
he's it's time, man. But I don't get emotional now. But
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry.
no. You let me tell you something. First of all, I want to apologize. I was giving you a hard time earlier, but we've had a great conversation. I knew you were an intelligent person. Don't get me wrong. I always knew that. But for us to have these conversations that we've had the past hour or two, these are meaningful conversations that we need to have more of. And just like you said, y'all have the show going on the Patreon. Now, life is too short. We need more of this kind of stuff, especially in our community. And no, you didn't make me cry. I just get emotional when I think about loved ones that have passed on. But
Well, I just want you to know I'm not passing any judgment on you.
no, you
In
good.
any
You
way.
good. You
Even
good.
what
Fool.
you
We
were
good.
saying earlier, I wasn't passing judgment on you. I was just putting my stance. Like, I can't speak for what other people do, and I don't care.
Yeah.
But
Well, I learned that about you earlier. when I came back to make the statement in a more serious manner, as we ended that part of the conversation, I realized that listening to you more, and I understood what you were saying. And like I said, I respect who you are, what you say you are, and what you say you do. I don't discount what you say at all.
I appreciate
but
that.
we have to support each other better as a people, and give more credit to the better things of us than what we do as a people. And so,
Well, listen.
when we
I'm in it because it's what 6:48 on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And we had a
Yeah,
great
it's 8:40.
conversation. And we will continue it on Patreon and other places, because this is what I want you to do. I'm gonna give you a little bit of homework because I'm a teacher, right? I want you to look up the Young Jeezy and Nia Long conversation that they had on his YouTube channel. You saw it?
I think the interview.
Yeah, it was like
I'll
a
go back and look at
conversation.
it. I think I just got a clip of it.
It's
I don't
about an
think I got the
hour
whole
and
thing.
15 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get
And
the whole
I've
thing.
never
I'll
been
check it out.
I've never been a fan of Jeezy because he stood for
He's a real
everything that
dude.
I felt like. Yeah, well, I don't know
Yeah,
if he's a real dude.
we saw.
I always looked
I
at him
think
as
we
a
saw a
studio
different side of him,
gangster.
though.
We did. I finally saw a side that I could like. Otherwise, I just disregarded him because I didn't like his music and I didn't like his stance on a lot of things. And he had his own audience, so you don't need me. So I don't, I'm not judging you. Like, you do your thing.
Have you seen his interview? It was more like I think Charlemagne hung out with him a few years ago, and yeah, if you get a chance, check that out. So I got to know the man himself through that. It's the way I felt about it after that. But at the same time, I think I'm going to learn more. I'm gonna go back and check that out.
He's
I only caught a
done the
clip
work.
of it.
The reason why I say that is because he's
really
done a
loved.
lot
It
of
seemed
the
like he
things that
really
we
loved
talk
that
about.
woman. It seemed like he really
outside of
loved that woman.
Well, outside of that, he loves himself now.
Yeah. Well, you
And
know
so
what?
he's going through the journey that he had to get to based on his childhood with his mother, which is similar to the childhood that you had with your mother.
And that's why I
And
kind of learned some
forgiving
of that when
her,
he did it, Charlemagne.
right? Forgiving her, but you got the opportunity to do it while your mother was alive, and he had to do it
that
when
was my
she
baby.
was no longer alive, right?
Yeah.
So
if anybody didn't hear, for the record, my mother was my baby. I didn't like her when I was a young man, but when I became an adult, I learned life a little bit better. And I miss that.
And my sons told me the same thing
baby.
about me. Like they didn't understand.
whatever-
They didn't understand why I was tough on them when they were younger, but they got it while they were older.
My mother is responsible for me. Now I haven't made all the right decisions in my life. I've been to prison and all that stuff, But thanks to my mother beating my tail and instilling in me right from wrong, I think
very much so that because I used to have anger issues when I was a kid, not to my mother, but anybody outside my mother,
Just not
because I feared my
understanding.
mother.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. If it wasn't for my mother raising me the way she did, I'm sure I would have some murders on my conscience.
Right.
And I can say I've never murdered anyone. Matter of fact, I've never shot anyone. I've shot at some people, but I missed them on purpose because of my mother. I just shot at them to just scare them and get them away from me, but never murdered anyone, never shot anyone. And I thank her for that, because
Thank God for mamas, man.
what she did to raise me, which was the best way she knew how, is saved me from a lot of things that I could have gotten into, a lot of things. And so part of that is what made me love her the way I ended up attaching myself to her as a man, because I know what she saved me from. So I don't discount what she did for me. And she know I didn't like her when we were kids. I mean, I even wrote a letter about it that she found. I didn't want her to see it, but I was planning to run away, and I wrote this letter. It was, and I was expressing myself on it. But and she found it. But let me tell you something. That woman was my world.
Well, listen, being a parent is hard, and growing up is hard. So, bottom line is, she knows how much you loved her before she left this earth.
Absolutely. And I thank God that I got the chance. I was able to give her flowers way before she got sick.
Right.
Way before. I gave her flowers.
That's why we need to appreciate each other while we're here.
Young man. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And I thank God that I have no guilt that I had to worry about when my mother passed. I just had to worry about missing her.
Yeah.
And her not being the leader of our family anymore.
And I know you miss your mama.
I know, because all the burden came down on me after she passed, as far as trying to lift this family up. And so I just don't want anybody to misunderstand.
You sound like you have a woman in your life who's willing to help you to share that burden, but you just got to help her. You got to let her in. You got to let her.
Yeah,
I mean, a little bit at a time. You got to let her in.
I see me being married again, but I don't know when that time will be. But at the same time, I'm very selective now. I mean, the girl that I'm dating now, it's my baby. I'm crazy about it. I always have been since I ghosted her years ago. And I ghosted her for some personal reasons. She did nothing wrong. No, she did nothing wrong. My life. My life wasn't in order at that time. My life wasn't in order at that time.
Don't ghost the girls. Don't ghost us. Just have a conversation. I know you know better now.
That's why I know communication is important also, because see, I didn't communicate with her while I was doing it.
Why is that so tough for men? Well, because you hear that, and that's very damaging to women, especially if they have abandonment issues. Because I know you're not thinking about that. But I always encourage my sons to be honest and say, if you want to date other people, just tell that person that. And if they can't accept that, then that's their problem. But you've been honest, But why is it so hard for men to say, this is not what I can handle right now? I got some other things I need to work on.
Yeah, no matter what it is, whatever the problem is, you need to communicate with the significant other, or girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it is.
I know it's hard when you're young.
It's not healthy or good to leave a person just out there dangling like that. And that's I've been apologizing to this girl for years, about that. We became really. She's my friend. She's my friend first right now. Let me tell you something. This is the first relationship where I was friends with a person before dating, even though
that
we
is
dated
so
years
important
ago.
to me. That's so important.
This is the first
it's so important to me as I get older, looking for relationships, because I'm of the mindset that I've never wanted to get married, and I don't ever want to get married. I don't really see the point of getting married, because I don't, my children are grown now. If I wanted, another child when they were younger, then I would have definitely not had any more children out of wedlock. But I believe in commitment. I believe in dedication. I believe in monogamy. I believe in building an empire with somebody. So I'm on the fence with it, because, as far as the law in America says, it's really hard to kind of do that and have that security without
legally getting married, but there's nothing in the Bible that says that you have to legally get married. You can have a commitment ceremony, and as long as you're with somebody who's your real friend and that you really love, like there's no reason why you should see that you guys are going to ever part, and marriage does not guarantee that you're going to be together forever. But that's what I'm just saying. So I feel like if you find your person, you guys can have that conversation at that time.
Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna call my friend now.
Absolutely. And look at that interview. I think that you guys would really, even if you guys watch that together, I think it's, a lot of people criticize it because they want to be angry at Jeezy because he left his last wife, yada, yada, yada. That's their business, right? Whatever happened.
Well, she's on record saying that it was her fault.
Well, yeah, and also, but you can't, we often have to look at his record. Like, he hasn't had a great record with his 3 baby mamas, with his 3 kids. And he's had, a volatile relationship with his oldest child. And he mentioned that, like, I haven't always raised my son in a way that I really could have done the best doing. He says that in the interview.
Yeah,
so he admits his excuse, We all, and like I said,
I'm actually going to pull that up as soon as we end this. After I get off the phone with my girl, I'm going to pull it up and check it out because
check it out.
I haven't done that, and I'm going to do that.
And I'd be interested to see, what your thoughts are the next time we have a conversation.
Well, hold me to it the next time we're on the panel together.
I'll try to remember. All right.
Okay. All right. You have a great weekend, and everybody out there have a great weekend. And
happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you guys.
Indiscretions I caused today. But yeah, if I don't talk to anybody as well, like Foodie, I have a great holiday.
You too.
But
everybody have a great Thanksgiving. All right, and we'll catch up after the Andre versus Benavidez fight.
Absolutely, that's right. It's next week. Okay.
Yeah.
Word.
Absolutely. All right. Peace.
All right. Peace.